Jiang Lingyun was alone in the office, double-checking a pile of data. All the other colleagues had already gone home. The report was due tomorrow, and as the department manager, he couldn't afford any mistakes. It wasn't until he finished reviewing everything and sent the email that the clock struck 7 in the evening. His phone suddenly rang. He recognized the ringtone immediately. It was Fat Jiang calling. Only then did his tense nerves relax slightly. Fat Jiang, where are you? I just left the hotel. Are you off work yet? About to head out. Let's meet at our usual spot. All right. After leaving the company, building a branch of a logistics firm, Jiang Lingyun lit a cigarette. Had returned from Shanghai a few years ago, and the only reason he got this job was because of a vice president at the headquarters who happened to be his junior from the same major. They'd shared a few lectures during their undergraduate days, which gave him a foot in the door. As a rural-born 80s generation kid, Jiang carried immense pressure on his shoulders. He had to support his parents, who had no pension, raise 2 children, pay off both mortgage and car loans, and occasionally help out poor relatives. His wife worked too, but in this backwater city ranked 18th year, her salary was barely enough to cover basic expenses. That's why he always worked diligently, carefully, like walking on thin ice, afraid of even the slightest mistake that might cost him his job and leave his entire family struggling to survive. He owned a Honda Bora, though rarely used it. In a small city like this, an electric scooter was more than enough for commuting. The car only came out when he visited his hometown. Zhang Jinghui, or Fat Jiang, was his college roommate for 4 years. Whether Jiang was working in Shanghai or back here, they made it a point to meet once a year. In earlier days, they alternated visiting each other's cities. But over the past few years since Jiang moved back home, it was always Jiang who came to see him. Jiang simply couldn't afford the luxury, while Jiang, now a deputy director, lived comfortably with far fewer financial burdens. Jiang rode his scooter to their meeting place, a barbecue stall. Jiang was already there, having ordered dozens of skewers and several bottles of chilled beer. Jiang parked his scooter, greeted his friend, sat down, and took a large swig from one of the beers. Ah, refreshing. How's work going? All kinds of nonsense. Honestly, my job could be done by a high schooler, zero technical skill involved. At least you got a job. Last month, we hired a few people at our unit, all master's graduates from top universities, doing nothing but fetching tea and water. This job market is insane these days. We've even got delivery guys who graduated from 985 and 211 universities. If they can't find anything else, they just start delivering packages. They laughed and drank like they were back in university again. How are you doing these days? When are you getting promoted to full director? Jiang had been a deputy director for years. If he didn't move up before turning 40, his political career would hit a dead end. Soon, the organization has already talked to me. Next month, they'll transfer to the Investment Promotion Bureau as the executive deputy director. The current director retires next year, and I'm stepping into his role. Congratulations. May Director Jiang rise steadily in rank. Jiang didn't envy Jiang's success. How could he? If your family connections ran deep in government circles, your path would naturally be smoother. When they graduated, Jiang tried to convince Jiang to return with him to Nanjing and join the civil service, but Jiang declined. He knew his background, born in the countryside, no real connections, and understood that even if Jiang's family wanted to help, their resources weren't limitless. Besides, Jiang urgently needed money to support his family back home, so he turned down the offer. So is it your side or your future in-laws pulling strings this time? Huh, you're wrong. This time, I earn it on my own. Neither my family nor my father-in-law helped. No way. Jiang raised an eyebrow. I believe you sold meat for it, but don't expect me to believe you sold yourself. Who in their right mind would want that? Aren't you afraid of being crushed under weight? Jiang weighed over 250 pounds. Jiang had known him half his life and never seen him slim. Screw you always making fun of me. Jiang chuckled, not really offended. Brother Zhuangzi, do you still remember Qin Yuqin, the campus beauty from our finance university? Brother Zhuangzi was Jiang's nickname, for Jiang derived from the phrase Ling Yun Zhuang, Ji lofty aspirations. Jiang furrowed his brow, trying to recall. No idea. Don't tell me you finally scored with her? She wouldn't give me the time of day. But get this, she's super successful now. Ever heard of Dingxing Group? Owns multiple listed companies. She came to Nanjing to invest in a project worth over 10 billion yuan. The municipal government looked into her background and found out she graduated the same year as us. So they borrow me from my unit to help at the reception. Turns out she remembered me, we chatted well, things went smoothly, and she even asked me to take care of me. That's how I got this promotion. Not bad. Finally, after all these years, the old bride becomes the matriarch. She even asked about you. No way. We barely spoke in college. How would she remember me? She said she's close friends with Xingyu. Jiang fell silent. Qin Xingyu was his ex-girlfriend. Before Jiang returned home from Shanghai, they were practically engaged. At the time, her family's business was preparing for an IPO, and as CEO, she was overwhelmed with work, barely time for romance. That alone wouldn't have broken them apart. But Qin had a terrible temper. Stressed from work, she constantly vented on Jiang. He endured it all. But the last time she exploded at him, she screamed that he was just a peasant, a hick, a gold digger who stayed with her only for the family wealth and told him to get lost, that had never touch a penny of their fortune. Jiang was furious, packed his bags, and left their shared apartment. Qin's younger brother, Qin Bin, was Jiang and Zhang's college roommate and best friend. Her parents liked Jiang too. Later, they all encouraged them to reconcile, and Qin even apologized sincerely. But some things can't be fixed. Jiang chose to return home and start anew rather than ever go back to Qin Xingyu. Chapter 2. Regrets from a past life. What has become of Big Brother Qin? Jiang Lingyun finds himself reminiscing about life in Shenzhen during the years he frequently associated with Qin Bin. He had grown familiar with Qin's parents, and Qin Xingyu, nearing 30, remains without a partner. Jiang Lingyun, 3 or 4 years her junior, finds that the Qin family has long desired to see them together, and he too is curious to explore this possibility. However, the reality of their disparate backgrounds renders any harmonious relationship utterly implausible. Big Brother Qin exudes an air of authority as the chairman of a publicly listed company, boasting a fortune in the billions. His existence revolves around eating, sleeping, and indulging in video games. Within the company, he serves merely as a talisman, leading a life of effortless success that few can rival. Zhang Jingwei cannot help but tease his brother about this. Qin Bin has never put forth significant effort in his life. Yet he undeniably embodies the essence of a true winner. Though he himself lacks ambition, his parents have tirelessly worked, as has his sister and his wife. In a decade or so, as his son continues this legacy of diligence, he may well enjoy a life of ease until retirement. When they first entered university, Qin Bin's family business was merely a mid-sized enterprise. However, fortune smiled upon them with the rapid expansion of the real estate sector, allowing his parents to enhance their business significantly. Following her graduation, his sister dedicated herself to assisting their parents in managing the company. Upon his own graduation, Qin Bin was bestowed with the title of vice president, yet he squandered his days at home, engrossed in games, becoming a full-fledged internet addict. His wife, a fellow graduate from the same university but from a different discipline, faced her own challenges, having been unjustly dismissed from another company. One evening, while strolling past a bridge with Jiang Lingyun, they encountered her in tears. Jiang Lingyun recognized her from a lecture and, alongside Qin Bin, approached to offer comfort, inviting her for barbecue. Their conversation blossomed, and Qin Bin introduced her to a position at his family's company. With her determination, she ascended to the role of financial director. The Qin family took a liking to her, prompting them to encourage Qin Bin to marry her. In Qin Bin's world, gaming reigns supreme, while everything else holds little significance. He harbored no aversion towards her and sought the opinions of Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Jingwei, both of whom deemed her suitable as a wife. Thus, he acquiesced to fate and wed the woman he had fortuitously met on the street. Remarkably capable, his wife bore him a son the following year and, alongside her sister-in-law, worked diligently to take the company public. Rumors abound regarding the formidable and enigmatic backing of the Qin family. With Qin Bin as chairman, he has become a mere mascot within the company, appearing only during board meetings, exuding an air of a sage, while remaining elusive in everyday affairs. A billionaire of his caliber shuns frivolities such as dating younger women, fast cars, antique collecting, and luxury goods, choosing instead to live a life marked by mystery. His sister, as vice chairman and president, wields considerable power, making decisive judgments on all matters. His wife, serving as vice president and financial director, diligently oversees the family's finances. Together, these two women manage the company with utmost precision. Their sole expectation of Qin Bin is that he remains alert during board meetings, speaks minimally, and simply nods in agreement, signing documents as required. Prior to meetings, Qin Bin invariably consumes a couple of cans of Red Bull to mask the fatigue from his all-night gaming sessions. He usually spends his time at home playing video games, lost in his own world. The child is cared for by his parents and a nanny, leaving him with no responsibilities. Does Zhuang Ji brother regret breaking up with sister Xingyu? Upon noticing Jiang Lingyun's distraction, Zhang Jingwei jested. She remains single now, approaching 40 yet maintaining her chastity. If you had persisted back then and married her, even if you divorced, you would have at least received a substantial alimony, right? Haha. Jiang Lingyun laughed heartlessly. The last time he encountered Sister Xingyu, she lamented that her greatest regret was not having a child with him at that time. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel so lonely now. After laughing, Jiang Lingyun spoke seriously to Jiang Lingyun. Jiang Lingyun could only smile wryly. A mismatched marriage is indeed painful. As it was with his first love and with Chen Xingyu. His current wife was introduced to him when he returned to his hometown. She has a diploma and her family lives in the town. Although their feelings are not deeply rooted, at least they do not look down on each other. There is no need to dwell on the past. Jiang Lingyun has long since come to terms with it. He does not regret breaking up with Sister Xingyu. Nor does he regret parting ways with his first love. They are simply from different worlds, making it impossible for them to be together. The only regret he harbors is missing out on a girl during his university days. If given a second chance, he would not have let her go. Is it you, Wanqiu? Jiang Lingyun inquired with a curious expression. Didn't you insist back then that you were just ordinary friends? Is there something I'm unaware of? You didn't end up abandoning her after? Well, you know. Jiang Lingyun shook his head. Before I returned here, I visited Sichuan and Chongqing. Did you know? She has been teaching at a middle school in her town. She had many opportunities to move to a county or city school, but she didn't take them. It was solely because her husband runs a car repair shop in town. So, a remarkably talented female scholar chooses to live a mundane life. Perhaps this is the life she desires? Jiang Lingyun remarked cautiously. Jiang Lingyun remained non-committal and asked, do you know what she teaches at the middle school? Wanqiu excels in English and majored in accounting, seemingly with an impressive background, having secured a place for further studies. She must be teaching either English or mathematics, right? Wrong, she teaches politics, and she does quite well. Jiang Lingyun was taken aback, left speechless except for an exclamation of disbelief. She mentioned that they were only lacking a politics teacher when she returned, so she had no choice but to teach politics. Otherwise, she would have to teach at an elementary school. Jiang Lingyun took a large sip of his drink, feeling a bitter pang. In truth, he and she both carry too much responsibility. Thus, during their 4 years at university, they maintained a polite friendship, never crossing any boundaries, even when he dated others. She never expressed any objections, for she dared not love. After his breakup with his first love, she accompanied him for drinks, and though he remained sober, she became inebriated first. The school dormitory had closed, so they rented a room outside, yet nothing transpired between them. Jiang Lingyun cautiously asked, have you ever considered that her being drunk back then might have been her way of wanting something to happen with you? At that moment, I did not contemplate deeply. It was only later that clarity dawned upon me, yet ultimately, I failed to take that decisive step. In Jiang Lingyun's gaze, there lingered a sense of unwillingness. Among the women he knew, only Wanqiu resonated with him on every level. We carry an excessive burden of responsibilities. I must provide for my parents, support my sister through university, and assist my family in repaying debts. Her situation is even more dire, with a mountain of debts looming over her. Her father requiring monthly medical expenses, and her younger siblings needing education. Her boyfriend has already expended considerable resources to aid her. Financial debts may be repaid, but the debts of human affection are far more complex. Perhaps she too felt a sense of reluctance to return home and teach. She desired my assistance in solidifying her resolve, yet I lacked the courage. Such an intelligent and talented individual ultimately sacrificed her own aspirations for the sake of her family, foregoing opportunities for advanced studies and neglecting promising job offers, all in honor of a commitment made long ago. I could have shared in her hardships, yet in the end, I faltered. Chapter 3. Back to 2004. Jiang Lingyun seldom indulged in intoxication. It was only in the company of Jiang Lingyun and Qin Bin that he would let down his guard and succumb to drunkenness. Typically, he exercised great restraint. Now, with a throbbing headache, he lamented his overindulgence, vowing never to consume such copious amounts of alcohol again. Old 5, rise and shine. Zhao Lao's class is this morning. If you're late and he catches you, you're done for. Look, even old 1 is up, came a familiar voice, reminiscent of the insufferable Jiang Lao. Damn it. Ever since he became vice president, he has turned his back on old friends. If it weren't for my notes allowing you to copy during university, would you have graduated at all? Is this dream really so vivid? It feels so real. What are you implying, Jiang Lao? Is it strange for me to get up for class? Came Qin Bin's voice. Not at all strange. Have you forgotten how many classes you've skipped? If I hadn't helped you with roll call, you would have been expelled long ago for absences, retorted the irritating voice of Jiang Haixing. Old 2. Don't criticize old 1. You're not exactly a model student yourself, he laughed. I tell you, This semester I will study earnestly, align myself with old 4 and old 5, and no longer associate with you rascals. I've led you astray. Once upon a time, I was a model student, a successor to socialism. Come on, can you not have some dignity? If you can manage a week without skipping class, I'll concede defeat. Fine if you lose. Remember to treat me to a meal. What are you two doing? Hurry up and wake old 5. You know his drinking capacity is limited. And yet you made him drink so much last night, admonished Jiang Lingyun, who approached and vigorously shook Jiang Lingyun until he finally regained consciousness. Still in a daze, Jiang Lingyun surveyed the disheveled dormitory he had inhabited for 4 years. As he beheld the youthful faces of Jiang Lingyun, Chen Bin, and Jiang Haisheng, he found it hard to believe that such a miraculous return to life could happen to him. Accompanied by his dorm mates, he ventured out for breakfast, then to class. Yet throughout the morning, he felt somewhat detached. Others assumed his hangover lingered, paying him little mind. Gradually, Jiang Lingyun began to accept that he had returned to the beginning of his sophomore year. The previous night, his companions had gathered for a feast, and he had experienced true intoxication for the first time in his memory. He hoped this was not merely a dream. Many opportunities might be rekindled. At noon, as everyone headed to the cafeteria, a voice called from behind, "Lingyun, wait a moment, I need to speak with you." Turning around, Jiang Lingyun was momentarily taken aback. Although it had been years since they last met, he instantly recognized her, the modestly dressed girl, her entire outfit costing no more than 100 yuan, Yiwanqiu, the one he had long cherished in his heart. The rotund fellow grinned mischievously at Jiang Lingyun, saying, "Brother Zhuangzi, your confidant has come to find you. Get lost. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll give you a beating." As Yiwanqiu approached, she noticed everyone staring at her and shyly lowered her head. Realizing the situation, Jiang Lingyun quickly responded, "You all go ahead and eat. I'll catch up in a moment." Jiang Lingyun, ever the gossip, was reluctant to leave, effectively ushering Chen Bin and Jiang Haisheng away. "When will you return?" Jiang Lingyun felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained a facade of composure. "I was home for a week before coming back. I've been working outside. How is your father's health?" A hint of sorrow flickered across Yiwanqiu's face. "It's the same as always. He takes medication daily and cannot work. My grandparents are the ones tending to the fields. Thank you for the clothes and stationery you bought for my younger siblings. They adore them." Before the last semester's holiday, Jiang Lingyun had purchased clothes, shoes, backpacks, and supplies for Yiwanqiu's siblings. He also wished to bring some tobacco and alcohol for her father and grandfather, but Yiwanqiu firmly refused, deeming it inappropriate. Thus, he refrained from making the purchase. After all, Yiwanqiu had a legitimate boyfriend at home, placing Jiang Lingyun in an awkward position. Buying gifts for her siblings seemed acceptable, but for her father and grandfather, it felt improper. "What did you do during the summer break?" "What else could I do? I help with chores every day. Have you not noticed how much darker I've become?" "Huh, you're already a university student, and your parents still allow you to toil in the fields? What do they have to lose? In our household, one must work to earn their meals. Does your sister also work in the fields?" Indeed. Despite ranking second in the county for the high school entrance examination, she faces the same treatment. However, that girl is quite adept at feigning ailments. Every time she works for a while, she claims to have a headache, a sore foot, or a stomachache. Haha. My sister has entered her first year of high school, but her grades are significantly poor. Whether she can even attend a second-tier university remains uncertain. Yiwanqiu's sister, Yiwanqiu, was also known to Jiang Lingyun. She later enrolled in a vocational college, studying in-flight service, essentially training to become a flight attendant. When Yiwanqiu returned to Chuanyu, Jiang Lingyun remained in the city, and Yiwanqiu entrusted him with her sister's care. With Jiang Lingyun's own sister studying in the same city, he would take the two girls out on weekends to enjoy outings, shopping, dining, and treating them to snacks and pocket money. Jiang Lingyun regarded Yiwanqiu as a sister, yet she mistakenly believed he harbored romantic feelings for her. Eventually, she boldly confessed her feelings to him, nearly startling him to death. "By all that is good, I truly only see you as a sister." Yiwanqiu possessed a gentle and soft-spoken demeanor, while Yiwanqiu was somewhat headstrong and outspoken. Both sisters shared a common trait, a stubborn temperament. Once they set their minds to something, they pursued it relentlessly. Had it not been for Yiwanqiu's mediating presence, Jiang Lingyun might have considered accepting her advances. But with Yiwanqiu in the picture, he dared not entertain the notion. How could he face Yiwanqiu then? In the end, he chose not to meet with her again, instead allowing his sister Jiang Shui to accompany Yiwanqiu on outings. Yet, Yiwanqiu never gave up. persistently seeking him out until she began her internship as a flight attendant, at which point she ceased her pursuit of Jiang Lingyun. Eventually, she married a local from the city with a well-off family. Upon returning home, she helped her family settle their debts and purchased a house in the county. What kind of work did you do throughout the summer? I worked as a waitress in a restaurant for about a month or two, earning nearly 2,000 yuan. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. It must have been quite arduous, no? Compared to the labor of farming at home, this is but a trifle. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention the main matter. Teacher Li from the library has reserved 2 seats for us. Would you care to join me? Yi Wanxiu gazed at Jiang Lingyun with eyes full of anticipation. The two met in their first semester of freshman year, both engaged in work study at the library. Perhaps due to their shared rural backgrounds, they discovered an abundance of topics to converse about, gradually growing familiar with one another. Yi Wanxiu typically eschewed makeup, presenting her natural beauty unadorned, yet this simplicity could not overshadow her exquisite features. Particularly striking were her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, which sparkled with intelligence and grace, exuding both innocence and allure. Standing at a height of 1.65 meters, with long legs and a slender waist, her curves were accentuated even by loose clothing, failing to conceal her alluring figure. Chapter 4. The goals after rebirth. Yi Wanxiu expressed her thoughts succinctly, yet the positions in the library for work-study opportunities were scarce, with many vying for them. Jiang Lingyun understood that she must have pleaded with Teacher Li for quite some time to secure 2 spots for both herself and him. He recalled that in his past life, during this semester, he and she had worked together at the library, a rare period of joy in his existence. Although the financial gain was minimal, the delight of spending endless days with someone he cherished, sharing smiles, exchanging trivial banter, and engaging in playful arguments was beyond words. This semester, I aspire to start my own venture, so I shall not pursue work-study at the library. Once I am prepared, I may seek your assistance. The earnings will significantly surpass those from the library job, and it will alleviate your family's debts, including your father's medical expenses. Oh, what do you intend to do? I plan to sell clothes online. Will people actually buy them? Certainly. The Taobao store for Shihu Ma has already launched. Online shopping is destined to become a trend. That might be quicker than setting up a stall. How about we procure clothes and set up a stall together? Surely, we would earn more than working at the library. That would yield little profit and be laborious. If the online store is managed well, earning hundreds of thousands or even millions annually is feasible. Jiang Lingyun did not deceive Yi Wanxiu. Many early Taobao store owners achieved net profits in the hundreds of thousands, with some even reaching tens of millions each year. This was infinitely superior to traditional industries. However, as time progressed, managing online stores became increasingly challenging, with profits declining. If one entered the market early, earning hundreds of thousands annually could transform the fate of Yi Wanxiu's entire family. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun knew of a proprietor who once owned a modest garment factory with merely 20 to 30 employees. After helping someone process a batch of clothing, he found himself in a predicament when that individual absconded with debts. He had only received a portion of the deposit, having fronted the remaining costs himself. Faced with potential ruin, he considered selling online after hearing it was a viable option. To his astonishment, he earned hundreds of thousands in his first year, surpassing his factory earnings, and eventually transitioned to running an online store, selling off the factory. After more than a decade of success, as online retail became less favorable, he relinquished his store as well. Over the years, he amassed several shops, multiple properties, and 2 luxury cars. He remarked that had he continued with the factory, earning enough for a single house would have been a stroke of divine favor. Jiang Lingyun aspired to replicate this path to success. Naturally, this route was one he had chosen for Yi Wanxiu. He had no desire to toil away managing an online store himself. As an academic prodigy, Yi Wanxiu was more than capable of running such an enterprise, which was far superior to her returning home to work as a political teacher. It was well known that she was entirely inexperienced in political matters. She often dozed off during Mao Zedong thought classes, resorting to rote memorization of key points before exams, yet still managing to achieve near-perfect scores. How could those who earnestly engaged in their studies possibly compete? Moreover, her return to teaching would not yield substantial earnings. In her previous life, most of her family's debts were settled by her sister, and the house was also purchased by her. The two of them made their way to the dining hall to procure their meals. Jiang Lingyun chose a serving of braised pork ribs and a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork, while Yi Wanxiu opted for spicy tofu and a serving of greens. Jiang Lingyun transferred the ribs to Yi Wanxiu's plate, taking her greens for herself. Yi Wanqiu accepted without hesitation. Their camaraderie had grown quite familiar. The cafeteria's food remained as unpalatable as ever, merely sufficient to satiate hunger. When do you intend to commence? Jiang Lingyun inquired. I still need to conduct some research and ascertain whether the university's entrepreneurship center offers any subsidies. It won't be until after National Day that I can start. Yi Wanqiu replied. You should focus on your work study for now. Once I have everything in order, I will call upon your assistance. We can partner up. And any profits will be split equally. Jiang Lingyun sighed, the underlying issue being a lack of funds. Although online shops were just beginning to proliferate and were in a phase of rampant growth, starting one required initial capital. One cannot steal a chicken without a handful of rice, and he found himself devoid of even that. All right then, Yi Wanqiu nodded obediently. Jiang Lingyun was aware that the Chinese stock market would hit its lowest point in May of the following year before surging dramatically, potentially multiplying investments 5 or 6 times. For anyone with their eyes open, it was entirely feasible to witness asset appreciation by several multiples. Moreover, as a reincarnated individual, Jiang Lingyun was privy to several stocks that could skyrocket tenfold or even more. Making money in the stock market was akin to seizing cash. However, the crux of the matter was his lack of funds. Having resided in the city for over a decade, he possessed a fair understanding of its development. Even if not exhaustive, he recognized that property prices would soar, particularly for school district homes near subway stations. Acquiring such a property now, especially with merely a 20 down payment and the option of installment payments, could lead to a monumental increase in asset value over the next decade. Of course, this was contingent upon having capital. Furthermore, there was Bitcoin. Had he invested tens of thousands in Bitcoin during its inception and held it for several years, he could have sold it for a fortune when prices soared to tens of thousands per coin. Yet, that was a distant prospect. For now, he needed to contemplate how to amass his first pot of gold. Jiang Lingyun contemplated all potential avenues for quickly generating income. To raise the startup capital for an online store within a month, he found no alternative but to rob a bank, a venture with which he was unfamiliar and fraught with risk. Thus, he dismissed the idea. Lottery tickets could also yield significant returns. But he struggled to remember which numbers might win. What about sports betting? A flash of inspiration struck Jiang Lingyun. He had finally conceived a plan for wealth accumulation. As a casual sports fan who occasionally attended games, he possessed some knowledge of the outcomes of sporting events. Even if he couldn't recall every detail, he could wager on those he remembered clearly, while abstaining from those he did not. With only one major class in the afternoon, Jiang Lingyun headed to the nearby lottery shop after his lesson. The most popular offering was undoubtedly the Super Lotto, a manifestation of many people's dreams of overnight wealth. Jiang Lingyun primarily focuses on sports betting, an area in which he possesses a certain degree of confidence. Currently, as it is not the season of the World Cup and the UEFA Champions League has concluded, the number of bettors is rather sparse. He meticulously examines recent matches on his computer, searching for any that leave a lasting impression. After a prolonged scrutiny, he discovers an upcoming match in 5 days. However, the odds are somewhat modest, with a win-loss ratio of merely 1:185. Presently, he has a little over 3,000 yuan, and even if he were to win, his total would only rise to slightly above 5,000, which is merely a drop in the bucket for his aspirations of running an online store. The reason this match stands out in his mind is due to Li Song, the 6th resident of their dormitory, who is an ardent football enthusiast. On the evening of the match, which falls on a Saturday, he rallies everyone to join him for an all-night viewing session, insisting that not attending would be unmanly. The youthful exuberance of his peers led them to acquiesce. Li Song, brimming with enthusiasm, passionately provides commentary while the others, lacking vigor, merely echo his sentiments. Although the details of the match itself have faded from their memories, the outcome is well remembered, as Li Song incessantly recounted the events over the following days. Much to the annoyance of his companions, who finally found respite only when new matches emerged. Chapter 5. Borrowing money. Jiang Lingyun refrained from purchasing any lottery tickets. Instead, he contemplated borrowing a bit more money to make a purchase later. The dilemma was, from whom should he solicit a loan? Among his dormitory mates, his closest allies were Zhang Zhenghui and Zhang Haisheng, followed by Chan Bin. His interactions with Yu Weilong and Li Song were rather mediocre. Moreover, Yao Weilong's family circumstances were not particularly favorable, as his living expenses were sent monthly. He certainly had no funds to lend. Li Song received a substantial monthly allowance, but he managed to exhaust it within 2 weeks, relying on the support of his dormitory companions, or his girlfriend for the remainder of the month. During their university days, Jiang Lingyun's rapport with Qin Bin was not exceptionally strong. He had never borrowed money from him. Their friendship blossomed post-graduation when Jiang Haixing went abroad, and Zhang Jingwei returned to Jinling. Qin Bin frequently invited him out for drinks and late-night snacks, even introducing him to his family under the pretense of looking after him on behalf of Zhang Jingwei and others. It was only later that Jiang Lingyun discerned Qin Bin's ulterior motives. A dedicated recluse, Qin Bin neglected his job and spent his days engrossed in video games at home, indulged by his doting parents who never chastised him. His sister, however, was less forgiving, often resorting to reprimands and physical discipline, instilling a sense of fear in him that rendered him unable to voice his grievances. Any act of defiance would invite even harsher repercussions, making his life a veritable trial. After considerable reflection and weighing the pros and cons, he devised a plan involving the allure of beauty, thus bringing Jiang Lingyun home. Indeed, upon meeting Jiang Lingyun, Qin Xingyu's demeanor brightened considerably, and he became less preoccupied with Qin Bin, allowing Qin Bin to indulge in his gaming habits without criticism. Nonetheless, Qin Bin was not entirely insufferable. His companionship with Jiang Lingyun was relatively pleasant. In a previous life, Jiang Lingyun had attempted to salvage his relationship with Qin Xingyu after their breakup, but Jiang Lingyun had resolutely decided to part ways, leaving others powerless to intervene. Zhang Jingwei was undoubtedly affluent, his wealth primarily deposited in the bank. Upon their graduation, they coincided with a frenzied period in the Chinese stock market, where most individuals dabbled in trading stocks. Jiang Lingyun joined an investment firm, quadrupling his initial capital within 6 months, convinced of his investment prowess. He urged Zhang Jingwei to partake in the venture, but Zhang remained indifferent. When the stock market subsequently plummeted, Jiang Lingyun, sensing impending disaster, prudently cut his losses. With modest investments, his financial damage was minimal, but he still owed several tens of thousands. Zhang Jingwei lent him 50,000 to settle his debts, thereby safeguarding his employment. While Jiang Haixing might be able to lend him a small sum, Jiang Lingyun was reluctant to associate with him any further. This individual was only a companion in adversity, not in prosperity, or perhaps it was merely his cold nature. Upon returning from studying abroad, Jiang Haixing secured a position in a state-owned enterprise through family connections, flourishing in his career. At that time, Jiang Lingyun was struggling, and when he and Zhang Jingwei sought out Jiang Haixing, the three dined together. With Jiang Haixing adopting a condescending posture, he looked down upon Jiang Lingyun, a mere employee, and even Zhang Jingwei, who had been promoted to a section chief, was not spared from disdain. Indeed, by rank, Jiang Haixing had already ascended to the status of deputy director. The three engaged in awkward small talk and eventually parted ways politely, but Jiang Lingyun swore never to encounter that haughty demeanor again. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found only Yao Weilong present, while Li Song had gone to play basketball and the others were out surfing the internet. Jiang Lingyun thought it prudent not to rush. He could discuss matters with Zhang Jingwei the following day. The following morning, after class, Jiang Lingyun approached Zhang Jingwei, indicating he had something to discuss. Once they were alone, Jiang broached the topic of borrowing money. Zhang, wearing a curious expression, inquired, "Old four, you must be honest with me. Is this related to your fair companion? Perhaps an impulsive rendezvous leading to a desperate need for funds?" He continued, "I must caution you, such matters can profoundly affect a young lady's well-being. It can be quite detrimental to her health. How much do you need? Mind your words, or I shall have to teach you a lesson," Zhang retorted. "If you are to borrow from me, do so with the proper demeanor. State your amount. Whatever you require, I shall lend it, provided you return it within a month." Zhang replied, somewhat hesitant, "Come on, just give me a number." Jiang urged, "You haven't been hoarding hundreds of thousands, have you?" "Certainly not. I can't possibly have that much. Some is tied up in fixed deposits. Withdrawing it would incur significant interest penalties. I tell you, investing in property is far more prudent than letting your money languish in a bank earning paltry interest. Why would I buy property? I already own 3 houses in Jinling." Jiang countered, "Now, how much do you need? Would 5,000 suffice?" Zhang asked, incredulously. "Surely, that's excessive for a mere procedure." In a fit of urgency, Jiang wrapped his arm around Zhang's neck, exclaiming, "I've told you it's not that. Stop spreading such rumors, or I shall silence you." "Help! I'm being silenced!" Zhang exaggeratedly cried out. "What are you two up to?" came a voice from behind. They turned to see Yuanxiu accompanied by a strikingly beautiful girl, who struck Jiang as somewhat familiar. Zhang, taken aback at the sight of Yuanxiu, quickly said, "Old four, I must take my leave. I'll bring it to you tonight," and hurriedly departed. "Why did your friend rush off?" Yuanqiu asked, puzzled. "He was hungry." "You know how quickly a portly fellow's appetite can grow," Jiang offered a flimsy excuse. Without pursuing the matter further, Yuanqiu introduced the lovely girl beside her. "This is Qin Yuqin, the belle of the Finance Academy. You must know her?" "Oh, it's her. No wonder she seems familiar," Jiang smiled, acknowledging. "I share a dorm with Zhang Haixing. He often speaks of you." A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Yuqin's eyes as she replied with a smile. "I'm not very acquainted with him." Jiang nodded, suddenly piecing together many things. Zhang Haixing must have been well aware of Qin Yuqin's background and had pursued her with relentless fervor. Throughout their 4 years at university, he had devoted more time to her than to his studies, for marrying the daughter of a magnate could potentially spare decades of struggle, or instantaneously elevate one to the pinnacle of success. Regrettably, unrequited love can be cruel. Qin Yuqin did not reciprocate his affections. Consequently, Zhang Haixing proclaimed his feelings publicly, insinuating a closer relationship with her, thereby deterring many suitors. If he could not win her heart, he would ensure that no one else could either. "What brings you to me?" Jiang asked Yuanqiu. "Let us dine first. We can talk later," Yuanqiu replied, hesitating as she glanced at Qin Yuqin. "Is there something you require from me, Qin? Would you prefer that I step aside?" "No need, no need." Qin Yuqin is well aware of her role as a third wheel. "Let us proceed to the cafeteria and converse along the way." The three of them strolled towards the dining hall, during which Jiang Lingyun attracted numerous envious glances. Being in the company of a school beauty indeed creates immense pressure. Qin Yuqin is universally acknowledged as the campus belle, standing at approximately 1.7 meters. Remarkably, when positioned beside the 1.75-meter tall Jiang Lingyun, she appeared only slightly shorter. Radiating confidence and elegance, she truly captivated all. In contrast, Yuanqiu maintained a notably low profile, walking with her head bowed to avoid drawing attention. In terms of sheer beauty, Yuanqiu could easily rival Qin Yuqin. However, Qin's greater height, fairer complexion, and superior aura and attire afforded her a distinct advantage. "Yuanqiu, for the welcome party, I would like you to perform a song on stage. Would that be all right?" "Ah, I can't. I don't know how to sing." Yuanqiu hastily declined. "Do not deceive me. I heard you sing during last year's military training. How can you dare to claim you cannot sing?" Qin Yuqin promptly exposed her falsehood. Chapter 6. Borrowing money too. "Is this about the time you sang the mountain songs from Sichuan and Chongqing?" Jiang Lingyun asked, exhibiting a remarkable eagerness to learn. "You'd better not speak carelessly, or I shall have to give you a good thrashing," Yuanqiu retorted. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully waved her small fists, threatening him in a mock-serious manner. Last year, during the military training at the onset of their university journey, Yuanqiu had lost a game, and the instructor had asked her to sing a song. Given that she rarely listened to music, she found herself at a loss, unable to recall even the most popular songs that others could sing effortlessly. The instructor reassured her that she could sing anything, even a mountain song. In a moment of spontaneity, she began to sing a verse from a Sichuan mountain song, leaving everyone in the room astonished. Jiang Lingyun, who was in a different college and had not participated in the training, heard about the incident that very evening. The boys began to refer to Yuanqiu as the goddess of mountain songs. Embarrassed by the memory, Yuanqiu often felt a mix of shame and humiliation. Qin Yuqin, observing their harmonious rapport, felt a twinge of envy. "Yuanqiu, your rendition of the mountain song was truly delightful. If you're reluctant to sing mountain songs, you could always try others. Your voice is exceptional, and I wouldn't want you to squander your talent," she encouraged. Yuanqiu shook her head vigorously. No, I cannot perform on stage. Why not let Lingyun do it? He has the confidence and can certainly manage. But I can't sing mountain songs. Jiang Lingyun replied candidly. "You really shouldn't say that." Yuanqiu playfully punched him a few times with her tiny fists. "Consider it if you change your mind in the coming days. Just let me know." After their meal, Qin Yuqin bid farewell, leaving them amidst a flurry of affectionate exchanges. "Did you have something to discuss with me?" Jiang Lingyun inquired as he walked Yuanqiu back to her dormitory after they finished eating. Yuanqiu remained silent, and when they reached a secluded spot, she produced a stack of money from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Lingyun, saying, "This is all I have left. You need funds for your online shop, so take it for now. If it proves insufficient, we can earn more gradually." Jiang Lingyun was deeply touched, aware that Yuanqiu had been struggling financially. While others relied on their families for support, she worked diligently, sending most of her earnings home since her family was in dire need. "Don't you need to keep a little for yourself?" he asked. I've saved 300 yuan, which should suffice until I receive my stipend for work study at the library. Yuanqiu fibbed, though in truth, she had set aside only 100 yuan. Jiang Lingyun pulled her tightly into an embrace, stirring a mixture of joy and anxiety within her as her heart raced. Yet, she did not resist his hold. Lingyun, this isn't right. I have a boyfriend. You promised we would remain just friends, she reminded him. As he savored the softness in his arms and breathed in her unique fragrance, his heart swelled with emotions, wishing for this moment to last forever, never to part again. After a brief while, Jiang Lingyun released her, and Yuanqiu, her face flushed, lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, I vow that you shall never suffer again. I will assist with your family's debts, your father's illness, and your siblings' tuition fees. You will not have to marry someone you do not love. Your destiny is yours to command, Jiang Lingyun stated plainly, yet with unwavering conviction. A surge of emotion welled within Yuanqiu, her eyes glistening with tears. Without hesitation, she embraced Jiang Lingyun tightly. Thank you for standing by me in this endeavor. There are times when I feel I can no longer persevere. Jiang Lingyun gently patted Yuanqiu's back, prompting her to shyly release her hold. Rest assured, I shall remain by your side henceforth. Yuanqiu nodded earnestly. Yes, let us strive together. That evening, Zhang Jinghui presented Jiang Lingyun with a large envelope. The contents are within. Do you not intend to confess the purpose behind such a substantial sum? I will inform you next time. I shall repay you in a month. Beside him, Qinbin also handed Jiang Lingyun a sizable envelope. I heard from Fatty that you are in urgent need of funds. I only have 30,000. Take it for your immediate needs. There's no rush to repay. Goodness, how do you possess such wealth, boss? Qinbin was known for his lavish spending, with his parents only able to provide him with money weekly, afraid to give him a monthly allowance, knowing it would be squandered within a week, leaving him to return home for more. Qinbin received a weekly allowance. I borrowed from my sister. After 20 years of camaraderie, she was only willing to lend me 30,000. It truly hurts my heart. During lunch, Zhang Jinghui informed him of Jiang Lingyun's financial needs, prompting him to skip class that afternoon to return home. Jiang Lingyun recognized that Chun Xingyu was not easily persuaded, and Qinbin must have accepted various stringent, inequitable terms to secure the funds. His heart swelled with gratitude. True friends are those who support you in critical moments. The following morning, after class, Jiang Lingyun ventured to another sports lottery store, purchasing 85,000 worth of tickets for an upcoming match. 50,000 was borrowed from Fatty, 30,000 from Qinbin, 2,000 from Yuanqiu, while he himself possessed only 3,000. Should he lose, he would be left with no choice but to sell himself to repay the debt. He wondered what the current market for such a profession entailed. 2 days later, on Friday night, seasoned sports enthusiast Li Song invited several casual fans from the dormitory to accompany him to a match. While their interest in the game was minimal, feigning fandom for free food and drinks was quite appealing. When Li Song was flush with cash, he was exceedingly generous. Consequently, the 6 of them set out, with Li Song also visiting the female dormitory to escort his girlfriend, Tao Shiyu. Tao Shiyu had been dating Li Song for over a year and was well acquainted with his dorm mates. Seeing Li Song with Tao Shiyu stirred a hint of envy within Jiang Lingyun. According to the trajectory of his past life, he too would soon find a girlfriend, who would later join him for barbecues, beers, and late-night gaming sessions. However, by that time, Li Song and Tao Shiyu had already parted ways, and Li Song had embarked on his own path of reckless behavior. In university, first-year female students would often pursue upperclassmen, ensnaring them before the first-year boys even realized what was happening. In Jiang Lingyun's dormitory, Zhang Jinghui, fearless and naive, pursued a senior girl for 8 years, ultimately achieving nothing. The phrase "a sycophant left with nothing" aptly describes his fate. Jiang Haisheng possessed a clear objective, dedicating his entire 4 years of university life to Qin, yet ultimately failing to realize his aspirations. In Qinbin's eyes, only video games held significance, dismissing the vibrant allure of the world around him. Jiang Lingyun hailed from a rural background, while Yao Weilong originated from a small county in northern Anhui. Both were earnest individuals. During their university years, they diligently attended classes and sought part-time work whenever possible. Lacking experience in romantic pursuits, they remained well-behaved, earning the reputation of model students in the eyes of their professors. Conversely, Li Song was an anomaly, being the youngest in the dormitory. He astonishingly managed to win the affections of both the class monitor and the campus beauty within a month of the semester's commencement. a feat that left many astonished. Chapter 7. The first bucket of gold. Li Song's swift pursuit of Tao Shiyu can be attributed to his striking appearance. Standing at a height of 188 meters. He is a charismatic figure on the basketball court, with chiseled features and an aura of vigor, exuding an intoxicating charm that captivates naive young women. Moreover, according to Li Song, it was Tao Shiyu who initiated the courtship, a claim he reluctantly accepted. This assertion, however, was met with skepticism. His peers found his attitude despicable, resenting his pretentiousness after having gained an advantage. Tao Shiyu, often regarded as the belle of the class, is indeed quite remarkable. In Jiang Lingyun's eyes, she is somewhat inferior to Qin Yuqin and Yi Wanxiu, yet not by a significant margin. With a height of 170 meters, an oval face, a fashionable wardrobe, and meticulous makeup, she possesses an intellectual beauty complemented by her shoulder-length hair and glasses. Among Li Song's numerous ex-girlfriends, Jiang Lingyun harbors a particular familiarity and respect for Tao Shiyu, primarily due to their shared classes and her commendable character. Following their breakup, the dormitory community unanimously condemned Li Song, yet it did little to alter his reputation as a cad. Whenever they encounter Tao Shiyu, everyone greets her courteously. "Hello, class monitor." She reciprocates their greetings with equal politeness. Nearby the university, several barbecue establishments cater specifically to the sports fans, allowing patrons to enjoy grilled delicacies while simultaneously watching live broadcasts of matches. Many simply come for late-night snacks before retreating to nearby inns or internet cafes to spend the remainder of the night. Li Song and Tao Shiyu naturally belong to the former group, while others flock to internet cafes for an all-nighter, as the overnight fee is merely 10 yuan, allowing them to rest all day on Saturday. Tao Shiyu is amiable and easily converses with Jiang Lingyun and his friends. "Lingyun, when will you submit your application for the impoverished student grant?" Tao Shiyu inquired softly. Jiang Lingyun suddenly remembered that at the beginning of the semester, she had given him a form to fill out. However, he had been preoccupied with his financial ventures and had completely forgotten. He recalled that in his previous life, both he and Yi Wanxiu had successfully applied for it this semester. Although the amount was modest, it came with the stigma of being labeled as a needy student, which Jiang Lingyun found somewhat distasteful. "Perhaps in a couple of days," he replied. "If my betting tonight is successful, I'll forego the grant and allow it to go to someone in greater need." Tao Shiyu nodded in silence, understanding that individuals like Jiang Lingyun possess a strong sense of pride and would rather not dwell on such matters. Jiang Lingyun was apprehensive that his rebirth might alter numerous outcomes. The match today served as a litmus test. If it unfolded as he remembered, he could amass his first bucket of gold. Should it deviate from his recollections, he would find himself burdened with debts amounting to tens of thousands. While it would be manageable to delay repaying Zhang Zhenghui and Chen Bin, he needed to repay Yi Wanxiu swiftly, as she too had obligations to send money home. The 2,000 yuan she lent him was undoubtedly meant for her family. What means could yield quick returns? Copying songs, transcribing online literature, investing in stocks, trading real estate, or speculating in Bitcoin. For instance, selling possessions to invest in Matai, with the anticipation that years later, when the stock reaches 3,000 yuan per share, a mere 10,000 could transform into millions. However, all of this seemed to transpire at a rather languid pace. The quickest endeavors appeared to be transcribing songs and online articles. Only when the match concluded did Jiang Lingyun exhale in relief, confirming his memory was indeed accurate. With an investment of 85,000 and a return of 1.85 times, he had profited 72,000. Though running an online store still posed challenges. Yet, he realized, he must also pay a 20 tax, leaving him with merely over 57,000, far from sufficient. After finally acquiring a modest fortune, the burden of taxes felt almost unjust. Where was the fairness in this? Where was the law? Nevertheless, no amount of lamenting would change the fact that without paying taxes, he would never receive his winnings. Indeed, taxes and death are the two inevitable certainties of life. After the game, Li Song and Tao Shiyu decided to head to a small inn to continue their philosophical discussions, while Chen Bin took his friends to an internet caf for gaming. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun had never been particularly fond of gaming, and having been reborn, his interest had waned even further. He usually accompanied Chen Bin and the others to the CAF merely to watch movies and catch a nap. Today, having earned some money, even the allure of cinema faded. Instead, he opted for a selection of light instrumental music, listening while drifting into a serene slumber. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he created a music website? Capitalizing on the general indifference towards copyright, he could acquire music rights, broadcasting rights, and adaptation rights, allowing him to profit effortlessly in the future. With the rise of short videos, possessing a vast array of music copyrights could indeed mean a lucrative venture. Reflecting on the concept of a music site, he also contemplated launching a video platform. Although piracy dominated the landscape, entering the industry early could prove advantageous. Presently, films and television series were predominantly pirated, lacking proper licensing. This would likely persist for several years. Jiang Lingyun recalled how much he had spent on memberships to watch movies and dramas in his past life. If he could strategically position himself to obtain numerous film and television copyrights, he could also thrive on royalties. Why did he constantly think of easy success? It seemed his mindset was still entrenched in a smallholder mentality, content with modest gains and lacking ambition. This was a sentiment once expressed by Qin Yuqin during their relationship. Jiang Lingyun indeed had no grand aspirations. A loving wife and children, a warm home, and sufficient provisions for the family's comfort were his ideals. He envisioned leisurely reading, watching films, listening to music, and enjoying tea and conversation with friends. Back in the day, he and Qin Yuqin were on the verge of discussing marriage. Yet she hesitated to commit, believing their worldviews clashed. While she sought to forge a successful career, Jiang Lingyun seemed to adopt a more laid-back attitude, leading her to mistakenly perceive him as someone merely content to live off her efforts. After facing setbacks in the business world, returning home to find Jiang Lingyun as untroubled as ever infuriated her, culminating in an emotional outburst that left her regretting many of her words. Ultimately, Jiang Lingyun relinquished the opportunity to enter a wealthy family as a son-in-law and return to his hometown to start anew. Qin Yuqin never encountered anyone who could wholeheartedly treat her with such devotion. Whenever she met a potential partner, she found herself unconsciously comparing them to Jiang Lingyun, ultimately realizing that none could measure up to him. Thus, she reached her 40s without ever marrying. As Jiang Lingyun listened to music, he reminisced about his past life. He realized that he was indeed a phoenix man, burdened not only by the lack of support from his family, but also by the responsibility of carrying an entire clan on his shoulders. Therefore, it was utterly implausible to alter his social standing through marriage. He could only strive diligently to amass wealth and transform his destiny. It seemed that in this lifetime, he could not settle for mere contentment. He needed to establish a career of his own. Chapter 8: The first handholding after receiving his prize. Jiang Lingyun promptly deposited the money into the bank. He then visited another sports lottery shop, meticulously examining the available sporting events for betting. Yet none left a significant impression on him. It was only after flipping through the listings that he discovered a noteworthy match scheduled for a week later. The reason it resonated with him was that it featured a remarkable comeback, a match where two teams of vastly differing strengths ended with the weaker team emerging victorious. The game had been exhilarating, as noted by Li Song after they watched the replay together. At that time, Li Song had already exhausted his living expenses, which typically lasted him a mere fortnight. Having spent 2 months of summer without seeing his girlfriend, their time apart had led to a heightened sense of longing, resulting in frequent visits to a small inn for intimate conversations. Consequently, he found himself unable to sustain even 10 days of his budget this month. Embarrassed, he felt he could not invite others to join him for a match. Going alone seemed unappealing, and thus he repeatedly lamented the missed opportunity, declaring that he would find a way to attend such an exciting game, even if it meant borrowing money. The odds for winning this time were 1-4-36. Jiang Lingyun believed that a bold wager could secure enough funds for his online store. He thought it prudent to wait a couple of days before placing his bet. At the moment, his foremost desire was to acquire a mobile phone. The most disconcerting aspect of his rebirth was the absence of a mobile device. Even the newest Nokia models, priced in the thousands, seemed dreadfully outdated to him. Therefore, he only wished to purchase 2 basic phones capable of making calls and sending messages, one for himself and one for Yi Wanqiu, making communication more convenient. That evening, when he approached Yi Wanqiu and presented her with a mobile phone, she was momentarily taken aback. "Lingyun, how could you afford to buy a phone?" Jiang Lingyun did not wish to deceive her, so he candidly shared the story of how he had earned money through sports betting. Recognizing that one lie often requires countless others to conceal it, he did not, however, disclose the specific amounts he had wagered or won, as Yi Wanqiu had not inquired. Yet, she expressed concern about the nature of gambling. "What if you lose?" "I won't," he replied confidently. "I have faith." "Lingyun, please refrain from betting any further. We can earn money gradually without resorting to gambling. The money won through such means can vanish just as swiftly. There was a person in our town who won tens of thousands, only to lose it all shortly thereafter. Yuanqiu earnestly advised him. Both hailed from rural backgrounds, their perspectives shaped by a simple desire for honest earnings, avoiding any underhanded methods. Jiang Lingyun felt deeply touched. Someone who cared enough to offer such counsel truly regarded him as one of their own. Rest assured, there will be another match next Saturday, and after I place my bet, I shall abstain from gambling altogether. Don't wager too much, just a small amount will suffice. Jiang Lingyun nodded in agreement. All right, shall we take a stroll around the campus? My phone number is already saved in your device, and I will cover the phone bill. Yuanqiu accepted his gift with delight, and together they walked through the campus, allowing Jiang Lingyun to relish this rare moment of tranquil existence. He yearned to take Yuanqiu's hand, but she, feeling bashful, shyly evaded his attempts. After several futile efforts, Jiang Lingyun refrained from pressing her, understanding that the moment was not yet ripe. Such matters should unfold naturally. Has Luo Yang ceased his pursuits? In her freshman year, Yuanqiu had attracted many admirers, with Luo Yang being the most persistent and the most eligible among them. A year her senior, Luo Yang was a prominent figure at the school, surrounded by numerous girlfriends whom he changed frequently. Yet, he remained fixated on Yuanqiu, perhaps believing that what is unattainable is forever the most desirable. Jiang Lingyun was aware that this semester, Luo Yang would assume the role of vice president in the student council, undoubtedly renewing his attention towards Yuanqiu. In a previous life, Jiang Lingyun had even contemplated enlisting someone to confront him. Li Song captivated countless naive young women with his athletic prowess on the basketball court, his chiseled physique, and handsome visage. In contrast, Luo Yang leveraged his ability to drive a BMW with one hand and his uncle's position as deputy district chief to thrive socially within the school. No, you need not worry. I shall ignore him, she reassured him. You must inform me of any matters at the first opportunity, understood? Understood. You've repeated it 100 times already. Did I really say that much? Indeed. Like an old lady. Rest assured, I won't let anyone take advantage of me. Yes. If anyone is to benefit, it shall be me. You scoundrel, I shan't speak to you any longer, Yuanqiu retorted, her cheeks flushed as she playfully struck him. The pair strolled leisurely through the campus, exchanging trivial banter, the passage of time feeling exquisitely beautiful. Lingyun, can I return this phone? I currently have no calls to make, and I can always purchase one later. What I need now is a tape recorder, which costs over 100 yuan. I must prepare for the CET 6 this semester, and borrowing others' devices is quite inconvenient, Yuanqiu inquired cautiously. Jiang Lingyun smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten such details. Both were just diligent students from a small town, having learned English in a rather rudimentary manner. Jiang Lingyun had taken the CET 4 twice before passing, vowing never to attempt the CET 6 again. Yuanqiu had passed the CET 4 in her first semester and diligently studied for the second semester to tackle the CET 6. Her advisor encouraged her to prepare thoroughly for a single attempt in her sophomore year. In her previous life, she had also passed during this semester. Her linguistic aptitude was impressive. She occasionally browsed a Japanese textbook purchased by a dorm mate and could manage simple conversations in Japanese. She liked watching Korean dramas and borrowed a Korean textbook from the library, managing to speak a few phrases. No need to return it. Shall we buy it tomorrow? Is that truly necessary? It's fine. We aren't lacking in funds now. But we can't spend frivolously. Purchasing essentials for studying is not wasteful. I am mindful of our finances. Tomorrow at 7:30, I will wait for you downstairs at your dormitory. After breakfast, we shall head to Xinhua bookstore. Yuanqiu agreed with a simple, all right. As they approached a secluded grove, where few ventured, Jiang Lingyun gently took Yuanqiu's hand. She struggled briefly but could not escape his grasp. Her face turned crimson, and though she shot him a glance, she remained silent. Thus, they continued their leisurely walk, hand in hand. Suddenly, the sound of an argument emanated from the small pavilion ahead. Jiang Lingyun assumed it was merely a quarrel between young lovers and paid it no mind. Yuanqiu's gentle tug on his hand accompanied by her soft whisper, "It seems to be Luo Yang," piqued his curiosity. Jiang Lingyun guided Yuanqiu to a concealed spot where they were shielded from the view of those within the pavilion. Yet they had a clear line of sight to observe the unfolding drama. As Jiang Lingyun gazed at the figures inside the pavilion, a soft gasp escaped his lips. He recognized both individuals present. One was Luo Yang, whose familiar demeanor remained etched in Jiang Lingyun's memory despite the passage of over a decade. The other was a striking young woman, Bai Yuyan, whom Jiang Lingyun also knew. She was the object of Zhang Jinghui's unrequited affection for 8 long years, a devoted admirer who had ultimately received nothing in return. Chapter 9. The Campus Belle. Upon first encountering the campus belle at the prestigious university, Zhang Jinghui found himself irrevocably captivated by Yuyan. Nearing 30, he was on the brink of matrimony, and prior to the wedding, friends including Jiang Lingyun gathered in Jinling for an evening of beer and barbecue. It was during this convivial setting that Jiang Lingyun jestingly remarked about Zhang Jinghui's impending nuptials. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Jinghui, who had been in high spirits, fell silent, his visage clouded with sorrow, casting an awkward pall over the gathering. That evening, inebriated and overcome with emotion, he collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably, revealing that he had never truly moved on from a certain someone. Concern rippled through the group as they feared he might reconsider the marriage the following day, which would spell disaster. Especially considering that Zhang Jinghui's father-in-law held the position of deputy minister in the organization department. Such a scandal would jeopardize his career. Nevertheless, Zhang Jinghui displayed remarkable composure, refraining from any impulsive actions. Having been infatuated for 8 years, it was only when Bai Yuyan married that he relinquished his hopes. Yet the longing remained an indelible mark on his heart, unwavering until the end. Bai Yuyan was a year ahead of Jiang Lingyun and the others, and upon his arrival at the university, she was the one to assist him with the enrollment process, guiding him through fee payments, meal card applications, and showing him to his dormitory. Zhang Jinghui recalled that day vividly. She wore a stunning white dress, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and minimal makeup, radiating a luminous aura that illuminated his otherwise dim existence. Jiang Lingyun, however, found Zhang Jinghui's sentimentality excessively dramatic, dismissing it as mere infatuation masked in poetic language. In retort, Zhang Jinghui challenged him, pointing out that Jiang Lingyun lacked the courage to confess his feelings to the woman he cherished, readily succumbing to the advances of any girl who pursued him. Jiang Lingyun, momentarily at a loss for words, reflected on his past. Indeed, he had never mustered the courage to declare his affection for Yi Wanqiu, swiftly accepting the advances of his first love, and later, Qin Yuqin. Ultimately, he married a woman he met through an arranged meeting, who had pursued him first, believing they could forge a compatible relationship. Jiang Lingyun recognized that throughout his life, he had remained indifferent to fame and power, which had led to a regrettable existence in his previous life. A person devoid of ambition is destined for mediocrity. Do not pursue me any longer. Relinquish that hope. I shall never be with you. Yin, please do not speak this way. We once shared such joy together. I have changed. Let us start anew. Start anew? You seek to rekindle our connection solely because I have eluded you. Do I not appear to be an easily deceived woman? I know I have feelings for you. I swear that if we were together, I would be devoted to you alone, never straying. Do you believe I am foolish enough to buy into your empty promises? Yin, with others, I merely play. But with you, my feelings are genuine. You have likely uttered such words to every girl, have you not? Absolutely not, I assure you. Is that so? 2 girls from my dormitory have claimed you once said the same to them. Luo Yang, I never imagined you to be so indiscriminate in your pursuits. Unfazed by Bai Yuyan's teasing, Luo Yang insisted, with them, it was merely a fleeting encounter. Only with you do I speak the truth. Are you not preparing for your graduate exams? I can assist you in obtaining a qualification for graduate studies. Thank you. No need. I am preparing to apply to Fudan or Jiaodong University. Your help is of no use. Luo Yang felt a sudden pang in his heart. He had relatives at the financial university who could indeed assist in securing a qualification for graduate studies, but he lacked the means to help with Fudan or Jiaodong University. Very well. I shall take my leave. I hope you refrain from bothering me in the future. With that, Bai Yuyan exited the small pavilion. Luo Yang's expression changed, and Jiang Lingyun, seated across from him, noted the sinister shift in his demeanor. Jiang Lingyun surmised that had they been in a more secluded area, he might have resorted to violence. Shortly after Bai Yuyan departed, he too took his leave. Yi Wanqiu's concern for Jiang Lingyun grew as she noticed his troubled expression. She gently squeezed his hand and inquired, Lingyun, what troubles you? The memory of Luo Yang's menacing visage lingered in Jiang Lingyun's mind, a reminder of a man capable of unspeakable acts. Had they been in a desolate location, it was conceivable that he would have assaulted Bai Yuyan without hesitation. His thoughts also turned to Yi Wanqiu, and he was determined to safeguard her from such perils. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun had lacked the power to protect his loved ones, but now he possessed the strength to defend Yuanqiu from harm. He recalled how, in his past, Luo Yang had caused a freshman girl to become pregnant during his 3rd year. When she reported him for sexual assault, no one believed her. And Luo Yang spread vile rumors that she was a promiscuous woman attempting to extort him. The girl, overwhelmed by the slander, ultimately chose to terminate her pregnancy and withdrew from school. Such a scoundrel as Luo Yang could not be allowed to remain at the financial university, lest he continue to be a source of turmoil. No worries, let's head back. Jiang Lingyun's gaze grew resolute. On their way back, they encountered Bai Yuyan and her sycophant, Zhang Jinghui, who was cheerfully conversing with her while holding 2 cups of milk tea. Bai Yuyan paid him no mind, while Zhang Jinghui remained undeterred, chattering incessantly. Jiang Lingyun shook his head in disapproval from behind, observing how Zhang Jinghui clung to Bai Yuyan. It was evident that Bai Yuyan had never harbored feelings for him and wished for him to stop wasting his time, yet Zhang Jinghui persisted. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Jinghui was distracted, Jiang Lingyun snatched a cup of milk tea from his grasp. Bai Yuyan and Zhang Jinghui turned in surprise upon seeing Jiang Lingyun approaching. "Thank you for the milk tea, you rotund fool," Jiang Lingyun remarked nonchalantly, preparing to insert the straw. "Wait a moment, that cup is warm. Here, take this iced one instead," Zhang Jinghui hurriedly interjected. Jiang Lingyun replied, "Just hand me that cup first. Do you not trust me? You wretched creature have no credibility," Zhang Jinghui retorted angrily, begrudgingly passing the milk tea to Jiang Lingyun, who then exchanged it for the other cup. Jiang Lingyun and Yuanqiu courteously greeted Bai Yuyan, saying, "Hello, senior." Bai Yuyan, the campus belle of the financial university and a prominent figure, serving as the vice president of the literary club and the host of cultural events, responded graciously. "Hello to you both." Jiang Lingyun delivered a sharp kick to Zhang Jinghui's backside, exclaiming, "What business do you have here, pestering my senior? Depart at once. Go where it's cooler." Yuanqiu, blushing furiously, found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Lingyun inserted a straw into the cup of milk tea and offered it to Yuanqiu. Although she initially declined, Jiang Lingyun persistently extended the drink until Yuanqiu finally accepted it. "Well then, I shall not intrude upon your romantic interlude any longer," Jiang Lingyun declared before taking Yuanqiu by the hand and departing. Bai Yuyan contemplated retorting that she was not in a relationship with Zhang Jinghui, but ultimately decided against voicing her thoughts. Chapter 10. The School Bell. Yin. I am aware that you've been feeling unwell these past few days, so I took the liberty of purchasing a cup of your favorite milk tea without ice, Zhang Jinghui said, attempting to curry favor with Bai Yuyan. Bai Yuyan hesitated for a moment before accepting the milk tea, replying, "Thank you. Please refrain from buying for me in the future. I cannot indulge in too many sweets, or I shall gain weight." "With a figure as splendid as yours, how could you possibly gain weight?" Zhang Jinghui remarked with a sycophantic smile. Bai Yuyan, disinclined to continue the conversation, was nonetheless unable to quell her curiosity and inquired, "Are Jiang Lingyun and Yuanqiu dating?" She was familiar with Jiang Lingyun, who often sought her out through Zhang Jinghui, and she recognized Yuanqiu, a strikingly beautiful girl whom the school's literary club had long desired to recruit, only to be consistently rebuffed by her. The two had previously enjoyed a close friendship, which seemed to have blossomed further this semester as they appeared frequently together, though neither had officially declared their relationship. "Oh, you should advise Jiang Lingyun to be cautious. Luo Yang has been harboring intentions toward Yuanqiu, and we must not let him seize an opportunity," Zhang Jinghui warned, his brow furrowing. He was well aware of Luo Yang, who frequently harassed Bai Yuyan, evoking no fondness in Zhang Jinghui. When Bai Yuyan had just entered university, Luo Yang had relentlessly pursued her. However, she was initially unaware of his true character and had declined his advances. As someone capable of driving a BMW single-handedly, Luo Yang was not one to tolerate solitude for long. He soon found another girl to accompany him in his car, frequently changing partners. Upon learning this, Bai Yuyan was even more reluctant to associate with him. Nonetheless, Luo Yang remained tenacious, incessantly pursuing her and publicly declaring her to be his girlfriend, which deterred many of her suitors. Once, a boy was even beaten up by thugs summoned by Luo Yang simply for engaging Bai Yuyan in conversation. Zhang Jinghui had begun fervently pursuing Bai Yuyan upon entering university, much to Luo Yang's displeasure. On one occasion, Luo Yang resorted to his old tactics, calling upon a few thugs to confront Zhang Jinghui. The portly fellow, sensing danger, fled swiftly, while Zhang Jinghui, despite his weight, had honed his skills in evasion since childhood. When it came to fleeing, he was quite the expert. Upon returning to the dormitory, he rallied a dozen classmates who promptly sought out Luo Yang and his thugs, delivering a thorough beating that left Luo Yang bruised and battered. He quickly capitulated, swearing never to interfere with Zhang Zhenghui's pursuit of Bai Yuyan again. The amiable and generous Zhang Zhenghui maintained excellent relations with his classmates. Although Luo Yang was part of the student council and could no longer enlist others to confront Zhang Zhenghui, he still had many underhanded schemes at his disposal. The male dormitories of Jiang Lingyun's class frequently faced targeted inspections from the student council, resulting in numerous confiscations. Zhang Zhenghui was well aware that Luo Yang was behind this mischief. Had it not been for Jiang Lingyun's intervention, he would have dealt Luo Yang another beating long ago. Now, upon hearing of Luo Yang's intentions toward Yuanqiu, his anger surged, and he contemplated how to ensnare Luo Yang and exact a thorough retribution. At the Foling Ferry, our fateful encounter, a single glance at Yang sealed my destiny. This gluttonous fellow shall forever cater to Senior Bai, Jiang Lingyun lamented. Isn't that line about Guoxiang? What does it have to do with Zhang Zhenghui? Yuanqiu savored the milk tea snatched by Jiang Lingyun, her heart brimming with sweetness, albeit with a hint of confusion. The rotund fellow was deeply entrenched in his affections, seemingly destined to remain under the thumb of Senior Bai for eternity, much like Guoxiang, who found herself ensnared by Yang Guo, ultimately compromising her life's path. Are you suggesting that Zhang Zhenghui stands no chance with Senior Bai? Indeed, Jiang Lingyun affirmed. Zhang Zhenghui is simply not to Senior Bai's taste. No matter how he tries to ingratiate himself, her affections will remain unattainable. This conviction resonated with Jiang Lingyun. Moreover, their disparity was evident. Senior Bai's beauty starkly contrasted with Zhang Zhenghui's corpulence, a chasm too wide to bridge in the realm of appearances, where women often prioritize aesthetics. Jiang Lingyun recalled that Bai Yuyan's husband in her previous life was hardly handsome, possessing only an average visage. However, his father held a vice-ministerial position. Thus, Bai Yuyan valued familial background over mere looks. Later that evening, Zhang Zhenghui stealthily beckoned Jiang Lingyun out of the dormitory. What do you want? Is it merely for a cup of milk tea? And I can't repay you just yet, so don't come seeking debts. Jiang Lingyun grumbled as he followed Zhang Zhenghui outside. In this scenario, the debtor bore the mantle of power, and Jiang Lingyun finally grasped what that felt like. Old Jiang, I have serious matters to discuss with you. Don't be ungrateful, Zhang Zhenghui lamented. Upon hearing the message from Bai Yuyan, Jiang Lingyun nodded. She was indeed a commendable individual. Although she ultimately did not choose Zhang Zhenghui, one could hardly blame her. Fate had simply decreed that they were not meant to be. Old Jiang, should we not ensnare that scoundrel Luo Yang and teach him a lesson? Zhang Zhenghui's face lit up with excitement at the thought of violence. Hey now, let us exercise some restraint. After all, we are university students, the successors of communism. Can we not be more reasonable? What issues can violence truly resolve? Jiang Lingyun recounted the words he had overheard near the pavilion to Zhang Zhenghui. Zhang Zhenghui's expression darkened. If Yuanqiu was Jiang Lingyun's Achilles heel, then Bai Yuyan was undoubtedly Zhang Zhenghui's. Offending him might elicit a mere chuckle, but any threat to Bai Yuyan would ignite a fierce vendetta. Old Jiang, do you have any clever ideas? Didn't you just obtain your driver's license? Why not borrow or rent a car? This fellow often takes girls out for illicit rendezvous. Keep an eye on him, and when the time is right, call the police, alleging that he is engaging in illicit activities. This would be far more effective than a mere beating. Wow, that's quite ruthless, Zhang Zhenghui marveled. Old Jiang, when it comes to scheming, you're unparalleled. Get lost. Don't you know how to speak? As Zhang Zhenghui and Jiang Lingyun conspired in the stairwell, they were startled by an unexpected voice from behind. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. Boschin, frightening someone can indeed be deadly. Are you sneaking out for a smoke again? Among the dormitory residents, Chen Bin had the most formidable smoking habit, followed closely by Jiang Haixing. While Zhang Zhenghui and Li Song partook occasionally, their cravings were minor. And neither Jiang Lingyun nor Yao Weilang had any inclination towards smoking. While it may not be an issue for everyone to smoke in the dormitory, Jiang Haixing has now taken to circling around Chen Xinan. In the meantime, Yao Weilang refrains from smoking, and Chen Bin feels too shy to indulge in the dormitory. Preferring to step outside for a smoke, Chen Bin retrieved a pack of red double happiness cigarettes and offered it to the two of them. Zhang Zhenghui accepted it, while Jiang Lingyun hesitated for a moment before also taking one. In his previous life, he had smoked after entering the workforce, though his addiction was not severe. However, abstaining entirely from smoking in a professional environment felt rather unconventional. The three of them stood in the stairwell, exhaling clouds of smoke. Jiang Lingyun candidly shared their plans with Qin Bin, as the three of them maintained a solid rapport, being well acquainted with one another. Chapter 11. Yuanqiu. As for the matter of the vehicle, I shall take care of it. My father has recently acquired an Audi, and he rarely uses his Honda Accord anymore. I can borrow it for a few days without any issue. What else needs to be prepared? Qin Bin promptly addressed the most critical concern. He too held disdain for Luo Yang, primarily due to his frequent truancy, opting instead to either surf the internet or remain cooped up in his dormitory. Most of the appliances in the dormitory, such as the induction cooker, alcohol stove, pot, and rice cooker, belonged to him. The student council often conducted targeted inspections of the dorms, confiscating items repeatedly. Typically, such inspections would merely follow protocol, resulting in warnings at most. Yet, the student council members always resorted to confiscation, had it not been for the collective intervention of others. Qin Bin would have clashed with them long ago. It would be best to prepare a camera, capturing the moment when the police escort Luo Yang out adorned with his silver bracelet, and subsequently posting it online, thereby ensuring his notoriety. Jiang Lingyun and Qin Bin were both thrilled by the idea. After all, who among the youth does not harbor a secret desire for adventure akin to that of a spy, much like James Bond? Qin Bin felt that even surfing the internet paled in comparison to such exhilarating escapades. However, do not rush. We should observe him for a few days to ascertain his patterns before taking action. If we startle him, future opportunities may prove elusive. Jiang Lingyun, with 2 decades more life experience, exuded an air of strategic mastery, leaving the two inexperienced youngsters momentarily speechless. The trio deliberated on the finer details before returning to their dormitory. The following day, Jiang Lingyun took Yuanqiu to the Xinhua bookstore, where he purchased for her a tape recorder, an MP3 player, and a plethora of materials for the CET-6 exam. He also procured a set of Korean language learning resources. Why are you buying me Korean study materials? Yuanqiu asked in confusion. Isn't it true that you enjoy watching Korean dramas? Learning a bit of Korean could prove beneficial in the future. Jiang Lingyun offered a casual excuse, withholding the true reason for his generosity. After spending so much, do you still have enough money? Do not worry, by next week, I should be able to assist you in acquiring a laptop. For now, this will suffice. Yuanqiu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jiang Lingyun. In truth, she had long felt weary of life, yearning for a shoulder to lean on. The money she earned from her part-time job was often sent home, leaving her reluctant to spend on herself. At times, she felt on the verge of collapse. In her dormitory, there was a girl who had taken a ride in Luo Yang's BMW, believing she had ascended the ranks to become a phoenix. She strutted around the dormitory with an air of superiority, incessantly boasting about her boyfriend's family. She particularly enjoyed targeting Yuanqiu, speaking to her in a mocking tone. The irony was that Luo Yang had initially pursued Yuanqiu. After she rejected him, he turned his affections to this girl. Moreover, he frequently inquired about Yuanqiu's life, much to the latter's dismay. However, her dream of marrying into wealth was short-lived, as Luo Yang soon found a new target and discarded her. Regardless of her pleas or even her kneeling apologies, which could not mend his heart. Having followed Luo Yang for less than a month, she acquired several new outfits, cosmetics, and jewelry, dined at upscale restaurants, and stayed in 3- and 4-star hotels. However, she also alienated many classmates, tarnishing her reputation to the point where no one dared to pursue her further or take over Luo Yang's mantle. Yuanqiu wished to avoid such a fate. She was aware that Jiang Lingyun's family circumstances were similarly challenging, burdened with responsibilities, yet she was willing to strive alongside him, even if it meant enduring hardships. Both hailed from rural backgrounds, providing them with ample topics for conversation, and they shared the simplicity, diligence, and industrious spirit characteristic of their origins. It was no coincidence that Jiang Lingyun felt that Yuanqiu was the person whose values resonated most harmoniously with his own. At noon, Jiang Lingyun took her to KFC, a place Yuanqiu had never visited before, leaving her somewhat flustered and anxious about making a poor impression. She found the chicken wings and drumsticks delectable and fragrant. After their meal, Jiang Lingyun escorted her to a CAF for coffee. Upon seeing the price of a single cup, which amounted to dozens of yuan, she nearly pulled Jiang Lingyun away in alarm. However, he held her hand reassuringly. Jiang Lingyun ordered her a mocha and chose an Americano for himself. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows, they observed the bustling crowd outside. Gradually, Yuanqiu calmed her nerves, shedding her earlier trepidation. Do you realize that this cup of coffee could cover my living expenses for an entire week? Yuanqiu whispered to Jiang Lingyun. He chuckled softly, replying, I once read an article titled "It Took Me 18 Years of Hard Work to Sit Here with You for Coffee," which illustrated how individuals like us, emerging from rural backgrounds, must exert several times the effort to achieve the same success as those from the city. For instance, in stock trading, by the time we learn the ropes and begin investing, they have already made their profits and exited the market, leaving us to pick up the pieces. Similarly, when we finally have the means to purchase a home, property prices have already soared, and they have long since acquired multiple properties, waiting for their investments to appreciate. While we contemplate traveling, they have already ventured abroad to broaden their horizons. You may view a cup of coffee as a luxury, but for city dwellers, it is merely a commonplace beverage. Your argument seems somewhat disingenuous, Yi Wanqiu retorted. Is it? I speak only the truth. Yet, pragmatically speaking, if I were to spend a week's worth of living expenses on this cup of coffee, how would I manage the rest of the week? Jiang Lingyun smiled, acknowledging her astuteness and recognizing the crux of the matter. This cup of coffee is my treat, unrelated to your living expenses. My intention in bringing you here is to show you that with effort, we too can savor the lifestyle of city dwellers. While you may not afford it now, that does not preclude the possibility in the future. When your monthly income reaches tens of thousands, you will no longer perceive coffee as a luxury. Yi Wanqiu nodded in agreement, accepting his perspective. Will we really earn tens of thousands each month in the future? She mused, beginning to envision the possibilities he described. Absolutely. And it will happen sooner than you think. Jiang Lingyun harbored great confidence in Yi Wanqiu's capabilities. In his previous life, Chen Bin's wife, Su Wenjing, shared the same field of expertise as Yi Wanqiu. Based on Jiang Lingyun's understanding, in terms of both emotional intelligence and intellect, Yi Wanqiu far surpassed Su Wenjing. Su Wenjing had managed to ascend to the position of vice president and chief financial officer of a publicly listed company. If given a platform, Yi Wanqiu would undoubtedly excel even further. What remained was to broaden her horizons and enrich her experiences. With this thought, Jiang Lingyun suddenly conceived a new idea. Chapter 12. The white moonlight of the chubby one. The welcome party seems to be at the end of the month. Wanqiu, shall we sign up to sing? Jiang Lingyun's thoughts were racing too quickly for Yi Wanqiu to keep up. I can't sing. You don't expect me to perform folk songs, do you? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Are you suggesting we sing together? Well, that could work. If I join you on stage, will you not be afraid? Jiang Lingyun asked with a smile. Yi Wanqiu nodded, saying, as long as you are willing to accompany me, I shall not be afraid. Let me ask Qin Yuqin when the first audition is. I want to see if we still have time. The welcome party is relatively simple. It is not as grand as the New Year's Eve or school anniversary celebrations. Generally, there is one audition, followed by a rehearsal, and then another rehearsal the day before the event. Jiang Lingyun did not have Qin Yuqin's phone number, but he possessed Jiang Haixing's. Jiang Air, could you tell me Sinan's phone number? I need to contact her for something. What do you need her for? Be clear, and then I will tell you. Jiang Haixing was being rather coy. Why all the nonsense? Just give it to me quickly. Jiang Lingyun was not in the mood to be polite. Just a moment. She is right next to me. Jiang Haixing had spent 4 years in college orbiting around Qin Yuqin. In a previous life, Jiang Lingyun had assumed he was merely infatuated, but later learned from Zhang Jinghui about Qin Yuqin's background, which led him to realize that this fellow was simply seeking to climb the social ladder. His disdain for him grew. Hey, Jiang Lingyun, do you need something? I am busy with the welcome party preparations. If you have something to say, make it quick. Qin Yuqin's melodious voice came through the phone. Jiang Lingyun did not waste time on pleasantries and simply stated, Wanqiu and I would like to sign up for the welcome party. Is it still possible? So, are you two going to perform a duet? Which song? We need to prepare the accompaniment. The audition is next Thursday afternoon. Just come by then. Make a note of the song. The stars in the sky cannot compare to you. I will prepare the accompaniment and bring it on Thursday afternoon. Oh, that sounds good. Qin Yuqin was currently in a meeting with the student council discussing the welcome party. After hanging up, she felt somewhat dazed, and it took her a moment to process before asking her classmates around her, do you know a song called The Stars in the Sky Cannot Compare to You? Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Qin Yuqin sighed and said, I don't know this song either. In the afternoon, Jiang Lingyun escorted Yi Wanqiu back to the dormitory before calling Zhang Jinghui. What are you up to? Didn't you say you were keeping an eye on Luo Yang? My partner and I are monitoring him closely. Oh, what is he up to? He has gone home. We are outside his house. All right, come back. Just make sure to take notes. Once he is home, he won't be taking any girls out. Return first. I need to talk to you, and will wait for you in the dormitory. Zhang Jinghui and Chun Bin had been tailing Luo Yang for a while without discovering him taking a girl to a hotel, so they decided to stop following him. Jiang Lingyun couldn't help but mock the instigator. Jiang Lingyun meticulously pinned the lyrics in his dormitory, yet he lacked the ability to compose music. He recalled Zhang Zhengwei mentioning on multiple occasions that his high school crush had been accepted into a music academy. From Zhang's tone, Jiang understood that this female classmate was likely his ideal. It remained a mystery how Zhang had shifted his affections upon entering university, or if he remained steadfast in his devotion. Indeed, men are often creatures swayed by appearances. When Zhang Zhengwei and Qin Bin hurriedly returned, Jiang Lingyun articulated his request, to which Zhang appeared quite troubled. "What's wrong? Have you and that classmate ceased all communication?" Jiang inquired. "No, it's just that I'm currently with Yuyan, and meeting other girls might lead to misunderstandings. I fear Yuyan might get the wrong idea," Zhang replied. "Come on, don't flatter yourself. Just give me a call and check if she is available. Today is Sunday." Jiang insisted. "Agreed, but if Yuyan does misinterpret the situation, you must vouch for me," Zhang retorted. Jiang suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. How could this fellow be so self-assured? Don't you realize that persistently pursuing someone can be perceived as harassment? Does Bai Yuyan even regard you? Have you no self-awareness? However, in light of his current need, Jiang decided against discouraging him further. Zhang Jingwei made a phone call, and after a considerable wait, someone finally answered. "Oh Yang, I need your assistance. Please don't hang up. This is genuinely important." "You don't have time?" "Oh, come on." "Oh Yang, I truly have serious matters to discuss, not just idle banter." "All right then, I'll come find you now." Zhang hung up, still feeling a bit irked. "Zhuangzi, I've done you a huge favor for this," he lamented. "Stop whining. Is it any wonder she doesn't like you if you constantly bother her?" Jiang interjected, recalling Zhang's earlier words without a hint of embarrassment. "Remember, you owe me a favor." They considered inviting Qin Bin along, who preferred going to an internet CAF instead. Nonetheless, he lent them his car. Upon reaching the entrance of the music academy, Jiang Lingyun noticed two girls waiting there. Zhang Jinghui, with a mischievous glint in his eye, remarked, "Zhuangzi, when you become wealthy, drive here in the evening with a bottle of drink on your car roof. Soon enough, girls will approach you." Rumor has it that this happens often at the arts academy and the normal university. Jiang Lingyun was uninterested in such trivial matters. In the era of the 91 deities, where female protagonists were abundant, what significance did that hold? In a society that scoffs at poverty yet condones promiscuity, such occurrences seemed commonplace. If women truly regarded wealth as worthless, that would indeed be peculiar. Society would stagnate otherwise. Zhang Jingwei parked the car and greeted one of the girls. "Oh Yang, have you been waiting long?" His demeanor was overly sycophantic, prompting Jiang to feel a twinge of discomfort. This man transformed into a spineless creature in the presence of beauty. Jiang took a moment to appraise the girl. She stood around 165 meters tall, comparable to Yi Wanxiu. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to Bai Yuyan, exuding an artistic aura. The other girl also possessed an appealing appearance, taller at approximately 170 meters, with striking long legs that captured attention. The girl was also observing Jiang Lingyun, noting his simple attire and decent appearance, which did not suggest he was merely a frivolous wastrel. She held a favorable impression of him. Zhang Zhengwei introduced them, saying, "Lingyun, this is my high school classmate Ouyang Jing." With Jing written with the female radical and Jing not to be confused with the character for quiet. "She was our high school's belle." He continued, "Ouyang, this is my classmate Jiang Lingyun, with Jiang as in Jiangxia, and Lingyun as in soaring ambitions." Jiang Lingyun smiled and shook Ouyang Jing's hand, greeting her warmly. "Hello." Ouyang Jing then introduced the tall figure beside her. "This is my classmate Li Chuqing." The four exchanged polite pleasantries for a moment. Jiang Lingyun suggested, "Shall we find a quiet spot to converse in detail?" Ouyang Jing replied, "There's a small pavilion ahead. Shall we go there to chat?" Chapter 13. Cheng Lu upon returning to her dormitory. Yi Wanxiu found herself engrossed in her cassette player and MP3 player. Suddenly, a voice laced with sarcasm interrupted her reverie. "Wanxiu, when did you acquire a wealthy boyfriend? Buying these two trinkets must have duped you. Surely, you ought to possess the latest Nokia phone, an LV handbag, or a complete set of Chanel cosmetics." The speaker was Cheng Lu, one of Luo Yang's former girlfriends. Cheng Lu hailed from Sichuan and spoke in a dialect akin to Yi Wanxiu's, which could lead one to assume a closeness between them. However, since the commencement of the school year, Cheng Lu had taken a disliking to Yi Wanxiu for reasons unbeknownst to her. Upon hearing Cheng Lu's taunts, Yi Wanxiu felt a surge of indignation, almost compelled to retaliate with a sharp slap. People like us from rural backgrounds cannot afford such extravagant items. Only someone as fortunate as you, a privileged lady of high society, can indulge in them. It seems your boyfriend has taken another girl out. Why don't you attend to that? Cheng Lu's family resided in the county town, and while they had once enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, their circumstances had drastically changed. Both of her parents worked at a fertilizer factory, with her father holding a minor leadership position. However, they harbored a strong preference for male offspring. As the eldest daughter, Cheng Lu's parents attempted to have a son, resulting in a second daughter instead. This was during a period of stringent family planning policies, leading to the loss of their jobs and substantial financial penalties. Despite their struggles, they remained undeterred and had another child, this time a son, which brought them immense joy, albeit at the cost of further financial penalties, leaving them in dire straits. To mitigate expenses, Cheng Lu and her younger sister were raised in the rural home of their grandparents, with their parents largely absent from their upbringing. It was not until they reached their teenage years that they returned to live with their parents. Without stable employment, life was challenging for Cheng Lu's family. Her father worked odd jobs while her mother sold breakfast, and they were burdened by considerable debt. Despite their hardships, they lavished the best provisions upon their son, while their daughters endured a starkly different reality. The daughters had never tasted milk or eaten bread until their teenage years, while their brother enjoyed a breakfast of milk, bread, and eggs daily, regardless of his growing disinterest, for fear he would not receive adequate nutrition. New clothing for the daughters was a rarity, as they were often relegated to wearing hand-me-downs. Cheng Lu's younger sister fared even worse, donning clothes that were not only ill-fitting but also tattered. In contrast, their brother was regularly outfitted with new garments for seasonal changes and festive occasions. The emotional bond between the Cheng sisters and their parents was tenuous. Their parents intended for them to cease their studies after middle school to contribute to the household income. However, after Cheng Lu placed 5th in the county's entrance examination, school officials visited their home to advocate for her continued education. Reluctantly, her parents acquiesced, not wishing to provoke public ire. When Cheng Lu gained admission to a prestigious university, her parents recognized that a university degree would enhance her prospects for a higher bride price, prompting them to support her further education. Her parents, during each phone call, lament the hardships endured to support her education, urging her to learn the art of earning to alleviate their burdens. They implore her to assist her younger brother, the beacon of hope for the family. Each conversation is laden with inquiries about her financial situation, often mentioning their struggles to make ends meet, while never expressing concern for her well-being or whether she has sufficient funds for her needs. Her disdain for Yi Wanxiu is not born from jealousy of her superior academic performance or beauty, but rather from the envy ignited by the bond Yi Wanxiu shares with her family, a connection she longs for yet cannot attain. Every Saturday evening at 7, Yi Wanxiu makes a call to the village convenience store, where her parents, grandparents, and younger siblings eagerly await her voice, often engaging in lengthy conversations. While others may find her words difficult to comprehend, Cheng Lu understands every syllable. Yi Wanxiu's family, though slightly less fortunate, includes a younger sister and brother. Her father's chronic illness demands considerable financial resources for medication, and their meager agricultural yields, cultivated by her grandparents and mother, barely suffice. Despite her own struggles, Yi Wanxiu remains optimistic, reassuring her parents of her well-being at school, her ability to eat well, and her friendships. They encourage her to indulge in treats and new clothes for herself rather than sending all her earnings home. Yi Wanxiu invariably chooses to share only cheerful tidings, echoing the positive sentiments of her family. This dynamic fosters a deep-seated envy within Cheng Lu, gradually morphing into resentment. Initially, Luo Yang pursued Yi Wanxiu, who dismissed him outright, refusing his gifts, snacks, and invitations to dine together. She perceived his true character, prompting Cheng Lu's envy to blossom into proactive attempts to draw close to him. As Luo Yang turned his attention away from Yi Wanxiu, settling for Cheng Lu, who was also quite attractive, he began his pursuit with the classic trifecta of romance, dining, gifting, and ultimately, intimacy. Under his exuberant advances, Cheng Lu succumbed swiftly, surrendering her virtue to him. Although Cheng Lu hailed from a small county, her upbringing in the countryside ingrained in her a simplistic mindset. Having given him her first experience, she believed it signified a lifelong bond. She assumed the role of Luo Yang's legitimate girlfriend, looking down upon her peers in the dormitory and class, particularly targeting Yi Wanxiu with veiled barbs. However, Her tenure as the official girlfriend lasted less than a month before she was cast aside. Chen Lu had never contemplated the possibility of a breakup and became one of Luo Yang's most dramatic ex-girlfriends. She pursued him relentlessly, confronting his new girlfriend, convinced that a so-called vixen had intervened to disrupt their relationship. In a public display at the cafeteria, she even knelt before Luo Yang, pleading for him not to end their relationship, igniting a scandal that reverberated throughout the campus, tarnishing Luo Yang's previously pristine reputation and drawing the attention of the school administration. His relative held a position of authority within the school, urging him to handle the matter discreetly. Otherwise, should the school intervene, both individuals would face disciplinary actions, thus obliterating Luo Yang's carefully planned promising future. Consequently, he resorted to a blend of persuasion and coercion in his negotiations with Chen Lu, offering her financial compensation and promising to assist her in securing a commendable job post-graduation, thereby soothing her discontent. Chen Lu, consequently, ceased her disturbances. In the aftermath of the kneeling incident, Cheng Lu adopted a reckless demeanor, frequently uttering caustic remarks both in her dormitory and among her classmates, which engendered widespread disdain. She became notorious within the school, attracting the attention of those seeking fleeting romances, eager for a night of passionate escapades. However, anyone with ulterior motives who dared to approach her would be met with scathing rebuke, solidifying her status as a pariah no one dared to approach. Chapter 14. Transcribing songs I have long since discarded that scoundrel. Wanchio, when you seek a partner, you must be discerning. Those men who lavish gifts upon you often harbor a singular intention to deceive you into their embrace. Do not so readily surrender yourself, lest you find yourself the one at a disadvantage. I understand, thank you. Yi Wanchio, recognizing the sincerity in her words, refrained from engaging in verbal sparring. It was Jiang Lingyun who purchased those gifts for you, wasn't it? You too are ill-suited. His family is far too impoverished to provide for yours. A relationship between you will yield no favorable outcome. It would be wise for you to seek a partner of better standing. One must admit, Cheng Lu, having experienced disappointment, has gained clarity on many matters. In her past life, Jiang Lingyun and Yi Wanchio ultimately met with no success. Jiang Lingyun, feeling incapable of shouldering the burdens of two families, chose to retreat. He settled for a girl from a modest civil servant's family, his first love. When Yi Wanchio returned after graduation, she wished to offer herself to him, but he lacked the courage to accept, truly a coward. Yi Wanchio's expression darkened. Thank you for your sage advice, but we shall strive together, and there is no need for your concern. Cheng Lu, seeing that Yi Wanchio was unyielding, chose to remain silent. Jiang Lingyun and Ouyang Jing ventured to a small pavilion within the music academy. He produced the lyrics he had penned. I have composed a song, yet I lack the ability to set it to music, so I wish to solicit your assistance, Jiang Lingyun boldly declared to Ouyang Jing. Both Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were taken aback. As music majors, they had been trained in piano, violin, and music theory from a young age for over a decade. However, the prospect of writing lyrics and composing music was beyond their capabilities. For an outsider to claim authorship of a song was already astonishing. Moreover, to write lyrics without the ability to compose music seemed utterly implausible. Jiang Lingyun, oblivious to their astonishment, felt quite pleased with himself. Ouyang Jing took the lyrics, and Li Chuqing leaned in to read as well. In the evening breeze, how many spirits lie concealed? The myriad stars awaken from their slumber. The light banished by day is stitched into the night sky, forming a breathtaking vista. Gazing upward, a few shooting stars traverse the rooftop. The vows spoken shall echo. Let us boldly make a pact. With our fingertips tracing heart shapes against the starry sky, the interstellar glimmers fall into your eyes like enchanting crystals, projecting romance. Love is a kind of magic that guides us. The lyrics are indeed beautifully crafted. However, how could you write such verses without the ability to compose music? Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing queried, still bewildered. Jiang Lingyun felt a rare flush of embarrassment, unabashedly replying, I heard someone sing this song in my dreams and memorized the lyrics. Yet, I cannot compose music, so I must seek your aid. Transcribing songs carries its risks. One must tread carefully. No one is a fool. It is not so easy to deceive others. Treating others as simpletons will ultimately reveal that the true fool is yourself. Ouyang Jing furrowed her brow, still unwilling to believe Jiang Lingyun's fanciful claims, yet unable to find a rebuttal. Then sing it for us, she urged. Jiang Lingyun cleared her throat and rendered the song The Stars in the Sky Cannot Compare to You. Her voice was quite pleasant, although Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing Both professionals noted numerous shortcomings. It was still commendable. Despite their lingering skepticism, Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were astonished that Jiang Lingyun could indeed perform the piece. It became remarkably straightforward thereafter. The two encouraged Jiang Lingyun to sing it once more, diligently noting the melody, and by the time she sang it for the third time, they had transcribed the sheet music. Jiang Lingyun, thoroughly pleased, remarked, "Why don't we consider this song yours?" Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing promptly declined. As industry insiders, they understood the arduous nature of composition. Although they were unsure of how Jiang Lingyun had acquired this song, they lacked the audacity to claim it as their own. In contrast, their lyrical prowess did not seem particularly extraordinary. In years past, many popular songs in Hong Kong were adaptations of Japanese melodies, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that Nakajima Miyuki sustained half of the Hong Kong entertainment industry, considering how many hit songs were derived from her work, merely adorned with Chinese lyrics and sung in Cantonese. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing surmised that Jiang Lingyun must have stumbled upon this foreign melody and inscribed her own lyrics, subsequently claiming the piece as her own. It must be acknowledged that professionals are indeed adept. They can assist those who are only superficially knowledgeable in refining their fabrications. With time still on her side, Jiang Lingyun suggested, "I had intended to treat you to a meal, but I am in a hurry to find a recording studio to arrange the accompaniment for this song. I shall have to invite you out another time. Our academy has a professional recording studio, though a fee is required. You can arrange the accompaniment there." Li Chuqing enthusiastically interjected, seemingly even more eager than Ouyang Jing. Jiang Lingyun smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you both." Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing led Jiang Lingyun to the academy's recording studio, garnering numerous envious glances along the way, indicating that they had quite a few admirers at the music academy. Zhang Jinghui relished this attention, occasionally returning the gazes with a challenging look. Jiang Lingyun felt a twinge of concern that walking beside him might diminish her own status, fearing that some impetuous youth might approach and cause trouble. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing paid no heed to Zhang Jinghui or the others. They continued to engage Jiang Lingyun in conversation, attempting to draw him out. Having lived a substantial part of his life, Jiang Lingyun possessed a degree of shrewdness and did not reveal his innermost thoughts merely due to a few flattering remarks from the two beauties. Instead, they found themselves divulging much about their own lives to him. For instance, Ouyang Jing recounted how Zhang Jinghui had been writing love letters to her since middle school, only ceasing upon entering university, yet he frequently called her, causing her considerable annoyance. Observing Jiang Lingyun's face adorned with a teasing smile, Zhang Jinghui lamented to Ouyang Jing, "Ouyang, could you refrain from involving me in your conversation? After 6 years as classmates in middle school, do you truly find me so unworthy in your eyes?" Ouyang Jing earnestly nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, you risk losing me as a dear friend. As long as you cease your incessant pursuit, we can remain good friends. I have reiterated this to you countless times. I am in a relationship and harbor no other intentions towards you. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Lingyun." Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing turned their gazes towards Jiang Lingyun, who candidly remarked, "He has been relentlessly pursuing a senior in our school. Initially, I presumed it was merely a matter of infatuation, but it appears this behavior has persisted since our middle school days. My dear friend, you are afflicted. It is time for a remedy." Chapter 15. The dream chaser of yesteryears in her previous life, Jiang Lingyun had met Ouyang Jing several times, and they could be considered friends. He had also crossed paths with Li Chuqing. Thus, he was aware that Zhang Jinghui had a high school classmate who studied music, a cherished figure he could never attain, a pure and unattainable love. Throughout her university years, Ouyang Jing held a strong disdain for Zhang Jinghui, scrutinizing him with contempt. At that time, Zhang Jinghui was preoccupied with pursuing Bai Yuyan and chose not to provoke her. Jiang Lingyun first encountered Ouyang Jing after his breakup with Qin Yuqin while he was seeking solace in Jinling. Zhang Jinghui wished to introduce Ouyang Jing to him as a potential girlfriend. However, Jiang Lingyun felt intimidated by someone of her stature and experience, doubting his ability to engage her. Nevertheless, Ouyang Jing found herself somewhat attracted to Jiang Lingyun, who, in his youth, possessed commendable looks. Yet, upon sensing that Jiang Lingyun held no romantic interest in her, she refrained from pressing the matter. They shared several meals and conversations, fostering a pleasant rapport. Ouyang Jing hailed from a well-off family. As is often the case for those who pursue the arts, such endeavors are costly, and families of lesser means cannot afford to nurture such talents. After graduation, Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing refused to follow the path of many classmates by becoming music teachers. Instead, they ventured to the capital and later to Changsha and Guangzhou in pursuit of their musical dreams. Despite their relentless efforts, they failed to make a significant impact. Undeterred, they roamed in search of inspiration for their musical creations, visiting places such as Guilin, Dali, Arai, Zishuangbana, Lijiang, Chengdu, Lhasa, and Xi'an. Jiang Lingyun found her recounting of these experiences, delivered in a calm tone, utterly captivating. Regrettably, their journeys did not yield the creative spark they sought. Although Jiang Lingyun had listened to their original compositions, which were indeed melodious, they still fell short when compared to renowned pop songs. The missing element was likely talent. Success hinges on a mere 1% of innate ability and 99% of hard work. Yet that 1% is paramount. A singer without the capacity for songwriting, regardless of vocal prowess, cannot expect substantial growth unless backed by significant financial support, hiring renowned songwriters and composers. Otherwise, they inevitably fade into obscurity. Jiang Lingyun knew someone who reached the finals of a talent competition, but despite their lovely voice and a modicum of fame, they ultimately gained little recognition. As time passed, and the prospect of fame grew dimmer, Ouyang Jing relinquished her dreams of stardom. Together with Li Chuqing, she established a music training institution in Jinling, which proved to be lucrative. Zhang Zhenghui extended considerable assistance in the establishment of this venture, allowing them to mend their previous grievances and restore their former camaraderie. However, Ouyang Jing could never develop feelings for Zhang Zhenghui. They remained merely platonic friends. Initially, Jiang Lingyun speculated that Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were a couple. Yet, under familial pressure, Ouyang Jing became a seasoned participant in blind dates, and after numerous encounters, she eventually found someone who shared her passions. Within 3 months of their acquaintance, they wed, and a year later, welcomed a daughter into the world. She sought a husband who was over a decade her senior, a music teacher at a local secondary school, previously divorced, with a son living with his ex-wife. Each month, he must allocate half of his salary to pay child support. Lacking a car, a home, or substantial wealth, and he is neither tall nor handsome nor fair-skinned. Among her suitors, he possesses the least favorable circumstances. Yet, she is fond of him, and the disapproval of others is of no consequence. The four of them ventured to the recording studio at the Music Academy, where Li Chuqing introduced. This studio is established by a faculty member of our school, and the institution provides some financial support. If we students compose songs, we can score them here at a cost more affordable than outside, while maintaining commendable quality. Teacher Li instructs us in songwriting. Are you not merely in your second year? How is it that you are already delving into songwriting? That course is typically offered in the third year, but we attended his classes last semester. Teacher Li remarked that we possess considerable talent. Jiang Lingyun sighed. Such encouragement often compels the untalented to exert themselves to the brink of despair, resulting in a most lamentable outcome. Li Shuchuan, in his 40s, had penned numerous songs but eventually felt his age catching up with him and his inspiration waning, leading him to embrace a teaching role at the academy and establish a recording studio to assist students in realizing their aspirations. Ouyang Jing, familiar with both Li Chuqing and Li Shuchuan, greeted him as soon as they entered and informed him of Jiang Lingyun's need for musical accompaniment. Upon learning that Jiang Lingyun could compose songs independently, Li Shuchuan was initially skeptical. However, after witnessing Jiang Lingyun's compositions, he was left astonished. As a professional sound engineer, he devoted himself to arranging the music, completing the task in 2 to 3 hours, though further fine-tuning would be necessary. As mealtime approached, Jiang Lingyun suggested treating them to a meal. Li Shuchuan preferred not to squander time and proposed dining at the cafeteria. Jiang Lingyun, wishing to conserve funds for future betting, naturally sought to economize. The group proceeded to the cafeteria, where Li Shuchuan subtly inquired about Jiang Lingyun's background. Jiang Lingyun deflected the questions, unwilling to divulge the truth. After their meal, they returned to the recording studio. Jiang Lingyun, well-versed in the original song, identified numerous shortcomings, and Li Shuchuan addressed each one meticulously. Ouyang Jing and the others offered various professional suggestions for improvement. Jiang Lingyun accepted modifications that brought the piece closer to the original, while dismissing others that did not meet his standards. Noticing that the arrangement bore a striking resemblance, around 80 to 90%, to the original, he refrained from further insistence on perfection, recognizing that absolute similarity was unattainable. Therefore, he recorded his vocals first, with Ouyang Jing, Li Chuqing, and Li Shuchuan providing extensive professional guidance, which he diligently incorporated. The revisions indeed enhanced the piece. He had Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing each sing a rendition. And after their duet, he concluded that Li Chuqing's voice suited the song best, leading him to perform a duet with her. Li Shuchuan assisted in capturing their collective performance onto a blank tape and transferred it using the USB drive Jiang Lingyun provided. With everything in place, Li Shuchuan inquired, "Would you like me to assist you in applying for the copyright of this song?" Jiang Lingyun's eyes sparkled with realization, nearly forgetting about this opportunity. "I want it." "Thank you, Teacher Li." Li Shuchuan presented the documents for Jiang Lingyun to complete, stating, "Please fill this out. I am quite familiar with the process, and I have contacts in the Music Rights Association who can expedite this for you." "Thank you, Teacher Li. How much will it cost in total?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Shuchuan replied, "A mere 2,000 yuan will suffice. I will notify you once everything is in order." After Jiang Lingyun handed over the payment, he and Zhang Jinghui made their way back. "Teacher, do you believe what he said?" "What did he say?" "He claimed that he learned this song in a dream. Everyone harbors their own secrets. If he chooses not to disclose it, it is best not to pry. We suspect that the melody of this song may be foreign. Perhaps he clandestinely appropriated it and merely added his own lyrics, then claimed he learned it in a dream. Do you think that is possible, teacher?" It is indeed a possibility. If so, his talent must be quite remarkable. Adapting a song and writing lyrics is no easy feat. Many classic Cantonese songs are actually covers of Japanese tunes. You two should cultivate a closer relationship with him. If he can assist you in composing a song that gains nationwide popularity, you could achieve fame. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This indeed seemed to be an excellent idea. Chapter 16. The first love of a past life. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing both harbored dreams of stardom. Otherwise, they would not have devoted themselves for over a decade to mastering musical instruments and honing their vocal skills. However, they were acutely aware of the arduous path to becoming a celebrity. Their academy was considered professional, yet the number of graduates who achieved fame as singers was scant. Most of their peers ended up as music teachers, a fate they wished to avoid. They aspired to illuminate the stage with their brilliance. The song by Jiang Lingyun provided them with immense inspiration. Perhaps they too could discover a foreign song to adapt, which could suddenly become a nationwide sensation, leading to their own rise to prominence. The two naive girls seemed to have found their purpose. During the first audition of the welcome party, Yi Wanxiu was overwhelmed with nerves, sitting rigidly while glancing around anxiously. Jiang Lingyun, seated beside her, exuded an air of indifference. "Lingyun, aren't you nervous?" she asked. "Seeing you so tense makes me even more anxious." Yi Wanxiu chuckled lightly, giving him a playful nudge, which helped her relax somewhat. "What if I forget the lyrics? What if I go off key? What if others mock us? What if people don't enjoy our song?" Yi Wanxiu was still beset by a myriad of anxieties and concerns. What is there to worry about? This is just a small event. We're all just freshers in college. What do we know? Jiang Lingyun scoffed. Despite having been that age himself not long ago, he recalled his own freshman welcome party, where someone had recited a poem of their own composition, utterly nonsensical and delivered with a stutter. Yet, the freshmen below had clapped vigorously, too kind-hearted and earnest to boo him off the stage. "Senior, how can you speak of us in such a manner?" A melodious voice floated from behind him as he received a light tap on the shoulder. Jiang Lingyun nearly jumped in surprise. How could she be here? Was there still time to escape? If there was one person Jiang Lingyun dreaded encountering after his rebirth, it would undoubtedly be Xu Shiqin, his first love from his previous life. He had first laid eyes on her when he accompanied Li Song to meet the girl he wished to pursue, Qin Bing. Xu Shiqin had been there as Qin Bing's closest confidant. Qin Bing was a beauty of campus queen caliber, ranking high on the list of school beauties. Li Song had abandoned Tao Shuyu, with whom he had been entangled for over a year, yet ultimately, they did not succeed as a couple. Xu Shiqin was not exceptionally beautiful, merely average, standing at a petite height of 5 feet 2 inches. It was she who had fervently pursued Jiang Lingyun, and within a month, he had succumbed to her charm. They enjoyed a sweet and tender relationship for 3 years, and it took him more than a year to finally part ways with her. From the outset, their relationship had been doomed, though Jiang Lingyun had been blissfully unaware. When they first got together, Xu Shiqin claimed her family was of modest means, with both parents serving as ordinary civil servants. Foolishly, Jiang Lingyun believed her. At that time, Yi Wanxiu could only be regarded as his confidant, as they had yet to break through that final barrier. He felt overwhelmed by the burdens of both families, so, Encouraged by the fervent pursuit of Xu Shiqin, the only daughter from a modest family, he decided to give their relationship a chance. After Jiang Lingyun graduated, Xu Shiqin took him to meet her family in the capital for the first time. Their residence, a traditional courtyard house within the Second Ring Road, belonged to her grandfather, a retired university president. Her mother worked in a government department, and her father was the deputy director of the police bureau. Could such a family truly be described as merely of average means? Was a deputy director merely an ordinary civil servant? Jiang Lingyun felt utterly bewildered as he navigated a day of interactions with the Xu family. They exhibited a commendable level of decorum, refraining from harsh words. Yet he sensed their scrutiny as if they were celestial beings gazing down upon the mortal realm. From their demeanor, he understood their dissatisfaction with him, and he harbored his own discontent with his performance. It is worth noting that prior to this encounter, the highest-ranking official he had met was merely the village head. The following day, Jiang Lingyun graciously took his leave, with Director Xu escorting him to the train station. To this day, he recalls their conversation vividly. "What stage have you reached with Shiqin?" "We've only held hands and embraced," he replied, lowering his gaze, and Director Xu appeared quite pleased with this response. "Do you believe you are worthy of Shiqin?" "I am not," Jiang Lingyun admitted, having long since surrendered to the realization of their vast differences. "Shiqin is still young and naive. You ought to be more mature. You two are incompatible, and forcing a relationship will only lead to unhappiness. After you return, you should break up with her. Remember not to make her too sad, or I will not spare you," Director Xu asserted with an air of authority. It took Jiang Lingyun a year to part ways with Xu Shiqin, initially distancing himself by neglecting her messages and calls, and avoiding her whenever possible. Eventually, he resorted to feigning the role of a cad, enlisting the help of 2 female roommates to impersonate a girlfriend, leaving her repeatedly disappointed until they finally broke up. The primary reason Jiang Lingyun wished to avoid her was her passionate and reckless nature. Had she not pursued him so ardently, his laid-back disposition would have prevented them from becoming involved so quickly. If they were to meet again, with her still fervently pursuing him, he truly would not know how to decline her advances. Having dated for 3 years and being each other's first love, Jiang Lingyun worried about the possibility of rekindling old feelings. Thus, he resolved to evade her as much as possible. "I'm sorry, just a joke," he remarked with a smile to Xu Shiqin, who was seated behind him. Next to her sat the stunningly beautiful Qin Bing, to whom he also offered a smile and a nod. Yuanqiu noticed Jiang Lingyun's tense demeanor, appearing quite nervous. "Why are you so anxious again?" she asked, puzzled. Jiang Lingyun, with unspoken struggles, replied with a smile, "Not at all." Yuanqiu glanced back at Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing, momentarily taken by Qin Bing's beauty. "Humph. Could it be that you become nervous in the presence of beautiful women? I didn't expect you to be that kind of person." Yuanqiu pouted her lips, expressing her dissatisfaction. "How could that be? In my heart, you are the most beautiful. No one else can compare to you." The former Jiang Lingyun would never have uttered such words, yet a lifetime of experiences had enabled him to effortlessly speak flattering phrases. Yuanqiu's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully scolded. "Since when did you become so good at sweet-talking? Where did you learn this bad habit?" She glanced back at Qin Bing and quietly sighed to Jiang Lingyun. "That junior really is quite lovely." Yuanqiu turned to greet Qin Bing and Xu Shiqin, and the 3 girls quickly became acquainted. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingyun, sitting nearby, felt a sense of unease. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. How could this be? Wasn't Xu Shiqin meant to be at odds with Yuanqiu? Chapter 17. The first invitation. The duet between Yuanqiu and Jiang Lingyun had already astounded the audience during the preliminary selection. Jiang Lingyun, with a hint of cunning, allowed Yuanqiu to take the lead on most of the lyrics, merely harmonizing with a few lines. This was precisely how he had sung with Li Chuqing. Upon returning, he explained to Yuanqiu that duets were meant to be like this. After their performance, Jiang Lingyun took Yuanqiu away. Lingering was not an option, as she was engrossed in a lively conversation with Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing. If they stayed any longer, the 3 girls would surely forge an unbreakable bond. Among them, Xu Shiqin, being the youngest, possessed the most cunning nature. Such a girl was not to be trifled with, so it was best to keep a distance. Qin Bing was truly exquisite and gentle. One could only wonder whom she would eventually favor. "Why were you so quiet, not engaging with them? Are you enamored with Qin Bing, hence hesitant to speak?" Women's intuition is remarkably keen. Yuanqiu had already sensed something amiss with Jiang Lingyun, although she had not anticipated that his affections lay not with Qin Bing, but rather with the less conspicuous Xu Shiqin. "No, absolutely not. I harbor no improper thoughts towards Qin Bing," Jiang Lingyun nearly swore an oath. Observing him closely, Yi Wanqiu discerned that he was truthful. She nodded and declared, "Humph. For now, I shall take your word for it. Should I find you straddling two boats, you shall see how I deal with you." In response to Yi Wanqiu's mock threat, Jiang Lingyun nodded vigorously in compliance. This fellow was quite vigilant against the specter of infidelity. He would undoubtedly excel in catching a cheating partner in the future. Shu Shiqin was a thing of the past. The one he needed to secure now was Yi Wanqiu. No matter how hard he tried, he could never gain the favor of the Shu family. Why embark on a relationship destined for futility? Jiang Lingyun was preparing to invite his dormitory mates to watch a football match on Friday night, along with a barbecue and beer, instantly leaving his friends in shock. "Old four, are you serious? Do you have the means to treat us to drinks and barbecue?" Shouldn't been questioned, somewhat uncertain. Everyone was aware of Jiang Lingyun's family circumstances. Typically, it was Chun Bin and Zhang Jinghui who treated him, never the other way around. A single meal was manageable, though. Although surprised, no one dared to decline. So they all agreed. Only Li Song appeared a bit awkward. "What is wrong with you, Xiaolu? Don't you want to join us?" Zhang Jinghui was unwilling to coddle him. Third brother, could you lend me some money? I wish to take Tao Shiyu with us." Li Song shyly asked Zhang Jinghui for a favor, feeling too embarrassed to approach Jiang Lingyun, fully aware of his financial situation. "You're quite the character, aren't you? It's been half a month since school started. How many days have you actually spent in the dormitory? You're out every day. Aren't you afraid of overindulgence?" Zhang Jinghui nonetheless handed him a 100 yuan bill. Li Song quickly called Tao Shiyu, and they all gathered at the girls' dormitory to wait. After a while, Tao Shiyu appeared. The group promptly greeted her. "Hello, class monitor." Tao Shiyu felt somewhat shy. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Lingyun and the others, she moved closer to Li Song. Just as they were about to depart, a voice called out from behind, "Senior, are you all going out for a late-night snack?" Jiang Lingyun was nearly frightened into fleeing. How could she possibly encounter them everywhere? The crowd turned around to see Shu Shiqin and Qin Bing standing behind them, gazing at Jiang Lingyun. "Oh, little Qin. Are you all going out?" Jiang Lingyun could only force a smile as she spoke to her. "We have nothing to do. Can we join you?" Shu Shiqin, oblivious to any sense of shyness, boldly took the opportunity. Zhang Jinghui and the others were momentarily struck dumb by Qin Bing's beauty. It was utterly captivating. Qin Bing felt a bit embarrassed by their stares. "No, you mustn't go outside. There are many bad people out there. It's dangerous," Jiang Lingyun firmly refused. "Will you take us out?" "With your protection, we would be safe," Shu Shiqin pouted in a beguiling manner. Zhang Jinghui and the others were taken aback. Wasn't Jiang Lingyun already involved with Yi Wanqiu? When had he started flirting with a junior? How could he be so greedy? What a scoundrel. "Ugh, mind your manners. I just met you today, so don't act like we're close," Jiang Lingyun retorted disdainfully. "Could you at least take us out for a late-night snack?" Shu Shiqin pleaded pitifully. "Absolutely not," Jiang Lingyun replied, pulling Zhang Jinghui over. "There are many lewd and perverted men outside, like that fatty. With your beauty, a Bing. It's unsafe to go out at night. Didn't your parents warn you not to go out after dark?" Qin Bing blushed at Jiang Lingyun's words. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the street lights were dim, so no one noticed. Although she had always received compliments on her looks, Jiang Lingyun's praise still made her quite happy. Zhang Jinghui, initially lost in admiration for Qin Bing's beauty, immediately flared up upon hearing Jiang Lingyun. "Old Jiang, if you keep belittling me, I'll cut ties with you." "Cut ties? Wipe your drool first. Do you want me to tell Senior Bai and Ouyang?" Zhang Jinghui immediately shrank back, actually wiping the corner of his mouth. Realizing he had been pranked by Jiang Lingyun, Bai Yuyan and Ouyang Jing were his Achilles heel. He certainly didn't want to tarnish his image before them. What a miser. "You want to even take me out for a late-night snack?" Shu Shiqin pouted in displeasure. Jiang Lingyun ignored her and left with her dorm mates. Once they had distanced themselves, the group quickly surrounded Jiang Lingyun. "Old Jiang, spill the beans. What is going on? When did you start flirting with a junior? Aren't you afraid Wanqiu will be upset?" Their curiosity about this love triangle was insatiable. "Don't talk nonsense. I only met them today. There's nothing going on. So don't speculate. If it has nothing to do with you, can I pursue her?" Jiang Haixin couldn't help but ask. "What? Jiang Air, are you giving up on pursuing Qin Xiaohua?" One cannot hang all their hopes on a single tree. Having more options is perfectly fine." Jiang Haixin's words drew scorn from the crowd. The petite girl was one thing, but the tall girl was truly stunning, possessing an elegance that rivaled even that of Qin. The campus bell. It seems that the rankings of the university's beauties are about to be revised. Zhang Zhenghui was equally captivated by Qin Bing's beauty, offering a commendable assessment. You few lecherous fellows should tread carefully. Neither of these girls is within your reach. Jiang Lingyun was also unaware of Qin Bing's background, only knowing that it was even more profound than that of Xu Shiqin. For individuals like them, merely attending school alongside such remarkable girls is a stroke of immense fortune. Any further aspirations are futile and unwarranted. In a past life, despite Xu Shiqin's deep affection for Jiang Lingyun, she ultimately found herself compelled to break up. Only a marriage between equals can endure through time. Chapter 18. The first pot of gold too. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun shared a commendable rapport with Qin Bing. Understanding the boundaries that dictated their relationship, he dared not overstep his familiarity with his girlfriend's close friend. Xu Shiqin, known for her jealousy, permitted only Qin Bing and Yi Wanqiu to be regarded as Jiang Lingyun's female acquaintances. Should Jiang Lingyun so much as glance at another girl or utter a word to her, she would instantly erupt in fury. As Jiang Lingyun contemplated ending his relationship with Xu Shiqin, Qin Bing discerned the subtle signs and, discreetly away from Xu Shiqin, inquired about the matter. Jiang Lingyun, seeking her assistance, divulged his plans to travel to the capital. With a sigh, Qin Bing expressed her prior attempts to convince Xu Shiqin, who had remained unconvinced. It might be better to maintain the ruse for a few more years, secretly wed, and have a child to see how they would react, she suggested. Jiang Lingyun was taken aback by the boldness of her suggestion. Qin Bing agreed to gently persuade Xu Shiqin to relinquish her attachment. A paragon of perfection, Qin Bing left a profound impression on Jiang Lingyun. The evening's basketball match proved to be exhilarating, with the true enthusiast, Li Song, reveling in the excitement. While the other casual fans remained primarily focused on barbecues and beer, Tao Shiyu quietly accompanied Li Song, and Jiang Lingyun cast a glance at her, feeling a silent lament. After this encounter, the two would likely enter a tumultuous cycle of arguments and reconciliations, culminating in a breakup by the semester's end. Tonight, Li Song's reaction upon seeing Qin Bing mirrored that of his past life. He was smitten at first sight. Jiang Lingyun's interest in the game paled in comparison to his concern for the outcome. Fortunately, his memories proved accurate, as his assets had surged by 4.36 times. After accounting for a 20% tax, he still had around 400,000 to 500,000 remaining. Even after repaying Zhang Zhenghui and Qin Bin, he retained roughly 400,000. At last, he had secured his first pot of gold, a modest but significant achievement. After the game, adhering to tradition, Li Song and Tao Shiyu headed to a bar, realizing they could not return to their dormitory. At that moment, Tao Shiyu approached Jiang Lingyun and quietly asked, "Lingyun, why haven't you submitted your application for the student grant for impoverished students?" Brimming with the confidence that accompanied his recent earnings of 300,000 to 400,000. Jiang Lingyun replied, "I shall not apply, allowing others the opportunity instead." The number of grants was limited, and Jiang Lingyun's eligibility meant one less chance for others. As a third-generation peasant, he held a considerable advantage in competing for the grant. "Are you certain you do not wish to apply? Your chances of approval are quite favorable," Tao Shiyu queried, perplexed. Jiang Lingyun nodded, stating, "I no longer require it. I would prefer to grant this opportunity to someone else." "Thank you, class monitor." Tao Shiyu chose not to press further and departed with Li Song. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingyun and Yi Wanqiu's duet, "The Stars in the Sky Are No Match for You," had successfully passed the preliminary selection. They were to rehearse in a couple of days, and due to the song's novelty and appeal, the student council intended to feature it as the grand finale. However, as they prepared for the evening rehearsal, they encountered a dilemma: costumes. The welcome party, organized by the student council, provided outfits solely for dance performances, leaving the vocalists responsible for their own attire. Neither of them possessed suitable garments for the stage. Jiang Lingyun, seeing that there was still time, took Yi Wanqiu out. He hailed a taxi, and they headed to a nearby mall. There, he purchased an evening gown and a pair of high heels for Yi Wanqiu. Upon seeing the price of the dress, Yi Wanqiu attempted to pull Jiang Lingyun away, exclaiming that she could borrow a dress from someone else, and that spending money on something she would rarely wear was unnecessary. Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented that had she known she would have to spend so much on clothing and shoes, she would have refused to attend the welcome party altogether. "It's all right. I have the means right now, and this amount is trivial," Jiang Lingyun reassured her from the side. Yet, Yi Wanqiu still hesitated to spend her living expenses for the semester on such an outfit. "It's fine. Money spent can always be earned back. Trust me. Soon we won't have to worry about finances," he encouraged. Gazing into Jiang Lingyun's steadfast and gentle eyes, Yuanqiu felt a sense of relief and finally agreed. Jiang Lingyun then bought a suit costing over 1,000 yuan and a pair of leather shoes priced around 400 to 500. Both of them emerged looking completely transformed and made their way to the rehearsal for the evening event. Yuanqiu was visibly anxious, while Jiang Lingyun remained remarkably composed. A glance around revealed that he did not see Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing. Perhaps their performance had not been approved. That was a relief. He could maintain his distance from them. "Senior, when is your performance scheduled?" Jiang Lingyun was startled, fearing that his past apprehensions had returned. Xu Shiqin indeed seemed to linger. He quickly donned a smile and replied, "Our performance is the last one. How about yours?" "The 13th, Qin Bing answered, as she played the piano while Xu Shiqin accompanied her on the violin, creating a duet. Jiang Lingyun had always felt out of his depth when it came to such refined arts, as he had no understanding of them. However, at the university, many students were proficient in playing the piano and violin, and with limited slots for performances, the fact that these two stood out indicated their considerable skill. As soon as they arrived, the two girls crowded around Jiang Lingyun, chattering animatedly, leaving him feeling somewhat reflective. In his past life, Xu Shiqin had harbored a strong animosity towards Yuanqiu, insisting on being present whenever Jiang Lingyun met with her, forbidding any private conversations. Her controlling nature had been quite pronounced. In this life, although he and Yuanqiu had yet to define their relationship, their close companionship led others to assume they were dating, and Jiang Lingyun hoped Xu Shiqin would refrain from interfering. After all, she was now friends with Yuanqiu, and surely she wouldn't engage in such treachery against a friend, would she? Jiang Lingyun reassured himself internally. As everyone gathered, the rehearsal commenced. The truly remarkable performances were few, given the limited time. However, the two dance numbers presented by the dance club were quite impressive, with their long, elegant legs captivating the audience's attention. Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing's duet was also commendable, at least to an outsider like Jiang Lingyun, who found it quite enjoyable. Several other singing competitions are quite satisfactory, yet the only standout performance is The Stars in the Sky Cannot Compare to You. As a new song, it offers a refreshing experience. Many have inquired about the songwriter, to which Jiang Lingyun revealed it was composed by a friend who encouraged him to perform it at the welcome party, with plans for its release in the near future. Regardless, the song is essentially a cover, and one can interpret it as they wish. After the rehearsal, Xu Shiqin pulled Yuanqiu aside, expressing her desire to go for a late-night snack, and she even reported that Jiang Lingyun had refused to treat them to one a few days prior. Yuanqiu smiled gently, casting a bemused glance at the oblivious Jiang Lingyun. Though Yuanqiu seldom indulges in late-night snacks, she found it difficult to refuse their invitation today and agreed to join. The three girls walked ahead, while Jiang Lingyun trailed behind like one abandoned. Chapter 19. Late-night snack. For individuals were strolling along, when suddenly someone called out from behind, "Wanqiu, where are you headed?" Everyone turned to see it was Chun Si-nan and Bai Yuyan, accompanied by two dogs, Zhang Jinghui and Jiang Haisheng. Both Chun Si-nan and Bai Yuyan were hosts and were familiar with Jiang Lingyun and Yuanqiu. Upon seeing them, Yuanqiu engaged in conversation for a while and introduced Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing to them. Xu Shiqin was exuberantly warm towards Yuanqiu, as her interest lay not in the company of friends, but rather in the prominent figures from Chun Si-nan's school, to whom she was much cooler in demeanor. Yuanqiu mentioned they were going out for a late-night snack and inquired if Chun Si-nan and her companion would join. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Si-nan agreed, and Bai Yuyan expressed her willingness to accompany them as well. Zhang Jinghui and Jiang Haisheng shamelessly chimed in to join the outing too. Jiang Lingyun shook his head upon observing the two men's unabashed behavior towards Qin Bing. He thought they were hopeless. As the group of beauties gathered, Jiang Lingyun scrutinized them closely. Xu Shiqin's allure was significantly diminished when compared to the other school flowers. She lacked the advantage of height and was, by all accounts, overshadowed. Among the remaining four, if one were to determine a clear winner, it would undoubtedly be Qin Bing, whose exquisite features and perfect figure were exceptionally striking. Furthermore, her gracefulness eclipsed the others entirely. She stood with poise, exuding an elegant serenity, as unassuming as a delicate flower. Even though Chun Si-nan and her companions were regarded as exceptionally beautiful, Qin Bing remained the most captivating among them. Previously, Yuanqiu had not showcased her beauty, often clad in worn attire and walking with her head down. However, during this period, Jiang Lingyun had assisted her in acquiring several new outfits, and with just a touch of embellishment, She could now hold her own against Chun, Si, Nan, and the others. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes exuded a charming allure while still maintaining an air of innocence. Chun, Si, Nan, and Bai Yuyan were widely acknowledged as the school's flowers. Yet only Qin Bing could surpass them in beauty. Upon encountering Qin Bing, they could not help but feel a pang of envy, pondering why one should shine while another dimmed. The girls were engaged in lively conversation, yet Jiang Lingyun keenly observed that Shu Qin and Qin Bing, while appearing cordial towards Chun, Si, Nan, and Bai Yuyan, harbored a hint of disdain. After all, when it came to family backgrounds, even the daughter of a wealthy family like Chun, Si, Nan paled in comparison to the two of them. How can you two layabouts find time for frivolities when there are more serious matters to attend to? You squander your days aimlessly. Jiang Lingyun scolded Zhang Zhenghui and the others standing nearby. Who says we are unproductive? We are here to assist with the welcome party. Without our hard work, how could you sing on stage? Jiang Haisheng retorted defiantly. Old Jiang, Wan Shou performed your song beautifully. Your presence adds little to the performance. It would be better if you refrained from embarrassing yourself. Zhang Zhenghui shot back. Get lost. What do you two know about our professional endeavors? Focus on your work and stop slacking off, Jiang Lingyun admonished. How dare you belittle our selfless contributions? Old Jiang, are you even human? They replied, incredulous. As the group continued their banter, they reached the school's vicinity for their late-night snack. After some deliberation, they decided to opt for congee, as the girls were unwilling to indulge in barbecue, leading them to select a lighter option. Jiang Lingyun ordered fish fillet porridge, while Yuanxiu chose century egg and lean meat porridge, generously sharing a third of her bowl with Jiang Lingyun before transferring some fish fillet from his bowl to her own. Zhang Zhenghui and the others observed with envy. And although Shu Shiqin's gaze was fervent, she quickly masked her emotions. As they dined and conversed, Chen Sinan and Bai Yuyan expressed their desire for Yi Wanxiu and Qin Bing to join the cultural department of the student union. However, Yi Wanxiu declined due to her commitments to work and study, leaving her with little time. In contrast, Shu Shiqin and Qin Bing agreed, recognizing the valuable experience the student union offered. While Jiang Lingyun sipped his porridge, Zhang Zhenghui nudged him and gestured towards the entrance. Upon looking up, Jiang Lingyun noticed Luo Yang entering with a girl, who was none other than one of the long-legged dancers he had seen earlier. Luo is quite swift in his pursuits, Jiang Lingyun remarked with a smile. Not long after the semester began, the student union had undergone re-elections, in a process marked by fairness, transparency, and democratic principles. Luo Yang was elected as the new vice president of the student union with unanimous support. Such a university experience would undoubtedly enhance his prospects should he choose a political career, which is why, despite his lackluster reputation, he worked diligently to secure this position. All eyes turned towards the entrance, and Chen Sinan and Bai Yuyan exchanged subtle frowns, displeased with Luo Yang's apparent use of his authority to woo women. Luo Yang, upon noticing them, approached with the girl, his eyes gleaming as he greeted Qin Bing, and his gaze lingered on Yi Wanxiu and Bai Yuyan, revealing his desires. Jiang Lingyun observed that the girl appeared to be a freshman, tall, at least 1.7 meters, with striking features, though somewhat slender and lacking in curves. Luo Yang approached with an air of confidence, greeting Chen Sinan and Bai Yuyan with, Anan, Yuyan, what a coincidence. I see you're also enjoying a late-night snack. Currently basking in the dual triumphs of love and career, having secured the vice presidency, he rarely attended classes, yet astonishingly managed to pass all his exams. It was indeed remarkable and unexpected. Fresh from a breakup, he seamlessly transitioned into a new relationship with a Navi freshman, believing that a couple more dates would lead to intimacy, perhaps even with someone inexperienced. One must seize the joys of life while they can, he thought, planning to nurture this new relationship tonight to showcase his capabilities and status. However, he understood that appearing overly eager could drive potential partners away. Wanxiu, your singing is splendid. A solo performance would suffice. Why opt for a duet? These two must be performing a piano and violin duet, showcasing remarkable skill. Anan, you should encourage them to join the cultural department of the student union. We are seeking new talent this year to invigorate our organization. Luo Yang spoke with a tone reminiscent of a leader inspecting and guiding his subordinates. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingyun and the other two boys were effectively disregarded. The young girl beside Luo Yang gazed at him with admiration, further inflating his vanity. Jiang Lingyun scoffed quietly, thinking how pretentious Luo Yang was, questioning his self-awareness. Nevertheless, he chose not to confront him. What merit was there in gaining a small advantage through words? It was best to ignore such individuals and refrain from any engagement. In the event of a conflict, it is advisable to eliminate him discreetly, leaving no chance for resurgence. His disinterest does not imply that others share the same sentiment. Luo Yang, how many girlfriends have you had now? Is it the 13th or the 14th? Your frequency of changing partners surpasses even my wardrobe alterations. Truly a testament to your fortune in love. Zhang Jinghui has always had a contentious relationship with Luo Yang, and seeing him flaunt his demeanor only exacerbates his irritation. It must be the 17th or 18th, perhaps. One must recognize that with Chairman Luo's charisma, acquiring a new girlfriend is undoubtedly easier than changing one's attire. Jiang Haixing harbors no fear of Luo Yang. His family wields considerable influence in Jiangnan province, which explains how he ascended to the position of deputy director before reaching 30. Although it is a state-owned enterprise, promotions are not easily attained. Chapter 20. Entrepreneurship. Luo Yang wore a grim expression, while the girl beside him appeared equally astonished. Zhang Jinghui was determined not to let him off easily. It is quite understandable for the youth to be energetic. However, one must prioritize safety to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Much like that girl from the law school who, burdened with pregnancy, had to suspend her studies. It seems there was also a girl from the normal university who approached Chairman Luo with a noticeable pregnancy. Old Luo. It is imperative to take necessary precautions and not indulge in fleeting pleasures that could lead to irreparable consequences, as terminating a pregnancy can be detrimental to one's health. Jiang Haixing played the role of a supportive bystander effectively. Luo Yang was trembling with rage, and the girl next to him, having regained her composure, stated, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Luo Yang to respond, she fled hastily. The student council president is undoubtedly impressive, exuding charisma even while driving a BMW with one hand. However, should he cause someone to bear an unwanted pregnancy, his parents would surely be furious. Preserving one's own life is of utmost importance. All right, I shall remember all of you. Luo Yang stormed off in anger. Second brother is formidable. Even daring to confront Chairman Luo, Jiang Lingyun remarked, giving Jiang Haixing a thumbs up. Yet, Jiang Haixing was momentarily taken aback. He had maintained a good rapport with Jiang Lingyun during their freshman year, but since the beginning of this semester, Jiang Lingyun had grown distant, referring to him as Jiang Lao instead of second brother. He even suspected that Qin Bin and Zhang Jinghui were conspiring to draw Jiang Lingyun into a small clique, alienating the remaining three of them. He had few close friends at school, and Jiang Lingyun was one of the dwindling few. The shift in Jiang Lingyun's attitude left him perplexed, wondering where he had offended him. Today's casual reference to second brother filled him with a flicker of excitement, indicating that perhaps they could still be friends. Shu Shiqin inquired, puzzled, "Who was that just now? He seemed quite arrogant, and you all appeared to despise him." Jiang Lingyun recounted some of Luo Yang's past indiscretions, presenting them plainly without embellishment. He mentioned how Luo Yang habitually changed girlfriends, and how his law school girlfriend had to withdraw due to her pregnancy being exposed, unable to bear the cruel judgments of others. Indeed, there was a girl from the normal university who sought out Luo Yang while visibly pregnant. He also mentioned the incident where Cheng Lu knelt in the cafeteria, though he refrained from disclosing names. "A scoundrel," Shu Shiqin declared vehemently. "Such a person can only be described as despicable," Chen Xinan added. Once Jiang Lingyun finished speaking, he cautioned, "A Bing, that fellow will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to approach you. Be vigilant and do not let his sweet words deceive you." Qin Bing's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. She was often accompanied by Shu Shiqin, who managed all their affairs and spoke on her behalf, leaving her to contribute only the occasional word. "If he dares to flirt with a Bing, I shall break his legs," Shu Shiqin declared nonchalantly. The others perceived this as mere bravado, but only Jiang Lingyun recognized her capability. It appeared she had a relative serving as a secretary in this district, and Qin Bing's background was even more impressive. If Luo Yang were truly foolish enough to provoke them, he would find no refuge should he face consequences. It is wise to remain cautious. Should misfortune befall them, even breaking his legs would not reverse the damage. "Humph. Why aren't you worried about me being at a disadvantage?" Shu Shiqin retorted, visibly displeased. Yuanqiu and her companions were somewhat taken aback. This new cohort of freshmen was indeed remarkable. It was quite possible that Senior Bai and Yuanqiu had already allowed several girls from their dormitory to ride in his BMW. Perhaps his inability to win over either Bai or Yuanqiu had led him to shift his focus elsewhere, so one ought to exercise caution, Jiang Lingyun remarked earnestly. Shu Shiqin shot him a glance of disdain, choosing not to engage in conversation any further. After enjoying a late-night snack, the group returned to their respective abodes. Jiang Lingyun intended to repay Zhang Jinghui and Qin Bin, yet they insisted there was no rush, encouraging him to take his time. Jiang Lingyun concurred, appreciating the additional funds at his disposal. He had meticulously drafted a business plan and sought assistance from his counselor. Students at the financial university exhibited a strong entrepreneurial spirit, and the campus was bustling with various small ventures. For instance, there were services for assisting with classes, examinations, delivering items, and procuring meals. Jiang Lingyun even noticed advertisements for renting boyfriends and girlfriends, prompting him to contemplate making an inquiry. Is the rental arrangement legitimate or frivolous? His counselor, Xiang Hui, in his 30s, was amiable and had a rapport with students like Jiang Lingyun. After reviewing Jiang Lingyun's business proposal, Xiang Hui nodded and said, I can endorse this. But how much support the university's Entrepreneurship Center can provide remains uncertain. I'll accompany you shortly. My influence may yield some assistance. He then added, Are you truly foregoing the poverty alleviation grant? You would undoubtedly qualify if you applied. Thank you for your concern, but I must decline. Should my entrepreneurial venture succeed and I earn millions, it would be rather embarrassing for others to discover that I received a poverty grant from the school, Jiang Lingyun replied. Xiang Hui mused internally that entrepreneurship was not as simple as Jiang Lingyun presumed. If it were, he would not be working as a university lecturer. Recognizing Jiang Lingyun's determination, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Upon arriving at the Entrepreneurship Center, they found numerous individuals awaiting their turn to submit their business plans. After a while, it was finally Jiang Lingyun's turn. The director of the center, a portly man in his 50s with a receding hairline, greeted them. Xiang Hui introduced them. This is Director He of the Entrepreneurship Center. This is our classmate Jiang Lingyun, who has a business project he would like to discuss with you. The director's desk was cluttered with numerous business proposals. Typically, the more credible submissions were accompanied by a guiding instructor, while those brought in by individuals were often less reliable. The previous presenter had proposed establishing a data center to analyze individuals' online behavior. Well, if you possess the capability, by all means, proceed, the director thought. But requesting $10 million for server purchases seems rather excessive. How much interest-free loan is available at the entire Entrepreneurship Center? Moreover, these loans must be repaid. To ask for $10 million right off the bat is quite audacious. The director felt his blood pressure spike, experiencing a slight discomfort in his chest, and quickly resorted to taking a rapid-acting heart medication to alleviate his condition. He politely informed the individual that the school would need to deliberate on the proposal, and if a decision was reached, they would be notified, before ushering the self-important aspirant out. Director, he took Jiang Lingyun's proposal and, without perusing its contents, first examined the nature of the support being requested. Upon discovering that Jiang Lingyun was merely seeking a single office space, his irritation subsided somewhat. He then began to read the proposal from the beginning. What exactly is an online store? Director, he inquired. Indeed, it is a virtual clothing store. If someone finds our shop on Taobao and likes our products, they can place an order online, and we will then dispatch the garments to them, Jiang Lingyun explained. Is there a viable market for this? Director, he asked. Yes, indeed. Many young people are increasingly turning to online shopping. As long as the prices are reasonable, they will certainly place orders online, Jiang Lingyun replied. After a moment of contemplation, Director, he asked, is it sufficient for you to only request an office? Do you not require anything else? I will also need to rent a warehouse, but the school does not have one available, so I will have to rent externally. Jiang Lingyun responded. Director, he nodded, acknowledging the practicality of this need. There are vacant offices behind the commercial street. I will write you a note. You can go to the logistics department and speak with old Xiao. You may select whichever office you prefer, he instructed, before penning a note for Jiang Lingyun. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude once more, Jiang Lingyun departed alongside Xiang Hui. Chapter 21. Entrepreneurship 2. Xiang Hui wished to accompany Jiang Lingyun to the logistics department, but Jiang Lingyun declined, asserting he could manage on his own. Respecting his decision, Xiang Hui waved farewell and departed. After Xiang Hui left, Jiang Lingyun ventured to the school's supermarket to purchase a pack of cigarettes, which he requested to be placed in a black plastic bag and subsequently stowed in his backpack. The former version of Jiang Lingyun would have never engaged in such behavior and would have condemned it vehemently, viewing it as a moral decay of society. However, after enduring the harsh realities of life for over a decade, Jiang Lingyun recognized that failing to conform could result in personal loss. The devil may be easy to meet, But the little demons are troublesome. Such is the nature of society. When everyone adopts this behavior, it transforms into a facet of social etiquette, which Jiang Lingyun had come to understand. Jiang Lingyun approached Director He's colleague, Director Chiu, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a mouthful of yellowed teeth, evidence of a smoking habit that had lasted at least 30 years. As Jiang Lingyun drew closer, the pungent odor of smoke enveloped him. "Hello, Director Chiu. Director, he from the Entrepreneurship Center sent me to find you." Jiang Lingyun was aware that he was not a director, but addressing him as such was undoubtedly correct. Director Chiu, in good spirits, accepted the note from Jiang Lingyun, nodded, and said, "Oh, I see. There is no one in the office today. Come back tomorrow, and I will have someone show you around the place." "Thank you, Director Chiu. If possible, I would appreciate it if we could expedite the process," Jiang Lingyun replied with a smile. He retrieved the pack of cigarettes from his backpack, placed it on the desk, and pushed it toward Director Chiu. Upon glancing at the pack and noticing it contained Huazi cigarettes, Director Chiu's eyebrows raised slightly. He opened his drawer, deposited the cigarettes inside, then rose to fetch the keys from the wall. Once he found them, he remarked, "Since I have no other commitments this afternoon, I'll take you to see it now." Jiang Lingyun followed Director Chiu out of the office. Director Chiu informed a colleague in the adjacent office before leading Jiang Lingyun away. The commercial street was not far from there, with half of the shops belonging to the financial university situated above office buildings, primarily intended for student entrepreneurship. Director Chiu brought Jiang Lingyun to the third floor, unlocked the door, revealing a space of approximately 100 square meters, furnished with office desks and chairs. This was previously used by third-year students for their entrepreneurial ventures. "I'm not sure what they were doing. They didn't operate this year. What do you think of this office?" Jiang Lingyun entered, assessed the space, and deemed it satisfactory. The desks and chairs were still usable, and with the addition of a few items, the small meeting room could be transformed into an indoor photography studio. "This office is quite suitable. Thank you, Director Chiu." Director Chiu smiled broadly, revealing his yellowed teeth, and replied, "As long as you are satisfied, that's what matters. Come with me to the office to sign the contract. It can only be for 1 year. We'll discuss it again when the time comes. I also need to set up a network connection and make some minor renovations." "Do you have someone to recommend for that?" Director Chiu, now even more cheerful, assured him, "Yes, I do. I'll give you a business card shortly. Just call him." The two returned to the logistics office, where Director Chiu retrieved the contract, filled in some details, and requested Jiang Lingyun's signature. After reviewing the document and finding no issues, Jiang Lingyun affixed his signature. Upon returning to the office he had rented, he dialed the number on the business card provided by Lao Chiu. Before long, someone arrived. The visitors, who undertook various renovations in the area, listened attentively as Jiang Lingyun outlined his requirements, primarily involving the installation of network and telephone lines, as well as transforming a small meeting room into a photography studio. No other significant alterations were necessary. After presenting a budget, Jiang Lingyun found it acceptable and instructed them to proceed, making an initial payment. They assured him that the work would be completed in approximately 2 to 3 days. Jiang Lingyun initiated the establishment of Yupinui Clothing Company and set about managing the necessary formalities. Fortunately, the university's Entrepreneurship Center offered assistance with the various procedures. Otherwise, Jiang Lingyun would have found himself running around endlessly. He also rented a warehouse not far from the school. Additionally, he needed to purchase several computers and a DSLR camera. He asked Yuanxiu to resign from her part-time job at the library and enlisted the help of his dormitory mates to tidy up the office, transforming it into something resembling a company. Once these tasks were largely completed, he and Yuanxiu ventured to the clothing market to observe which garments were selling well and which were aesthetically pleasing. Jiang Lingyun decided to exclusively sell women's clothing, as experience had shown that the primary consumers of online shopping were often extravagant young women. They then proceeded to the wholesale clothing market to procure stock. Given the transaction prices at the clothing market, the potential for profit remained substantial. Jiang Lingyun did not wish to disrupt the market with low-price dumping. Instead, he opted to purchase a selection of silk scarves, stockings, and socks, employing marketing tactics such as buy one get one free and similar promotions. He registered an online store on Tibao, a process which at that time was relatively straightforward and devoid of numerous restrictions. Subsequently, he approached various courier companies to negotiate shipping rates, ultimately signing a contract with the most affordable option. While he was aware that Shunfeng was the best service, its higher prices prompted him to seek savings to maximize profit. Once the clothing arrived at the warehouse, Jiang Lingyun meticulously labeled and organized the items. However, he could not manage this alone and thus enlisted the help of his dormitory companions and Yi Wanqiu, who also invited 2 close friends to assist. A crucial step remained. He needed models to wear the clothes, photograph them, and upload the images to the online store. At that time, many online retailers lacked this understanding, leaving buyers largely in the dark about the apparel's appeal. The success of sales often depended on sheer luck. However, if attractive models showcased the garments, it could significantly enhance customer purchasing desire. In later years, modeling for Tibao evolved into a recognized profession. Initially, in an effort to conserve funds, Jiang Lingyun considered having Yi Wanqiu serve as a model. However, after a trial, he realized it was not viable. Although Yi Wanqiu possessed a commendable figure, standing at 165 centimeters tall and being quite beautiful, she appeared tense and awkward during the photo shoot, failing to strike poses, which resulted in unsatisfactory images. Having never engaged in photography or received etiquette training throughout her life, Yi Wanqiu was evidently not suited to be a qualified model. It became clear that a professional was necessary. Thus, Jiang Lingyun posted an advertisement on the campus network seeking clothing models, offering 300 yuan per day payable upon completion. The requirements were stringent. Candidates needed to be attractive, stand at least 175 centimeters tall, and weigh no more than 120 pounds. He included his contact information and address. This post was immediately pinned, as the average salary for ordinary individuals hovers around 1 to 2,000 yuan, making a daily wage of 300 yuan quite substantial. For university students, the monthly living expenses generally amount to only a few hundred yuan, with anything over 1,000 considered high. Various comments followed, with many expressing skepticism about the intentions of those conducting the recruitment, suspecting they merely seek to find a girlfriend. There was a call for the beautiful women of the finance university to exercise caution. Jiang Lingyun, however, paid no heed to these concerns. He was inundated with responsibilities. Realizing the arduous nature of entrepreneurship, overwhelmed by countless tasks, he found himself perpetually busy, with no end in sight. Chapter 22. Recruitment of models. On the afternoon of the interview day, Jiang Lingyun brought Zhang Jinghui and Yi Wanqiu to his company. Outside, a considerable number of people were already waiting. Jiang Lingyun was taken aback to see dozens of individuals, but upon closer inspection, many were merely companions, boyfriends, or close friends, accompanying the actual candidates. In truth, there were only about 20 genuine applicants. Their friends or boyfriends were concerned that they might face disadvantages in pursuing modeling roles. Most of the individuals present were over 175 meters tall. Jiang Lingyun spotted one who seemed to be around 180 meters tall, likely a member of the school's basketball team, though not particularly attractive. A few others were just above 175 meters, with those below that height seemingly hesitant to show up. To his surprise, he recognized several familiar faces: Xu Shiqin, Qin Bing, Bai Yuyin, and Qin Sinan, along with a girl who had been out with Luo Yang that day. He had not anticipated such a turnout and was astonished at the number of tall girls at the university. Consequently, he decided to take them to a nearby study room to clarify a few matters. Jiang Lingyun first explained the purpose of their modeling for photographs. Should they become models for Yiping Hui, they would need to sign a contract. This would grant Yiping Hui permission to use their likenesses and include some non-compete clauses. However, given that they were students, the enforcement of such clauses seemed unlikely. Though the daily wage of 300 yuan appeared generous, it was, in fact, quite low for professional models. Nonetheless, being a model for Yiping Hui could offer advantages. Should the company flourish, they would gain recognition as well. Jiang Lingyun stipulated that only those who agreed to these terms could proceed with the interview. A few girls opted out, unwilling to have their photographs displayed online. Jiang Lingyun then escorted the remaining 14 candidates to his company. Initially, he considered hiring a photographer but realized his own skills were adequate enough to save costs. He instructed the interviewees to select an outfit from the clothing room adjacent to the photography studio. Jiang Lingyun took it upon himself to capture their images, encouraging them to pose and showcase their most beautiful selves. He photographed each girl, capturing 20 to 30 shots, and was grateful for the digital camera. Otherwise, he would have faced financial ruin with film costs. After the session, he gifted each girl the outfit they wore, asking them to register their names, phone numbers, and QQ numbers with Zhang Jinghui, assuring them that he would call should they be needed. They were among the most beautiful girls at the university, and having them wear the clothes they sold served as a form of advertisement. When it was Bai Yuyin's turn, Qin Sinan was nearby. Jiang Lingyun jested, "Sinan, would you like to take a photo shoot as well? You'd surely look stunning on camera." To his surprise, Qin Sinan considered the idea and agreed. Jiang Lingyun understood she merely found it entertaining and likely wouldn't pursue modeling seriously. After all, with her family's wealth, destined to inherit vast fortunes, a daughter of a prominent family would hardly engage in such public endeavors. When it came to Qin Bing, Jiang Lingyun could not help but marvel at the creator's favoritism in crafting such a perfect woman. Qin Bing chose a rather ordinary garment, yet when adorned upon her, it exuded an extraordinary charm. In the photography studio, only Jiang Lingyun and 3 others were present, with Xu Shiqin standing beside him, proudly exclaiming, "What do you think? Our Bing is undeniably beautiful, isn't she?" Jiang Lingyun casually remarked, "Even if a Bing merely drapes herself in a linen cloth, she remains the most exquisite." Upon hearing this, Qin Bing blushed slightly, feeling somewhat bashful, prompting Jiang Lingyun to swiftly capture several candid shots. Xu Shiqin scoffed, "If it weren't for me, would she even be here modeling for you? How will you express your gratitude?" "I shall treat you all to a meal," Jiang Lingyun replied. "All right. But you must keep your word and take us out to eat later," Xu Shiqin insisted eagerly. Jiang Lingyun paused for a moment before agreeing, "Sure. We'll all go out to dine together." Once all 15 individuals had their photographs taken, Jiang Lingyun transferred the images to his computer and began the selection process. Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing remained, assisting with their input. Jiang Lingyun eliminated 6 girls who appeared overly reserved, their movements and expressions lacking naturalness. The remaining 9 were deemed acceptable. Interestingly, the 6 excluded girls were indeed beautiful, yet the ones who remained, like the basketball player fan lighting, while not as conventionally attractive, possessed a captivating physique, youthful radiance, and a vibrant presence that translated well on camera. Qin Bing, without a doubt, was the most stunning. Particularly when she cast her gaze downward in shyness, her allure was breathtaking. Qin Sinan emerged as the most photogenic, which was hardly surprising given her affluent background and worldly experience, enabling her to showcase her beauty adeptly. Bai Yuyin and Lu Yin, the girl who accompanied Luo Yang, were also selected. Lu Yin had practiced dance since childhood, resulting in graceful postures and an elegant demeanor that shone on camera. Zhang Jinghui nudged Jiang Lingyun, a smirk gracing his face as he whispered, "Lingyun, do take care of Senior Bai. After all, good fortune should not be squandered on outsiders." Jiang Lingyun rolled his eyes. Understanding the implication, Jiang Lingyun, accompanied by Xu Shiqin and a few others, ventured out for a meal. Xu Shiqin was the most talkative, persistently inquiring about Jiang Lingyun's entrepreneurial endeavors. Jiang Lingyun shared all that he could, as there was little to conceal. Observing Xu Shiqin's unwavering interest in him, he pondered whether this was a fateful entanglement. In a previous life, he had drawn Li Song towards him through Qin Bing, who facilitated their social gatherings, creating opportunities for their acquaintance. Now, the scenario repeated itself, as Xu Shiqin, fully aware of his good rapport with Yuan Qiu, nonetheless approached him without reservation. Jiang Lingyun found himself perplexed by what qualities he possessed that captivated her. In his past life, he had been rather fortunate in matters of romance, a fact that baffled him given his average height of 175 centimeters, lack of striking features, and poverty. The only plausible explanation lay in his amiable disposition, which made others feel comfortable in his presence. "Senior, when do you plan to open?" she inquired. "We aim to launch during the National Day holiday. It's a perfect opportunity to host some promotional activities and ensure a successful opening," he replied. "Wonderful. May I come by to lend a hand and support your business?" she offered. "Of course. Thank you." Jiang Lingyun felt a tinge of embarrassment at the prospect of refusing her and could only agree. Yuan Qiu furrowed her brow at the side, feeling that Xu Shiqin was a bit too enthusiastic. "Hey Bing, will your family object to your modeling?" Jiang Lingyun inquired of Qin Bing. He was quite concerned that both Qin Bing and Qin Sinan's families might oppose their endeavors as commercial models, considering that for families like theirs, the financial incentive was hardly a necessity, and exposing themselves for such trivial gains seemed unwarranted. Qin Bing cast a glance at Xu Shiqin, who shot her a fierce look in return. "It's all right. My family won't mind," Qin Bing reassured. "Modeling isn't something shameful. It should be fine, right?" Nevertheless, she glanced back at Xu Shiqin with a hint of uncertainty. Once again, Xu Shiqin glared at her with intensity. Qin Bing stuck out her tongue, silenced by the fierce gaze. Chapter 23. Welcome Party. Jiang Lingyun moved swiftly, seizing the moment to take the girls out for photographs while simultaneously recruiting a customer service representative. a financial and administrative clerk, and a warehouse manager responsible for both receiving and dispatching goods. The customer service representative was a local girl who had recently graduated from high school, possessing a sweet voice and an ordinary appearance. Jiang Lingyun provided her with training, crafting a series of standard phrases for her to memorize, such as, "Hello, this is Yupinui Clothing. How may I assist you today? Do you have any inquiries? Thank you for your call, and I wish you a pleasant day." The financial clerk and warehouse manager were also locals, requiring a guarantor, as Jiang Lingyun needed to attend classes and could not oversee everything constantly. By the end of the month, most matters were settled, and the welcome party was about to commence. Jiang Lingyun and Yi Wanqiu participated in the final rehearsal, joined by Xu Shiqin, and the group had grown quite familiar with one another, engaging in lively conversation upon meeting. Xu Shiqin remarked that Luo Yang had the audacity to flirt with Qin Bing, and after receiving a reprimand, he left. She also mentioned that Li Song frequently sought out Qin Bing, presenting her with flowers, fruits, and snacks. Xu Shiqin noted that this had happened several times, yet he persisted. Out of respect for Jiang Lingyun, they hesitated to scold him directly, urging Jiang Lingyun to advise Li Song to cease his pursuit of Qin Bing. During this period, Jiang Lingyun had been preoccupied with matters concerning Yupinui and had not paid much attention to the dormitory dynamics. He was surprised to find that Li Song, much like in his previous life, had abandoned Tao Shiyu for an elusive hope. Jiang Lingyun readily agreed to intervene, yet he knew that mere words would hold little weight. In his past life, Li Song had pursued Qin Bing for an entire semester, demonstrating restraint and avoiding any overt discomfort. Ultimately, it was Xu Shiqin who grew weary and enlisted the help of a vice dean at the school to speak with Li Song, which led him to withdraw from his pursuit of Qin Bing. By the second semester of their sophomore year, Li Song's true nature as a scoundrel became evident. On the day of the welcome party, all performers donned their finest attire. Jiang Lingyun found the application of makeup to be rather amusing, yet he refrained from opposing it, understanding that appearing on stage without it could be unappealing. Yi Wanqiu changed into the evening gown that Jiang Lingyun had purchased for her, complemented by high heels and makeup, transforming her demeanor entirely, radiating an undeniable charm. However, she still felt a sense of unease and nervousness. After a while, Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing arrived. After her makeup, Qin Bing appeared even more exquisite. Despite Jiang Lingyun's familiarity with beautiful women, he was momentarily captivated by Qin Bing's beauty, pondering that the phrases "as beautiful as a fish sinking" or "a flower falling" might well describe her. Observing Jiang Lingyun lost in thought, Yi Wanqiu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, thinking to herself how his usually serious demeanor had betrayed his true nature. She tugged at his sleeve, bringing him back to reality. Qin Bing blushed at Jiang Lingyun's gaze, yet she felt no discontent, but rather a hint of pride. Xu Shiqin let out a soft huff, lamenting that men were merely visual creatures, swayed by appearances. No matter how proactive she was, she doubted he could ever reciprocate her feelings, leading her to feel somewhat disheartened. The four individuals conversed for a while longer, and Xu Shiqin appeared somewhat despondent. Jiang Lingyun recounted amusing anecdotes from school to alleviate their tension and divert Xu Shiqin's attention. After some time, Chen Sinan and Bai Yuyan joined them. As the hosts, Chen Sinan also had a solo performance planned. The group engaged in lively discussion together. At that moment, Zhang Zhengwei happened to bring over Jiang Lingyun's DSLR camera, declaring, "Look over here, let me capture a photograph of you all." Consequently, everyone turned their gaze towards him, with Jiang Lingyun and Yi Wanqiu at the center, Qin Bing and Xu Shiqin beside Jiang Lingyun, and Chen Sinan and Bai Yuyan beside Yi Wanqiu. They all looked exceptionally beautiful, their expressions radiating natural charm. Zhang Zhengwei snapped several photographs in succession. Afterward, Jiang Lingyun requested a picture with Yi Wanqiu, to which Zhang Zhengwei jestingly remarked, "This photo could serve as a wedding picture." Yi Wanqiu blushed deeply, gazing affectionately at Jiang Lingyun. Zhang Zhengwei promptly captured the moment. Xu Shiqin then chimed in, "I would like to take a picture with the senior too." Jiang Lingyun, feeling embarrassed, consented, and they posed together, with Xu Shiqin's smile illuminating her face. Qin Bing, Chen Sinan, and Bai Yuyan soon expressed their desire for photos with him as well, while Yi Wanqiu stood by, feeling a pang of jealousy. Why wouldn't she seek a boyfriend of her own? Clinging to my boyfriend. Yi Wanqiu suddenly realized that Jiang Lingyun was not her boyfriend. Her true partner was still in the rural areas of Chuanyu, repairing vehicles and striving to support their precarious home. A sense of melancholy washed over her. Once the photographs were completed, They chatted for a bit longer before Qin Sinan and Bai Yuyan had to leave to host the show. Most of the audience for the welcome party consisted of first-year students, while second- and third-year students tended to avoid attending. However, this year, rumors of an exceptionally beautiful freshman had drawn many upperclassmen to the event, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary newcomer. When it was Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing's turn to perform, thunderous applause erupted from outside, and Jiang Lingyun could even hear whistles from backstage. These lecherous individuals, all they care about is admiring beauty. Jiang Lingyun internally scoffed at the lascivious crowd. After Xu Shiqin and her partner finished their performance, many initially intended to leave. But upon hearing that the final act featured a newly crowned campus beauty in a duet of a new song, the hormone-driven audience members decided to stay. Whether they cared about the music was irrelevant. They were primarily interested in assessing the new campus beauty's attractiveness, ready to offer their critiques. As the performances progressed, Yi Wanqiu grew increasingly anxious. Jiang Lingyun held her hand, softly discussing fashion trends to divert her attention and help her relax. After Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing concluded their performance and removed their makeup, they joined Yi Wanqiu, who gradually began to ease her tension. From their performances, Jiang Lingyun could perceive the significant impact of their backgrounds on them. Yi Wanqiu had never graced such a stage before, even if given the chance. Her nerves could hinder her ability to seize the opportunity. Should she falter this time, it is likely that she will never again summon the courage to ascend such a stage. In essence, this is a singular opportunity for her, with an abysmally low margin for error. In contrast, Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing have graced stages like this multiple times each year since their kindergarten days. Even if their performances falter, their parents and mentors encourage them to try again, instilling in them a fearlessness towards failure. For they can swiftly embark on a new beginning after setbacks. The adage that a poor family seldom produces a noble offspring holds its truth. As class stratification is not without reason, the divergent starting points of these individuals may well represent the terminus for those hailing from humble origins. Chapter 24. The first performance, the welcome party, featured a lackluster array of performances, yet with a well-orchestrated arrangement, it could have been salvaged. Regrettably, the programming was poorly executed. A succession of uninspiring acts left many students teetering on the brink of slumber. Had it not been for the rumored final act featuring the enchanting campus bell, numerous students would have already departed. However, the duo of Jiang Lingyun and Yi Wanqiu revitalized the audience's spirits. Male students were captivated by Yi Wanqiu's beauty, while female students found themselves equally entranced by Jiang Lingyun. His appearance, with its delicate and effeminate charm, was not of the rugged masculinity, but rather possessed a grace that instinctively aroused protective instincts in women. Thus, in his youth, he enjoyed considerable romantic luck and possessed the potential to be a charming heartthrob. When Yi Wanqiu's voice filled the air, the previously jovial audience fell into a hushed reverence. In the evening breeze hide countless fairies, the stars in the sky awaken from slumber, the daylight's exiled luminescence mends the night sky, gazing. The scenery reveals a few shooting stars passing the terrace. Words of vows will echo in return, so let us boldly promise, with fingertips painting hearts against the cosmos. Starlit shadows cascade into your gaze, like enchanting crystals, projecting romance. Love is a kind of magic, guiding us. Yi Wanqiu's ethereal and translucent voice drowned out all distractions. The audience listened intently to her performance, while Jiang Lingyun contributed only harmonies. He estimated that Yi Wanqiu's singing had reached about 70 to 80% of the original artist's level. At this point, the party finally reached its climax, with the audience erupting in fervor. The event birthed two new campus bells, Qin Bing and Yi Wanqiu. After the festivities concluded, Jiang Lingyun escorted Yi Wanqiu and Qin Bing back. Yi Wanqiu remained in a state of exhilaration, for this was her first time gracing such a grand stage. It was only natural for her to be overwhelmed. In contrast, Jiang Lingyun maintained his composure. Having lived 20 more years than her, he possessed a level of steadiness. He pondered whether to take her abroad next time, to broaden her horizons, especially since she aspired to become a formidable businesswoman. Lacking exposure would be detrimental. Classmates like Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing had already traversed numerous countries, with Qin Bing even speaking Spanish, thanks to a relative who served as a diplomat in South America, spending her summers there. Upon returning to the dormitory, classmates from the neighboring dormitory were present, all animatedly discussing the evening's events. Buzzing with excitement and marveling at Qin Bing's beauty, Jiang Lingyun remained silent. No matter how much they drooled, Qin Bing was entirely out of their reach. In his previous life, he knew of at least dozens who pursued Qin Bing, yet none had captured her interest. Invitations for meals, shopping, or holding hands were nothing but fanciful dreams. Among her admirers were athletic types like Li Song, scholarship-winning scholars, wealthy heirs driving sports cars, and even a second-generation official with a father in provincial-level government. However, they all met with failure, and it was utterly impossible to invite her out for a meal. Qin Bing frequently received gifts, flowers, chocolates, snacks, love letters, and confessions. In her previous life, Jiang Lingyun had indulged in the chocolates and treats gifted by those boys. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. Jiang Lingyun had long understood that a love born of mismatched social standings could never endure, rather than harboring unrealistic fantasies. It was far wiser to live pragmatically. She was cognizant that she would never experience poverty in this life, for she possessed the advantage of foresight. Without delving into specifics, the value of a single Bitcoin could render her wealthy. She was certain that even if she became affluent, the family of Shu Shurqin would never regard her with respect. Wealth, in the face of power, was utterly insignificant. Having spent years as a prospective son-in-law in a wealthy family, during her relationship with Chen Xingyu, who was perpetually preoccupied with work, Jiang Lingyun held a lighter job, assisting in household matters. His rapport with Chen Bin, Chen Xingyu's father, was amicable, often accompanying him to various social engagements. At that time, Chen Jiamin was quite affluent, yet even he had to bow and scrape before district leaders, fearful that a single misstep could lead to significant losses. Families like Shu Shurqin and Qin Bing, no matter how wealthy, would never regard him as worthy. Therefore, despite the beauty of his first love with Shu Shurqin being one of his few cherished memories, he had no desire to relive it. A love without a future need not be pursued. Perhaps Shu Shurqin would gradually relinquish her lingering attachments. After a shower, Jiang Lingyun exchanged a few messages with Yuanqiu, chatting for a while before retiring early. Tomorrow, his fashion brand would launch on Tibao, marking his inaugural venture into entrepreneurship. One could hardly claim to be devoid of nerves. The following day, Jiang Lingyun roused Zhang Jinghui to accompany him to his company, disregarding the latter's disgruntled demeanor. With insufficient manpower, he had no choice but to enlist him. Upon arriving at the office, Yuanqiu, Shu Shurqin, and Qin Bing were already present. Zhang Jinghui's spirits lifted immediately upon seeing Qin Bing, and he busied himself enthusiastically with various tasks. Jiang Lingyun shook his head, bemused by the obviousness of his infatuation. At precisely 8:18, with exhilaration coursing through him, Jiang Lingyun launched his Tibao store. At that time, Tibao was still in its rudimentary growth phase, with few regulations. Simply launching a store would guarantee a recommendation. He introduced over 100 types of clothing, distinct from other stores as each piece was displayed by tall, beautiful models. A unique approach could pave the way to success. Jiang Lingyun was confident that this strategy would enable him to stand out amidst the multitude of online shops. By the time others sought to emulate his method, his store would have already gained recognition. Soon, inquiries flooded in on the communication page. Boss, are the clothes in your store truly as beautiful as they appear? Will the merchandise match the description? The customer service representative not only possessed a melodious voice but also showcased remarkable typing skills, effortlessly typing over 200 words per minute, leaving Jiang Lingyun in awe. In response to such inquiries, Jiang Lingyun provided numerous standardized replies, assuring customers that their products were all showcased by models on site, featuring innovative designs, exquisite craftsmanship, and soft fabrics. Once you don these garments, your elegance will surely surpass that of our models, he proclaimed. Is that so? Your models are stunning. I certainly cannot compare to them. However, she continued, this dress is truly beautiful. I shall purchase an ensemble to try. Dear customer, we currently have a National Day promotion, a 10% discount on a single item, 20% off when purchasing 2, and complimentary stockings, 1 pair with a single purchase, 3 pairs with 2. Additionally, 2 items qualify for free shipping. Such generous offers? I shall take my time to choose. Before long, Yuanqiu received its first order. Jiang Lingyun felt a surge of joy and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had been spending money freely for the past half-month. Should his entrepreneurial venture fail, he would have to seek alternative paths. Chapter 25, Su Wenjing on the inaugural day of Yuanqiu, a flurry of inquiries flooded in, and orders cascaded one after another. By the end of the day, dozens of orders had been processed, with the majority consisting of 2 or more items. Only 2 orders featured a single item. Such a promising start left Jiang Lingyun thoroughly content. After all, not many households possessed a personal computer, and smartphones were still a rarity, rendering online shopping via mobile devices impossible. Orders received were promptly relayed to the warehouse, which would prepare them for collection by couriers by 5 in the afternoon. That evening, Jiang Lingyun treated 3 employees along with Yu Wanxiu and others such as Fatty and Qin Bing to a celebratory dinner. During the 7-day National Day holiday, Yu consistently received over 100 orders daily, with a steadily increasing trend. Jiang Lingyun procured another batch of goods and made adjustments to the inventory, discounting items that were not selling well, deciding not to restock them after they sold out. He focused on light, fashionable clothing that appealed to the youth. Although the brand was not widely recognized, the garments were stylish and offered a diverse selection, making them very appealing to fashion-forward young individuals. While Xu Shiqin and Zhang Jinghui returned home for the holiday, Jiang Lingyun and Yu Wanxiu remained busy with the operations of Jiang Lingyun felt a profound joy in sharing this entrepreneurial journey with Yu Wanxiu, though he did not vocalize it. The experience of facing both hardships and successes together was invaluable. Gradually, he entrusted more responsibilities of the business to Yu Wanxiu, allowing her to acclimatize. On the final day of the holiday, sales at Yu surged to 200 orders. The two of them, exhausted and aching, secured the doors and prepared to head home. As they walked, Yu Wanxiu remarked, "Lingyun, should we consider hiring 2 more people? This is quite taxing. Let us first seek out students for part-time work from the school. We can hire additional staff when we reach 300 orders a day. You just want to overwork Ah Fong and the others. Have you not noticed how busy they are, barely finding time to drink water?" Lu Fong is the customer service representative, handling 200 orders, with at least 500 or 600 inquiries coming through computers or phone calls. I pay them fairly well. How can you accuse me of exploitation? As a business owner, the goal is to earn money. Who would work without profit? Humph. The wicked capitalist. Who would dare to label themselves so? What did you say? You called yourself a wicked capitalist. I was referring to you. Yu belongs to both of us. When you say that, you implicate me. You're speaking nonsense. Yu is your venture. You've invested so much time and money. I am merely assisting you. What does it have to do with me? Yu Wanxiu said this, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. This company will be yours in the future. I am just helping you lay the foundation. I cannot commit to running a company for a lifetime. This business will rely on you moving forward. Jiang Lingyun spoke earnestly, and noticing his sincerity, Yu Wanxiu casually asked, "What do you plan to do afterward?" "The doctor advised me to take care of my stomach, suggesting I should indulge in more soft food." Jiang Lingyun replied with a wry joke. Yu Wanxiu's momentary bewilderment gave way to a blush as she finally grasped the meaning of his words, playfully swatting him for his incessant antics. The duo, indulging in laughter and light-hearted banter, made their way back to the dormitory. As they approached the girl's residence, they discerned the sound of a girl weeping from a nearby corner. In a surge of apprehension, Yu Wanxiu grasped Jiang Lingyun's hand tightly. He, undeterred, led her towards the source of the sound. Upon arrival, they discovered a young woman huddled in the corner, tears streaming down her face. "Wenjing, is that you?" Yu Wanxiu inquired, recognizing the girl. Jiang Lingyun too recognized her. In their previous life, they had shared a close bond, nearly becoming relatives. He had met Su Wenjing during their freshman year when he and Yu Wanxiu enrolled in the same advanced mathematics class under a particular professor. One day, due to a work-study obligation, they arrived late to class. Spotting 2 empty seats beside Su Wenjing, Jiang Lingyun asked if they were taken. Upon her confirmation that they were not, they settled in beside her. Yu Wanxiu struck up a conversation, discovering that they were classmates from the same major but different classes, and subsequently introduced Jiang Lingyun. After some time spent in conversation, they had formed a budding friendship. Following graduation, Su Wenjing remained in the city, securing a position in a company as an accountant. Unfortunately, the company's vice president and the financial manager engaged in fraudulent activities, embezzling funds. When their deceit was uncovered, they fled, leaving Su Wenjing to face the consequences. Having signed numerous documents, the company sought to pin the blame on her, alleging complicity and demanding restitution for their losses. Just over a year into her career, Su Wenjing found herself unable to support herself, let alone pay any compensation. The company's threats of imprisonment left her feeling utterly hopeless, prompting her to weep on a pedestrian bridge, where she encountered Jiang Lingyun and Qin Bin, who were out for a late-night snack. Upon recognizing Su Wenjing and learning of her plight, Jiang Lingyun reassured her that matters would be resolved. He invited her to join them for supper, and, being at the pinnacle of his career at an investment firm. He assisted her in contacting a lawyer who would help rectify her situation. Chunbin introduced her to a position at his family's company, solidifying their friendship. At that time, Jiang Lingyun had just separated from Xu Shiqin and had yet to define his relationship with Qin Yuqin, finding himself in a period of emotional limbo. He had several romantic prospects, including Yi Yanxiu, Yi Wanxiu's sister, who was quite persistent in her affections, as well as two other girls with whom he shared a living arrangement, both of whom seemed to harbor feelings for him. Su Wenjing was also among his considerations. Regrettably, he chose Qin Yuqin, who, despite having the most favorable circumstances, was the least compatible with him. In retrospect, Jiang Lingyun pondered his choices, believing that had he selected Su Wenjing, his life would have taken a more favorable turn, with Yi Wanxiu and the other two girls following closely behind. Choosing Qin Yuqin remained his most significant error. Initially, Su Wenjing harbored feelings for Jiang Lingyun, showing no interest in Chunbin. She subtly hinted at her affections for Jiang Lingyun on numerous occasions, yet he hesitated to commit to a relationship with her. It was not that Su Wenjing lacked appeal. Standing at 5 feet 3 inches, she was not particularly stunning but possessed an above-average beauty, complemented by a slender figure. It is merely that Qin Yuqin possesses a beauty that is more striking, a maturity that is more profound, and an allure that is imbued with feminine charm, rendering her immensely captivating to men. Although she is 3 years senior to Jiang Lingyun, she epitomizes the very type that Jiang Lingyun admires. Furthermore, with Jiang Lingyun's aspirations of ascending the social ladder, driven by his desire to alter his fate through marriage, he swiftly succumbed to Qin Yuqin's advances. Su Wenjing, heartbroken, took 2 to 3 years before she acquiesced to Chunbin's pursuit. However, the complexities between Jiang Lingyun and Su Wenjing were known solely to the two of them, with even Chunbin remaining oblivious. During those years, the trio often ventured out together, and when Zhang Jinghui visited from Jinling, the four of them would socialize, allowing Su Wenjing to truly integrate into their close-knit circle. Chunbin's family deemed Su Wenjing a suitable candidate for a daughter-in-law, prompting them to encourage his union with her. Seeking counsel from Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Jinghui, both of whom regarded Su Wenjing as a commendable young woman, Chunbin subsequently commenced his pursuit of her. Chapter 26. Su Wenjing 2. Su Wenjing is a woman of formidable ambition. Upon entering the workforce, she encountered a significant setback, yet it only fueled her determination to persevere. Shortly after commencing her employment at Chunbin's company, she unearthed a major liability, astonishing both Qin Jianmin and Qin Yuqin, who subsequently placed greater trust in her. Following the company's public listing, she ascended to the roles of executive director, vice president, and chief financial officer, earning an annual salary of 1 million. Jiang Lingyun envisioned cultivating Yi Wanxiu's potential to mirror that of Su Wenjing, a self-made powerhouse. He harbored no desire to alter Su Wenjing's trajectory, as she was among the most successful individuals he knew, having achieved her status through sheer effort. However, the intertwined fates of the two women meant that any shift in Jiang Lingyun's destiny would inevitably affect Su Wenjing's as well. Jiang Lingyun often contemplated how their lives might have unfolded had he chosen Su Wenjing years ago. He would not have departed from the investment firm. Many of his colleagues who joined around the same time earned substantial salaries of 200,000 to 300,000 annually. Even if he had struggled, he believed he could have secured a similar income. Had Su Wenjing not married into the Qin family, her pinnacle would likely have been as a financial director. Together, they could have afforded a modest vehicle and a small apartment in Qin City. Regrettably, he did not choose her. After marrying Su Wenjing, Chunbin did not shed his reclusive tendencies, and it was Jiang Lingyun who accompanied her to prenatal checkups. Su Wenjing confided in Jiang Lingyun about her concerns and post-marriage. She became more liberated in her expressions, candidly stating that she felt more like siblings with Chunbin and more like a couple with Jiang Lingyun. She noted that doctors and nurses often mistook Jiang Lingyun for her husband, leaving him bewildered. Could a gentle girl transform so drastically after marriage? Following his breakup with Qin Yuqin, Jiang Lingyun contemplated returning to his hometown when Su Wenjing approached him, expressing her desire to accompany him. Startled, he questioned her intentions. "What would you return for?" "To start our life anew," she replied, her enthusiasm almost disconcerting. "Are you out of your mind? What about Chen Hao? Leave him to the Qin family," she insisted. "Can you bear that?" Jiang Lingyun asked, sensing her sincerity, yet feeling a wave of frustration. It was only after he uttered the harsh truth that he had never harbored feelings for her that Su Wenjing relinquished her desire to leave with him. Nevertheless, her tear-streaked visage and heart-wrenching sorrow left Jiang Lingyun in deep distress, prompting him to question if facilitating her union with Chun Bin had been a grave error. Observing the still youthful Su Wenjing, her eyes brimming with tears, evoked a profound sense of empathy within Jiang Lingyun. He was aware that her university years had been fraught with difficulties, yet their limited interactions had left him ignorant of her plight. Witnessing her current state, it was evident she had endured considerable hardship. When Su Wenjing looked up and saw Yi Wanxiu, she began to recount her sorrows. It turned out that since the start of the semester, she had been assisting at a small restaurant, working 2 hours daily and dedicating entire weekends there, earning a mere 500 yuan each month in exchange for her meals. A few days ago, after completing a full month of work, Su Wenjing sought her wages from her employer. The boss informed her that salaries would be dispersed on the 10th and insisted she continue until then. Despite her diligent attendance over the past few days, today the employer abruptly declared that her services were no longer needed. When she requested her due payment, he retorted that since she had not worked until the 10th, there would be no wages. A brief quarrel ensued, culminating in the boss forcibly ejecting her from the premises and striking her across the face. Jiang Lingyun and Yi Wanxiu noticed the fresh mark on her left cheek. Fuming with indignation, Yi Wanxiu insisted on confronting a school teacher to seek justice for Su Wenjing. However, Jiang Lingyun interjected, suggesting they first accompany Wenjing to confront the boss. If he was willing to pay her wages and apologize, the matter could be settled. If not, they could then escalate the issue to their teacher. Su Wenjing, her voice frail, expressed her apprehension about the boss's temperament, fearing he would refuse to return her wages. Jiang Lingyun reassured her, asserting that one must try before assuming failure. Just don't resort to violence. Yi Wanxiu warned, concerned that Jiang Lingyun might engage in a confrontation with the employer. Rest assured, that won't happen. The small eatery was somewhat distant from the school, and although Su Wenjing expressed her intent to take a bus, Jiang Lingyun, now financially comfortable, hailed a taxi for them. Su Wenjing, overwhelmed, could scarcely find her voice. Upon arrival, they found the establishment to be modest, with only a few tables, likely catering primarily to laborers from the nearby construction sites. The proprietor, a greasy man in his 40s, let out a dismissive snort upon seeing Su Wenjing accompanied by others. You didn't work until the 10th, so you won't receive your wages. It's futile to bring anyone here. Jiang Lingyun approached with a smile, offering the boss a cigarette, which he hesitated to accept until he realized it was a premium brand. After lighting it for him, Jiang Lingyun continued, "What is your surname?" "Yao, but you can call me Boss Yao." "Boss Yao, Su Wenjing is my classmate. You are aware of her family circumstances. Why make it difficult for someone like her?" With a derisive laugh, Boss Yao retorted, "What do you know about society? You still studying, student? I want T-pay. What are you going to do about it? You will settle her wages and apologize, and this matter will be resolved." "What do you say?" Jiang Lingyun remained calm. "Who do you think you are? You should be aware of who I am. Don't come here acting tough. Leave now, or you'll regret it." Boss Yao maintained his menacing demeanor. "So, there is nothing to discuss? Leave. If you have the guts, call the police. Let us see if I'm afraid." Boss Yao dismissed Jiang Lingyun entirely. Nodding, Jiang Lingyun led Yi Wanxiu and Su Wenjing away from the establishment. After walking a short distance, Su Wenjing suggested they let it go, reasoning that it was not a significant amount. Yi Wanxiu, filled with righteous anger, insisted, "We should return to the school and ask for help in obtaining justice. We cannot let this slide." Jiang Lingyun took out her phone and dialed 110. "Hello, I'd like to report an incident. A female classmate of mine, working part-time at a restaurant on XX Street, was assaulted and harassed by her employer. He boasted about having connections at the police station, challenging us to report him if we dared." The dispatcher inquired in detail about the personal information of Jiang Lingyun and Su Wenjing, to which Jiang Lingyun complied. The dispatcher assured that patrol officers would arrive within 10 minutes. Yi Wanxiu and Su Wenjing listened in astonishment, and Su Wenjing hesitantly remarked, "He struck me, but did not assault me. Does that mean it is a false report?" Jiang Lingyun observed the naive and timid Su Wenjing, finding it hard to reconcile her with the formidable, domineering CEO she would eventually become. The current Su Wenjing had yet to undergo her transformation and required further experience to grow. Chapter 27. Escalating the situation when he pushed you out. Did he touch your chest? Su Wenjing was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she hesitated, unsure of how to respond. It seemed, Perhaps he did. When the police arrive, you must convey it just like that. Understood? As Jiang Lingyun eyed Su Wenjing's short-sleeved t-shirt, clearly a cheap knockoff from the street market. He approached her and tore at the neckline and the hem, leaving a significant rip. Su Wenjing gasped in shock, and by the time she comprehended his actions, Jiang Lingyun had completed his task. Should the police inquire, simply state that it was that boss Yao who tore it. Su Wenjing, still bewildered, nodded in agreement. Yuan Qiu, puzzled, asked, why not just say he hit her and refused to pay her wages? Why complicate things? Jiang Lingyun scoffed. A mere slap doesn't even constitute a minor injury. Those few hundred yuan in wages wouldn't warrant a case being filed. They would only suggest you pursue labor arbitration, and it's almost impossible to retrieve the money without a signed labor contract. Moreover, it's unacceptable to be slapped without consequence. Thus, we must escalate this matter. If the police fail to take action, we will approach the media, highlighting the headline "Unethical Boss Assaults Female University Student." Such a story would certainly attract attention, wouldn't it? But won't this impact Wenjing in the future? Yuan Qiu expressed her concern. It won't reach that level. We just need him to settle her wages and apologize. So, Wenjing, remember what I just said. Su Wenjing nodded, understanding that this was the only way to reclaim her wages, which represented her living expenses for the past couple of months. Within 10 minutes, a police car arrived, accompanied not only by 2 male officers but also a female officer. The 2 male officers questioned Jiang Lingyun about the incident. He emphasized that Su Wenjing was an exemplary student from a struggling family who was self-reliant, earning her living expenses through diligent work study. He recounted Yao's words with embellishments, and the officers took meticulous notes. The female officer then questioned Su Wenjing, who recounted how Yao had often been inappropriate with her, refusing to pay her wages that afternoon, and had forcibly attempted to expel her while also tearing her clothes. When she resisted, he slapped her, prompting her to flee. The female officer diligently recorded her account. The group then proceeded to the small restaurant where Yao, upon seeing Jiang Lingyun with the police, erupted in a tirade, showing blatant disrespect even towards the officers, claiming connections within the police department. Initially, the officers intended to invite him to the station for questioning, but his outburst only fueled their frustration. As Yao continued to rant, the officers produced silver handcuffs, prompting Yao to realize the gravity of the situation and immediately soften his stance. I merely slapped her and didn't settle her wages. I haven't committed any wrongdoing. Why are you apprehending me? Yao's bravado began to falter. Whether you have done wrong will be discussed at the station. Be compliant, or I will charge you with assaulting an officer. One of the officers retorted, no longer inclined to entertain his defiance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Boss Yao, adorned with a silver bracelet, was led away by the police, while Jiang Lingyun stood nearby, smiling. As Boss Yao beheld that smile, a flicker of fear crossed his face. This fellow was nothing but a smiling tiger. Just moments ago he had appeared ingratiating, yet in the blink of an eye, he had summoned the police to his side. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers took a statement from Boss Yao, after which a police officer and a female constable ushered Jiang Lingyun and Su Wenjing into a small conference room. The officer spoke first, stating that the suspect, Yao Chuming, denied having ever molested Su Wenjing, though he hesitated to assert that he had not touched her chest, nor did he acknowledge tearing her clothes. However, he did admit to withholding her wages, slapping her, and verbally abusing her, as well as having touched her hand, shoulder, and waist. Su Wenjing stood nearby, her face flushed, at a loss for words. Can he be convicted? Jiang Lingyun inquired. Not likely, and obtaining evidence is difficult. At most, he might face administrative detention for a few days. Alternatively, you could consider mediation, the officer replied, casting a glance at Jiang Lingyun. Jiang Lingyun smiled and turned to Su Wenjing, asking, what do you think? Aye. All right, we accept mediation. 3 conditions. First, full payment of wages. Second, a formal apology. Third, should Boss Yao retaliate, we reserve the right to pursue legal action. Agreed. I'll discuss this with Yao Chunming, the 2 officers said before exiting. Will he retaliate against us? Su Wenjing asked, her voice tinged with worry. There's no need to worry. That guy is clearly a coward, lacking the courage to act, Jiang Lingyun reassured her. Thank you so much, Lingyun. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do, Su Wenjing expressed earnestly. It's nothing. We are all classmates, Jiang Lingyun replied, genuinely considering her a friend. In his past life, he had shared a close camaraderie with Chen Bin and Su Wenjing. Many aspects of this life had changed. Jiang Lingyun would no longer be dating Qin Xingyu, and Su Wenjing might not end up marrying Qin Bin. Little Qin Hao, that spirited child, would also not make an appearance. What a pity. After a short while, the officer returned with Yao Chuming, who no longer displayed the arrogance he had at their first encounter. He readily agreed to the mediation terms proposed by the police. After stepping out to retrieve over 3,000 yuan in cash, he sincerely apologized to Su Wenjing and signed the mediation agreement. Holding the 3,000 yuan, Su Wenjing was so elated that she struggled to find the right words. Lingyun. Wanqiu, I don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't know what to do. How about I treat you to dinner? Or perhaps I could share half of this money with you. We were actually planning to go out for a late-night snack. Treating us to that would suffice. The three of them exited the police station, and Jiang Lingyun hailed a taxi. Su Wenjing hesitated, wanting to speak but restraining herself. Wanqiu, who had only been acquainted with Su Wenjing previously, found their bond had deepened significantly through this experience. Once outside the station, the two linked arms, walking side by side and engaging in quiet conversation. Upon arriving at the snack street of the school, Su Wenjing attempted to insist on paying for the ride, but pushed Jiang Lingyun back. The three of them gathered at the brothers' barbecue on the snack street to enjoy a late-night meal. Jiang Lingyun opted for a beverage instead of beer, and they chatted amiably while dining. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Jiang Lingyun heard someone exclaim from behind. Wow, Lao Jiang, are you here indulging in a solitary feast? How excessive. Turning around, Jiang Lingyun was met by several acquaintances from her dormitory. It appeared they had just returned from the internet CAF, planning to grab a bite before heading back to the dorm, especially since classes were set to commence the following day. Chapter 28. Learning to drive, shall we grab a bite together? Jiang Lingyun warmly greeted his roommates. If he were merely in the company of Wanqiu, these fellows would certainly refrain from becoming third wheels, as they possessed a modicum of awareness. However, with Su Wenjing present, they felt indifferent. Boss Zhang's business has flourished significantly. It is indeed time for him to treat us to a meal, Zhang Jinghui remarked, unceremoniously bringing over a folding table to merge with the others, while the group fetched chairs to sit. Jiang Lingyun ordered a plethora of barbecued delicacies and brought over a case of beer. He first went to the cashier and handed over 300 yuan, fearing that Su Wenjing, in her naivety, might attempt to pay the bill. Jiang Lingyun introduced Su Wenjing to Qin Bin and the others, recounting her unfortunate experiences. Qin Bin and his companions, upon hearing her plight, were filled with righteous indignation and expressed a desire to confront the loathsome boss Yao. However, Jiang Lingyun intervened to prevent any rash actions. Blushing and at a loss for words, Su Wenjing stood beside them. Jiang Lingyun deftly shifted the conversation to their upcoming National Day holiday. The group began to share their plans for the holiday, effectively steering the discussion away from the previous topic. Observing Qin Bin closely, Jiang Lingyun noticed the young man stealing glances at Su Wenjing on several occasions. It seemed that fate had intertwined their destinies. Perhaps in due time, he could arrange for them to meet alone and see if sparks might fly. After their late-night feast, Su Wenjing insisted on paying the bill. Approaching the cashier, the barbecue shop owner calculated the costs and, to her surprise, not only refused her payment but also refunded her over 100 yuan. Bewildered, Su Wenjing returned with the change in hand, unsure of what to say. Jiang Lingyun accepted the money and urged everyone to head back. After escorting the two young women to their residence, Jiang Lingyun returned to his dormitory. Following the National Day holiday, his life resumed its regular rhythm, and Su Wenjing began her part-time job at Yapinui. Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing frequently came to assist at his company. When it came time for payroll, Jiang Lingyun transferred 2,000 yuan to Wanqiu. She hesitated, saying, Lingyun, our online store has only just begun. There's no need for you to pay me. Save it for emergencies. I don't have any pressing expenses right now. Previously, Wanqiu had lent Jiang Lingyun 2,000 yuan, and when he offered to repay her, she insisted it could wait. Jiang Lingyun was aware that she had little money. Yet she never complained, selflessly contributing on her own. Now that the online store is profitable, this 2,000 yuan is rightfully yours as compensation for your labor. I still have over 200,000 in my bank account, and money is coming in daily. You needn't worry about the store's operations. That is too much. Just give me 500 or 600, she protested. You are my deputy manager and partner. How could you possibly accept such a meager salary? Take it. You can also send some money home. After contemplating, Wanqiu ultimately accepted the money. In truth, she had little to her name. But Jiang Lingyun had been covering their meals during this period, and her own expenses had been minimal. Yet, she had promised to send money back home. though she had not yet done so. Her family had not pressured her, but she felt a sense of responsibility that she could not ignore. Regarding Xu Shiqin, Jiang Lingyun found himself at a loss. She was not in need of money and would not accept it even if offered. Jiang Lingyun felt embarrassed to suggest that she refrained from assisting him. Once, when he jokingly mentioned it, she responded that she was there to learn and even inquired if she should pay him tuition, teasing that she might end up starving him, her master. With her newfound skills, this left Jiang Lingyun without any retort, as she had a knack for manipulating others. Qin Bing was merely her little follower. The business of Yuepinhui experienced a slight decline after the National Day holiday, but gradually stabilized and began to grow again. Once the business was steady, Jiang Lingyun enrolled in a driving school that had a partnership with the school, offering discounts for students. Chen Bin and Zhang Zhenghui had already begun their driving lessons in their freshman year. Jiang Lingyun also assisted Yuantiu and Su Wenjing in registering, although both initially hesitated. Jiang Lingyun assured them that Yuepinhui would cover the costs, prompting them to relent. Upon learning of this, Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing expressed interest in learning to drive as well. Jiang Lingyun offered to help with their driving fees, and after some deliberation, the two girls agreed. A few days later, they all gathered to take the first driving exam. As an experienced driver, Jiang Lingyun didn't bother with study materials, resulting in all four girls passing with flying colors, while Jiang Lingyun barely scraped by. Fortunately, he passed. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. The five of them scheduled a time to practice driving. When it was time for their first driving session, Jiang Lingyun discreetly handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the instructor sitting beside him. The instructor, surnamed Wang and slightly plump, responded, "You don't need to do that. Just tell me what you need." After saying this, he pushed the cigarettes back. He understood that the students were not to be treated as sources of extra income, as the driving school had strictly prohibited accepting gifts from students to maintain their reputation and avoid losing a substantial business. Although instructor Wang declined the cigarettes, he treated Jiang Lingyun with newfound respect. The saying courtesy does not incur blame seemed to apply here. Naturally, Jiang Lingyun would not take back what he had offered. Having experienced a rebirth, he had become somewhat mercenary, keeping a box of mitai and wuyangye in his office, along with several packs of cigarettes for unforeseen circumstances. He placed the cigarettes in the armrest compartment, fastened his seatbelt, took a deep breath, ignited the engine, shifted gears, and set off. Jiang Lingyun did not elaborate further, effortlessly demonstrating proficiency in the second driving test, as if he were a seasoned driver. After returning to the starting point and parking the car securely, Instructor Wang nodded, comprehending Jiang Lingyun's intentions behind the cigarette offering, though he could not articulate it. "You drove quite well," he remarked. Jiang Lingyun smiled and replied, "Instructor Wang, since I seem to be doing well, could you directly arrange my exam? It would save us all some hassle." Prearranging the exam was advantageous for Instructor Wang, as it not only simplified matters, but also increased the likelihood of passing. He readily agreed, stating he would check for available slots in the upcoming batch and inform Jiang Lingyun. "All right, thank you, instructor. I'll let you get back to your work. I'll take my leave now," Jiang Lingyun said as he walked toward Yi Wanxiu and the other 3 girls. Initially, Xu Shiqin had a strong aversion to Su Wenjing, resenting her inclusion in Jiang Lingyun's small circle, as she herself had clung to it rather stubbornly. Upon closer acquaintance, I found her to be quite agreeable. Although it was evident that she harbored feelings for Jiang Lingyun, her character appeared rather submissive, and her beauty did not surpass that of the former, posing little threat. Jiang Lingyun also did not exhibit any particular affection towards her, which is why she accepted her presence. The coach remarked on my exceptional talent, declaring that I need not practice driving any further and should proceed directly to the examination next time, while instructing the others to diligently learn the art of driving as he took his leave. "Is that so? Are you truly that remarkable?" Xu Shiqin adeptly played the role of the supportive foil. Indeed, it was a rare occasion for Jiang Lingyun to showcase her prowess. Chapter 29. The visitor during her free time. Jiang Lingyun busied herself with the affairs of Yuepinhui. The 4 girls often practiced driving together, their relationships blossoming as they shared laughter and amusing anecdotes from their driving lessons. One day, after class, Jiang Lingyun headed to Yuepinhui, which had gradually found its footing, achieving a commendable daily revenue of 30,000 to 40,000 during peak times and a still respectable 10,000 to 20,000 during slower periods. For a newly established online store, such performance was quite impressive. After conducting a brief inspection and finding everything in order, Jiang Lingyun sought refuge in her office to browse the internet for potential lucrative opportunities. Not long after she logged on, Loud voices erupted outside her office. Brother Zhuangji, what are you up to? Watching adult films from Japan? Curse you, you fat bastard. What brings you here again? Jiang Lingyun retorted sharply. Zhang Jinghui barged in, familiar with the surroundings, and promptly retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from the cabinet. Since the opening of Jiang Lingyun's online store, she had stocked the office with ample tobacco and alcohol, and Zhang Jinghui had not bought cigarettes since, whenever he ran low. He would come here for a couple of packs. He was not an excessive smoker and understood the value of moderation. Come on, after all the help I gave you during the opening, you're not going to sever ties so quickly, are you? Aren't you supposed to be practicing your driving? Have your concubines gone to practice without you? Mind your words, or I'll give you a beating. Jiang Lingyun shot back. The girls, including Yuan Xiu, often spent time with Jiang Lingyun, especially the 2 recognized campus beauties, Xu Shiqin and Su Wenjing, who were both quite attractive. Consequently, rumors inevitably circulated, and familiar faces like Zhang Jinghui joked that Yuan Xiu and her companions were Jiang Lingyun's 4 esteemed concubines. Zhang Jinghui plopped down casually and said, I have something to discuss with you. Ouyang and Li Chuqing are looking for you. Oh, you're still entangled with your white moonlight, huh? A girl like Ouyang Jing is out of your league. Heed my advice and let go. A toad shouldn't aspire to eat swan meat. One must possess self-awareness. Xiaohui, you ought to learn from your esteemed comrades. Get lost. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory, Zhang Jinghui retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Lingyun found his reaction puzzling. What was the fat man so worked up about? As her curiosity piqued, she turned her head towards the door, where Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing stood. Ouyang Jing's face was somewhat flushed, while Li Chuqing stifled a laugh beside her. They must have overheard their previous exchange. Upon seeing Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing again, Jiang Lingyun was taken aback. Previously, they had exuded youthful vibrance and charm, but now, both appeared haggard and devoid of the fresh, lively demeanor of young girls. Jiang Lingyun recognized this pallor. She had seen it before on Qinbin, a heavy internet addict who had once spent 3 nights and 2 days in an internet CAF during his freshman year. Exhausted, he would doze off at the terminal, and when hunger struck, he would snack on instant noodles or order fast food. It was the neighboring dormitory residents who reported that Chun Bin had been glued to the screen, his complexion ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fearing he might suffer a fatal incident at the CAF, a group of them had gone to retrieve him, nearly suffocating from the odor he emanated. After a day and night of slumber, I finally regained my strength. Now, the complexions of Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing resemble that of Chun Bin during his earlier days. How is it that these 2 exquisite beauties have found the time to visit me? Jiang Lingyun greeted them with a smile. It has only been a little over a month since we last met, yet you have already embarked on such an impressive venture. Ouyang Jing could not help but commend him. Life's demands leave one with no choice. One must toil for a living, Jiang Lingyun jested. In his office, which boasted a sofa, he invited Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing to sit, while he busied himself with brewing tea, neglecting Zhang Jinghui, who shamelessly approached to take a seat. Jiang Lingyun felt immense gratitude towards Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing. Had it not been for their assistance in composing music and introducing him to scoring, he would have been utterly lost, with no idea how to proceed. Ouyang Jing inquired about the Opinui matter, and they chatted for several minutes. Eventually, finding themselves at a loss for topics, the 2 girls exchanged glances, and Ouyang Jing prepared to express her intent. Just then, the office door swung open, and Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing stepped inside. Upon seeing Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing, a wave of hostility surged within Xu Shiqin. Although Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing might not possess the stunning allure of Qin Bing, they were undeniably beautiful, comparable to Yuan Xiu, and surpassed Xu Shiqin and Su Wenjing, particularly in terms of figure and grace. Xu Shiqin, being possessive, had previously kept Jiang Lingyun on a tight leash, though she now desperately sought to be close to him. Their relationship lacked clarity, and her inherent jealousy remained unchanged. Any girl approaching Jiang Lingyun would invoke her animosity, especially if they were as enchanting as Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing. You 2 are back. What about Yuan Xiu and Wenjing? Jiang Lingyun inquired. We practiced first and returned early. Yuan Xiu and Wenjing are still practicing driving, Xu Shiqin replied, deliberately choosing to practice first to maximize her time with Jiang Lingyun. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were unfazed by Xu Shiqin's presence, but they were momentarily dazzled by Qin Bing. Jiang Lingyun introduced the girls to one another, however. Ouyang Jing felt constrained in her conversation with Xu Shiqin present. The group continued to chat until Yuan Xiu and her companion returned. Jiang Lingyun then suggested taking Ouyang Jing and the others out for a meal. He had long intended to express his gratitude for Ouyang Jing's help with the composition, but had been too preoccupied until now. Observing the closeness between Jiang Lingyun and Yi Wanqiu, Ouyang Jing maintained a polite demeanor with the other three girls, keeping a strong sense of boundaries. She mused that if Xu Shiqin and Su Wenjing could be disregarded, it was surprising that Jiang Lingyun remained unaffected by the stunning beauty of Qin Bing. It seemed that the allure of beautiful women might not sway him after all. Jiang Lingyun led them to a mid-range restaurant near the school, reserving a private room that comfortably accommodated 8. He encouraged Ouyang Jing and the others to order, but they opted for only a few inexpensive dishes, feeling hesitant to choose anything too extravagant, as they were all students with limited funds. Seeing their warm demeanor, Jiang Lingyun ordered a few more dishes and inquired if they would like to have some wine. The girls all declined, so Jiang Lingyun decided against ordering alcohol. Being university students, their conversation revolved around campus life. It was evident from the dining table that Zhang Zhenghui and Xu Shiqin were the most at ease, skillfully managing the flow of dialogue to avoid any awkward silences. They effortlessly introduced new topics, mindful of everyone's feelings and ensuring no one felt neglected. Qin Bing was typically reserved, while Yi Wanqiu and Su Wenjing were still quite naive, lacking the experience to engage fully. Ouyang Jing also remained reticent in the presence of unfamiliar faces. Chapter 30. Composing a song in her previous life. Jiang Lingyun had gained insight into the subsequent life of Xu Shiqin. She returned to the capital to pursue a Master's degree at Renmin University and upon graduation, successfully passed the examination for a selected civil servant, enjoying a smooth career trajectory. However, her romantic endeavors were far less fortunate, as she did not marry until her 30s, only to divorce within a year. Jiang Lingyun was not surprised by this outcome. Despite Xu Shiqin's numerous admirable qualities, her jealousy was a significant flaw. Jiang Lingyun recalled that even a light-hearted joke exchanged with the cafeteria staff would incite Xu Shiqin's ire. At that time, Jiang Lingyun had indulged her, accommodating her whims in every regard. With Jiang Lingyun's exemplary presence as a benchmark, it would undoubtedly be challenging for Xu Shiqin to find a partner who could meet her standards. Perhaps, if she were to seek a boyfriend who did not cater to her every desire, a mutual adjustment might temper her jealousy, leading to a more harmonious marital life in the future. Such were the musings that filled Jiang Lingyun's mind. Although it was clear that the two could not be together in this lifetime, Jiang Lingyun still harbored hopes for Xu Shiqin's happiness. After dining, Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Zhenghui escorted Ouyang Jing to her vehicle, while Yi Wanqiu and the others returned to their dormitory. "You must have come to see me for a reason," Jiang Lingyun observed, sensing that Ouyang Jing and her companion were hesitant to speak, which led her to surmise their intentions. If they were anyone else, he might have feigned ignorance, as their camaraderie did not extend to such familiarity. However, having known Ouyang Jing in his past life, he understood her fervent obsession with her musical aspirations. After pursuing this dream for over a decade, the struggles she faced were not for the faint-hearted. If he possessed the ability to assist them, he would extend his hand. As for altering the life paths of others, he had no acquaintance with them. It was of no concern to him. Finally, Ouyang Jing broke the silence, requesting, "We would like to ask for your help in writing a song." For over a month, the two young women had been utterly consumed by the desire to compose music, to the extent of neglecting their own well-being. Particularly during the National Day holiday, they had confined themselves within their room, writing day and night, resulting in their current disheveled state. Ultimately, they had produced 4 songs, yet even they were dissatisfied with their own creations. Jiang Lingyun's piece, "The Stars in the Sky Pale in Comparison to You," had gained popularity following its live performance at the welcome party at the University of Finance, dominating the music charts despite being an only live rendition. Jiang Lingyun had initially intended to visit the Music Academy's recording studio with Yi Wanqiu to re-record the song for release, but his busy schedule had prevented him from doing so. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqin had approached teacher Li Shuchuan to inquire about the cost of commissioning a song akin to "The Stars in the Sky Pale in Comparison to You." However, teacher Li's response was a cold splash of reality. He informed them that a decent song would cost at least 100,000 yuan, and for something of superior quality, the price could easily exceed 200,000 to 300,000. A song that would instantly resonate with the public, like "The Stars in the Sky Pale in Comparison to You," was invaluable, typically crafted by established composers and lyricists affiliated with record labels to promote new talents. The two young women inhaled sharply upon hearing this, Both hailed from comfortable backgrounds, but their families would certainly not condone spending such a substantial sum on a song. Besides, could Jiang Lingyun not sing a song like the stars in the sky pale in comparison to you himself? The ring-owned business is flourishing. The revenue from popular songs in this sector surpasses that from selling the songs themselves. Why sell to others? Yet, two young women remained resolute, depleting their savings and borrowing from relatives and friends to amass 100,000 yuan. Hoping against hope that Jiang Lingyun would assist them in composing a song to fulfill their dreams of stardom. They even resolved that if Jiang Lingyun refused to write a song for the sum of 100,000, they would resort to their final gambit, using their allure to entice him. As for who would enact this plan, it would depend on whom Jiang Lingyun found appealing. After all, he was quite handsome and would not suffer any loss. Little did they know that in just over a month, Jiang Lingyun had established a thriving venture, earning tens of thousands monthly, rendering their investment of 100,000 negligible. Thus, they decided to resort to their ultimate strategy, using their beauty. However, Qin Bing shattered their confidence. It was only upon discovering that Qin Bing was not Jiang Lingyun's girlfriend that they sighed in relief, realizing there was still hope. But upon meeting Yuanqiu, they resolved to abandon this scheme. Although Jiang Lingyun had not introduced Yuanqiu as his girlfriend, the chemistry between them was unmistakable. Even if they wished to interject themselves as third parties, it seemed unlikely they could penetrate that bond, especially with Xu Shiqin lurking nearby. Consequently, the two young women refrained from speaking, fearing humiliation. To their surprise, Jiang Lingyun initiated a conversation as they were about to leave. How could such an opportunity be overlooked? With a smile, he inquired, "Are you aware of the market trends?" With nearly 2 decades more life experience, Jiang Lingyun understood that many artists thrive on just 1 or 2 hit songs. One internet singer had spent 5,000 yuan on a song and earned over 100 million within 6 months, particularly in the current ring-owned market. Jiang Lingyun's song had already attracted attention, allowing him to sit back and await the profits. Thus, he was reluctant to sell the rights to his songs, especially as the value of song copyrights would only increase in the future. "We inquired with Teacher Li," they explained. "He stated that a decent song costs at least 100,000, and even more for better ones, like your song Stars in the Sky. We only have 100,000. Could you help us write a song?" Ouyang Jing asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Lingyun chuckled. Had he just been reborn, he would have readily agreed. However, now he found that some less appealing. "I have a proposal," he said. "I will establish a company, and you can sign a contract with it. I will help you write songs, and we can split the income 50-50. What do you think?" Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing exchanged glances. Taken aback by Jiang Lingyun's unexpected leap in thinking, they merely sought to purchase a song. Sensing their hesitation and confusion, he added, "You can discuss it further. I can guarantee that I will compose 2 or 3 songs each year of similar quality to Stars in the Sky, and you would also have the rights to sing Stars in the Sky. How does that sound?" Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Setting aside everything else, if they could perform the Stars in the Sky cannot compare to you, they would be on the path to becoming stars themselves. Ouyang Jing decisively declared, "All right, let us discuss this further when we return." Lingyun, curious as ever, inquired, "By the way, is Yuanqiu your girlfriend?" Li Chuqing, having restrained her curiosity all day, could not help but ask as they were leaving. The two shared a close bond, yet Jiang Lingyun had not introduced Yuanqiu as his girlfriend. "Haha, not just yet, but she will be in the future." Jiang Lingyun replied with a wry smile. Chapter 31. By Yiyan Zhuangji. "Why hasn't there been any progress between you and Yuanqiu?" inquired Zhang Jinghui as he and Jiang Lingyun returned to their dormitory. Although Jiang Lingyun initially hesitated to discuss Yuanqiu, he felt no need to conceal the truth from Zhang Jinghui, a lifelong friend. She actually has a boyfriend at home. Her father used to work in a coal mine and has developed pneumoconiosis, rendering him nearly incapable of labor. Her mother tragically passed away in a car accident a few years ago. The driver, who was under the influence, fled the scene without providing any compensation. In their household, her grandparents cultivate a small plot of land, yielding little income, and they are burdened with significant debt. She also has a younger sister who just entered high school, which means she is unable to pursue her own university education. One of her high school classmates, who has long harbored feelings for her, hails from their town and comes from a relatively well-off family. When she was unable to gain university admission, he proposed that his family finance her education, but on the condition that she marry him upon graduation. Yuanqiu's family, facing dire straits, had no choice but to agree, accepting a bride price of 10,000 yuan. which allowed her to attend school here. Her fiancé runs a car repair shop in town and often helps her family with financial support or supplies. Thus, Wanxiu and I can only remain in this limbo. We must await her release from this engagement before we can be together openly. However, repaying financial debts is far easier than resolving matters of obligation to others. I am uncertain whether her high school classmate will agree to dissolve their engagement. If he remains stubborn, it could lead to a host of complications. Jiang Lingyun sighed heavily. Some of this information was shared by Yi Wanxiu herself, while other revelations stemmed from his past life experiences with Yi Yanxiu. Yi Yanxiu had remarked that her brother-in-law was an honest man, yet his family was far less accommodating. In her previous life, Yi Wanxiu returned home partly due to the overwhelming sense of obligation and partly out of fear that her family would face harassment and scolding if she did not return. In rural communities, accepting a bride price is akin to a marriage commitment. Zhang Jinghui listened in shock. Having initially assumed that Yi Wanxiu's plight was merely due to her family's financial struggles. Old Jiang, are you implying that you are a third party in this scenario? Or rather, a male third party? Be cautious with your words, or I may have to teach you a lesson. Are third parties today so brazen? Damn it. You chubby fool. Should I inform sister about your entanglement with Ouyang? Do not speak carelessly. I warn you, my relationship with Yuyan is quite good. Do not cause me any trouble. Jiang Lingyun suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. How could this guy lack any self-awareness? Did he not realize he was merely a small fish in someone else's pond? A mere smile from her could make him elated for days. The epitome of a lovesick fool. Should history remain unchanged, Bai Yuyan would be pursued by a freshman this semester. Bai Yuyan's boyfriend, who would later become her husband, was someone Jiang Lingyun had encountered a few times, though he had forgotten his name, as they had little in common. He stood under 7 meters tall, shorter than Bai Yuyan, possessed an ordinary appearance, and exhibited no remarkable talents, just an average individual. In fact, Zhang Jinghui, though slightly heavier, was not much different from him at all. Zhang Jinghui was deeply affected, sinking into a state of despondency, languishing in lethargy. Spending long hours with Chun Bin at an internet CAF, which became his refuge. However, Bai Yuyan did not completely sever ties with Zhang Jinghui, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. Later, Bai Yuyan pursued her graduate studies at Zhendong, maintaining a loving relationship with her younger boyfriend. It was only upon their marriage that others learned her boyfriend's father was the executive vice mayor. Bai Yuyan inherited the political capital of her husband's family. Thriving in the political arena, even surpassing Zhang Jinghui, who hailed from a political family. Jiang Lingyun could not help but marvel at Bai Yuyan's astute judgment, which was truly beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. The following day, Jiang Lingyun took the time to register a brokerage company, albeit one that was merely a shell with no substance. Having previously registered a company named Upinui, he was familiar with the procedures. He had traversed numerous locations, relying on public transportation and taxis. It seemed imperative to purchase a car soon after obtaining his driver's license. Jiang Lingyun drafted contracts and power of attorney documents, but there were not many standardized templates available for download. Being no legal expert, he was uncertain about the validity of the contracts and whether they contained any pitfalls. Therefore, he sought the assistance of a professional. Among his acquaintances, Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing were both law students. Yet they had just begun their studies and undoubtedly had much to learn. The next option was Bai Yuyan, who was now a junior. Even if she lacked expertise, she would likely know someone knowledgeable. Jiang Lingyun had limited interactions with Bai Yuyan, primarily through Zhang Jinghui. Additionally, she had modeled for him on 3 occasions, as he allowed her to take photographs in light of her association with the late Fatty, while others had only taken turns for a single shot each. Although he had her phone number, which indicated a degree of familiarity, he was reluctant to approach her alone, amidst rampant rumors about him. Largely due to Yi Wanxiu and Qin Bing, he was on the verge of becoming the target of male animosity. At the welcome party, his duet with Yi Wanxiu elevated him to celebrity status at the university, drawing many female admirers while inciting disdain from numerous males who perceived him as a foppish pretty boy, particularly Qin Bing, who, aside from her dealings with Jiang Lingyun, was dismissive towards other boys, leaving many with unfulfilled hopes and anguish. Bai Yuyan was also a notable figure on the university's list of beauties, and Jiang Lingyun had no desire to provide further fodder for gossip. Fatty, what are you up to? Jiang Lingyun called Zhang Jinghui. I'm gaming with Chen Lauda at the internet CAF. What's the matter? Speak quickly, Zhang replied. I'll be back to discuss something important. Remember to bring back Chen Lauda's accord. Hello? What do you need? I'm quite busy. Before Zhang Jiangwei could finish, Jiang Lingyun hung up the phone. That rascal. Zhang Jiangwei cursed, informing Qin Bin and the others that he had matters to attend to before logging off, prompting a round of complaints from his peers. He then requested the car keys from Qin Bin. Upon returning to the dormitory, he angrily declared, "Old Jiang, you had better truly have something important. Do you not realize we are at a crucial juncture for leveling up?" Jiang Lingyun cast him a sidelong glance and declared, "I am preparing to seek out Sister Bai. Will you accompany me? If not, you may as well return to your online pursuits." Zhang Jinghui's expression, once contorted with anger, swiftly transformed into a sycophantic grin, a remarkable change that only a few could achieve, and it was no wonder he thrived in the political arena. "Oh, brother Zhuangji, why did you not mention this sooner? Let us go at once to find Sister Bai. You treacherous wretch, consumed by your lust. First make a call to inquire where she is and whether she is available. She has no classes this afternoon. She should be in the study room engrossed in her books." As a devoted admirer, Zhang Jinghui was thoroughly familiar with the whereabouts of his goddess. "You should first make a call to check which classroom she is in, and then we shall proceed to find her." Without hesitation, Zhang Jinghui dialed the number. For such a forthright reason to meet his idol was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Chapter 32. Bai Yuyan, Jiang Lingyun, and the chubby boy made their way to the study room, where Bai Yuyan was engrossed in her reading, accompanied by several girls from her dormitory. In university, students often engage in activities as a collective unit, influencing one another profoundly. Consequently, one might find an entire dormitory filled with academic achievers or a cohort preparing for graduate studies. Conversely, there are those who find themselves in unfortunate circumstances, surrounded by peers who indulge in video games, Korean dramas, smoking, and drinking. In such environments, even if one lacks interest, the urge to conform becomes compelling, prompting them to partake in these activities to avoid isolation. Jiang Lingyun was aware of a fellow student, much like himself, who hailed from a rural background. His family faced financial hardships, and upon joining a dormitory where gaming was the norm, he too succumbed to the allure. When funds ran low, he would request support from home, ultimately leading to severe academic failings and the looming threat of not graduating. Jiang Lingyun always felt fortunate to have encountered Zhang Jinghui, Qin Bin, and others as his roommates. Their distinct personalities harmoniously coexisted, fostering an environment of mutual respect and understanding. Unlike the class collective, which often bore a more dismal influence, Jiang Lingyun's class was relatively commendable. Tao Shuyu, a capable individual devoid of selfishness, frequently organized class activities and considered the well-being of her peers. Beside Bai Yuyan sat a strikingly beautiful girl, only slightly less radiant than Bai Yuyan herself. With captivating eyes that sparkled with emotion, she glanced at Jiang Lingyun, casting a flirtatious look that was utterly enchanting. Jiang Lingyun felt an involuntary flutter in his heart and quickly turned his gaze away. He recognized this girl as Tang Duo, Bai Yuyan's roommate and close friend. Rumor had it that Luo Yang had once pursued her, only to receive a harsh reprimand. "Senior Bai, I have a matter for which I seek your assistance." Jiang Lingyun addressed Bai Yuyan. He retrieved the makeshift contract and power of attorney he had assembled, whispering his request to her. Bai Yuyan examined the contract he had drafted and shook her head. "This is far too informal. It is fraught with potential loopholes," she cautioned. "It would be best to consult a law firm for a professionally drafted contract. They can help you rectify all the shortcomings, though it will entail some expense." Jiang Lingyun was acutely aware that an informal contract was akin to a ticking time bomb, destined to lead to future repercussions. "Do you have any lawyer acquaintances? I'm willing to spend some money. Our former advisor currently works at a law firm. It should be quite simple for him to assist you in drafting a contract." She replied, "All right, could you inquire if he has time? We can go see him right now." Bai Yuyan nodded and made a phone call, conversing briefly before saying, "He is available. Let us go find him." She instructed her roommate to take her books back, preparing to leave with Jiang Lingyun. Tang Duo, who had been attentively observing them, suddenly interjected, "Bai Yin, may I accompany you? Studying feels a bit tedious. I wish to take a stroll." Bai Yuyan glanced at Jiang Lingyun, noting his lack of objection, and replied, "Of course." Tang Duo is acutely aware of her own inclinations. This individual possesses an innate charm, and she delights in captivating the attention of various young men, leaving them utterly spellbound before dismissing them without hesitation. Bai Yuyan is aware that several admirable young men have succumbed to her allure, yet Duo has never been swayed by any of them. Bai Yuyan has known Jiang Lingyun for quite some time now, and she increasingly finds him inscrutable. during their freshman year. He was merely an ordinary boy from a rural background, simple, honest, and shyly blushing when conversing with girls. However, by his sophomore year, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His demeanor and interactions became far more confident and mature, exuding a sense of responsibility. Previously, he would accompany Jiang Lingyun to see her, entirely in the role of Zhang's subordinate. Now, the tables have turned, with Jiang often trailing behind him, their positions completely reversed. Particularly striking was the duet he performed with Yi Wanxiu, which captivated everyone present, leading many young girls to develop a fondness for this handsome young man. Yet, he swiftly embarked on his own entrepreneurial journey, showcasing his remarkable business acumen. Numerous girls attempted to catch his attention, but he maintained a respectful distance, displaying a serious demeanor towards them, including the campus beauties like her and Chen Sinan, which irked her somewhat. Even more frustrating was his indifference towards the exceptionally beautiful Qin Bing. Being in the same college, Bai Yuyin is well acquainted with Qin Bing. Her classes are always filled to capacity, with many attending solely for a glimpse of her. After class, she is the center of attention, with countless boys eager to engage with her, to know her, or to pursue her. Yet, she scarcely acknowledges them, politely rejecting their advances. However, this icy beauty seems to engage with Jiang Lingyun as an equal, and he is the only boy she appears willing to interact with. Many boys who witness Qin Bing laughing and chatting with Jiang Lingyun feel heartbroken, while the two remain wholly unaffected by the attention. Bai Yuyin is curious to see if the alluring and flirtatious duo can disrupt Jiang Lingyun's serious demeanor. Everyone piled into Chun Bin's Honda Accord, with Zhang Jinghui at the wheel. Jiang Lingyun intended to sit in the front passenger seat, but Bai Yuyin swiftly claimed that spot instead, leaving him with no choice but to sit in the back with Duo. Duo, intrigued, asked Jiang Lingyun, "Is this your car?" "No, it's Chun Bin's from our dormitory. I don't even have a driver's license yet. Once I obtain it, I might consider purchasing my own vehicle." "Lingyun, what kind of car do you wish to buy?" Zhang Jinghui inquired, his curiosity piqued. Boys generally hold a profound love for automobiles, with few exceptions. Jiang Lingyun had driven 3 cars in his previous life, one of which was the Audi recently acquired by Chun Bin's father. At that time, the Chun family had prospered, upgrading from a modest vehicle to a BMW X7, which was then gifted to Jiang Lingyun. After 1 or 2 years, in an effort to evade taxes, the Chun family's company procured several luxury cars. Among them was a Land Rover, which Chun Xingyu asked Jiang Lingyun to drive. Later, Jiang Lingyun returned to his hometown and purchased a Honda Bora as a means of transportation, enabling him to drive back home or visit his in-laws during holidays. "Let's first acquire an Audi. In a couple of years, we can think about getting a Land Rover," Jiang Lingyun suggested after some contemplation. He was familiar with both vehicles and their performance, as he had driven them before. Sports cars, however, did not appeal to him at all. "When the time comes, remember to lend it to me for a spin. Once I acquire the Land Rover, the Audi will be yours." "Jiang Lingyun, if you say that, I will take you seriously. If you dare to go back on your word then, I shall proclaim your misfortune far and wide. Rest assured, if it truly comes to that, I will certainly present you with a model of an Audi. I would never be one to go back on my promises." "Damn, you're quite ruthless." Chapter 33. Tang Duo and Bai Yuyin were taken aback by Jiang Lingyun's calm demeanor, which bore no hint of boastfulness. Tang Duo smiled and inquired, "Lingyun, may I model for your clothing brand?" Standing at approximately 163 centimeters with a well-proportioned physique, she certainly had the potential to be a model. "Of course. You can come for a trial next time," Jiang Lingyun replied. "Great, it's settled then. If you're interested, I could even take some artistic photographs of you." Jiang Lingyun nearly choked on her drink, wanting to ask whether such artistic photos would require clothing. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, considering it too frivolous. She mused that if Duo were to model, it would be prudent to have Yi Wanxiu or Su Wenjing present, lest she conjure up any mischief. "Many people have begun to envy your online store. You should be cautious, you never know what others might do," Bai Yuyin remarked. "Are they really that short-sighted? I've only had this shop for less than a month, and I haven't even recouped my costs. What is there to be envious about?" Jiang Lingyun found the notion absurd. "They're not envious of your store, but rather the people within it. After all, who could resist the allure of the most beautiful girls from our university flocking to you?" Bai Yuyin teased. Jiang Lingyun pondered this and agreed. Beauty could indeed be a double-edged sword. "Are you close with Qin Bing? I've noticed she often spends time at your place," Tang Duo asked. Her curiosity piqued about Jiang Lingyun's relationship with Qin Bing. "We're merely acquaintances, nothing more." With her beauty, how could she possibly be interested in someone like me? One must possess self-awareness, right, Jiang Jinghui? Jiang Lingyun quipped, taking a jab at Jiang Jinghui. You, of all people, lack self-awareness. Hoarding 4 stunning girls, mark my words. It won't be long before someone ensnares you, Jiang Jinghui retorted, irked by Jiang Lingyun's insinuation of his lack of self-perception. Jiang Lingyun laughed heartily, realizing that she could no longer allow Qin Bing to frequent her place, as it seemed to attract the university's wolves. Lingyun, do you think there is a future in running an online store? Tang Duo inquired. Absolutely. Although I've never personally run an online store in my past life, I am aware of the general historical trends. Strictly speaking, we are not yet at the peak of online shopping. That will come in a couple of years. During that period, Tmall's revenue experienced explosive growth, Jiang Lingyun explained. Currently, starting an online store makes one a pioneer, and there are advantages to that. For instance, Qin Hui is the first to utilize models to showcase clothing, so even when others follow suit, Qin Hui will always hold the title of the original. However, once an online store reaches a certain scale, it becomes challenging to grow further, often hitting a bottleneck. But we have several years before reaching that point, and for now, it remains a time of rapid development. Will you continue to run the online store indefinitely? Not at all. I'm merely using this as a practice venture. Eventually, I will have Yuanxiu manage it. With her and Su Wenjing at the helm, they will handle it effortlessly. Do you truly have faith in Yuanxiu and Su Wenjing? Tang Duo inquired, her curiosity piqued. In this world, absolute loyalty is a myth. The absence of betrayal is merely a reflection of insufficient incentive. Her words carried an air of maturity beyond her years. Tang Duo chuckled, her eyes shimmering like silken strands in the flowing mist. Jiang Lingyun felt a stir within. This girl possessed an innate allure that could enchant any man, far surpassing the seemingly innocent charm of Bai Yuyin and others. He swiftly turned his gaze elsewhere. Yet, he harbored no desire to engage with her. Not due to her lack of beauty, but rather his commitment to Yuanxiu. After parting ways with Qin Xingyu in his previous life, he had lingered in the city for over a year, often frequenting bars filled with lonely women seeking solace. They would share their woes. And as men listened and offered drinks, connections would form, leading to transient encounters that ended with the dawn. However, during his university years, he wished to remain uninvolved with any girl other than Yuanxiu. He aspired to spend a lifetime with her, safeguarding his reputation from the slightest blemish. Should he find himself in need of physical fulfillment, and Yuanxiu refused to oblige, he would simply seek fleeting encounters elsewhere, never desiring to tarnish his domestic tranquility. Tang Duo, confident in her charm, felt slighted by Jiang Lingyun's indifference. How dare he overlook her allure? She vowed to make him kneel before her, singing her praises. After a drive of over 30 minutes, they arrived at the law firm. The person Bai Yuyin had introduced was their former advisor, who had balanced graduate studies with his advisory role. Having graduated and obtained his law credentials, he naturally transitioned to a more promising firm. After a brief wait, they met Wei Pingyue, a young man in his mid-20s, standing around 1.70 meters, not conventionally handsome, but possessing a refined appearance. Bai Yuyin and Tang Duo greeted him warmly, acknowledging him as their teacher. Wei Pingyue's eyes lit up upon seeing them. They were undoubtedly the most beautiful students in his class. Bai Yuyin introduced Jiang Lingyun and relayed his requirements to Wei Pingyue. Actually, corporate contracts are not my specialty. I can refer you to a colleague who specializes in this area, but please note that consultations and contract drafting will incur fees, Wei Pingyue expressed, somewhat hesitant. That's all right. Teacher Wei, please do make the introduction. Jiang Lingyun replied. One must always be cautious. Any loopholes in the contract could lead to losses far exceeding the current legal fees. The lawyer Wei Pingyue referred was a young woman, and Jiang Lingyun suspected she might be an intern. He conveyed his requirements to her, and she swiftly retrieved relevant contracts from her documents, made necessary amendments, and printed them out, all in less than half an hour. Jiang Lingyun reflected that in a few years, standardized contracts would likely be available online, sparing him from spending unnecessary funds. Having concluded their conversation, Jiang Lingyun proposed to treat Wei Pingyue to a meal. However, Wei Pingyue declined, citing work commitments and suggesting they reschedule for another time. Yuyan, Xiaoduo, where do you plan to intern in your senior year? Wei Pingyue inquired. Our law firm is also seeking interns. If you are interested, please inform me in advance, and I shall assist you. Wei Pingyue and Bai Yuyin conversed amicably. Jiang Lingyun harbored little fondness for Wei Pingyue, After all, it was merely a standard contract that he could easily amend himself. He found it audacious that Wei Pingwei sought to charm Bai Yuyan and the others, who granted him such audacity. Did he not reflect upon his own merits? Both Bai Yuyan and Tang Duoduo expressed their willingness to reach out should they require assistance. Following this exchange, the four bid each other farewell and departed. Chapter 34. Luo Yang. The four individuals exited the law firm, and Jiang Lingyun proposed treating them to a meal. Tang Duoduo expressed a desire for Western cuisine. But Bai Yuyan, noticing Jiang Lingyun's inclination to agree, quickly interjected, "There's no need to spend that unnecessary money. We could simply dine at the snack street outside the school." Bai Yuyan felt a twinge of guilt. She had initially offered her assistance, but now found herself in a position where Jiang Lingyun would be paying. If expenses were to be incurred, her presence was hardly required. Tang Duoduo pouted in mild discontent, but realizing she was merely tagging along, she refrained from voicing further objections. Upon returning to the campus, Jiang Lingyun called Yi Wanxiu to inquire if she had eaten. Yi Wanxiu replied that she had already dined and was currently assisting Wenjing at Ipinhui. Jiang Lingyun then asked Bai Yuyan what the two girls wished to eat. Bai Yuyan suggested casually selecting a small eatery. Jiang Lingyun, not wishing to appear too dismissive, opted for the same restaurant where she had previously treated Ouyang Jing and the others, deeming it quite satisfactory. The four refrained from reserving a private room and ordered 6 dishes, choosing not to include any alcoholic beverages, engaging in light conversation as they dined. In her past life, Jiang Lingyun had not interacted much with Bai Yuyan and Tang Duoduo, but now, as their bonds deepened, her perception of Bai Yuyan had significantly transformed. Previously, she had assumed Bai Yuyan was keeping Zhang Jinghui on a string, yet through recent observations, she concluded that Bai Yuyan regarded him merely as an ordinary friend. It was all a matter of the overweight man's self-delusion. If a woman does not harbor affection for you, no amount of effort will earn you her gaze. Moreover, from her observations, Bai Yuyan was intelligent and assertive, exhibiting discretion in her speech and actions. The husband she had chosen in her previous life must have been a result of careful deliberation, and her choice was indeed commendable. After all, for a woman lacking any influential background, achieving the rank of deputy department head before the age of 40, despite having a high education and striking looks, is nearly impossible. Yet, she succeeded by leveraging her husband's political resources. Individuals like Zhang Jinghui, hailing from political families, achieving the rank of a department head before 40 is already quite commendable. Jiang Lingyun mused that if she were to pursue a political career, reaching the rank of a division chief by 40 would be a remarkable feat. As the four were nearing the conclusion of their meal, 2 individuals entered the establishment. Upon seeing the quartet, they paused momentarily before approaching. Yin, Shaduo, you are dining here as well? Upon lifting their gazes, they recognized Luo Yang, accompanied by a girl none of them had seen before. Tang Duoduo and Zhang Jinghui furrowed their brows. Indeed, Chairman Luo has also come to dine? Bai Yuyan remarked with a smile. Yes, this is a freshman from our law school who has some student council matters to discuss with me, so I invited her out for a meal to provide some guidance. Luo Yang boasted shamelessly while introducing the girl beside him. The girl was reasonably attractive, otherwise, she would not have caught Luo Yang's eye. She stood beside him, blushing, gazing at him with admiration. In truth, it was evident what his intentions were, merely leveraging his position as the vice president of the student council to pursue romantic interests. Jiang Lingyun found his behavior quite disgraceful, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, the girl had willingly engaged in this, so what was it to him? Chairman Luo, would you care to join us for a meal? Bai Yuyan inquired with great courtesy. Ordinarily, Luo Yang would seize any opportunity to approach Bai Yuyan, but now, witnessing that they were nearing the end of their meal, he felt it would be rather pointless to sit down with them. Furthermore, the girl beside him seemed likely to be won over tonight, and he saw no reason to complicate matters further. No need, we shall proceed to a private room. Luo Yang replied. Just as he was about to leave, he cast a glance at Jiang Lingyun, as if suddenly recalling something. You are Jiang Lingyun, aren't you? Your establishment, Yu Wei, is quite impressive. I shall pay a visit sometime. You are most welcome to come and offer your guidance, Chairman Luo, Jiang Lingyun responded humbly. Luo Yang was quite pleased with her demeanor and nodded. Very well, I shall visit when I have the time. After exchanging farewells with Bai Yuyan and Tang Duoduo, he retreated to the private room, not uttering a word to Zhang Jinghui, nor even casting a glance in his direction. It appeared he still harbored resentment from their previous encounter that had thwarted his plans with the tall Lu Yan. Once dinner concluded, Jiang Lingyun suggested, senior sister. You two should head back first. I need to discuss something with Xiao Hui at Yuhui. Bai Yuyan, ever perceptive, inquired. Is there anything we can assist you with? No. It is merely a trivial matter, Jiang Lingyun assured her. As Tang Duo and Bai Yuyan walked away, Zhang Jingwei could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, What business do we have at Yuhui? To retrieve my digital camera, Jiang Lingyun replied. And what purpose does the camera serve? Zhang Jingwei pressed. Luo Yang is likely to take that girl to a hotel tonight. Don't you wish to catch him in the act? Damn, old Jiang, you're quite devious. You were just flattering him, and now you intend to set him up, Zhang Jingwei remarked. Enough chatter. Are you in or not? Of course I'm in. I've long found him displeasing. Did you not see how he didn't even glance at me earlier? And that scoundrel has designs on Senior Bai. I cannot let him off so easily. However, in the past, when I followed him with Brother Qin, we never caught him with a girl. How can you be so sure he'll take her to a hotel tonight? That girl dined with him, and after a meal, they will likely go to a movie or shopping. Eventually, she'll claim it's too late and the dormitory is closing, leading to a scenario where he convinces her to spend the night outside. This is a common tactic. The probability of him luring that girl to a hotel tonight is about 80%. So what is our plan? First, let us get the camera. The two made their way to Yuhui to retrieve the camera. Upon returning to the restaurant, Luo Yang had yet to emerge. They waited in the car, with Zhang Jingwei fidgeting restlessly, while Jiang Lingyun remained remarkably composed. If Luo Yang was not interested in Yuanqiu, she had no desire to provoke him. If they were to confront him, it must be in a manner that would utterly ruin his reputation. After a while, Luo Yang finally emerged with the girl. Her cheeks flushed, likely from having consumed some alcohol. Instead of driving his BMW, they strolled leisurely along the street, while Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Jinghui trailed behind in their car. Jiang Lingyun observed as Luo Yang purchased various trinkets and clothing for the young girl, along with some street snacks, bringing her immense joy. Luo Yang's reputation at the university was far from stellar, with just a little inquiry. One could easily discern his true character. Yet, there were always girls who believed themselves to be the exception, convinced that they could be the one to capture Luo Yang's heart and become his enduring companion. Undoubtedly, their aspirations were ultimately in vain, leaving them with nothing more than the title of Luo Yang's ex-girlfriend. Those with a modicum of wisdom chose to remain discreet, perhaps hoping to find a suitable partner during their 4 years of university life. However, like Cheng Lu, Yuanqiu's roommate, who became the talk of the town, one would forfeit the opportunity to choose a mate throughout their college years. Chapter 35. Luoyang to Jiang Lingyun and her companions trailed Luoyang, meandering until past 9 o'clock before heading to the cinema. Zhang Jinghui was on the verge of losing his patience, yet Jiang Lingyun sensed that success was within her grasp. Hey, fatty, why don't you head back first? I can manage on my own, she suggested. Am I truly that unprincipled? Zhang Jinghui retorted vehemently. What if we catch them heading to a hotel later? You know that the nearby hotels and inns are frequented by university students, and the police tend to turn a blind eye. Just be patient, you'll see how I handle this. By the time Luo Yang and his new girlfriend emerged from the cinema, it was well past 11. The couple lingered at the entrance, and Jiang Lingyun recognized Luo Yang's attempts to coax her into a hotel. After a while, Luo Yang hailed a taxi, prompting Jiang Lingyun to urge Zhang Jinghui to follow suit. It appeared that Chairman Luo Yang had little regard for the nearby budget accommodations. Upon arriving at a nearby hotel, the girl hesitated yet followed Luo Yang inside. After they had been inside for about 5 minutes, Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Jinghui disembarked. She glanced around, noticing the absence of surveillance cameras, and suddenly realized she might have overthought the situation. At this hour, such cameras had not yet become commonplace. Approaching a nearby phone booth, she inserted an IC card and dialed 110. To Zhang Jinghui's astonishment, she spoke in a falsetto voice to the operator. Hello, is this the police? Oh, I see. It's a police lady. I was out dining with my friend, and she had a bit to drink. When we exited to catch the bus, she felt unwell, so I went to buy her some water. When I returned, she was nowhere to be found. I asked people near the bus stop, and it seems a man helped her to a hotel not far away. I went to that hotel to look for her, but the staff refused to disclose her room number, citing guest privacy, though they did confirm that a man had brought a young girl in. The address is Tianying Hotel on XX Road. Please hurry. They've been inside for 10 minutes. If you don't come soon, it will be too late. My friend isn't even 18 yet. After hanging up, Zhang Jinghui, in shock, exclaimed, Lingyun, how could you speak in a female voice? Are you a monster? Jiang Lingyun's voice was naturally soft and feminine, and when amplified by her falsetto, it was nearly indistinguishable to others. Get lost. You're the monster. And your whole family is too. That was just a falsetto. Anyone can learn it. However, one mustn't speak for too long, or it's easy to give oneself away. Quickly find a good spot. Chairman Luo Yang will be out shortly. The two parked the car, and after 3 or 4 minutes, the wail of sirens echoed in the distance, signaling not just one vehicle, but at least 3 or 4. The police station in Shunsheng was indeed commendable. Their response time was exceptional. Next time, I should call the station to commend them, Zhang Jinghui remarked. By the way, why didn't you use your own phone to report it? Why the public phone booth? I fear you do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Utilizing a payphone, devoid of surveillance cameras, who could ascertain that I was the one making the call? Employing my own mobile device would only lead to my exposure. But what if the scoundrel, Luo Yang, seeks vengeance afterwards? He is no virtuous man. The police parked their vehicles, and over a dozen officers stormed into the hotel. The lead officer inquired at the front desk, "Did a man arrive with an intoxicated girl a short while ago? Which room are they in?" The front desk attendant, having witnessed such a scene before, trembled as he stammered, "Why, yes, there was, eh?" The lead officer barked, "Which room? Hand over the key card." The attendant, shaking with trepidation, produced the card, "Our room 302. The officer turned to his colleagues, commanding, "Amin, Chun Hao, accompany me upstairs. The rest of you conduct a routine check." With that, he rushed towards the 3rd floor, accompanied by a man and a woman, not even pausing for the elevator. Upon reaching room 302, they inserted the key card and burst inside. Luo Yang, gazing at the exquisite figure on the bed, had disrobed and was seated in a chair, smoking, relishing his conquest for the evening. He fantasized that if the alluring Bai Yu Yin or Yi Wan Qiu were lying there, his pleasure would be amplified. If it were Qin Bing, he would feel utterly fulfilled. As these thoughts consumed him, a heat surged in his lower abdomen. Just as he prepared to pounce, the door swung open, and before he could register what was happening, 2 officers swiftly tackled him to the ground. As his head met the floor with a jarring thud, he heard a female officer's voice, "Lu, this girl has been drugged into unconsciousness." A sharp pain shot through his waist, and he gasped. The officer pinning him down declared, "Scum, all you do is harm young girls." Finally, Luo Yang grasped the situation, "But we are classmates. It was consensual." Consensual? How could she be unconscious if it were consensual? Did you think we were mere children? Tears of despair welled up in his eyes. Had he known, he would not have resorted to drugs. She had initially consented, but in his misguided desire for excitement, he had given her a sedative. "Xiaomin, call for an ambulance." "Chen Hao, cuff this scoundrel and escort him back." "Should we let him dress first?" "Just have him put on his trousers." Jiang Lingyun and another officer did not wait long. Luo Yang emerged from the hotel, bare-chested, adorned with a silver bracelet, flanked by 2 officers. Both Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Jinghui were ecstatic. This was the scene Jiang Lingyun had envisioned. He raised his digital camera and snapped numerous photographs. "Is it sufficient to capture these images, Lingyun? I heard from Chief Chen that this scoundrel's uncle is the deputy district chief. Could he be released swiftly?" Jiang Lingyun pondered this possibility and deemed it quite likely. "Let's head to the police station. We will wait an hour. If he is not released, we shall return. If he does emerge, I will ensure he pays dearly." 2 individuals arrived at the police station, parked their vehicle outside, and waited for less than an hour when Luo Yang unexpectedly emerged. Upon his exit, Luo Yang retrieved a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and gazed skyward, slowly exhaling the smoke with an air of arrogance. Jiang Lingyun let out a cold laugh, realizing that this fellow had likely sought assistance from his uncle. Had he spent even a single night inside, it would have tarnished his record and adversely impacted his future endeavors, such as pursuing a public service career. Thus, he had no choice but to call upon his uncle for aid. If no one had been monitoring the situation, it might have concluded there. However, this scenario was orchestrated by Jiang Lingyun, who would not let the matter slip away so easily. He captured Luo Yang's gallant demeanor on film. After finishing, Jiang Lingyun declared, "Let us proceed. It is time to prepare a grand gift for Chairman Luo." Chapter 36, a picture to start as the clock struck past midnight. Jiang Lingyun and his companion returned, realizing that returning to their dormitory was no longer an option. Instead, they made their way to a tea house. Jiang Lingyun busied himself with his computer, while Zhang Jinghui, feeling a bit weary, sought out some tea leaves to brew. Sipping his tea, he lamented, "Lingyun, as a business owner, surely you could invest in some quality tea? This ordinary brew hardly befits your stature. Scram. If you're so particular, brew a cup for yourself. Jiang Lingyun retorted. With such a dreadful attitude, I might as well, Zhang Jinghui grumbled, though he proceeded to prepare a cup for Jiang Lingyun nonetheless. Glancing at Jiang Lingyun's screen, Zhang Jinghui noted the glaring headline. Chairman of a certain university student council in Xin City caught with a minor in a hotel room. Police conduct raid. Below it was a photo of Luo Yang, adorned with a silver bracelet, exiting the hotel. However, the image had been altered, obscuring the faces of the two police officers, while only a strip over Luo Yang's eyes remained. Anyone familiar with him would recognize him instantly. The text accompanying the images was sparse, yet the photographs vividly captured the scene. Police cars racing to the location, officers disembarking with striking poise, all praising the rapid response of the Xin City police. There was little information regarding the student council chairman, merely stating that a junior student, the chairman himself, had been apprehended for bringing a minor to a hotel, leading to an inquiry at the police station. The article concluded with a timeless query. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? Lingyun. Why have you written this as if it were a news report? Zhang Jinghui exclaimed. Such an approach lends credibility. This is how we begin with an impactful image, allowing the narrative to unfold through sensationalized headlines. Those who see it will undoubtedly click to read more, Jiang Lingyun replied. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun had harbored a deep disdain for sensationalist headlines that squandered time and energy, yet he found a certain satisfaction in crafting similar attention-grabbing news himself. Your entire piece lacks Luo Yang's infamous name. Is that effective? Zhang Jinghui questioned. This incident requires public engagement to gain traction. If I mention Luo Yang by name, people might glance and forget. By obfuscating the details and referring to him as the student council chairman, how many universities are there in Xin City? How many student council chairmen? We have a student council at the university level, at the college level, and even within some larger departments. By casting a wide net, I can involve them all, and then the commotion will begin. Indeed, Luo Yang's identity will eventually be unveiled, and he will suffer greatly as a consequence. Jiang Lingyun smirked, his expression devious. Rumors can be spread effortlessly, but it takes significant effort to refute them. Jiang Lingyun had witnessed the destructive power of public opinion in his past life. You are exceedingly cunning. I ought to keep my distance from you, Zhang Jinghui remarked. Get lost. Don't disturb me. I still need to compose another article, Jiang Lingyun retorted. Is that not sufficient? One more article could certainly seal his fate, Zhang Jinghui mused. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? The second article came together swiftly, as it contained minimal text and was predominantly visual. Jiang Lingyun chose not to obscure the images this time. The title read, A Half-Hour Tour of the Police Station. My uncle is the Deputy District Chief. One call and I'm free. Life presents rare experiences. Having spent half an hour in the police station, indulged in fine tea and tobacco, I have come to deeply appreciate the phrase punishment does not extend to the elite. The subsequent images captured by Jiang Lingyun, showcasing Luo Yang's demeanor as he exited the precinct, particularly the air of disdain he exuded, are bound to incite considerable disdain online. Over the past month, Jiang Lingyun has frequently taken photographs, and his skills have markedly improved. All right, my friend, are you aware of any internet cafes devoid of surveillance cameras? Most lack them, except for two of the larger establishments. Why venture out when one can simply access the internet here? Take me to a black internet CAF you've never frequented. Your physique is easily memorable, so refrain from entering. That's excessive. You're resorting to personal attacks against me. How about you enter first, and I shall follow in a few minutes. This arrangement was accepted. The duo proceeded to a black internet CAF, with Jiang Lingyun entering first. He registered a new QQ account and sought internet trolls. Upon finding a few, they discussed their business requirements and pricing. Jiang Lingyun, reluctant to meet or transfer money via bank, was suggested by the counterpart to recharge game cards instead. Jiang Lingyun agreed, and at that moment, Fatty arrived, prompting Jiang Lingyun to send him to make the purchase and assist with the recharge. After completing the arrangements in just over an hour, Jiang Lingyun felt the urge to sleep and decided to return to Yiping Hui, while Fatty opted to stay and surf the internet overnight. Having finalized everything, Jiang Lingyun felt fatigued and returned to rest. At this moment, the online uproar had reached a crescendo. Jiang Lingyun demanded the first article be released, reserving the second for a time when discussions were rampant. The internet trolls he employed were tasked with generating momentum to elevate the article's visibility. Based on my years of experience, only Dan University could produce such talent. Students of Dandan University, reclaim your president. Upon the post's release, a barrage of insults ensued, primarily from those associated with Jinduan University. The students of Jinduan University detest being referred to as Dandan University, a slight they cannot endure. Although it was claimed that this individual was their student council president, uncertainty prevailed, leading to the article being circulated within their campus network, igniting further turmoil. The student council, departmental councils, and various associations vehemently denied any affiliation with this alleged president. This emboldened Jinduan University students to launch vehement attacks against those maligning their institution. Subsequently, another post emerged, asserting that since Shanghai Jiaotong University has long been known for its eclectic talent cultivation, it was likely the individual in question hailed from there. Given that they were not from Dandan University, this too was met with a chorus of insults, primarily from students of Shanghai Jiaotong University. Students from a multitude of universities engaged in heated exchanges, exposing one another's shortcomings and resorting to personal attacks, creating a lively spectacle. Universities outside the city were equally animated, albeit merely as spectators. Until a post surfaced, I suspect it might be Nanda University. With so many self-proclaimed students from Nanda, it is only reasonable to expect such a character to emerge. Let us simply pin this on any random Nanda student. Jiangling is in close proximity to the city of Xinqing, making it feasible to visit on a Friday. This has stirred a hornet's nest, as self-proclaimed representatives of Nanjing University have commenced indiscriminate attacks on the universities of Xinqing, despite the fact that the criticisms were directed solely at your institutions. The uncle can tolerate it, but the aunt cannot. Even Nanjing University from Jiangxi Province has joined the assault against the universities of Xinqing. Following the late-night publication of Jiang Lingyun's article, it garnered significant attention from numerous netizens, particularly since many of those online during the night are students, fueled by online influencers. By the following day, the matter had become widely known. Chapter 37, Online Harassment in a Single Night. Jiang Lingyun elevated Luo Yang to the status of a first-generation internet celebrity. Within that brief span, a significant portion of internet users encountered images of Luo Yang. His corpulent figure adorned with a silver bracelet, flanked by 2 police officers. This spectacle was not confined to major news portals. It permeated social media platforms and university networks, igniting fervent discussions. The campus network of the financial university remained notably serene, as Jiang Lingyun had instructed hired commoners to refrain from mentioning the institution. Consequently, while other universities engaged in a cacophony of debates, the financial university maintained an unsettling calm. Not every student at the financial university was acquainted with Luo Yang. Attempts to share articles about him on their campus network were swiftly thwarted by administrators. Thus, the university retained its peculiar tranquility. The following day, the police station was inundated with inquiries regarding Luo Yang's situation. Initially, law enforcement officials were oblivious to the unfolding drama, but as they delved into online discussions, they realized the potential repercussions for the image of Xinjiang if they failed to provide the public with clarity. What began as mere curiosity about Luo Yang's identity escalated, drawing attention from print media and broadcasting outlets, thrusting the situation into an uncontrollable spiral. While universities across Xinjiang buzzed with excitement, the financial university remained an oasis of composure. Finally, one post shattered the silence. Dear siblings from Xinjiang's universities, you have unjustly borne the brunt for the financial university. That individual is one of ours. Like a droplet of water in a pot of oil, this revelation ignited a frenzy online as the omniscient netizens unearthed every detail about Luo Yang. They scrutinized his enviable romantic history, his familial ties, including an influential uncle, his BMW, and his seemingly unimpeded ascent in the bureaucratic realm. Many students at the financial university found themselves unable to post about Luo Yang on their campus network. Any mention of him was promptly deleted. It was a strategy so inept that it could hardly be considered a strategy at all. Only by allowing students to express their dissatisfaction could the situation be managed. Public sentiment, akin to water, should be allowed to flow freely rather than be dammed. The students of the financial university were incensed. They endured the behind-the-scenes maneuvering, tolerated the fact that Luo Yang had cycled through numerous girlfriends while they themselves had yet to experience a single relationship, and even accepted the prospect of him fathering children with 2 girls while still serving as student council president. But why had he not uttered a single word in their defense? Thus, the students redirected their efforts, exposing Luo Yang's myriad indiscretions online, leaving no stone unturned. The image of a dilettante, undeserving of accolades yet capable of securing various scholarships while leading a tumultuous personal life, emerged before the public eye. At this juncture, Jiang Lingyun released her second article, reigniting the online fervor. This time, it was not the police station that was inundated with calls, but city and district offices that rang incessantly. The first article merely hinted at Luo Yang's questionable morals without crossing the threshold of criminality. If the girl involved was of legal age and consented to the relationship, then no wrongdoing had occurred. However, should the police officers escort her to the station only for her to be released shortly thereafter, the implications of corruption and interference with judicial integrity loomed large. When reporters arrived at the police station to inquire about the previous night's anti-prostitution operation and the reason for Luo Yang's release after merely half an hour, the staff responded ambiguously, citing a lack of understanding and clarity. Consequently, that evening, local television news covered the incident, and the evening newspaper also reported on it. Photographs of Luo Yang, showcasing his robust figure, appeared alongside the news, albeit with his face obscured by pixelation in both the newspaper and the broadcast. By the third day, which was a Monday, the publicity department of the Xinjiang police issued a communication addressing the anti-prostitution operation. The announcement stated that Luo Yang, a student from a certain university, had booked a hotel room for his girlfriend, who had become intoxicated and was unable to return to the dormitory after the designated closing time. It clarified that the girl was merely unconscious from alcohol consumption rather than being drugged, and that no sexual relations had occurred between them. After questioning, the officers released Luo Yang, who subsequently went to the hospital to care for his girlfriend. Local print and broadcast media reported on this police communication, which served as an official defense for Luo Yang, albeit with a markedly different narrative. Many netizens interpreted the situation differently. Jiang Lingyun's article did not mention that the girl was unconscious, and the official designation of her condition as alcohol-induced unconsciousness rather than drug-related seemed to suggest a desire to obscure the truth. Reminiscent of the saying, "Not a penny of silver is hidden here." Allegations against Luo Yang continued to circulate, with an internet user known as In the Water, a graceful person claiming to be one of Luo Yang's ex-girlfriends. She recounted that she had never liked him, but as he was the vice president of the student council and head of the external affairs department, he had invited her to assist him with a donation matter, leading her to accept a ride in his car. She recalled feeling thirsty when he offered her a bottle of water, and after drinking, she fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the next day in a small inn, reflecting on her lost innocence. The online community erupted with outrage, laden with vitriol and harsh criticisms. In a small internet CAF, Jiang Lingyun, wearing a hat, left after posting his thoughts, a smile gracing his lips as he mused over the significant influence of Luo Yang's family. Official matters seemed to have been settled, leaving the door open for online harassment. Jiang Lingyun believed that if Luo Yang were to remain at the university, he would face severe repercussions. In the Silver Lake Villa area of Xinjiang, Luo Yang sat dejectedly, his head bowed. His parents occupied the opposite side of the room. His mother, Jiang Lingyun, regarded her son with a mix of disappointment and anger for his lack of ambition, especially given the gravity of the situation involving his older brother. His father, Luo Hanzan, wore a stern expression, frustrated by his son's perceived failures. While young people often seek thrills, it is crucial to avoid leaving incriminating evidence. As was the case with Luo Yang, had the girl not been unconscious, a simple explanation to the police could have averted the entire incident. Instead, Luo Yang's reckless choices led to a precarious situation. Moreover, it was only after someone maliciously reported to the police that Luo Yang was taken back to the station. Desiring to avoid a criminal record, he hastily contacted his uncle, who, through connections, managed to secure his release. Initially, it was thought that the matter would conclude quietly, but unexpectedly, within a single night, it escalated into a widespread uproar, capturing the attention of both the media and the government. Consequently, his uncle had to intervene to resolve the situation. Financially, it was of little concern, as Luo Hanzan possessed a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Spending some money was inconsequential. However, Zhang Wuchang, Luo Yang's uncle, had a promising political career ahead, and this incident compelled him to expend considerable social capital. The potential repercussions on his future prospects were what truly infuriated Luo Hanzan. Chapter 38. The entertainment company Rohanshan resigned from his public office over a decade ago to venture into business, and he has flourished in the bustling city of Xinjiang. Undoubtedly, the success of his enterprise is significantly attributed to his brother-in-law, Zhang Wenchang, who holds substantial hidden shares in the company, reaping considerable profits each year. The more wealth he accumulates, the more he realizes that in this society, money alone is insufficient. Wealth is rendered worthless in the face of power. Thus, he aspires for his son to embark on a political career. In the past, he and Jiang Lingyun were colleagues, but he grew weary of the monotonous and regimented life, choosing instead to immerse himself in business. Although he has earned a significant fortune, it pales in comparison to Jiang Lingyun's wealth, leaving him reliant on Jiang's support for his own success. With a fortune like his, few would encourage their children to pursue politics, especially considering that Luo Yang's monthly living expenses amount to tens of thousands, and he drives a BMW to university. Current civil servant salaries are modest, ranging from 1 to 2,000, requiring a subservient attitude while awaiting promotions through seniority. Achieving a departmental level by 30 and a ministerial level by 40 demands not only personal capability but also the backing of influential patrons. Had Luo Han amassed his wealth solely through his own efforts, he might have preferred to see his son enjoy a life of luxury rather than entering the political arena. However, he understands his position. He is merely a pawn, a conduit for Jiang Lingyun and others behind him. Even if he wished to withdraw now, it would be impossible. His only hope is to secure a safe exit for himself while ensuring that his son has a promising future in politics, allowing him to retire from business. The desire for Luo Yang to enter politics is also Jiang Lingyun's inclination. Jiang has only one daughter, who left for studies abroad at an early age. Among his nephews and nieces, only Luo Yang possesses the intelligence and eloquence deemed suitable for a political career. Consequently, he has been groomed from a young age. Despite his lackluster academic performance, he served as class monitor throughout high school. Although his college entrance examination results did not qualify him for a prestigious university, he was specially recruited due to familial connections. His choice of attending a well-known university was strategic, facilitating various manipulations, leading him to join the Communist Party in his freshman year, as well as the Student Council and the Youth League. His path appeared well-charted. However, with recent developments, those plans have become utterly irrelevant. Rohanshan's final decision was to ask his brother-in-law for assistance in securing a student exchange opportunity, suggesting that Luo Yang spend a few years in the United States and return with a degree to assist in the family business. I do not wish to study abroad, Luo Yang replied weakly. Like Jiang Lingyun, he lacks linguistic prowess. Despite having traveled overseas a few times, his communication is limited to a handful of common English phrases, relying on translations for deeper conversations. Do you believe you can continue your studies in the country? Even with your uncle's influence at the school, he cannot guarantee your safety. It would be easy for your uncle to facilitate a transfer to a university in the capital or Jinling. Luo Yang harbors a rather unfavorable impression of foreign lands. The language barrier is one issue, but he also finds the cuisine unpalatable. Your photographs are all over the internet. Once you arrive there, people will recognize you. Just focus on settling in abroad for a few years, and return when this matter is faded from memory. I understand that venturing outside may be a challenge for you. Perhaps your mother could accompany you for a few years. Jiang Lingyun furrowed her brows, yet maternal affection prevailed, leading her to say, I realize you might find it difficult to adapt to foreign cuisine. I will take Aunt Fong along, so you can focus on your studies with peace of mind. Luo Yang, recognizing the futility of resistance against parental authority, sighed and acquiesced. All right then. Luo Yang had not appeared at the financial university for several days, and public sentiment online, lacking the influence of orchestrated commentary, had settled into relative calm. Subsequently, insiders divulged that Luo Yang had become an exchange student, preparing to study abroad. This revelation sparked outrage among numerous netizens. However, without the orchestration of online trolls, the fervor gradually subsided. Yet, these trivial matters were of no concern to Jiang Lingyun. His sole objective was to remove Luo Yang, the source of turmoil. Ouyang Jing's teacher, Li Shuchuan, proposed introducing a manager to Jiang Lingyun. Having once been part of the music industry, Li Shuchuan, though now teaching, still maintained connections within that realm. Jiang Lingyun's company was little more than a shell, lacking both an office and employees. Recruiting a manager to guide Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing would indeed be a wise move. With quality songs, their fame would burgeon, transforming them into Jiang Lingyun's lucrative assets, bringing him substantial profits. However, the pursuit of wealth was not Jiang Lingyun's ultimate aim. Rather, it was to assist Ouyang Jing in realizing her musical aspirations. Jiang Lingyun took a bus to the music academy, where Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing awaited him at the school entrance. Have you made your decision? He inquired. The two girls nodded. For young women like them, Securing a contract with a music company typically required either wealth and influence or a willingness to make personal sacrifices. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for any music company to consider signing them. If Jiang Lingyun were willing to compose songs for them, they could achieve fame and fulfill their musical dreams, even if it entailed some exploitation on their part. Very well. Let us first meet with Teacher Li to assess whether the manager he recommends suits your needs. The manager introduced by Teacher Li was a senior from their school, formerly the manager of Yinghui. Last year, Yinghui married a wealthy tycoon, leaving her former manager without work. Upon hearing about their situation from Teacher Li, she expressed interest in meeting them. Jiang Lingyun nodded, coming to understand the context. He was aware of Yinghui, a somewhat renowned actress and singer, who had married a coal magnate worth billions, hosting an extravagant wedding reportedly costing over 100 million. Yet, after a few years of opulent living, her husband faced bankruptcy, compelling her to return to acting for financial sustenance. Jiang Lingyun held a disdainful view of such nouveau riche coal magnates, acknowledging that for those who swiftly amassed wealth during an era of unrestrained growth, it was nearly impossible to attain a billion-dollar fortune through honest means. Illegal practices, coercion, embezzlement, and tax evasion were prevalent, and thorough investigations would invariably uncover discrepancies. They were akin to the coal they mined. No amount of washing could render them clean. Many coal magnates, upon acquiring wealth, invest in the production of films and television series, significantly contributing to the advancement of these artistic endeavors. They perceive marrying a beautiful actress as a matter of great prestige. However, few coal tycoons who wed such starlets ultimately find themselves in fortunate circumstances. If they quietly amass their fortunes, others cannot hold them accountable. Yet, when they step into the limelight, their every action becomes subject to scrutiny, making it nearly impossible to evade controversy. Therefore, one must remain humble and discreet. This is the silent counsel that Jiang Lingyun imparts to himself. Chapter 39. Bai Hui. Upon graduating from the Bai Hui Music Academy, Bai Hui had no desire to pursue a career as a music teacher. Instead, she became an assistant to Yinghui, who had recently garnered fame. Bai Hui, possessing an acceptable appearance, even played minor roles in several television dramas, delivering a few lines. However, if she aspired to more substantial roles, she would have to barter her body, a notion she was unwilling to entertain. As she became more acquainted with the industry, she transitioned into the role of Yinghui's manager, a position she held until her marriage. Bai Hui sought to secure another management position. Though this proved to be a challenging endeavor, the prospect of returning to teaching music was unappealing to her, yet she was reluctant to concede defeat. With some savings at her disposal, she decided to explore job opportunities. Failing that, she would resign herself to teaching the following year. Previously, she had known Li Shuchuan, as they both navigated the same social circles, and their paths had often crossed. Aware of her unemployment, Li Shuchuan shared the news of Jiang Lingyun and Ouyang Jing's situation with her, inquiring if she would be interested in guiding the two younger girls into the industry. After much deliberation, she hesitantly agreed, grappling with her lack of confidence as she considered the daunting task of nurturing two still studying girls without substantial financial backing. What impact could they possibly have in such a competitive environment? It was Jiang Lingyun's song, "The Stars Cannot Compare to You," that ultimately swayed her. She believed that if Jiang Lingyun could compose a couple of similar songs, Ouyang Jing and the two of them could indeed attain a measure of stardom. Thus, she consented to meet Jiang Lingyun. Their encounter took place at Li Shuchuan's recording studio. Upon seeing Bai Hui, who stood approximately 1.6 meters tall, donned in a tailored suit with short hair, Jiang Lingyun found her neither particularly striking nor unattractive, a beauty in her own right. Bai Hui bore a resemblance to the mature Su Wenjing, which instantly enhanced Jiang Lingyun's regard for her. Conversely, Bai Hui was astounded by Jiang Lingyun's youth. Sharing a background in music, she held reservations about Jiang Lingyun's ability to write such splendid pop songs. Li Shuchuan facilitated their introductions, and after exchanging pleasantries, he signaled Ouyang Jing and the other girl to step outside. Bai Hui, eager to dispel the awkwardness, candidly addressed Jiang Lingyun. "Mr. Jiang, it appears you lack connections in the music industry, and your financial resources may be limited. Do you realize how much it costs to elevate two young girls to stardom? The necessary connections are considerable." Jiang Lingyun jested, remarking that Bai Hui's thinking seemed to belong to a bygone era. Ouyang Jing and her companion referred to Bai Hui as senior, prompting Jiang Lingyun to follow suit, calling her by Shuejia without hesitation. In the past, aspiring singers had to sign with record companies to achieve fame and fortune, relying on album releases, concert tours, commercial performances, advertisements, and endorsements as their primary income sources. Album sales constituted a significant portion of earnings, and record labels profited from promoting artists. However, the landscape had shifted dramatically. The advent of MP3 technology precipitated a substantial decline in cassette and VCD/DVD sales, exacerbated by the proliferation of computers and music-enabled mobile phones. The era of record companies had waned. Today, a singer with a remarkable song could instantaneously rise from obscurity to stardom. This year's Supergirl contest marked the inception of a nationwide phenomenon in talent cultivation. In contemporary times, many artists derive their primary income not from record sales, but rather from the revenue generated through ringtone services. I shall assist Ouyang Jing and Li Chu Jing in crafting songs, while you help arrange various commercial performances to enhance their visibility. Furthermore, I will secure instructors to teach them dance, etiquette, and vocal techniques to elevate their overall capabilities. Their main source of income should predominantly stem from ringtone services. In recent years, this sector has flourished. Reports suggest that some artists have amassed fortunes purely through ringtone revenues. The veracity of such claims remains uncertain, yet with a handful of popular songs and a solid foundation in ringtone income, propelling Ouyang Jing and Li Chu Jing to stardom should not prove an insurmountable challenge. This endeavor could indeed fulfill Ouyang Jing's musical aspirations. In the digital age, many artists achieve fame through mere fortuity rather than the vigorous promotion of record labels, marking the inception of a nationwide star-making movement. Just as in the cases of Shiri Yanggang and the Shidong Girl, their rise to prominence stemmed solely from their ability to resonate with the public through their voices, leading to instantaneous recognition. Jiang Lingyun, having had no prior association with the entertainment industry in his previous life, spent a few years amidst the opulence of Shanghai. Although he did not succumb to its temptations, he has witnessed numerous events unfold. He is acutely aware of the sordid nature of that realm and is unwilling to see Ouyang Jing and Li Chu Jing descend into its depths. I harbor hopes that they can diligently pursue their studies and musical ambitions, free from any negative rumors. Bai Hui's smile carried a hint of irony. She had witnessed too many young girls venture into that world, initially filled with dreams, only to succumb to the harsh realities of society. Many would compromise their integrity for minor roles, finding pride in their degrading choices. Mr. Jiang, allow me to illustrate a scenario. What if a wealthy patron desires their company for a night and offers them 200,000? How would you respond? Jiang Lingyun's expression darkened. If they cannot withstand the allure of such temptation, I would have no choice but to terminate our agreement, allowing them to pursue whatever paths they choose. If that affluent individual were to offer them 2 million, or even you, 2 million as well, it would matter not. Once they barter their dignity for monetary gain, they would no longer warrant my support. Should you fail to dissuade them and instead aid in concealing or facilitating their choices, our collaboration will conclude. Jiang Lingyun's tone was resolute, sending a shiver down Bai Hui's spine. He is willing to provide Ouyang Jing and Li Chu Jing the opportunity to become stars, as they have long harbored this dream. If they fail to appreciate the chance presented to them, then so be it. Opportunities are fleeting and, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Rest assured, I am well aware of the unsavory aspects of that world, and I will safeguard them diligently. Should any issues arise, I will inform you promptly. Bai Hui speculated that Jiang Lingyun's desire to elevate either Ouyang Jing or Li Chu Jing stemmed from personal affection. His demeanor softened slightly as they discussed the future trajectories of the two women. Jiang Lingyun advised them to refrain from accepting an abundance of commercial performances, suggesting instead that they engage in public welfare events with lesser financial returns, as this would enhance their visibility and experience. Jiang Lingyun presented the contract, and Bai Hui, after a careful perusal, found no issues and proceeded to sign it. However, upon examining the contracts of Ouyang Jing and Li Chu Jing, she furrowed her brow, seemingly hesitant to voice her thoughts. Senior Bai, do you perceive any concerns? Ouyang and her companions were indeed her official juniors. Yet Jiang Lingyun held the position of her superior, compelling her to adopt a perspective aligned with that of her employer. Typically, for newcomers like Ouyang and her peers who lack renown, standard music industry profit-sharing arrangements are structured at an 80-20 ratio, which may advance to 70-30 with a modicum of fame, and further to 60-40 upon achieving significant popularity. It seems rather generous to offer them a 50-50 split right from the outset, does it not? Bai Hui inquired cautiously. Furthermore, considering both are novices and will need to balance their academic commitments over the next 2 to 3 years, it is customary for companies to secure contracts lasting 12 years or even longer by offering them an 8-year agreement. if they do indeed rise to prominence. They will find themselves at the pinnacle of their fame when the contract expires, making any subsequent negotiations considerably challenging. Chapter 40. By Hui Tu, there's no need to worry. It's perfectly fine to allocate a bit more to them. 8 years is ample time for them to achieve fame, and thereafter, they may pursue their own desires. Jiang Lingyun mused, envisioning the company as a springboard for Ouyang Jing and her companion's rise to stardom. Furthermore, he intended to secure the copyrights of the songs he had appropriated for himself. The financial gains were of little concern to him, as he harbored other ambitions. He was, however, quite pleased that Bai Hui could contemplate matters from his perspective. Producing a bank card, he stated, "Here is 200,000. Please rent an office. We cannot remain merely a shell company. Additionally, initiate the ringtone business. If performance opportunities arise, strive to coordinate their schedules to minimize disruption to their studies." "Are you not afraid I might abscond with your money?" she inquired. 200,000 is hardly a significant sum. If it allows one to discern the true nature of a person, it is well worth the investment. Jiang Lingyun then called Ouyang Jing and her companions back. They had not strayed far, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the discussions that could potentially alter the course of their lives. Jiang Lingyun and Bai Hui signed the contract, while Bai Hui would handle the formalities with Ouyang Jing regarding their agreement. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were still in a daze, having absorbed none of Bai Hui's words. Bai Hui sighed and smiled, observing their bewildered expressions. "You are so lost. I fear my words are beyond your comprehension. Li Laosher, perhaps you could assist them?" Li Shuchuan glanced over the contract and exclaimed, "These terms are remarkably generous." Bai Hui cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lingyun. "The boss is quite magnanimous, isn't he?" Li Shuchuan chuckled and carefully reviewed the contract once more, then nodded at Ouyang Jing and her friend, saying, "Everything seems in order. You may proceed to sign." With that, Ouyang Jing and her companion affixed their signatures to the document. Jiang Lingyun then produced 2 additional lyrics, stating, "Here are 2 more songs. Li Laosher, please assist with the composition, arrangement, and recording. I'd like them to re-record The Stars Cannot Compare to You and release it." Among the songs he had appropriated was the exceedingly popular Calorie, along with another personal favorite, Rolling Pearl Curtain. Jiang Lingyun could not possibly remember every song, retaining only those that were widely recognized or particularly cherished. Bai Hui was taken aback. "You don't compose music?" Jiang Lingyun nodded, surprised by her astonishment. Noticing that Li Shuchuan and the others appeared unfazed, she suppressed her curiosity and remarked, "The boss is indeed remarkably talented." After a brief rendition, Ouyang Jing and her friend joined in to help him compose. By the second iteration, they had already crafted the score. The process was similar for the other song. Once the compositions were complete, Ouyang Jing and her friend began practicing their vocal techniques, while Jiang Lingyun offered guidance, and Li Shuchuan assisted with the arrangement. They lunched at the Music Academy's cafeteria, and following their meal, the group returned to the recording studio to continue practicing and refining their work until late into the evening. "Bai Shuejia, I must take my leave now. I entrust the remaining tasks to you," Jiang Lingyun informed Bai Hui. "Very well, boss," she replied. Bai Hui and Ouyang Jing accompanied him to the bus stop. Bai Hui was astonished to see Jiang Lingyun taking the bus back, marveling at his ability to produce 200,000 in one go while still adhering to his frugal habits. Upon returning to school, Jiang Lingyun found himself perpetually busy since his rebirth, and it was rare for him to enjoy a moment of solitude. He suddenly felt inclined to stroll to the small pavilion, a place he frequently visited with Shu Shiqin during their relationship in his past life. Jiang Lingyun, burdened with the necessity of working to support his studies, had little time to spend with her. They could only manage to share meals and engage in light conversation during their walks afterward. In this lifetime, the possibility of being together was utterly unattainable. After all, she was his first love in a previous existence, and it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no lingering attachment. Yet, Jiang Lingyun understood that even if they were together, happiness was not guaranteed. Shu Shiqin's possessiveness was overwhelming. Any minor discontent from him would lead to tears and tantrums. It was only his good-natured temperament that allowed him to tolerate her. No one else could have endured a relationship with her for 3 or 4 years. Sitting on a bench, Jiang Lingyun suddenly craved a cigarette. He rummaged through his pocket and found both cigarettes and a lighter. So he lit one and took a long drag, silently wishing her happiness in this life. "Ah, is that not Boss Jiang?" A voice interrupted his reverie, and he turned to find Tang Duo and Bai Yuyan. "Senior Bai, Tang Senior just returned from the classroom, I see." Jiang Lingyun extinguished his cigarette and inquired with a smile. Indeed, while we poor souls must toil away in our studies, Boss Jiang has already built such a vast enterprise that whether we read or not seems inconsequential, Tang Duo replied with a hint of sarcasm. Then perhaps Tang Senior should cease her studies. I shall support you, Jiang Lingyun jested. If you say so, I might just take you seriously, Tang Duo responded, playfully. In truth, it wouldn't be too costly to sponsor me. Just 5,000 a month would suffice. Jiang Lingyun nearly choked on his surprise. This girl was audacious. Please, Tang Senior, no more jokes. At that moment, his phone rang, and noticing it was Bai Hui calling, he answered, Senior Bai, what can I do for you? Tang Duo and Bai Yuyan exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by the sudden emergence of another Senior Bai. Bai Hui informed him that a friend's office was available for rent, over 100 square meters at a favorable price, and inquired if Jiang Lingyun was interested. He responded, if you think it's suitable, go ahead and rent it. After discussing a few more matters, they ended the call. Turning back, he noticed Bai Yuyan and Tang Duo regarding him with curious expressions. What with those peculiar looks? He questioned. Where did you find this new Senior Bai? You don't just call anyone senior, do you? What an unusual preference you have, dear brother, Tang Duo teased, her voice laced with a playful, sultry tone that sent shivers down Jiang Lingyun's spine. She is a senior from the music academy, and we're involved in a small business together. With so many beauties at our finance university, is it not enough for you to enchant? Why extend your reach to the music academy as well? Dear younger brother, how is your body holding up? Tang Duo resumed her flirtatious antics, leaving Jiang Lingyun somewhat overwhelmed. Sister Tang, please refrain from making such remarks. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of slander, she exclaimed with a laugh. Or perhaps you would prefer to accuse me of harassment. Tang Duo, in a mischievous spirit, reached out to pinch Jiang Lingyun's cheek, but feeling unsatisfied, she used her other hand to pinch the opposite side, playfully declaring, go ahead, accuse me of harassment. Jiang Lingyun was momentarily stunned, while Bai Yuyan, who had been silently observing from the side, was equally taken aback. Well, Lingyun, we should take our leave. Let's chat another time, Bai Yuyan suggested, promptly taking Tang Duo's hand and hastily departing, leaving Jiang Lingyun alone, bewildered by the whirlwind of events. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? She pondered, gingerly touching her slightly sore cheeks. Did I just become the target of someone's playful teasing? Chapter 41. The bar. Jiang Lingyun's life has returned to normalcy. He has delegated the responsibilities concerning the clothing brand to Yi Wanqiu and Su Wenjing, leaving the two young women to juggle their demanding studies while also generating profit for the unscrupulous employer. They are tirelessly occupied with learning to drive and managing their myriad tasks. Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing frequently lend a hand, sometimes practicing driving together. And during their free moments, they collectively condemn Jiang Lingyun's various misdeeds. The detestable Jiang Lingyun often indulges in nocturnal escapades with his dormitory mates, engaging in internet surfing, drinking, barbecuing, and casual banter. With newfound wealth, he frequently treats his dorm companions and classmates to lavish meals, reveling in the carefree lifestyle of a university student. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun excelled academically, frequently obtaining scholarships, a source of pride for him. However, upon entering the workforce, he discovered that such accolades held little significance. In his former dormitory, he and Yao Weilong had the best academic records, yet they fared the worst in life. Yao Weilong found a stable footing in the city, whereas Jiang Lingyun ultimately returned home to seek opportunities. In stark contrast, Chen Bin and Jiang Haixing, the least academically inclined, inherited vast fortunes and thrived in state-owned enterprises. Consequently, in this rebirth, Jiang Lingyun's enthusiasm for academic excellence has waned. He is content with passing grades and has abandoned the pursuit of scholarships. With his newfound leisure, Jiang Lingyun finds himself restless. Had his life mirrored that of his previous existence, he might have tolerated it, but deep within, he is a nearly 40-year-old man, well-versed in the intricacies of romantic affairs. Now, with the vigor of youth coursing through his veins, restraint proves increasingly challenging. He is aware that some individuals at school frequent the seedy alleys, yet he refrains from such pursuits, deterred by the filth, insecurity, and the potential disgrace of being caught in a raid. Furthermore, having attained a measure of wealth, he feels it beneath him to frequent such establishments. Yi Wanqiu, however, is only willing to offer him a hand-holding or a brief embrace, as she is involved with a legitimate boyfriend, leading to an ambiguous relationship between them. Naturally, Jiang Lingyun cannot press the issue. The thought of seeking companionship with other women has never crossed his mind. He aspires to cultivate a genuine relationship with Yuanqiu, knowing that any rumors circulating on campus could jeopardize their future together. It appears that the only option left is to seek affection in a bar for an evening. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun visited bars occasionally at first, but after his breakup with Qin Yuqin, he spent a year frequenting them every weekend. By then, he had become quite familiar with the local nightlife. On a Friday evening, Jiang Lingyun found himself alone on the bar street, which had changed little over time. He confidently entered a bar, ordered a drink, and observed quietly. The bar was modest in size, featuring a live singer performing the stars in the sky pale in comparison to you. This song had regained popularity since the release of high-definition versions by Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing, although many listeners still preferred Yuanqiu's live rendition. Jiang Lingyun found himself rather unfortunate, having spent an hour or two without encountering a suitable target. Such matters often rely on chance. Occasionally, one might cross paths with an accomplished professional woman. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun had met one such individual, a vice president of administration at a prominent corporation, who, adorned in high heels, towered over him. Her beauty, physique, and demeanor were nothing short of exceptional. The two were quite pleased with each other and had arranged to meet several times thereafter. However, as fate would have it, her business trips gradually led to a diminishing of their connection. Yet, not all encounters were worthy of praise. For instance, this evening, a few married women attempted to engage him in conversation. Jiang Lingyun observed their thick layers of foundation and somewhat distorted figures, which did little to ignite his interest, prompting him to politely decline their advances. As the clock approached 9, he finished his drink and prepared to leave. These matters could not be forced, and a brief respite at the bar had been quite pleasant. He resolved to explore a different venue the following night. Just as he stepped outside and contemplated hailing a cab, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Excuse me, sir, could you assist me?" Jiang Lingyun turned to see a very young girl, clad in a dress, standing approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, with no makeup, her head lowered as she spoke softly. Although he could not discern her features clearly, he sensed she must be quite beautiful, not unlike Yuanqiu. "What do you need?" Jiang Lingyun presumed she was one of those individuals seeking alms, claiming to have lost her wallet and gone days without food, hence his inquiry lacked warmth. The girl trembled as she replied, "I need money, but I'm out of it. Could you help me?" The directness of her request caught him off guard. Wasn't she supposed to weave a tale of misfortune, elicit sympathy, and then ask to borrow money, assuring repayment? "How may I assist you?" He pondered, wary of the possibility of a scam, for such occurrences were common in bars. Her voice quivered as she uttered, "If you give me money, you can do whatever you want with me." Jiang Lingyun sighed in relief. It appeared she was merely offering her services. However, what was she doing in this bar district? This girl seemed utterly inexperienced. If others had led her into the bar, intoxicated her, and taken her elsewhere, she would be at their mercy. "Is this your first time?" he inquired. The girl, flustered, stammered, "I'm not." Jiang Lingyun let out a sigh. It seemed this was not a scam, as an inexperienced girl would not be used as bait. She likely sought to venture into this line of work, unaware of the locale, mistaking this area for the renowned haven of pleasure in the city. "Have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal." The girl quickly protested, No, I should head back." As she attempted to leave, Jiang Lingyun seized her hand and, without hesitation, led her to a nearby McDonald's. She struggled momentarily, but eventually followed him with her head downcast. Jiang Lingyun ordered a family bucket, and the girl, seemingly famished, devoured the chicken legs and wings hungrily. It was then that he had the opportunity to observe her features more closely. Initially, he thought she bore a resemblance to Yuanqiu. Upon further scrutiny, he noted she possessed a pair of phoenix eyes. While her facial structure and features differed, her aura was strikingly similar, pure yet alluring. In that fleeting moment of lowering her head, she bore a striking resemblance to Yuanqiu when she first arrived at university. Upon finishing her meal, Jiang Lingyun inquired, "Are you a university student?" The girl was taken aback. "How did you know?" She was remarkably naive, easily revealing her truth with a mere prompt. "First year? You can tell that too?" Jiang Lingyun continued, "May I ask you about your experiences?" However, the girl remained silent, her head bowed, her stubborn demeanor reminiscent of Yuanqiu. Jiang Lingyun understood her lack of trust, just as she herself had been hesitant to trust others at the beginning. Chapter 42. The Hotel. I can comprehend your disbelief. Initially, I too suspected your intentions. I am willing to assist you, but you must share your circumstances so that I may help you effectively. The girl shook her head and replied, "Thank you for treating me to McDonald's. I have never tasted anything so delightful. I had desired it before, but lacked the funds. If you wish to help me, then simply give me money, and you may do as you please. I am resorting to this out of desperation. I do not seek your pity, only to exchange my body for money, as it is the only thing I can offer." Jiang Lingyun felt a pang of sympathy. Her stubborn demeanor reminiscent of "You want you. How much do you need?" The girl, who had appeared resolute, suddenly seemed uncertain. 800, 500 would suffice. Jiang Lingyun felt a bittersweet smile tug at her lips, yet her heart ached profoundly. If not for the harshness of life, no self-respecting individual would contemplate such a path. It reminded her of a girl she had known in her past life, who ultimately found herself in a similar predicament, a tragic reality of existence. "What is your name?" "You need not disclose your real name. A pseudonym will do." After a moment's contemplation, the girl said, "You may call me Anna." Jiang Lingyun nodded. "Then come with me." Anna hesitated briefly, but ultimately steeled herself and followed Jiang Lingyun out. They arrived at a 4-star hotel, and at the entrance, Jiang Lingyun inquired, "Are you certain?" "There is still time to reconsider." Anna did not waver. This was what she desired, and she felt no regret. "I can help you without going to the hotel. You can assist me once, but not indefinitely." Jiang Lingyun sighed, noting the stubbornness they both shared. She booked a luxurious room on the 20th floor, where the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the Bund. Upon entering, Anna was awestruck. She had never experienced such opulence. Standing before the expansive window, she gazed at the dazzling lights of the Bund, the bustling streets alive with activity, and felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. "This is the first time I have witnessed the scenery of the Bund from this vantage point. I am filled with anticipation, thinking that I must carve out a place for myself here. Surely there is room for me." Alas, Jiang Lingyun offered a wry smile. In her past life, it was Qin Yuqin who had introduced her to the splendor of the Bund, solidifying her decision to choose him as her partner. Yet, the allure of grandeur often masks a fleeting reality. Had she sought a companion from her own social circle, she might have thrived here. Anna turned to her. "The McDonald's meal I had was the most delicious I have ever eaten. You may not know, but my family could afford meat only once a month. And that was merely fatty scraps rendered from cooking. During festive seasons, we might have chicken or duck. My childhood dream was to enjoy an entire chicken without having to share it with anyone. Thank you for helping me realize that dream. Please, go take a shower, and we will converse further." Anna gazed silently at Jiang Lingyun, who suddenly recalled that she had yet to provide her with the money. He only brought out a little over 3,000 yuan in cash, and thus handed her 3,000. "This is too much. We agreed on 500, Anna said, somewhat flustered. "It's fine. Just take it for now." Anna hurriedly accepted the money and then retreated to the bathroom to take a shower. Jiang Lingyun gazed at the night view of the Bund, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He did not favor such transactional relationships. In his past life, he would invite a girl after a night of passion to dinner, and those with a materialistic inclination might playfully ask for gifts. Yet they would not demand luxury items like LV or Hermes outright. He brought Anna to the hotel not with the intention of pursuing a physical relationship. Despite her youth and beauty, he wished to inquire why she chose this line of work, hoping to see if he could assist her in some way. If he could help, he would not mind spending a little money. Men often have two great inclinations: to lure virtuous women into temptation or to persuade those in the trade to reform. Jiang Lingyun harbored no such inclinations. He merely felt a desire to assist Anna because she bore a striking resemblance to Yi Wanqiu. After her shower, Anna emerged wrapped in a towel, diligently folding a nearly new dress she had borrowed. "There are hangers in the wardrobe. You can hang the dress up," he suggested. "Oh." Anna hung the dress on a hanger in the wardrobe. "That dress isn't yours, is it?" Jiang Lingyun had already noticed it fit her a bit loosely, coupled with her careful handling of the almost new garment. The only possibility was that it was borrowed. "It's my roommate's. I told her I was meeting my high school boyfriend, and she lent it to me." Jiang Lingyun retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, poured 2 glasses, and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, gesturing to another chair. "Sit, and let us chat for a while." After a moment of hesitation, Anna complied, reasoning that since she had already accepted the money, conversing wouldn't be too much to ask. Jiang Lingyun handed her a glass of wine. She took a sip, finding it pleasantly sweet, yet slightly bitter. "Which school do you attend?" "Shanghai Jiao Tong University." "What is your major?" "Computer science." "It's uncommon for girls to study computer science. What prompted you to choose this field?" "During the application process, The teacher said that this major offers high salaries and good job prospects, so I chose it. How have you found it so far? It's quite challenging. I'm struggling to keep up. I had no exposure to computers in middle school. Most of my classmates have their own computers or laptops. I don't. The computer lab is always crowded, and I can't grasp much of the knowledge. Didn't your family buy you a computer? My tuition was funded by my parents borrowing from relatives. They had no money left for a computer. I don't even have enough for tomorrow's meals, let alone next semester's tuition. Your school should have financial aid for impoverished students or scholarships. I initially applied for financial aid, but our class monitor gave the slot to someone else. Is that person in a more dire situation than you? No, he wanted to take me out. And when I refused, he withheld the opportunity from me. Is your class leader truly unattractive? Quite unseemly, merely adept at flattering the counselor and homeroom teacher. Who informed you about the bar street? I heard it from others. They claimed it to be a sanctuary for dates, so I ventured there. Many attempted to engage me in conversation, yet I found them rather aged and unappealing, thus I disregarded them. Initially, I intended to leave, but upon spotting you, I mustered the courage to approach and greet you. I did not wish to bestow my first experience upon those aged and unseemly men. Do you realize? The girls at the bar street tend to head to hotels with those they fancy, without any monetary exchange. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been someone else, they might have led you into a bar, intoxicated you, and you would have lost both your dignity and wealth. Is that not true? I am unaware. Anna's face flushed crimson, possibly from the effects of the alcohol. Jiang Lingyun continually poured wine for Anna. Most of a bottle of red wine found its way into her stomach. Under the influence of alcohol, Anna relaxed and began to divulge her circumstances. Chapter 43. Rao Anna is her true name, with the surname Rao. Hailing from a rural background, she has a younger brother in elementary school. Her mother suffers from emphysema, rendering her unable to perform heavy labor, leaving her father as the sole provider for the family. They barely manage to meet their basic needs, and it brings them immense joy if they can avoid debt by the year's end. In her family, there is no preference for sons over daughters. She is the first in her village to gain admission to a university. When she embarked on her academic journey, the villagers contributed a considerable sum to support her. However, as the villagers themselves are impoverished, coupled with her parents borrowing from relatives and friends, the funds were only sufficient to cover a semester's tuition, leaving her living expenses unmet. Initially, Anna aspired to attend a teacher's college to minimize costs, but her teacher persuaded her to pursue computer science, promising higher wages and better job prospects. Despite her diligent efforts, her high school lacked even a single computer, making it challenging for her to keep pace with many of her courses. She was eligible to apply for a financial aid program for impoverished students, but her class monitor complicated matters. She found him rather distasteful, as he leered at the girls inappropriately. Although Anna submitted her application for financial aid, it was met with constant demands for corrections and additional proof, ultimately resulting in her not receiving the assistance. Having consumed some alcohol, Anna's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she succumbed to a mild inebriation and laid down on the bed, whispering, "This is my first time. Please be gentle." Jiang Lingyun went to take a shower, and by the time he emerged, Anna had already fallen asleep. Observing her serene slumber, he found his previous unwholesome thoughts dissipating. He chose not to remove his bathrobe, turned off the lights, and spent the night holding Anna close. The following morning, Anna awoke to find herself in bed with Jiang Lingyun, causing a surge of panic within her. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the reality of the situation overwhelmed her. Upon realizing that both of their clothes were intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. "You're awake?" Jiang Lingyun stirred as well. Anna's face flushed crimson as she covered her head with the blanket, having never even held a boy's hand throughout her life. The thought of having spent the night with a stranger left her feeling mortified, despite the absence of any misconduct. "Why didn't you do anything to me last night?" After a moment of gathering her composure, she inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Jiang Lingyun teased her. Anna's cheeks reddened anew. "Perhaps I should return the money to you." Though reluctant, she understood that accepting his money felt inappropriate. "You've already shared a night with me. The money is rightfully yours. But we didn't do anything, did we? Whether we did or not is inconsequential now. We could still do so if you wish." Gathering her courage, Anna proposed, her heart racing once more. "I have already compensated you. Your first time belongs to me and cannot be shared with another. How about I give you 5,000 yuan each month to ensure you don't have to resort to such actions?" "Really?" Anna's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed. Shall I fetch the money for you now?" Jiang Lingyun decided to seize the moment. "Then, perhaps you should take me first?" Anna hesitantly suggested. There is no need to rush. After all, it will always belong to me. Jiang Lingyun felt a stir of impatience, especially since he was quite eager in the morning. Yet he chose to take things slowly. After both had risen and completed their morning routines, they descended to the hotel dining area for breakfast before checking out of their room. Jiang Lingyun withdrew 10,000 yuan and handed 5,000 to Rao Anna, stating that since he had taken her under his wing, it was only fitting to indulge her with some purchases. He first bought her a mobile phone, not the latest model, but sufficient for calls and messages, spending a few hundred yuan on it. He also acquired a SIM card and topped it up. Next, he sought to buy her clothing. Jiang Lingyun aimed for something of better quality, but Rao Anna refused when faced with the prices. Ultimately, he settled on 2 sets of basic clothing and a pair of casual shoes. He then purchased an MP3 player and a tape recorder, and even contemplated acquiring a laptop for her. Rao Anna was taken aback and stopped him, declaring he need not buy her such extravagant gifts. The Dell laptop he intended to buy cost over 10,000 yuan. Please, no more gifts. I will save up for a second-hand one, she said, her voice tinged with the threat of tears. It's quite all right. I have the means. You must focus on your studies. You are the hope of your entire village. Do you understand? Jiang Lingyun affectionately ruffled her hair. After some resistance, Rao Anna eventually relented and accepted his generosity. During lunch, she inquired, "What shall we do in the afternoon? I have matters to attend to. You should return to school." He replied, "And what about tonight?" she asked, her cheeks flushing once more. "I have engagements for the next couple of days and cannot accompany you." "I will call you when I am available," he said, giving her hair another gentle tousle. After all, it was all his. Whether sooner or later mattered little. Rao Anna's face remained flushed, her heart puzzled. Hadn't she heard that men were typically impatient? "Each month, I will transfer money into your account. Do not call me unless necessary. Understood?" Rao Anna nodded obediently. Jiang Lingyun was pleased. She had quickly embraced the role of a lover. As for when he would seek her out again, that was a matter for the future, perhaps tomorrow, next year, or even the year after. He had given her the money, and thus she was expected to remain virtuous and await his return. Jiang Lingyun held no concerns about Rao Anna deceiving him. After all, he possessed the wisdom and experience of nearly 40 years, having encountered a myriad of personalities throughout his life. If Rao Anna turned out to be ungrateful and disloyal, he would be unfazed. It was certainly better than watching her become ensnared in a darker path. As for any notion of gratitude, he found it beneath him. He had merely spent some money, and there was no obligation for her to repay him. Following their meal, Jiang Lingyun accompanied Rao Anna to the bus stop, ensuring she returned to school safely before making his own way back. With a free afternoon ahead, he visited the clothing store, where Qin Bing and Su Wenjing greeted him with gentle smiles before returning to their tasks. The store was bustling on weekends, with customer volume elevated by 50% compared to weekdays. Yuanqiu gazed at him with a look of deep resentment. "This is your business. How can you simply abandon it once it is on the right track? Aren't you afraid I might jeopardize your enterprise?" Before Yuanqiu could voice her thoughts, the nearby Shu Shurqin interjected, "Who is this boss? Is he so free as to visit our Pinhui? Does he think we are too idle and has come to deduct our wages?" Jiang Lingyun furrowed his brow slightly. The more familiar Shu Shurqin became with their group, the less regard she showed for boundaries. Her tone suggested she viewed herself as the mistress of Pinhui, giving off an impression of usurpation. Yuanqiu, however, paid no mind to such antics. When it came to subtle schemes, she was in no way Shu Shurqin's inferior. Chapter 44. Serendipity. My apologies. My apologies. Allow me to treat you all to dinner this evening as a token of gratitude for the diligent efforts of these lovely ladies. Jiang Lingyun quickly admitted his fault, his demeanor exuding sincerity that left the girls no room for complaint. "That's more like it," Shu Shurqin remarked with a slight pout. Jiang Lingyun approached to review the accounts. Yuanqiu and Su Wenjing, both accounting majors, had also employed an accountant and clerk, ensuring that the finances were undoubtedly in order. Observing the girls each fulfilling their roles, he realized there was little he could contribute, and after a brief while, retreated to his small office. It was entirely normal for a boss to indulge in a little leisure during work hours. Moments later, Yuanqiu entered the office. "What have you been up to all day?" she inquired, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Studying, of course. I am a model student." Jiang Lingyun fibbed without even a flicker of hesitation. "That's a lie. Zhang Zhengwei has mentioned that you frequently go out with them, staying up all night gaming, indulging in barbecues, drinking, and snacking. There's no way you've been studying. Don't think I'm unaware." Yi Wanqiu swiftly unmasked his deception. That rotund idiot has come to pilfer my cigarettes again, hasn't he? How dare he smoke my cigars and drink my liquor while complaining about me? Just wait and see how I deal with him. Jiang Lingyun remained unfazed, his heart steady and unflustered. Humph. Yupinui is your business. You should keep a closer eye on it. Are you not concerned that we might inadvertently ruin it? Not at all. I have faith in you all. Even if it were just one of you, be it you or Wenjing, you could handle it alone. It's hardly a colossal venture. Jiang Lingyun was utterly unconcerned. Small startups like Yupinui were bound to encounter numerous challenges. Addressing these issues was part of the journey and a means to accumulate experience. Expecting a smooth-sailing venture with no troubles was simply unrealistic. In his past life, Jiang Lingyun had witnessed individuals launching online stores, brimming with ambition at the outset, only to find that the prime opportunity had already passed. Yet, he was intimately familiar with the intricacies of the online retail process and had amassed a wealth of experience. Thus, before they had even sold a single item, they had learned about business models, team structures, equity frameworks, user mindset, product definitions, style variations, supply chain depth, and brand development. They enlisted a plethora of specialists, ultimately leading to dismal financial losses. With the capabilities of Yi Wanqiu and Su Wenjing, managing a small company like Yupinui would be a task they could easily handle, and incurring losses would be a challenge in itself. Jiang Lingyun pulled Yi Wanqiu closer, inviting her to sit upon his lap. She struggled momentarily but ultimately acquiesced. He attempted to slip his hand beneath her clothing, but she deftly intercepted him. There are people outside, Yi Wanqiu whispered, her cheeks flushed. Not a concern, Jiang Lingyun replied, embracing her and planting kisses upon her cheeks. As Yi Wanqiu evaded him, a misstep allowed his hand to wander further than intended. Comparable in size to Rao Anna, quite ample indeed. If we were to have children in the future, they certainly shan't go hungry. Yi Wanqiu and Jiang Lingyun engaged in a brief yet intimate moment, fearing that lingering too long might arouse suspicion. She pinched Jiang Lingyun sharply, prompting him to release his hold, allowing her to extricate herself from his lap. Casting a fierce glance at him, she straightened her attire and composed her emotions before stepping out. Jiang Lingyun, still feeling the warmth of Yi Wanqiu's presence on his hand, felt a surge of joy, vowing to never let her slip away again in this lifetime. That evening, Jiang Lingyun invited 4 girls out for dinner. They had no intention of exploiting him financially, opting instead for the same restaurant as before, where they ordered a selection of dishes and conversed as they dined. Lingyun, what have you been busy with lately? Asked Xu Shiqin. Of course, I've been diligently studying and striving for excellence, Jiang Lingyun replied shamelessly. He glanced at the girls. Noticing their peculiar expressions, Yi Wanqiu wore a smile, while Xu Shiqin's gaze held a hint of disdain. Damn it, is that fatso spreading malicious gossip about me, tarnishing my reputation? How outrageous. Just wait until I get back to deal with him, he thought. Do you still have a reputation to tarnish? All you do is make us toil while you indulge in debauchery, drinking, and surfing the internet. Aren't you ashamed? Xu Shiqin chastised him relentlessly. Jiang Lingyun acknowledged his misdeeds, promising to reform and never again indulge with his dormitory friends in such vices. Satisfied, Xu Shiqin nodded, granting him forgiveness. As they exited the restaurant, they encountered a group entering, 3 boys and 3 girls. Xu Shiqin and her companions walked ahead and greeted, "Hello, Senior Bai. Hello, Senior Tang." Jiang Lingyun, glancing back, noticed Bai Yuyan and Tang Duo among them, along with another girl he did not recognize, though she was quite attractive, reminiscent of Xu Shiqin and Su Wenjing. The 3 boys were unfamiliar to him. However, one of them, the least conspicuous, seemed to be Bai Yuyan's husband from a previous life. Upon closer inspection, he appeared rather ordinary, around 1.7 meters tall, of average looks, similar in height to Bai Yuyan. Tang Duo, upon seeing Jiang Lingyun, blushed and hid behind Bai Yuyan, remaining silent. The 3 boys brightened at the sight of Qin Bing and Yi Wanqiu, while the latter only exchanged pleasantries with Bai Yuyan and Tang Duo. Bai Yuyan engaged in brief conversation with Yi Wanqiu and her friends, but did not introduce her companions, and the group passed by each other. Jiang Lingyun politely nodded at them, then shot a glare at Tang Duo, who stuck out her tongue in response, her cheeks flushed as she followed the group inside. An older-looking individual inquired, "Yuyan, were those several from your law school?" "2 of them are, but the other 3 are not," Bai Yuyan replied. "The most beautiful one, perhaps?" The question pertained to Qin Bing. "Yes, but aside from that boy named Jiang Lingyun, she does not associate with other boys." "And the other one?" he asked. referring to Yi Wanqiu. That one is Jiang Lingyun's girlfriend. Jiang Lingyun has been the subject of numerous rumors on the campus network, often seen mingling with several girls, one after another. So it is indeed him. Bai Yuyin cast a glance at Tang Duo, remarking on the multitude of girls who seemed to flock to him. Their lack of decorum quite apparent. Tang Duo felt a flush rise to her cheeks and shot a glare at Bai Yuyin, silently warning her against revealing her embarrassing moments. It is said that he has established a profitable online store. Indeed, those girls are assisting him in managing it. This fellow possesses some talent. I should make an acquaintance with him in the future. Today, we gathered to welcome Jianzhong. Let us all enjoy a delightful drink together. The group entered the restaurant and requested a private room. Tang Duo and Bai Yuyin turned back to glance at Jiang Lingyun's retreating figure. Chapter 45. Roommates. Jiang Lingyun urged Xu Shiqin and her companions to return first, expressing his desire to take Yi Wanqiu for a leisurely stroll. Xu Shiqin, visibly displeased, pouted and stormed off in silence. Yi Wanqiu playfully struck Jiang Lingyun, questioning his intentions. Look, Shiqin is upset, she remarked. Why should we care about her feelings? Shall we go watch a movie instead? Jiang Lingyun suggested, but Yi Wanqiu, fully aware of his ulterior motives, firmly declined. No. I still have to study when I get back. Unlike you, who spends your days idly, she retorted. Isn't it fortunate that you are here? I can afford to be lazy. Even the doctor says I am suited for a life of ease, he quipped, eliciting a playful pinch from Yi Wanqiu at his waist. Ah, Jiang Lingyun exclaimed dramatically. Yi Wanqiu felt gratified by Jiang Lingyun's treatment of Xu Shiqin. It was evident to all that Xu Shiqin harbored feelings for him. Yet, as Yi Wanqiu was not his official girlfriend, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Moreover, Xu Shiqin was discreet enough not to overstep, which spared Yi Wanqiu from any need for reprimand. Yi Wanqiu was also aware that both Su Wenjing and Qin Bing held affections for Jiang Lingyun. However, their composed and reserved natures prevented them from expressing their feelings openly, though Yi Wanqiu could sense their interest. While Su Wenjing was amiable, even Yi Wanqiu found Qin Bing's beauty striking, and Jiang Lingyun's ability to resist her allure pleased Yi Wanqiu immensely. As they strolled hand in hand along the lakeside, Yi Wanqiu shared various anecdotes about their clothing store, trivial matters that Jiang Lingyun did not take to heart, knowing that she and her friends could manage such affairs. The conversation soon shifted to learning to drive, a topic of shared enthusiasm among the girls, who frequently exchanged insights on their driving experiences. They eventually settled onto a long bench, where Jiang Lingyun playfully invited Yi Wanqiu to sit on his lap. With a mix of reluctance and compliance, she acquiesced. As he reached towards her, Yi Wanqiu initially resisted but ultimately relented, allowing him to unfasten the buttons at her back. They indulged in a moment of intimacy, with Jiang Lingyun guiding her hand towards his trousers. A flush crept across Yi Wanqiu's face as she hesitated to comply. After much coaxing, he finally achieved his aim, though they remained at that stage, with Yi Wanqiu steadfastly refusing to accompany him outside the school or back to the clothing store. After lingering in their affectionate reverie, they returned to the dormitory. Passing by the entrance of the campus convenience store, Jiang Lingyun led her inside to purchase an abundance of fruits and snacks. Why are you buying so much food? Yi Wanqiu inquired, puzzled. For your roommates, he replied. In university, it was customary for couples to occasionally buy treats for the female partner's roommates to foster good relations. Otherwise, these little mothers-in-law might conspire against him, spreading unflattering tales. In a previous life, Jiang Lingyun had also brought fruits and snacks for Xu Shiqin's roommates, maintaining a cordial rapport with them. They had expressed regret over his breakup with Xu Shiqin. However, during that past existence, Jiang Lingyun had never officially courted Yi Wanqiu, and thus had never given gifts to her roommates. Yi Wanqiu maintained a harmonious relationship with her dormitory mates, except for Cheng Lu, who had previously targeted her but later softened her stance. Jiang Lingyun's gesture of purchasing fruits and snacks for the dormitory was also intended to improve their rapport. Holding the fruits and snacks that Jiang Lingyun had bought, Yi Wanqiu returned to her dorm. Jiang Lingyun has brought some treats for you all, she announced. Although Yi Wanqiu refrained from officially declaring Jiang Lingyun as her boyfriend, her dormitory mates were well aware of their relationship. The dormitory members flocked around. Even Cheng Lu approached to pick her favorite snacks. Wanqiu, have you two officially started dating? Yang Jingyi inquired while savoring a strawberry. Not yet. There's no rush. At this mention, Yi Wanqiu felt a sense of helplessness. She yearned to stand beside Jiang Lingyun as his recognized girlfriend, keeping at bay those girls with ulterior motives. Wanqiu, you need to be vigilant. Many girls are eyeing Jiang Lingyun. If you're not careful, Someone else might snatch him away, Fan Min advised her. Yi Wanqiu was well aware of the situation. It wasn't just the others. Even Xu Shiqin and her friends harbored feelings for Jiang Lingyun. Not to mention those two girls from the music academy. A boyfriend of such outstanding caliber naturally attracted a multitude of admirers. What about that girl who modeled at your clothing event? The one from the dance society. What's her name? She's quite beautiful. Yang Jingyi struggled to recall her name. Yi Wanqiu, however, knew Lu Yan. Yes, that's the one. She explicitly stated she wanted a boyfriend like Jiang Lingyun, claiming that if other boys weren't as exceptional, they shouldn't even think about pursuing her. Wasn't she almost in a relationship with Luo Yang? Fan Min blurted out without a second thought, only to remember that Luo Yang was a taboo topic in the dormitory, as Cheng Lu was one of his ex-girlfriends. Cheng Lu's expression shifted slightly, but she remained silent. Noticing Cheng Lu's quietness, Fan Min sighed in relief. Thank goodness, that was close. You scared me. Isn't it true that it didn't happen? Now she has her sights set on Jiang Lingyun. Wanqiu, keep an eye on her. She dares to pursue even a senior's boyfriend. Yang Jingyi remarked. It seems that girl from the basketball team also fancies Jiang Lingyun, the one who modeled at your clothing event, the one with the same surname as mine. Fan Min added. Zhang Lighting. Isn't she around 185 meters tall? That's at least 10 centimeters taller than Jiang Lingyun. Would she really like someone shorter than her? Yang Jingyi questioned, somewhat skeptical. If Jiang Lingyun likes her, that's what matters. Perhaps he appreciates her long legs, Fan Min suggested, sharing a mischievous glance with Yang Jingyi. You two have had enough. No amount of snacks can silence your chatter, Yi Wanqiu interjected, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Cheng Lu had remained silent, fully aware of the underlying truth. Yet she chose not to disclose it. Previously, Yi Wanqiu had always used the dormitory phone to call home, and Cheng Lu had often heard the name Su Feng. Coupled with Yi Wanqiu's comments, Cheng Lu concluded that Su Feng must be Yi Wanqiu's boyfriend back home. To her surprise, she discovered his duplicitous nature. Standing with one foot in two boats, Cheng Lu regarded Yi Wanqiu with a hint of disdain, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Her feelings towards Yi Wanqiu were not rooted in any profound sisterly bond, but rather in her own self-serving calculations. Initially, she had little regard for Jiang Lingyun, dismissing him as merely a poor boy from the countryside with no prospects. However, the tides had turned. Jiang Lingyun now found himself in high demand, adored by numerous young women. He possessed a melodic voice, a knack for earning, and an appealing appearance. Cheng Lu's ambitions began to stir within her. If she could win Jiang Lingyun's affection, she would be able to erase the shame that Luo Yang had inflicted upon her. She would become the envy of all the other girls. Tomorrow, she resolved to seek out Jiang Lingyun, hoping for an opportunity to make her desires a reality. Chapter 46. The Botanical Garden. The following day was Sunday. Jiang Lingyun felt it was imperative to embody the role of a competent employer, unable to remain idle. He resolved to visit the fashion hub, Yipin Hui, to present himself as a diligent boss. Reflecting on his lack of ambition, he lamented the absence of achievements in his previous life. In this incarnation, he aspired to earn more, acquire several properties, and ultimately become a joyous landlord, ensuring a steady income, a far more promising vocation. Last night, his dormitory companions had indulged in an all-night internet binge, with only Yao Weilong abstaining. The two conversed for a while before retiring for the night. By 7 in the morning, both were awake. Yao Weilong intended to study at the library, while Jiang Lingyun planned to head to Yipin Hui. Thus, they descended together. As the others would not return until around 8, needing a full day to recuperate their energy, they proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast. Shortly after they began eating, Jiang Lingyun noticed an unusual expression on Yao Weilong's face. Following his gaze, he discerned a girl approaching them. Recognizing her, he realized it was Cheng Lu. And Yao Weilong also identified her, as she was somewhat of a public figure on the campus network due to her association with Yi Wanqiu. Polite as ever, Jiang Lingyun greeted her. Cheng Lu, are you here for breakfast as well? Cheng Lu smiled. Indeed. What a coincidence. She seated herself at the adjacent table, and Jiang Lingyun assumed this was merely a serendipitous encounter, thus paid her little mind. After finishing their meal, as they exited the cafeteria, Cheng Lu followed closely behind. Once Jiang Lingyun and Yao Weilong parted ways, Yao Weilong glanced back at Cheng Lu, who, predictably, caught up to Jiang Lingyun, walking alongside him. It seemed Old Four was enjoying a stroke of luck in romance. Cheng Lu, do you need something from me? Jiang Lingyun inquired, puzzled by her pursuit. I have something to discuss with you regarding Wanqiu. Are you interested? Cheng Lu teased, wanting to pique his curiosity. Just speak your mind, Jiang Lingyun replied, his brow furrowing slightly. Qin Lu's reputation was not stellar at school, although he bore no prejudice against her. He preferred to keep his distance to safeguard his own reputation. Noticing his impatience, Qin Lu decided to forego the riddles. Did you know Wanqiu has a boyfriend at home? Jiang Lingyun was taken aback. How did you find that out? She assumed he was astonished at Wanqiu's deception. I overheard her during a phone call with her family. It's her boyfriend who financed her studies here. You didn't expect her to be that kind of person, did you? Sighing, Jiang Lingyun clarified. Actually, Wanqiu has told me about him. His name is Su Feng, a classmate from her high school. It was he who provided the funds for her university education when she lacked the means. Sheng Lu was astonished. Aren't you angry with her? What is there to be angry about? Without Su Feng, Wanqiu wouldn't have been able to attend this school. She never intended to hide this from me. She shared her circumstances long ago. My endeavor with Pin Hui is solely to earn more money to help Wanqiu repay her debts. Thus far, we have chosen not to disclose our relationship to others. It seems that you truly care for Wanqiu, which leaves Qin Lu with only a bitter smile. Might I ask you for a favor? Qin Lu, invigorated, promptly responded, Speak. What is it that I can assist you with? Could you refrain from disclosing this matter? Although it is not of great significance, I would prefer to avoid any gossip. Would you consider it a favor owed to you? Qin Lu sighed, yet again concerning herself with matters pertaining to Yi Wanqiu. Very well, rest assured. I shall remain tight-lipped. After a brief conversation, the two parted ways. And Jiang Lingyun made his way to the clothing exchange. Not long after, someone suddenly emerged from the side, exclaiming, Jiang Lingyun, are you even human? You don't spare Wanqiu's roommate either. Jiang Lingyun nearly jumped out of his skin, only to find it was Tang Duo and Bai Yuyan. Tang Duo, do you wish to scare me to death and then inherit my clothing exchange? If so, why not leave a little legacy here, ensuring your future? Tang Duo playfully caressed her flat stomach. Seriously, this woman dares to utter such audacious words. Greetings, Senior Bai. What brings you here? Bai Yuyan and her companions were signed models of the clothing exchange. Jiang Lingyun had their contact numbers, sending them messages whenever new attire required photographing. If they were unavailable, he would simply reach out to the next. Thus, their unannounced visit surely implied other intentions. Tang Duo requested your assistance for a photo shoot, Bai Yuyan said, somewhat bashfully. Our clothing exchange does not offer such services, does it? Why not seek out a photography studio instead? Jiang Lingyun held a certain disdain for Tang Duo. Recalling an incident where he had teased her, it was rather excessive, and he wished to retort. Tang Duo, visibly agitated, remarked, Asking you for help is a sign of respect. I wouldn't care if others wanted to assist me. Bai Yuyan interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. We plan to visit the botanical garden. Will you join us and help us take some photos? Jiang Lingyun pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to invite Zhang Jinghui, who could procure a vehicle. Bai Yuyan's former husband appeared alongside her, and the inertia of history was indeed formidable. Jiang Lingyun recognized that even with his intervention, Bai Yuyan might not necessarily develop affection for Zhang Jinghui. Nevertheless, he wished to endeavor to create some pleasant memories, even if they could not end up together. How did you learn about him being out all night? Jiang Lingyun inquired. We encountered them after dinner last night. All right then, shall it be just the three of us? A junior will accompany us as well. Jiang Lingyun's eyelids twitched. Surely Bai Yuyan wouldn't take advantage of her former husband upon seeing him, dragging him along to divert attention? Truly a clever tactic, befitting one who ascended to a departmental leadership position before reaching 40. Very well, I shall fetch the camera. Jiang Lingyun went to the clothing exchange to retrieve the camera. The girls were preoccupied, and upon his arrival, they prepared to depart. Shu Shiqin remarked from behind. Has the leader concluded their inspection and taken their leave? Jiang Lingyun turned, nodding and bowing with a smile. I have matters to attend to, so I shall excuse myself. Please continue with your work. I wouldn't wish to disrupt you. I will send out bonuses in a few days. With that, he hurried away, day by day. Her demeanor was rather carefree, almost frivolous, as Shu Shiqin exclaimed with indignation. She then turned to Yi Wanqiu and gently remarked, Wanqiu, why don't you say something to him? Look at how spoiled he has become, wandering off who knows where. Yi Wanqiu merely smiled and refrained from responding. Over the past month or two, she had matured considerably. Many skills that Jiang Lingyun had once taught her she had now mastered. She no longer required Jiang Lingyun's constant supervision for any challenges that arose. She would consult with Su Wenjing to find solutions. She understood that Jiang Lingyun aimed to cultivate her into a formidable female CEO, which was why he allowed her the freedom to take initiative. Thus, she was determined not to disappoint him. Chapter 47. the botanical garden too in truth. Jiang Lingyun was simply lazy. Once the fashion hub was on the right track, he ceased to manage it diligently, convinced that no significant issues would arise. To motivate Yi Wanxiu and Su Wenjing to assist him, he often filled their heads with inspirational platitudes, assuring them that with hard work, they could become domineering female CEOs one day. The two young girls, unfortunately, were so easily swayed that they toiled day and night for him, feeling a sense of accomplishment in their efforts. With a DSLR camera in hand, Jiang Lingyun and Bai Yuyan ventured outside. They encountered a boy by a passat, who greeted them with an enthusiastic wave. As they approached, Bai Yuyan introduced them, revealing that the boy's name was Fang Jianzhong, a fellow townsman of hers. He was a freshman majoring in law and a true junior colleague of Bai Yuyan. The passat was borrowed from Su Zonghao, a second-year economics student, and Jiang Lingyun Sr., who had dined with them the previous day. Bai Yuyan took the wheel, with Tang Duo seated in the passenger seat, while Jiang Lingyun and Fang Jianzhong occupied the back. Jiang Lingyun was curious to discern what kind of person Fang Jianzhong was, particularly why Zhang Jinghui had been bested by him. He deliberately struck up a conversation, and Fang Jianzhong regarded Jiang Lingyun with a hint of admiration. Presently, Jiang Lingyun was indeed a prominent figure at the university, handsome and talented, with his fashion hub thriving. However, what truly elevated his notoriety were the rumors surrounding him, Qin Bing, and Yi Wanxiu. Qin Bing had already captivated everyone upon her arrival. Yet the only boy associated with her was Jiang Lingyun. Such a situation was bound to incite envy among the other male students. Although Fang Jianzhong was in a different class than Qin Bing, he had long been aware of her reputation. His admiration for Jiang Lingyun flowed forth like a relentless river. "Senior Jiang, have you really not dated Qin Bing? She's so beautiful. Don't you like her?" he inquired. "Ah, Bing is too stunning. I don't deserve her," Jiang Lingyun replied, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Tell me, Jianzhong, who do you think is more beautiful, Bai Xuejia or Qin Bing?" Jiang Lingyun posed a rather challenging question. Fang Jianzhong, a bit bashful, responded, "Bai Xuejia is very beautiful, but Qin Bing is even more so. Must you be so honest?" Jiang Lingyun thought to himself. Tang Duo turned around. "I see you must have tried to woo Qin Zui's sister and failed, leading you to claim you don't deserve her. How do you know such a confidential matter, Sister Tang? Are you a parasite that crawled out of my stomach?" "You are the parasite. Your whole family is a bunch of parasites. How dare you use such a vile term to insult me?" Tang Duo reached out to hit Jiang Lingyun, who hastily dodged. Bai Yuyan smiled quietly beside them, focused on driving without interjecting. "Fang Xuedi, don't follow his example. Be cautious lest he lead you astray." Fang Jianzhong merely chuckled innocently, unsure of how to respond. As they exchanged playful banter, Jiang Lingyun gradually gleaned more about Fang Jianzhong and formed a general impression of his character. He was, essentially, a straightforward child, devoid of ulterior motives, well-mannered, and not a typical spoiled scion. Jiang Lingyun intentionally inquired about his parents' occupations. Bai Yuyan's eyebrows twitched slightly, yet she remained silent. Fang Jianzhong mentioned that his parents were merely ordinary civil servants. Jiang Lingyun sighed. Were all these second- and third-generation individuals so humble? Shu Shiqin had similarly deceived him in his past life. Wouldn't it be better if everyone were honest? Perhaps Bai Yuyan was drawn to him because of his family background? Upon arriving at the botanical garden, Jiang Lingyun's photography skills had improved remarkably. While enjoying their outing, he took most of the photographs for them, though he also joined in a few group shots. They played until past 11, and the four of them decided to find a restaurant for a meal. Jiang Lingyun offered to treat them, but Bai Yuyan insisted it wasn't necessary, stating that he had treated them last time. And this time it was her turn to host Fang Jianzhong. Fang Jianzhong concurred, supporting her stance. Bai Yuyan maintained that she would pay this time, and they could alternate on future occasions, which Fang Jianzhong readily accepted. Jiang Lingyun chuckled at the exchange. Taking turns treating each other would forge their friendship. Bai Yuyan chose a modest yet clean restaurant for their meal. "What shall we do this afternoon?" Jiang Lingyun inquired. "Shall we go boating?" Tang Duo asked eagerly. Bai Yuyan gently turned to Fang Jianzhong. "What do you think, Jianzhong?" Fang Jianzhong glanced at Jiang Lingyun. "Senior Jiang, what's your opinion?" "All right, let us go boating," Jiang Lingyun replied, not wanting to dampen their spirits. "Jiang Lingyun, can you swim?" Tang Duo asked, her captivating eyes wide with curiosity. Instantly, Jiang Lingyun's wariness heightened. What was her intention? Was she planning to push him into the water, setting up a scenario where a damsel rescues a hero, ultimately compelling him to repay her kindness? Even the typically composed Bai Yuyan couldn't suppress a laugh. Tang Duo rolled her eyes charmingly and huffed, "PSH, who said I wanted to share a boat with you?" I'll be with Jinzhong instead. Noticing Bai Yuyin and Fang Jinzhong's steady demeanor, Jiang Lingyun remained uncertain of their thoughts. However, he understood that a villain often attracts resentment. Fine, I shall sacrifice myself to share a boat with you. Just remember, I am not someone you can covet. How shameless. Who would desire someone like you? Tang Duo retorted with playful pride. While boating in the afternoon, Tang Duo leisurely splashed in the water, while Jiang Lingyun rowed tirelessly. Tang Duo directed him from the boat. Paddle over there. It's more fun. Look how far those two have gone. Lingyun, are you all right? Haven't you eaten? You seem so weak. Could you at least help me row instead of just giving orders? Jiang Lingyun gasped for breath. Must you not exhibit some gentlemanly demeanor? This is your chance to impress me. Impress you? I'm exhausted. Let me rest, Jiang Lingyun declared, pausing to lie back in the small boat. Gazing up at the brilliant blue sky, it was delightful, if only the incessant chatter beside him would cease. What can't you keep up, Lingyun? You wouldn't happen to last only 3 minutes in bed, would you? She teased, laughing. Would you like to test that theory? Jiang Lingyun challenged. Sure. Would you prefer it here, or shall we find a hotel room? Tang Duo replied, unfazed. Jiang Lingyun quickly found himself at a loss, utterly powerless against such a girl. Lingyun, may I inquire about something? Why are two girls currently singing the song you performed at the event? Was that not your song? Tang Duo, rarely serious, posed the question. I granted them permission to sing it. Why would you do that? Did you not perform splendidly with Wanqiu? I have no desire to be a singer. What purpose does singing serve? Everyone claims that song was composed specifically for Wanqiu. Is that true? Does it truly matter if it's true? Why indulge in such gossip? Are you not aware that women are inherently curious? Ah, so you have already embraced your femininity, Jiang Lingyun exclaimed dramatically as he sat up. Tang Duo's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully struck Jiang Lingyun a few times, exclaiming, I shall punish you for being such a rogue. Chapter 48, Botanical Garden 3. All right. I shall cease my jesting. How did you come to know Jinzhong? Tang Duo's eyes twinkled mischievously. Are you envious of his rowing escapades with Ayang? Do not speak nonsense. There is nothing to be jealous of. I am merely a tad curious. You wouldn't be the type to gaze longingly at another S-bowl while neglecting your own, would you? Let me tell you, you stand no chance of winning Ayang's heart. Oh, why is that? Jiang Lingyun inquired with keen interest. Allow me to recount the types of suitors Ayang has turned down. There was a senior brother who pursued her when we first entered our freshman year. His father is said to be a deputy director in Jiangnan province. I accompanied Ayang on a dinner date with him once, and upon returning, she never contacted him again. When I asked her why she dismissed him, she remarked that although he hailed from a respectable background and possessed both good looks and intellect, he was arrogant, dismissive of others, and lacked the virtue to match his position. Such a disposition must inevitably lead to misfortune. Thus, she decisively rejected him. She also turned down Luo Yang, which you already know. Ayang's opinion of him was that he was overly ambitious, yet ultimately ineffectual. Even if he escaped this situation unscathed, he would not achieve much in the future. Jiang Lingyun felt a surge of curiosity and hastily asked, what is Bai Shuejia's assessment of Zhang Jinghui? She described him as utterly mediocre. Jiang Lingyun couldn't help but think to himself, your standards seem excessively high. In my previous life, Zhang Jinghui, around the age of 40, was on the cusp of promotion from a deputy position to a full director, which many would deem a successful career. Yet in Bai Yuyin's eyes, he was merely average. However, from what Jiang Lingyun understood, Bai Yuyin had already served as a deputy mayor for several years before reaching 40, firmly positioned for a significant promotion. Once she surpassed that hurdle, her career trajectory would become even smoother. While her success was partially aided by her husband's influence, her own capabilities, insights, and vision were truly extraordinary. This was a prime opportunity, one that must be seized promptly. Seeing Jiang Lingyun lost in thought, Tang Duo could not resist saying, actually, I am quite easy to pursue. If you cannot win Ayang over, you may pursue me instead. I would not refuse. With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Lingyun. His heart raced uncontrollably at her boldness. It is impossible between us. Do not harbor such thoughts. In truth, Tang Duo was exceptionally beautiful, possessing an innate charm and alluring eyes that captivated many. Despite Jiang Lingyun's psychological maturity nearing 40, he found himself unable to resist her allure. Nevertheless, he resolved not to entangle himself with other girls at school to avoid any scandal, as he desired a lasting relationship with Wanqiu. Even if she was reluctant to engage in deeper conversations with him, he would rather seek fleeting encounters outside. indulging in physical pleasures without emotional entanglements, thereby avoiding any lingering complications. Humph. Is Wanqiao truly that remarkable? If I find her admirable, that suffices for me. How dull. Tang Duo appeared somewhat disheartened. The two fell into a momentary silence, prompting Jiang Lingyun to resume rowing. Noticing Tang Duo's lack of enthusiasm, he suggested, "If you find this uninteresting, we may return." "No, we have come out to enjoy ourselves. Why return so soon? Do you not wish to know how we met Jianzhong? It was only yesterday that we became acquainted with him. He knows Su Zonghao, who brought him along. Ah Yin, being from the same place, struck up a conversation with him, and to our surprise, they hit it off quite well. Ah Yin suggested visiting the botanical garden today and invited him to join, allowing him to become familiar with the new environment. Jianzhong readily agreed to accompany them." Jiang Lingyun nodded, sensing that Fang Jianzhong would soon fall under the enchanting spell of Bai Yuyan. Bai Yuyan's charm was indeed formidable. It seemed that the chubby fellow had no hope of winning her heart. No amount of Zhang Zhenghui's infatuation could sway a person as resolute and composed as her. Jiang Lingyun offered a moment of silence for the chubby fellow. The group spent the afternoon wandering, and by the time they returned to school, it was already past 6. Jiang Lingyun proposed treating them to dinner, and this time, Bai Yuyan and the others did not hesitate to accept his offer. Fang Jianzhong was quite warm towards Jiang Lingyun, engaging him in conversation and asking numerous questions, all of which Jiang Lingyun answered. He mused that while the lad lacked any outstanding traits, he was nonetheless quite pleasant to be around, in stark contrast to the discomfort he felt with Zhang Zhenghui, the grease. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Lingyun found Chen Bin, Zhang Zhenghui, and a few others who had pulled an all-nighter revived after a day of sleep. They were enjoying an art film from Japan with some students from the neighboring dormitory. As Jiang Lingyun entered, he was greeted by the film's distinct moans. The dormitory supervisor was conducting a check, instructing everyone to stand against the wall with their hands on their heads. Jiang Lingyun exclaimed loudly, startling the engrossed group of otaku, who turned to see it was him and unleashed a barrage of curses. "Damn it! Lao Jiang, are you bored out of your mind? Get lost. Don't disturb our appreciation of the cinematic arts. Lao Jiang, why not join us for a while?" Jiang Lingyun paid them no mind. These late-night activities were a staple on weekends, and he had little to say about it. After sharing a round of smoke, the dorm soon filled with haze. But Jiang Lingyun refrained from smoking, opting instead to take a shower. When he emerged to see them still watching, he scolded, "Seriously, how long will this go on? Don't you ever get tired of it? Why not find a girlfriend?" Zhu Qingwei from the neighboring dorm rolled his eyes and retorted, "Lao Jiang, you're a full man who doesn't know the hunger of the starving. You monopolize so many girls without introducing any to us." Jiang Lingyun shared another round of smoke, and soon they were engulfed in clouds once more. "With so many beauties at our school, why are you all just chatting here? We wouldn't dare pursue Qin Bing and Yi Wanqiao, but you could at least introduce Shu Shiqin and Su Wenjing to us," chimed in a classmate from another dormitory, joining in the jest. "Get lost. How dare you commoners covet my women? Uff, we scoff at you," they all responded, raising their middle fingers in unison. Jiang Lingyun cherished this camaraderie among classmates. After graduation, he had not experienced such an atmosphere again. Most of his peers, aside from a few close friends, had drifted apart, and he longed for the lively spirit of their interactions. Thus, Jiang Lingyun displayed a remarkable degree of tolerance towards them. They congregated in their dormitory, creating a chaotic atmosphere. In the past, even when he was not angered, Jiang Lingyun would at least refrain from bestowing them with a pleasant demeanor. However, that had changed. Now, he would even proactively offer them cigarettes. It is worth noting that their usual choice was Hongtashan or Shuangxi, whereas Jiang Lingyun provided them with Huazi. Furthermore, he was generous, distributing cigarette after cigarette, sometimes yielding several packs in a single evening. Suddenly, the door to the dormitory swung open, and Li Song entered with a sullen expression. Jiang Lingyun offered him a cigarette, which he sighed and accepted, smoking while lamenting softly. After a moment, Li Song turned to Jiang Lingyun and said, "Old four, would you step outside for a chat?" Jiang Lingyun nodded and followed him out. "What is the matter? Did you have a quarrel with the class monitor?" Li Song had not officially broken up with Tao Shuyu, yet he was utterly captivated by Qin Bing, and his relationship with Tao Shuyu had lost the intimacy it once held, leaving them emotionally estranged. Chapter 49. A chance encounter at the bar. Shuyu is aware of my frequent visits to Qin Bing and my habit of bringing her gifts. Today, she sought me out, but I chose to ignore her, resulting in a quarrel when we crossed paths earlier. Alas, having a girlfriend is indeed troublesome. Jiang Lingyun looked down upon him, questioning the audacity of his words. When everyone else was still single, he had already been embroiled in romantic escapades. Can he truly say such things with a clear conscience? Old 4, you must possess some charm, with several girls obediently at your beck and call. While the red flag at home remains steadfast, colorful banners flutter outside. Xiaolu, refrain from making reckless statements. My relationships with Wenjing, Shaoqin, and Abing are purely platonic. In our dormitory, Chen Bin is a year older than the rest of us, who are all of the same age, albeit born in different months. Li Song, being born later in the year, is affectionately regarded as the little brother of the dorm. However, despite his youthful age, Li Song appears quite mature, often looking older than Chen Bin, which is why everyone prefers to call him Xiaolu. I cannot even claim to be a mere friend of Qin Bing. Alas, I feel like a failure in life. What exactly is it about me that falls short compared to you? Hey, don't direct your frustrations at me. I reiterate, my relationship with Abing is strictly platonic. Yet, even my desire to cultivate a friendship with her is met with resistance. That's because she can see through your ulterior motives at a glance. Who says I harbor ill intentions? I simply wish to nurture our relationship gradually. Do you think she is naive? Let go of those thoughts. You will never win her over. It would be wise to abandon that hope. But from the moment I laid eyes on her, I was smitten, unable to forget her. If only there were a potion to erase such feelings. How pretentious. Isn't it merely a case of lust? Why speak so sentimentally? Heh. Old 4, could you lend me some advice? Return to Shuyu. Cherish your time with her, and refrain from indulging in fanciful thoughts. Shuyu is a wonderful girl. Losing her would be a grave misfortune for you. In her previous life, Tao Shuyu maintained contact with many classmates after graduation, initially through QQ groups, later transitioning to WeChat groups. Everyone was quite familiar with her affairs. In her hometown, apart from civil service, all other professions were deemed unworthy. Thus, she followed the crowd to pursue a government position and eventually became a candidate for selection. Although lacking a strong background, her career in politics has flourished. Her breakup with Li Song was a significant blow, leading to her marriage in her 30s. Among Jiang Lingyun's peers, she was considered one of the more successful individuals. But I feel as though I've moved on. My feelings for her have diminished to mere guilt, devoid of the passion I once held. Old Jiang, what is happening to me? Your true nature as a scoundrel is being revealed, Jiang Lingyun silently mused, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Take care of yourself. In any case, let me be clear, Qin Bing will never be with you, so stop wasting your energy on her. After Jiang Lingyun concluded his remarks, he departed. The dormitory's impromptu cinema had wrapped up, leaving the place in disarray, with cigarette butts strewn across the floor. Yao Weilong was cleaning up while the others busied themselves with their own tasks. Jiang Lingyun scolded, "Can't you animals maintain some semblance of cleanliness? Xiao doesn't smoke. Yet you expect him to clean up after you. How shameless. The true instigator is none other than you. If it weren't for you supplying them with cigarettes, they wouldn't be constantly flocking to our dormitory. Little 4, remember to show your gratitude to your third brother with some smokes in the future. I've got your back," said Zhang Jinghui with a carefree demeanor. "Get lost. You fatso, it's your fault for always playing those films that draw them to our dormitory. When they come, it's you who keeps handing them cigarettes all day long, making it hard for them to leave. How dare you blame me?" The two exchanged a few harsh words before letting the matter drop. Jiang Lingyun longed to discuss the situation involving Bai Yuyin and Fang Jinzhong, but after much contemplation, he chose to hold his tongue. If he were to reveal today's events, that rascal would undoubtedly share with Wanxiu and the others about his outing with Bai Yuyin and Tang Duoduo at the Botanical Garden. While Wanxiu might be forgiving, Xu Shiqin would certainly erupt in anger. Never mind, better to keep it to himself. Being a good person is no easy task. How much humiliation have I endured to infiltrate the enemy's ranks? Jiang Lingyun thought self-importantly. For the following week, Jiang Lingyun diligently attended classes, and whenever he had free time, he would visit Yupinui to oversee operations, striving to be a commendable boss. Before he knew it, Friday arrived, and Jiang Lingyun felt the urge to visit a bar. Especially since his interactions with Yu Wanxiu had been frustratingly superficial, igniting a fire within him that he had nowhere to release. It would be better to go out for a while. This time, he chose a different bar, hoping that this would prove to be a better experience. If nothing particularly captivating caught his eye, he would settle for something reasonably pleasant. He ordered a drink of moderate strength and surveyed the bar's patrons, searching for a suitable companion. However, it seemed that his fears were manifesting. "Lingyun, what are you doing here?" A somewhat familiar voice called from behind him. Jiang Lingyun nearly choked, astonished to encounter someone he knew in this place. Had he neglected to check the calendar before venturing out? Was today an ill-fated day for excursions? He turned with a smile, only to find it was Qin Yuqin. I'm here to enjoy a drink and relieve some stress. What about you? Why are you alone? Where's Jiang Lao? Referring to Jiang Haisheng as Lao felt somewhat derogatory, but since the dorm residents weren't particularly fond of him, they spoke openly about Jiang Haisheng in such a manner. Jiang Haisheng often trailed Qin Yuqin. Wherever she appeared, he was sure to follow. I went home after class on Friday. Do you frequent this place? No, it's my first time here. I wanted to experience the lively atmosphere of a bar. Looking for a romantic encounter, are we? Jiang Lingyun nearly choked on his drink. Little girl, must you be so candid? That will surely cost you friendships. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? Isn't it true? Men become corrupted by wealth, without exception. You needn't deny it. I see right through you. We hardly know each other. What do you think you see through? Jiang Lingyun retorted internally but dared not voice it, fearing that Qin Yuqin might actually divulge his bar visit to the school, which would be quite embarrassing. The bar is quite chaotic. Aren't you afraid to be here alone? Why didn't you bring Haisheng with you? Never mind, since you're a girl. I won't hold it against you. This bar is owned by my family, Qin Yuqin said matter-of-factly. Jiang Lingyun felt a pang in her chest, realizing that this pretentiousness was merely a fade. Why didn't you bring Wanqiu along for some fun? A place like this is perfectly fine for me on my own. What business does she have here? She toils diligently to earn money for you, and yet here you are, indulging in revelry. Do you not feel any shame? The conversation seemed futile, and Jiang Lingyun contemplated leaving after finishing her drink. Anan, I have matters to attend to. Let us converse another time. With that, she prepared to depart. Tonight, you shall accompany me for a proper chat and drinks. If I am satisfied, I shall refrain from exposing your unsavory nature. Otherwise, I will disclose your escapade at the bar to Wanqiu. Think carefully. Jiang Lingyun sighed, feeling ashamed to be so easily manipulated. Was it merely drinking and chatting? Who was afraid of whom? Chapter 50. A chance encounter at the bar. Qin Yuqin ordered 2 more drinks and chose a secluded booth instead of sitting at the bar. You know, she began, ever since I was a child, I have envied those kids whose parents took them to amusement parks. My parents never took me. They do not care for me, or perhaps they loathe me. It is said that my mother experienced a difficult labor when I was born, followed by severe hemorrhaging, nearly leading to her demise. My parents share a deep affection for one another, but their love for me, the daughter who almost caused them to be separated by death, has all but vanished. After my birth, I was primarily cared for by a nanny, with my parents rarely holding or spending time with me. Even when I sat on the floor, weeping and reaching out for comfort, my mother would simply call the nanny to console me. This is what my grandmother told me. Only my uncle would occasionally take the time to play with me. I recall a time when I was just over a year old, suffering from a high fever at home. The nanny, panicking and unable to reach my parents, had to call my uncle. Upon his arrival, he found me convulsing from the fever and rushed me to the hospital. Thankfully, I recovered, but my uncle was furious, having discovered that my parents had left me in such a state to attend an opera. Can you believe it? As Qin Yuqin spoke, her voice began to tremble with emotion. Jiang Lingyun listened quietly beside her. When my parents returned, a fierce argument ensued between my uncle and them. My father reprimanded my uncle, clearly uncomfortable with the situation, and ultimately declared, "We no longer want this child. Whoever wishes to take her may do so." My uncle was taken aback, never expecting my parents to be so callous. He instructed the nanny to pack my belongings and move them to his home. Meanwhile, my parents observed in cold silence, saying nothing. Thus, I grew up alongside my uncle. My parents would often buy me gifts, and we would occasionally meet for meals, yet they scarcely celebrated my birthdays. And it was always my uncle who attended parent-teacher meetings. You know, it wasn't until I entered high school that my parents' affection began to manifest. Perhaps it was because they had long desired another child but were unable to conceive. My mother attempted to become pregnant for years, undergoing various treatments and adjustments. And although she became pregnant twice, both pregnancies ended in miscarriage. It was then that they remembered me. They perpetually sought to mold me into their ideal version, initially planning to send me abroad for university without consulting me, which infuriated me, leading me to refuse. They wished for me to attend prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University, but I chose instead to enroll in the university where my uncle had once studied. Jiang Lingyun thought to herself that wealthy individuals can be quite willful. If only she could attend Tsinghua, Peking University, or study abroad, she would wake up smiling. All right, I've shared much about my life. Now it's your turn to share something about yours, Qin Yuqin said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Lingyun. I don't have much to say, Jiang Lingyun replied, unsure of what to discuss. Humph, you refuse to speak, do you? Then I shall pay you a visit tomorrow to discuss certain individuals loitering about in bars. Oh dear, how did we end up here? Qin Sinan exclaimed. Miss Qin, what would you like to know? I promise to tell you the truth. Jiang Lingyun suddenly became obedient, as his life was in someone else's hands. It was indeed wiser to comply. Did you ever have a romantic relationship during your secondary school years? Qin Sinan inquired with curiosity. Certainly not. You didn't start dating in middle school, did you? But it's understandable. Girls mature earlier. Back in my junior high days, I had classmates who were already involved with delinquents from outside, she recalled. What are you thinking? Our school had strict regulations. If they discovered someone writing love letters, they would call the parents, and anyone caught with a romantic interest would be expelled without question. They even regulated love letters? That's rather excessive, isn't it? I received dozens of love notes during my own school years, all of which I have kept. Such a number? What did they contain? Were they all declarations of affection? Some were, while others were more subtle, claiming to seek friendship and encouraging each other to study hard for college. The two continued their conversation, reminiscing about their middle school days, exchanging stories about amusing classmates, humorous university roommates, and amusing occurrences in their clubs. Jiang Lingyun, having lived a second life, possessed sufficient experience and knowledge to engage in any discussion. After talking to you for so long, I feel much better. I should head back now. I have a car. Would you like me to drive you home? Qin Sinan, in good spirits, decided not to press Jiang Lingyun further. No, I can take a bus back myself. You've been drinking. It's safer not to drive, Jiang Lingyun replied, realizing he was out of place in a bar and resolved never to return. Jiang Lingyun escorted Qin Sinan out of the bar. Shall we book a room? Qin Sinan gazed at Jiang Lingyun with eager anticipation. Jiang Lingyun nearly choked on his own breath. Please, don't toy with me like that. I'm just an impoverished soul who cannot afford such indulgences. Jiang Lingyun was unaware of Qin Sinan's background, but it was undoubtedly beyond his reach. She was, in essence, a superlative version of Qin Xingyu. And there were several social strata separating them. Like Qin Bing and her peers, Jiang Lingyun had always maintained a polite demeanor towards them. As for any other imprudent thoughts, it was best to dismiss them. Such fantasies were utterly unrealistic. You should head back early. Your family will worry if you stay out too late. Humph, how dull. Qin Sinan grumbled inwardly. She flagged down a vehicle, and shortly after, a Maybach approached. Jiang Lingyun's eyes widened. It was rare for men not to appreciate fine automobiles. This Maybach was particularly exquisite, prompting Jiang Lingyun to steal a few more glances, imagining how delightful it would be to own such a car. Surely, it cost several million. At least. Qin Sinan opened the rear door and settled inside as the Maybach glided away slowly, leaving Jiang Lingyun wistfully watching it depart. Truly, the wealthy lived in a realm beyond comprehension. The price of a single vehicle could purchase several homes. Using it merely as a means of transportation seemed excessively extravagant. The world of the affluent was something the poor could never grasp. It appeared that today would yield no opportunities once more. Bars operated on mere chance. Jiang Lingyun yearned to visit exclusive clubs and spas, places he had never been. Yet, a simple inquiry to a taxi driver would suffice to guide him there. They are well aware of these places, and their connections allow them to reap certain benefits. However, Jiang Lingyun restrained herself from visiting such venues, primarily due to their unsavory nature. In bars, the women are comparatively better, as the first-tier cities are rife with surplus women, all of whom seek to fulfill their desires. Bars thus emerge as the ideal haven for men and women to channel their excess energy. Many of these women eventually find themselves as leading ladies in the small films of the 91 God. Some accept payment as a side gig, while others engage in such activities merely as a means to alleviate the monotony of their daily lives. Additionally, the proliferation of chaotic dating apps has rendered these encounters increasingly effortless, to the extent that the bar scene is no longer a requisite intermediary. Chapter 51. Mengtong. Just as Jiang Lingyun intended to return home by bus, a girl burst out from the nearby bar and clung to his arm. Startled, Jiang Lingyun instinctively attempted to shake her off, only to find her grip surprisingly firm. Please, help me. Someone is trying to take me away, the girl pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. Jiang Lingyun observed that the girl was in her early 20s, strikingly beautiful, though not quite on par with Qin Bing. She certainly rivaled Qin Sinan and Bai Yuyan. Standing at approximately 165 centimeters, she had a voluptuous figure and was clad in a sleeveless dress, her fair skin captivatingly exposed. A few men emerged from the bar, their eyes fixated on Jiang Lingyun and the girl, their expressions menacing. He surmised the situation. The girl had likely been drinking alone when these men approached her, ostensibly for casual conversation but with ulterior motives. It was evident to any discerning observer. Had a man approached her with genuine intentions, and if she felt inclined, a few drinks could very well lead to a deeper connection. However, the demeanor of these men suggested a more sinister approach. They relied on their numbers to intoxicate her and then whisk her away to a hotel, their intentions all too clear. Though initially reluctant to intervene, the girl's unwavering grip on his arm rendered him unable to walk away. Moreover, he felt a moral obligation to act when confronted with such a predicament. Jiang Lingyun was not one to turn a blind eye to injustice. One of the men, clearly the leader, pointed at Jiang Lingyun and barked, "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business." In response, Jiang Lingyun seized the man's finger and twisted it sharply, eliciting a cry of pain. He then delivered a punch to another assailant's nose, causing him to crumple to the ground, blood streaming from his face. As he prepared to confront a third man, the latter was already on guard. Jiang Lingyun executed a swift kick, but the man evaded it. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Jiang Lingyun knew he needed to flee. Grabbing the dazed girl, he dashed away, and she, still somewhat disoriented, followed him. Navigating towards a more populated area, Jiang Lingyun managed to inflict significant damage on the men. And by the time they regrouped, he was already far from their reach. After traversing 2 intersections and ensuring he was not being pursued, he hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to head toward the new district. "Where do you live? I'll take you home," he offered. The girl, still in a state of exhilaration, clutched his hand tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Although her grip was uncomfortable for him, he refrained from voicing his discomfort. Her gaze sparkled with admiration, her heart racing. In that fleeting moment, it seemed that a man could capture a woman's heart simply through his decisive actions. She took several deep breaths to calm her racing heart before providing the driver with the address of a residential complex. Jiang Lingyun furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to remain silent. The driver turned around and headed back. "My name is Meng Tong. What is yours?" Jiang Lingyun had initially wished to avoid entanglement with her, yet her introduction compelled him to respond in kind, lest he appear rude. "What is your phone number?" Although Jiang Lingyun was reluctant to divulge this information, he found it difficult to refuse under the hopeful gaze of her large eyes. And thus he provided her with his number. Meng Tong entered his number into her phone, made a call to check if it connected, and then cheerfully saved his name. "Why were you so reckless earlier? What if they had caught us?" she asked. "If I hadn't acted, they would have certainly beaten me up and dragged you off to a hotel. Is that the ending you desire?" In the face of several intoxicated men, attempting to reason with them was utterly futile. Jiang Lingyun had not trained in combat and could only throw clumsy punches. Even though those men lacked formal training, their numbers alone could easily overpower him. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to strike first, catching them off guard, and then escape amidst the chaos. Meng Tong's face flushed as she realized the truth in his words. She had narrowly avoided a disastrous fate. "I had never been to those places before. I only heard from others that bars were fun, so I wanted to see for myself. I had barely arrived when those men surrounded me, offering to buy me drinks, inviting me for late-night snacks, and even to sing. I only managed to escape when they weren't paying attention. You must believe me, I usually don't go to such places," she said, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Lingyun. Jiang Lingyun couldn't help but mentally scoff. Why should her choice of venue concern him? They were hardly acquainted. Moreover, with her alluring attire and being alone, it was no wonder those lecherous men targeted her. He glanced at Meng Tong again, noting her striking figure, voluptuous and enticing, a veritable temptation. "I believe you, but for the time being, it would be wise to avoid that place. Those men frequent it, and encountering them could lead to trouble for you." Meng Tong nodded obediently. "I understand. I won't go to such places anymore." Soon, the taxi arrived at her residence, the Xiangxie Garden. Gathering her courage, Meng Tong turned to Jiang Lingyun and asked, "Would you like to come up to my place for a while?" Jiang Lingyun, no novice to the world, recognized the implications behind her invitation. "It's late. I must be heading back." Disappointment flickered across Meng Tong's face. "Then we can keep in touch by phone." Jiang Lingyun nodded in agreement. As the taxi continued towards the school, the driver, who had been silent throughout the journey, sighed and remarked that Xiangxie Garden costs over 10,000 per square meter, ridiculously expensive, at least 3,000 to 4,000 more than the surrounding properties. It will only get pricier. starting at a minimum of 100,000. Jiang Lingyun was acutely aware of the soaring property prices in this region, which seemed to be skyrocketing. Particularly for homes within reputable school districts, it had reached a point where even wealth alone did not guarantee acquisition. How could it be that prices have escalated to such an extent? Not only for newcomers like yourselves, but even for us locals, purchasing has become an unattainable dream. Who could possibly afford 100,000 per square meter? I recall vividly that just a few years ago, around the year 2000, the nearby residential complex launched at merely over 2,000. Now it demands 6 or 7,000. What kind of salary do you young professionals earn upon entering the workforce? How can you afford it? The driver, quite loquacious, exhibited the distinctive sense of superiority characteristic of Shanghainese. Jiang Lingyun, a competent conversationalist, frequently engaged with the driver's musings, further fueling his enthusiasm for discourse. As they arrived at the school and Jiang Lingyun prepared to disembark, the driver hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. Young man, I perceive you to be a decent sort. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. That girl appears to be someone who is being supported by another. I advise you to refrain from pursuing her, as she may not be suitable for you. Jiang Lingyun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. When the driver sought to return his change, he declined, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your advice. I appreciate it. Chapter 52. Meng Tong in his previous life. Jiang Lingyun did not fare well. Among the 6 individuals in the dormitory, he ranked the lowest. Nevertheless, his experiences and insights were considerable. While it would be an exaggeration to claim he possessed a discerning eye for talent, he was certainly adept at reading people. He had encountered numerous second-generation officials and wealthy heirs, even dating the affluent Qin Yuqin for several years, thereby becoming familiar with their exclusive circle. Intuitively, he sensed that Meng Tong was not from a wealthy background. In fact, her origins seemed rather humble. True affluence does not necessitate ostentation. Take Qin Sinan, for instance. She predominantly donned sportswear and sneakers, accessorized with a digital watch, yet her vehicle was a luxurious Maybach worth millions. She harbored no desire to flaunt her wealth, as such a car was merely a part of her quotidian life. In contrast, Meng Tong, adorned with meticulous makeup, carried an LV handbag, wore a Patek Philippe watch, and possessed the latest smartphone. Although Jiang Lingyun was uncertain of the brand of her strappy dress and shoes, he was certain they were not inexpensive. Residing in an upscale neighborhood, her apartment was valued at no less than $1 million. How could a young woman, unless she hailed from affluence, afford such luxuries? The things one lacks are often the very things one feels compelled to display. Thus, in a gathering of friends, it is invariably the most extravagant individual who is the least affluent. While Meng Tong bore no trace of the world's vice, she also did not fit the mold of a second-generation official or wealthy heir. Her youth left only one plausible explanation: she was likely a canary, kept by affluent men or high-ranking officials. The seasoned taxi driver, well-versed in the nuances of life, could discern her true nature at a glance. Jiang Lingyun held no contempt for her. In truth, Anna had also been a beneficiary of his support, albeit he had not exploited her, instead aiding her in a different manner. Upon returning to the dormitory, after showering and waiting for his hair to dry, he reclined on his bed and exchanged messages with Yu Wanqiu. Only he and Yao Weilong remained in the dormitory, as the others had formed a group to indulge in an all-night internet session. Jiang Lingyun, lacking a gaming addiction, would occasionally play online but had no desire to spend the night gaming. Just as he contemplated sleep, his phone buzzed unexpectedly. It struck him as odd that someone would text him at such a late hour. Lingyun, are you asleep? The number was not saved in his contacts. After a moment's reflection, he deduced it was Meng Tong. Not yet, just about to sleep. Thank you for today. Without you, I would have been in quite a predicament. It's nothing. It's all in the past. Experience teaches wisdom. Just be cautious next time. Tomorrow is Saturday. Do you have time? May I treat you to dinner? No need. It's a must. This is a matter of life-saving gratitude. Entreating you to a meal is the least I can do. Jiang Lingyun pondered for a moment, realizing that to refuse would seem ungracious. Accepting the invitation for a meal would allow him to consider her debt repaid, and he could decline any future offers. Very well, you choose the time and place. All right, good night. Good night. After sending the farewell message, Jiang Lingyun promptly deleted all texts exchanged with Meng Tong, leaving no traces behind. Though Yu Wanqiu would not scrutinize his phone, it was prudent to take caution. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Lingyun made his way to Yupinhui. Although he realized he was no longer needed there, Yi Wanxiu and Su Wenjing were exceptionally capable, supported by Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing. Everything functioned smoothly in his absence, and his presence was often considered a distraction, as the women preferred to discuss private matters in his absence. The girls had transformed the place into their stronghold. After finding nothing of significance during his brief visit, he departed, reflecting that if he was not welcome here, there were other places that would gladly accept him. He reminded himself that he was not solely tied to this company. Jiang Lingyun felt compelled to visit Baihui. As the newly established Feiyan Cultural Entertainment Company had been operational for a fortnight, and he had yet to see it. After all, he had invested 200,000 in the venture. It seemed unreasonable not to check in on it. The company was conveniently located near the Art Academy, likely a strategic choice by Baihui to accommodate Ouyang Jing and her need to attend classes. The Academy's recording studio and other facilities were also beneficial for their use. The office space was modest, spanning just over 100 square meters. Baihui had only hired a financial officer, an assistant, and a receptionist. Currently, only the receptionist and the financial officer were present, though they had never met Jiang Lingyun. Baihui had informed them multiple times that the owner was a young man of under 20, so they were not particularly surprised upon his arrival. The previous day, Baihui had taken Ouyang Jing to participate in a promotional event, accompanied by another employee to assist with their needs. Although Jiang Lingyun had advised her to refrain from scheduling Ouyang Jing for such events, Baihui found it difficult to fully comply. After all, while Lingyun Entertainment was technically a company, it functioned more like a small studio, and the only profitable assets were Ouyang Jing and her colleague. The entire company revolved around them, and without their participation in performances, the operation could not sustain itself. Baihui had some connections within the industry, which allowed her to secure performance opportunities. Additionally, Ouyang Jing and her friend were rising stars. They were eager to participate in performances not only to enhance their fame but also to earn a share of the profits. Just last week, they had attended an opening event, earning a share of the revenue that equaled nearly a year's salary for their parents. The two girls were overjoyed, even calling home to share their excitement. 2 weeks prior, Ouyang Jing had released 3 songs simultaneously, which dominated the top 3 spots on major music charts, catapulting them to fame. Their striking beauty, poise, and charm attracted a multitude of fans. Jiang Lingyun, still in a phase of awkward development, lacked the resources to assist the two girls. Thus, he did not wish for them to squander their talents and reputation chasing after money. If they could participate in legitimate commercial performances without jeopardizing their studies, it would be acceptable. Jiang Lingyun reviewed the company's accounts. His initial investment of 200,000 had nearly been exhausted on office rent, modest renovations, licensing, and purchasing supplies. Post-launch expenses had been minimal, and the small venture was already beginning to turn a profit. The revenue from the ringback tone service has yet to be settled, but with those 3 exceptionally popular songs, it is certain to be substantial. The company's financial affairs were previously managed by He Yinghui's studio. After He Yinghui dissolved her studio, she found herself unemployed. Baihui, being familiar with her, invited her to join the team. The receptionist is a recent graduate, possessing an associate degree, and performs various tasks around the office. Baihui also allocated an office for Jiang Lingyun, who, upon assessing the company's situation, decided to leave. In fact, both the finance and reception departments are rather idle, with little to occupy their time. Jiang Lingyun went downstairs to purchase milk tea and small cakes for them, instructing the staff at the shop to deliver the treats while he took his leave. Chapter 53. Meng Tong. He arrived at the restaurant where Meng Tong had invited him for a meal, a Chongqing hot pot establishment. Upon his arrival, Meng Tong was already waiting for him. She rushed towards him, intending to embrace him, but Jiang Lingyun took a slight step back, extending his hand for a handshake instead. A fleeting look of disappointment flickered in Meng Tong's eyes, quickly masked by a smile as she accepted his handshake. Today, Meng Tong wore a light makeup, dressed in a checkered shirt and jeans, sporting Entas sneakers. Her hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and she eschewed her Louis Vuitton bag for a simple backpack, opting for a Patek Philippe watch. At this moment, she bore the appearance of a student, which was indeed fitting as she was a senior in college. You mentioned you are a student at the Normal University? Jiang Lingyun found it hard to believe. Yes, I'm in my final year, and after the new year, I'll begin my internship. What is your major? English. Seeing Meng Tong in this light, she certainly resembled a future English teacher. Most English educators seem to embody this image, beautiful and well-dressed. His high school and college English teachers were quite similar, exuding an undeniable allure. He realized he was drifting into thoughts that were perhaps too far-reaching. Have you confirmed your internship at that school? Yes. It's at the primary school nearby my residence. Jiang Lingyun was aware that this particular primary school held an excellent reputation, with many people purchasing homes in that district solely for the opportunity to enroll their children there. For Meng Tong to secure an internship there, it would require connections that were not easily forged. Congratulations! Jiang Lingyun genuinely wished her well. After all, she had achieved what 99 of those who sought opportunities abroad could only dream of. Calling her a winner in life would not be an exaggeration. She had secured a stable and promising career, along with her own home, an accomplishment that many expats could not achieve even after decades of effort. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun had nearly reached 30 without being able to afford a down payment for a home in the metropolis, lacking a promising career, ultimately returning to his hometown in defeat. However, it was evident that Meng Tong must have paid a price to attain these advantages. Her beauty was her asset, and some wielded it skillfully to effortlessly obtain what they desired. Meng Tong was quite intrigued by Jiang Lingyun, posing numerous questions to him. He chose to share only trivial details, mindful that they were still strangers. Delving too deeply into personal matters was ill-advised and unnecessary. After their meal, Meng Tong invited Jiang Lingyun to watch a movie, but he declined, reluctant to entangle himself further with her. In his past life, after breaking up with Qin Yuqin, he had spent some time mingling in the entertainment scene of the city, forming a rapport with a senior who was also part of that world. This senior was considerably more experienced and imparted much wisdom to Jiang Lingyun. He had once warned against pursuing certain types of women, including someone like Meng Tong. Those who were exceedingly beautiful should be approached with caution. To maintain such women, one must either be wealthy or influential. The more attractive a woman, the more formidable her benefactor, making her perilous for an ordinary man to pursue. He recounted a tale of a stunning woman he had met. They experienced an instant connection. Coincidentally, he was about to take a vacation, so he invited her to join him. She agreed, and they embarked on a week-long trip to the Maldives together. Not long after his return, he found himself cornered in a parking lot by a group of thugs while attending to business. Fortunately, this gentleman was no pushover. He had a chainsaw stowed away in his car's trunk and called for reinforcements. In the end, he only endured a few blows and emerged relatively unscathed. He found it peculiar, as he believed he had not offended anyone recently who would go to such lengths. After some inquiries, he discovered the root of the problem lay with a woman. Her benefactor was a ruthless figure who had risen during the chaotic times, exuding an aura of the underworld, and would not easily relent given the circumstances. Thus, this gentleman had no choice but to host a banquet to mend fences, pouring tea and admitting fault. The aggrieved party was merely seeking to regain face, and once that was accomplished, the matter was dropped. Jiang Lingyun was not one to be easily swayed by primal instincts. Yet Meng Tong's beauty was striking. He feared that if he lost control, the ensuing troubles would be beyond his capacity to bear. We're not going to the movies. Then shall we go shopping? Meng Tong suggested eagerly upon noticing Jiang Lingyun's refusal to watch a film. No, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. We can chat another time. He firmly decided to keep his distance, rejecting her proposal without hesitation. Seeing Jiang Lingyun's distant demeanor, Meng Tong felt a pang of disappointment. She retrieved a gift box from her backpack and handed it to him, saying, "This is a present for you. I hope you won't think poorly of it." Jiang Lingyun recognized the box's shape as that of a watch and was inclined to refuse it, yet he felt a twinge of compassion upon witnessing her disappointment. "Thank you. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," he replied. Meng Tong accompanied him to the bus stop, and he waved goodbye before departing. As the bus pulled away, she wore a face of reluctance. Such a beautiful girl, what a pity. Beauty is indeed a rare commodity in society. A man lacking capability cannot hope to retain a stunning wife. The most famous historical example is that of Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian. One could argue that Wu Dalong was doing quite well, owning a home and a career in the county, earning enough to support a family. Yet, it was his wife's exceptional beauty that drew the covetous gaze of Shimin Qing, ultimately leading to the loss of both his wife and his own life. It appears that he must strive to earn more. Otherwise, even if he managed to keep Wanqiu in Shanghai, his lack of strength would raise doubts about his ability to keep her by his side. In his past life, he had witnessed numerous university couples who parted ways shortly after starting their careers, not due to a lack of love, but because the outside world was far more enticing. Women often found themselves with better options. The fleeting affections formed during their studies could hardly withstand the temptations of reality. For instance, While your boyfriend may only take you to a hot pot restaurant, another man might whisk you away to a Michelin-starred establishment. Your boyfriend could only afford to buy you trinkets, while another would lavish you with luxury brands like Louis Vuitton or Chanel. On Valentine's Day, your boyfriend might send you a modest red envelope, whereas others would gift you sums like $520, $1,314, or $5,200. How could one compete with those who had achieved financial independence? The clothing business was insufficient to carve out a successful path for him, and Feiyun Entertainment was merely a means to fulfill Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing's dreams of stardom. Jiang Lingyun did not harbor expectations that this company would yield substantial profits for him. Promising industries of the future include real estate, e-commerce, smartphones, logistics, game development, and new energy vehicles. However, Jiang Lingyun found himself unable to penetrate these fields. The only area that somewhat aligns with e-commerce is e-Pinhui. Yet the clothing brands are not his own, and the sales channel relies on Taobao. Furthermore, such online stores possess a high degree of replicability, lacking any core competitive advantage. The realms of real estate, mobile technology, logistics, and automobiles demand colossal amounts of capital. Game development, on the other hand, presents a lower barrier to entry. However, Jiang Lingyun lacks a profound understanding of gaming, having never been particularly passionate about it in his previous life. The prospect of independently developing a game seems impractical, especially since he does not possess any coding skills. Perhaps a visit to Shanghai Jiaotong University could be beneficial. With numerous universities in the city, SJTU ranks among the top in the field of computer science. After all, the popular delivery service Me was developed by a few dedicated SJTU students, and it is possible that inspiration could be gleaned from such an esteemed institution. Chapter 54. The faux boyfriend Jiang Lingyun visited the Computer Science College at Shanghai Jiaotong University, where he perused the notices pinned to the student bulletin board. To his surprise, he discovered advertisements for renting boyfriends and girlfriends, with prices that seemed quite reasonable, not fearing the possibility of a fruitless endeavor. As Jiang Lingyun sought the information he needed, a voice from behind called out, "Lingyun, are you here to see me?" The voice trembled, its tone ambiguous, betraying either joy or shock. Turning around, he found it was Rao Anna, accompanied by several curious girls who gazed at him with intrigue. "Indeed. I came here for some business and thought I might drop by your school. I was planning to call you later," he replied. "It's Sunday. What are your plans? Are these your classmates?" In university, students typically engage in activities by dormitory units, leading Jiang Lingyun to surmise that these girls were Rao Anna's roommates. Notably, one of them wore the same dress Rao Anna had borrowed during their previous encounter, suggesting a shared wardrobe. Rao Anna, recovering from her surprise, whispered, "They're all my classmates, my dorm mates," and proceeded to introduce each of them to Jiang Lingyun. Among her friends, none stood out in terms of beauty, leaving Rao Anna appearing somewhat exceptional in their midst. Only Lu Jihan, who had lent Rao Anna the dress, possessed striking features, particularly her height of over 1.7 meters and a well-proportioned figure. It was no wonder that Rao Anna found the dress ill-fitting. However, without makeup and donning black-rimmed glasses, Lu Jihan's allure was somewhat diminished. Prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua, Peking University, and Fudan do not often boast a plethora of beauties. Such aesthetics are more prevalent in art schools and lower-tier universities. In elite universities, physical appearance holds no sway. Intellectual prowess is paramount, as the college entrance examination is the last opportunity where looks do not matter. "I rarely visit your school. How about I treat you all to a meal?" Jiang Lingyun enthusiastically suggested to Rao Anna's roommates. Feeling somewhat affluent, he was not inclined to be stingy with such trifling expenses. The girls politely declined, suggesting that Rao Anna show Jiang Lingyun around the campus while they headed to the library to study. Blushing, Rao Anna walked away with Jiang Lingyun, while her roommates teased her from behind. "Anna, shall we leave the door open for you tonight?" Rao Anna stomped her foot in frustration. "I won't talk to you anymore." Silently, she walked alongside Jiang Lingyun. "Were you all headed to the library to study?" he inquired. "Yes. We go to the library on weekends. Otherwise, we fear falling behind," she replied. "You seem to have a good rapport with your roommates." "Yes, it's quite good. Jihan and I are particularly close, and the others are nice enough." "What did you tell them about me?" "I mentioned that you were my pen pal and that I came to Shanghai for you." Rao Anna felt a twinge of shyness, recalling how, 2 weeks prior, she had returned to her dorm dressed in new clothes and shoes, brandishing a new phone, laptop, MP3 player, and tape recorder, leaving her roommates utterly astonished. When Rao Anna borrowed Lu Jihan's clothes to meet her boyfriend, they did not inquire further. as they had only been classmates for a little over a month and were still unfamiliar with one another. To their astonishment, upon her return, Anna seemed to have acquired an entire ensemble typical of a college student. It is worth noting that when she first arrived, she could barely afford the cheapest meals, subsisting on 2 steamed buns accompanied by complimentary seaweed soup at each meal. Curiosity piqued, her classmates began to question her about her boyfriend. By the time Anna returned, she had concocted a tale, claiming that Jiang Lingyun had been her pen pal since high school, and that her enrollment at the university was primarily to meet him. She further asserted that Jiang Lingyun was quite affluent, having purchased these items for her upon their first meeting. Her roommates remained somewhat skeptical, as laptops and smartphones are not inexpensive, and the clothing and shoes must have cost at least $20,000. It seemed rather fantastical that a boyfriend met for the first time would spend such a sum on her. Nonetheless, Anna's amiable personality and her harmonious relationship with her roommates prevented any further speculation. Jiang Lingyun's accidental visit had inadvertently validated her narrative. Is that class monitor still bothering you? No, I usually spend time with Jihan and the others, so I didn't apply for that scholarship. In truth, the class monitor had approached her specifically, inviting her to dinner to discuss her scholarship application. Anna dared not go out with him alone and promptly declined, asserting that she no longer needed to apply. She also refrained from disclosing this to Jiang Lingyun for fear of misunderstandings. Her feelings towards him were complex, a mix of gratitude and apprehension toward the unknown. Gradually, she came to understand that Jiang Lingyun's intentions were primarily to assist her, rather than to seek any form of possession over her. Otherwise, he would not have given her money or bought her gifts before even having been intimate, and he had preserved her dignity in front of her roommates by acknowledging her as his girlfriend. Gathering her courage, she asked, "Did you come specifically to see me?" Jiang Lingyun comprehended her implication. She suspected he had come to propose a more intimate encounter. Observing the similarities in demeanor and appearance between Anna and Yi Wanqiu, he found himself devoid of any lewd thoughts. Recognizing Anna as a good girl, he did not wish to be irresponsible. "No, I came to your school to seek assistance in developing a game, as your institution specializes in this field." Although Jiang Lingyun was not an avid gamer himself, his years of friendship with the heavily addicted Chun Bin had afforded him some insight into various games. He sought to find professionals in this domain to explore the possibility of creating future games. Naturally, at this juncture, he was incapable of producing large-scale games like Legend, World of Warcraft, or Fantasy Westward Journey, but he could develop smaller games to earn a modest income. Should any internet mogul wish to invest several million for acquisition, he would, albeit with a heavy heart, sell these games for a substantial profit, achieving financial independence and counting his earnings until his hands ached. "Oh, I see. It's unfortunate that we have only just begun studying computer science. Otherwise, I could assist you." Anna exhaled deeply, yet a sense of melancholy lingered within her. To be candid, she was not entirely prepared for what lay ahead. However, should Jiang Lingyun suggest an escapade to a hotel, she would follow without a trace of reluctance. After all, she felt a profound indebtedness to Jiang Lingyun, an obligation so vast that repayment seemed utterly unattainable. Our instructor for the course on computer fundamentals was indeed capable. He once recounted his involvement in the development at Baidu. Yet, he eventually deemed the work there excessively taxing and chose to return to academia, balancing his studies with teaching duties. Jiang Lingyun pondered, what a pitiable soul. Why did he not wait for Baidu to go public? With even a modest holding of original shares, financial independence could be achieved in an instant. Surely, he would no longer need to instruct these young minds in coding. He could have embarked on a journey around the globe long ago. Chapter 55. The first encounter with Ming Fanxin. Anna took Jiang Lingyun on a tour of the campus, although she herself was not particularly familiar with it. Upon seeing her standing at the crossroads, looking around in confusion and deep thought, Jiang Lingyun found it amusing. It seemed she was quite directionally challenged. The two wandered around for an entire afternoon, intending to find a place to sit for a while and then reach out to Anna's professor to discuss potential collaboration. They arrived at an outdoor CAF on campus, and Jiang Lingyun, intrigued, suggested they go inside. The CAF was sparsely populated, and Jiang Lingyun ordered an Americano for herself. When she inquired about Anna's coffee preference, Anna hesitated, wanting to decline due to concerns about wasting money, yet feeling embarrassed, she was momentarily at a loss. Sensing that Anna likely had never had coffee before, Jiang Lingyun decided to order her a mocha. As Jiang Lingyun prepared to pay, Anna insisted on covering the bill. feeling pained at the thought that the cost of 2 coffees equated to a week's worth of her living expenses. Nevertheless, the prospect of helping Jiang Lingyun brought her joy, especially considering that all her funds came from Jiang Lingyun. Seated in the CAF, Jiang Lingyun curiously surveyed the establishment, noting its tasteful decor and artistic ambience, indicative of a proprietor who had invested considerable effort into creating the space. However, the lack of patrons suggested that business was not thriving and profits were likely minimal. She pondered why anyone would choose to open a CAF in such a location. It seemed to be operated by a senior student, allowing financially constrained students to apply for work-study programs. The 2 servers appeared to be freshmen from their college. Operating a CAF in this setting would undoubtedly yield little profit. However, the CAF's charming, bohemian atmosphere was delightful, making it a suitable spot for couples to spend time together. Anna's cheeks flushed slightly. She too wished for the romantic notion of being a couple with Jiang Lingyun in such a setting, but she understood the impossibility of that dream. How do you know this CAF isn't profitable? A girl nearby inquired, catching Jiang Lingyun's attention. Surprised, Jiang Lingyun turned to see a girl with short hair, dressed in a white floral dress, seated by the window with a cup of coffee and a laptop, where she had been diligently writing. The prices are too high for the local clientele. It surely can't be making money, Jiang Lingyun replied, though she typically preferred not to engage with interruptions. Indeed, the monthly income barely covers expenses. The school's rent is minimal because many students work here for their studies. However, I wonder when I will recoup the investment of hundreds of thousands in renovations, the short-haired girl lamented. It's your first venture, and you're already operating at a loss. It will be difficult to convince my dad to fund another startup in the future, she added with a hint of sadness. Are you from Guangdong East? Jiang Lingyun inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Yes. Are you as well? The girl replied, her surprise evident. Since we're both from the same hometown, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Jiang Lingyun, a sophomore at the Finance University. I'm Meng Fanxin, a senior majoring in computer science. Is this little junior also from our college? Meng Fanxin turned to Rao Anna and inquired. In truth, Meng Fanxin was acquainted with Rao Anna. After all, there were few girls in the field of computer science. As the saying goes, when the tiger is absent, the monkeys take charge. Previously, Meng Fanxin was known as the belle of the department, but upon Rao Anna's arrival, that honor was bestowed upon her. Rao Anna seemed a bit flustered and replied, Hello, senior sister, I am Rao Anna, a freshman. Meng Fanxin smiled, teasingly remarking, Rao junior sister is so beautiful, my fellow countrymen, you moved quickly, managing to win her over right at the start of the semester. The early bird catches the worm. Jiang Lingyun jested, causing Rao Anna's cheeks to flush, fully aware they were poking fun at her. Fellow countrymen, could you offer some advice on how I can turn my CAF from red to black? At the very least, I need to recoup my investment. Meng Fanxin said as she rose from her seat to sit beside Jiang Lingyun. It's quite simple, really. The foot traffic in university is sufficient, but their spending power is limited. Your CAF prices are too high. Others simply can't afford them. You might consider removing some of the expensive coffee options and adding more affordable selections. Even instant coffee would suffice. Your clientele is primarily seeking the ambience of a CAF rather than the actual taste of coffee. Additionally, introducing some pastries could enhance your revenue. However, achieving profitability to cover your renovation costs won't be easy. It would be best to incorporate milk tea into your offerings. Contemporary girls have a penchant for it. Given your CAF's prime location and high foot traffic, adding this option would greatly facilitate profitability. Meng Fanxin furrowed her brow, contemplating Jiang Lingyun's words. Would selling milk tea in a CAF be inappropriate? You could set up a dedicated milk tea counter near the entrance, thereby maintaining a superficial separation from the CAF. Jiang Lingyun suggested. Let me think it over, Rao Anna said as she dialed her teacher, arranging to meet him at the CAF. Jiang Lingyun and Meng Fanxin discussed matters pertaining to Guangdong's eastern region. Meng Fanxin hailed from Huizhou but had grown up in Shenzhen, having attended elementary school in Hong Kong. Why didn't you continue your education in Hong Kong for middle school and university? Jiang Lingyun asked with curiosity. At that time, I was eligible for a Hong Kong resident ID, but my father refused, insisting I return here for middle school. He said it was sufficient to learn some English there. One must not forget their roots. Fortunately, my time there allowed me to score nearly full marks in English on my college entrance examination. Impressive, right? Both spoke fluent Cantonese and Hakka, and Meng Fanxin discreetly inquired in Hakka how Jiang Lingyun and Rao Anna's relationship was progressing, mentioning that many sought to court Rao Anna and urging him to act quickly. Rao Anna, bewildered, could not comprehend a word. while Jiang Lingyun responded in Hakka for a moment before reverting to Mandarin, noting that conversing in an unintelligible dialect could be seen as impolite. As the trio engaged in conversation, a newcomer entered the CF and, upon spotting Rao Anna, his eyes lit up as he hurried over. "Anna, what a coincidence. You're here too." Jiang Lingyun glanced up to see the newcomer, who stood just under 1.7 meters tall, with a peculiar hairstyle parted to the side. His appearance somewhat unsavory, reminiscent of a traitor from a wartime film. Upon encountering him, Rao Anna momentarily paused and remarked, "Oh, class leader. You are here for coffee as well?" The class leader's gaze lingered upon the bosoms of Rao Anna and Meng Fanqin, while Jiang Lingyun, standing nearby, was inadvertently overlooked. "Yes. Whenever I have some free time, I come here for a cup of coffee. It has become a habit," he replied, extending his hand towards Meng Fanqin. "I am Lu Dehai, the class leader of Anna's class. It is a pleasure to meet you." Meng Fanqin, feeling quite uncomfortable under his scrutiny, was reluctant to shake his hand, offering only a polite smile as she responded, "Hello." She then turned to engage Jiang Lingyun in conversation in Hakka. Lu Dehai felt quite embarrassed, yet found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 56. Dining. Anna, I have heard whispers that you have suddenly come into wealth recently. We are students of the new era. We must not compromise our integrity for the sake of money, as it would tarnish both our families and the reputation of our institution. If the school discovers any misconduct, expulsion will certainly follow. You must consider your actions carefully. Lu Dehai, feeling disdained by Meng Fanqin, vented his frustration upon the usually gentle Rao Anna. "What do you mean by that?" Rao Anna's eyes glistened with tears, taken aback by Lu Dehai's harsh and baseless accusations. "If you possess any evidence, feel free to bring it to the school's attention. If you lack proof, refrain from spewing slander here. After all, you are a university student, a person who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How can you utter such foolishness? Did your parents not teach you the importance of civility? Truly, you are a glaring failure of the educational system." Jiang Lingyun spoke with a tone that was deceptively calm, yet laced with mockery. Meng Fanqin chuckled softly at the exchange. Lu Dehai trembled with rage. Pointing accusatorily at Jiang Lingyun, "What did you say? Who are you to speak to me like that? And who are you to judge Anna? Someone as despicable as you should keep your distance from my girlfriend. Just because you sport a ridiculous hairstyle does not elevate you to any position of authority." Realizing Jiang Lingyun claimed Rao Anna as his girlfriend, Lu Dehai's demeanor shifted slightly. "I merely state the truth. She could hardly afford a meal, yet after her outings, she returns with a new phone, a laptop, and fresh attire. Does that not raise suspicion? She is my girlfriend, and all her possessions are gifts from me. Is there a problem with that? Who would lavish such expensive gifts upon their girlfriend without reason? Do not measure others with your limited perspective. I cherish her and am delighted to spend on her. It is none of your concern. Should you continue to speak recklessly, I will take this matter to your school authorities." Jiang Lingyun responded with disdain. Though Lu Dehai was seething with anger, he hesitated to retort, knowing that Jiang Lingyun, claiming to be Rao Anna's boyfriend and benefactor, had effectively silenced him. "Having money makes you special, does it?" Lu Dehai stormed off in a huff. Rao Anna felt deeply touched. She had not anticipated Jiang Lingyun's staunch defense of her. "Yun, you truly carry yourself with such confidence," Meng Fanqin remarked playfully in Cantonese. "Do not speak so carelessly," Jiang Lingyun replied. Curiosity piqued, Meng Fanqin inquired about the story behind Jiang Lingyun and Rao Anna's relationship. Rao Anna recounted the tale she had concocted, with Jiang Lingyun embellishing it further to create a more captivating narrative. "Alas, to find true love through a mere pen-pal connection, while I have languished in singlehood for over 20 years, yet have never even held a man's hand. What a dismal fate. In the spirit of camaraderie, I shall endure a slight inconvenience and lend you my hand for a moment." Jiang Lingyun extended his hand playfully. Meng Fanqin swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "Get lost. I shall not touch anything that has been sullied by your hands." The three of them burst into laughter. At that moment, a man in his 30s approached. Meng Fanqin and Rao Anna promptly stood up to greet him. "Teacher Zeng, you're here." Jiang Lingyun observed the man, who wore thick glasses and had a refined demeanor, standing at just under 1.70 meters. He seemed somewhat surprised to see Meng Fanqin. "Fanqin, you are here too?" Meng Fanqin nodded and pointed to Jiang Lingyun, saying, "This is my fellow townsman." Rao Anna introduced them. "This is our teacher Zeng." "Teacher Zeng, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Lingyun. He wanted to ask you about game development. He is a sophomore at the Finance University." Zeng Qingwei nodded at Jiang Lingyun and took a seat. Jiang Lingyun politely inquired, "What would you like to drink, Teacher Zeng? I can order for you." "A latte, please." "Thank you." Rao Anna, displaying keen insight, went to fetch the coffee, despite feeling a pang at the expense. Jiang Lingyun then shared his ideas with Zheng Qingwei, expressing his desire to create a gaming website and develop some mini-games, inquiring about the approximate investment required. Zheng Qingwei explained that while creating a gaming website is relatively straightforward, it necessitates regular maintenance. Moreover, without promotion, a website lacking engaging content would amount to little more than a zombie site. To promote it, one would need to pay by deal, as well as for visibility and web navigation. As Zheng Qingwei sipped his latte, he discussed the intricacies of building a website. Jiang Lingyun had some understanding of these matters, realizing that establishing a successful site was not as simple as he had presumed. If the gaming website lacked substantial content, its creation would be futile. Jiang Lingyun had only played a few games in his previous life, but one game had captivated him for several days: Fish Hunter. At that time, Qin Bin had been engrossed in the game, spending a considerable amount of money. When Jiang Lingyun attempted to advise him, Qin Bin had encouraged him to try it as well. After playing for a while, Jiang Lingyun found himself unable to stop, playing for several consecutive days and even spending money. It wasn't until a few days later that he realized the futility of his obsession. Knowing that even someone like him could become addicted, Jiang Lingyun was confident that if this game were developed, it would undoubtedly be profitable. He briefly described the game and inquired about the cost and the number of professionals required for its development. Zheng Qingwei pondered for a moment before responding. You would need to hire at least a dozen people, including skilled graphic designers, and you would also need to rent office space. Servers can be rented or purchased, but you would need at least $1 million to bring this game to fruition. Jiang Lingyun calculated his finances. After accounting for the operating expenses of Yapinui, he could only allocate around 200,000. He had just checked the accounts at Lingyun Entertainment the previous day and found only a little over 100,000, totaling 300,000. This amount was insufficient even for a simple minigame. Maintaining his composure, he asked, "Teacher Zheng, if I were to establish a gaming company, would you be able to assist me?" Zheng Qingwei hesitated briefly and replied, "I still need to pursue my doctorate and teach them, so I may not be able to help you much. However, I am willing to assist with anything I can. You are in search of talent, and I can certainly introduce some qualified individuals to you." "Very well, thank you, Teacher Zheng. It is also time for a meal. How about I treat you to dinner so we can converse more thoroughly?" Zheng Qingwei thought that dining was not a burden and thus agreed. Jiang Lingyun requested Rao Anna to call her classmates to join them for the meal. Rao Anna promptly dialed Lu Jihan. Jiang Lingyun also invited Meng Fanqin to accompany them for dinner, and after some consideration, Meng Fanqin consented. The group made their way towards the school gate, where they met up with several of Rao Anna's classmates. Unfamiliar with the area, Jiang Lingyun inquired about good dining establishments, to which Zheng Qingwei recommended a Hunan cuisine restaurant he had visited before, deeming it satisfactory. Jiang Lingyun sought the opinions of Meng Fanqin and the others, who agreed. Thus the party of 9 proceeded to the Hunan restaurant. Chapter 57. Nebula. A few individuals requested a private room, with Jiang Lingyun inviting Zheng Qingwei to take the seat of honor, while Meng Fanqin occupied the left side. Jiang himself settled on the right, and Rao Anna sat beside him. The other young women followed suit in taking their places. Jiang Lingyun presented the menu for Zheng Qingwei to select the dishes. He chose a meat dish and a vegetable. When it was Meng Fanqin's turn, she opted for an inexpensive meat dish, as the other girls hesitated to order anything too extravagant. Observing this, Jiang Lingyun deemed it unacceptable to settle for a table of modest fare. He crossed out several inexpensive options and instead ordered a selection of signature dishes, instructing the waiter to expedite their arrival. He inquired if Zheng Qingwei would like to drink, and upon receiving a request for beer, Jiang summoned a case of beer along with several bottles of soft drinks, allowing Rao Anna's roommates to serve themselves as they wished. With the presence of their esteemed teacher Zheng Qingwei and a newly acquainted senior sister, Lu Jihan and her companions felt somewhat constrained, speaking cautiously. "Please, do not feel uneasy. Our gathering is serendipitous," Jiang reassured them. "When I first arrived at university, my dorm mates and I went out for a meal. One of my roommates claimed to possess an impressive drinking capacity, asserting he could consume 2 bottles. We were all astonished, declaring him the god of wine in our dormitory. To our surprise, he did indeed succumb after merely 2 bottles of beer, truly living up to his claim." This elicited laughter from Rao Anna and Lu Jihan, easing the atmosphere and allowing everyone to relax gradually. After a few drinks, Zheng Qingwei shed his earlier seriousness and began to speak candidly with Jiang Lingyun. "Lingyun, I genuinely believe in your concept. However, I am preoccupied and unable to assist you as much as I would like. But fret not, should you require it. I can connect you with a few former acquaintances and colleagues who could aid you effortlessly. My age has rendered me averse to risk. Were I younger, I might have joined you in this endeavor. A few of Rao Anna's roommates were also adept at drinking, and together they finished an entire case of beer. After the meal and drinks, it was already past 8, prompting Zhang Qingwei to take his leave, followed by Rao Anna's roommates. Rao Anna expressed her desire to see Jiang Lingyun off, and Meng Fanxin echoed her sentiment, leading the three of them toward the bus station. Lingyun, does your gaming company require partners? Meng Fanxin inquired suddenly. Are you considering investing, Senior Meng? How much equity would a 50,000 investment procure? Jiang posed, astonished by her financial readiness. I am not particularly in need of funds at the moment, he replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, revealing nothing of his thoughts. We are fellow townspeople. Allow me to invest a little. She insisted. Moreover, as I am in my 4th year with fewer classes, I can assist you with various tasks while you focus on the grander vision. Lingyun, just grant me a small share. I possess programming skills and can contribute significantly. Seeing Jiang Lingyun remain unyielding, Meng Fanxin resorted to grasping his arm and shaking it playfully, employing the age-old feminine tactic of charm. It is said that only extraordinary individuals can resist such an approach. Had it not been for Rao Anna's presence, she would have longed to embrace Jiang Lingyun's arm. As the allure was undeniably potent, both Jiang Lingyun and Rao Anna were momentarily taken aback. Was it really necessary? Jiang Lingyun feigned contemplation and remarked, for 500,000. I can only offer you 10% of the shares, and your funds must be transferred first, as my capital won't arrive promptly. Is that acceptable? Meng Fanxin furrowed her brow and replied, Isn't 10% rather insufficient? How about we sign a bet agreement? If, after a year, you are dissatisfied with the company's development, I shall repurchase your 10% stake for 1 million. This essentially means Jiang Lingyun would be providing her a safety net, ensuring Meng Fanxin would incur no losses. Very well. It is settled then. A matter of several 100,000. Won't you consult your family, Senior Sister Meng? No need. After all, it's my pocket money, and my family is indifferent. Jiang Lingyun and Rao Anna exchanged astonished glances, pondering the absurdity of encountering yet another Navi girl from a wealthy family, with more money than sense. All right, in the coming days, you should attend to a few matters. First, register a company named Xingyun Network Technology Company, Limited, abbreviated as Xingyun Technology. Meng Fanxin couldn't help but smile. Xingyun is phonetically similar to Xinyan, which suggested he valued her as a partner. Fine, given your thoughtfulness, even if the company suffers losses after a year. I shall not insist on executing the bet agreement. Secondly, find an office space. Around 200 square meters will suffice for now. If more room is needed later, we can lease additional space. Complete these 2 tasks promptly and keep in touch. Jiang Lingyun and Meng Fanxin exchanged mobile numbers and QQ accounts before Jiang Lingyun departed. Meng Fanxin then returned to the dormitory with Rao Anna. After taking a shower and glancing at the time, Meng Fanxin decided to call home. Fanxin, is that you? The phone rang twice before being answered. Dad, have you finished work? Yes. After all the socializing, there's hardly any distinction between work hours anymore. Dad, you should drink less. There's no need to empty your glass every time someone toasts you. If you can avoid some of these gatherings, why not? All right. Dad understands. Why are you calling? My little cotton-padded jacket. Meng Fanxin recounted her conversation with Jiang Lingyun regarding the share acquisition. 50,000 for 10% seems a bit low. However, his willingness to sign a bet agreement indicates he possesses confidence and is not trying to deceive you. Try it for a year. If there is promise, continue. If losses occur, then the bet agreement need not be enforced. In business, no one can guarantee profit. Just invest your efforts sincerely. This is far better than being misled into investing in a coffee shop. Dad, is it true that the coffee shop venture is no longer viable? You always bring it up to tease me. Haha. Who was it that confidently proclaimed it would surely be profitable? Claiming the investment would be recouped in 6 months and 3 stores could be opened in 2 years, with 10 stores in 3 years? And now, you haven't even recovered the initial investment. Haha. The last time I mentioned it to your uncle, he nearly died laughing. Lao Meng, if you continue like this, I shall cease our telephone conversations. It is utterly excessive. Meng Fanxin, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, retorted, Lao Meng, such behavior will leave you friendless. All right. Enough said. Father is generally quite professional and seldom laughs unless he cannot contain himself. Haraha. Yet, Lao Meng still could not hold back his laughter. Meng Fanqing, exasperated, stamped her foot, her face flushed with indignation, realizing she had perhaps boasted too much in the past. Lao Meng, please be serious. Very well, very well. Father understands your intentions. You wish for your uncle to assist you, correct? I shall inform him shortly. You may approach him directly. Should you wish to embark on your entrepreneurial venture, I shall undoubtedly support you. I assure you, I shall never mock you again. I swear to Chairman Mao. Is that acceptable? Be good. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You always say that, yet you mock me time and again. Do you realize the profound impact such jests have on my tender heart? If this continues, I shall seek out Grandpa to lodge a complaint. Do not presume that no one can hold you accountable. You little rascal are being rather excessive. Matters should be resolved internally. What is this about involving parents? With gentle words, Lao Meng conversed with Meng Fanqing for a while, soothing his precious daughter, and after half an hour, he finally ended the call. Chapter 58. Jiang Lingyun was still unaware that he had unwittingly embraced a rather hefty leg. Upon returning to school, he sent a message to Yi Wanqiu, knowing she was preparing to retire for the night. With the weather beginning to turn chilly, he opted not to trouble her to accompany him for a stroll and instead returned to his dormitory. The following Monday morning, classes resumed, and everyone was present. After completing his morning routine, Jiang Lingyun intended to take a nap. However, it was not long before Zhang Jinghui stealthily approached him. Why are you here, you fat oaf? Bro, did you know that a freshman is pursuing you, Yin? Zhang Jinghui inquired. Jiang Lingyun was indeed aware, having previously visited the botanical garden together. However, he refrained from disclosing this to Zhang Jinghui, for fear that he would be met with a violent response, leading to his untimely demise before even embarking on his endeavors. I have no idea. Isn't it normal for someone to chase after senior by? Jiang Lingyun decided to feign ignorance, as it was of no concern to him. Bro, could you help me investigate? It seems Yu Yin is genuinely interested in that freshman. Although Zhang Jinghui had an extensive social circle, he trusted only Jiang Lingyun, who was known for his rebellious nature. Get lost. I'm a big boss. Why would I help you with such trifles? Jiang Lingyun was reluctant to wade into this murky water. If Zhang Jinghui wanted to play the fool, he was free to do so. After all, neither party was likely to find success, and Jiang Lingyun could not be bothered. Are you turning your back on me? Don't speak recklessly. Don't keep bringing up those past little favors. No matter what you say, I won't assist you. Bro, could you just do me a small favor? Please, speak properly. I have goosebumps all over. Can you find out if Yu Yin is dating that freshman? This progress seems alarmingly swift, and I'm concerned she might be deceived. Jiang Lingyun thought this guy was taking himself a bit too seriously. But Yu Yin was far too astute. Who could possibly deceive her? Fine. I'll look into it for you. Jiang Lingyun ultimately decided to assist him. Bro, I have some news for you. The milk tea beauty at the snack street has broken up with her boyfriend. Are you interested in stepping in? If you hesitate, the opportunity may slip away. Jiang Lingyun felt a stirring in his heart as he recalled the milk tea beauty. Rather than gambling at a bar, it was preferable to pursue someone familiar. Jiang Lingyun often visited that area for late-night snacks and internet browsing. The girl at the milk tea shop was quite attractive, with ample bosom, which was undeniably appealing to a young man in his adolescence. It was said that if one invited her out for a meal or gifted her something, she would be willing to engage in intimate encounters, though she avoided budget accommodations, insisting on at least a 3-star hotel. Dining was also off the table unless it was at a restaurant, and gifts could not be inexpensive. A date would cost no less than several hundred yuan. Rumor had it that she had dated several boyfriends, but they all broke up after accumulating debt, unable to sustain such expenses over time. However, Jiang Lingyun worried about Yi Wanqiu discovering this, as it would be counterproductive. Nevertheless, he contemplated trying his luck the following evening. Having been reborn for 2 months, he felt an overwhelming sense of restlessness. On the following evening, Jiang Lingyun ventured alone to the snack street, where the milk tea shop was bustling with activity, and the charming tea vendor, Zhang Sujia, was diligently attending to customers. Observing the surroundings, Zhang noted the absence of any male presence nearby. Typically, if Zhang had a boyfriend, he would be there to safeguard her from potential suitors. Zhang Sujia, undeniably attractive, might not surpass the beauty of Yi Wanqiu and Bai Yuyan, yet her physique was remarkable, particularly her ample bosom, which drew the admiration of many young men. As he paid for his drink, Jiang Lingyun could not resist softly inquiring, "Would you care to join me for a late-night snack later?" Zhang Sujia paused momentarily before responding with a sweet smile. "I finish work at 10. Sensing that he had made some progress, Jiang decided to visit an internet cafe briefly until nearly 10 o'clock. Upon logging off, he headed back to the milk tea shop, where Jiang Sujia had just locked the door and was bidding farewell to another girl before approaching him. "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" she teased. "I've seen you around many times. You're a student from the university. Had I not recognized you, I wouldn't have dared to meet you. What would you like to eat?" he asked. "I'm not hungry. We can skip the late-night snack," she replied. This was not the expected turn of events. "I'm feeling a bit tired. Would you mind chatting with me?" she suggested, taking his hand and leading him to a nearby small hotel, paying the 50 yuan room fee herself. Leaving Jiang Lingyun utterly bewildered. This was not how the stories had described it. Wasn't it supposed to involve gifts and a 3-star hotel? Although the accommodations were modest, Jiang, coming from a rural background, held no qualms about it. Jiang Sujia led him into the room and excused herself to the bathroom for a shower, leaving Jiang feeling increasingly anxious, even contemplating an escape. After a while, she emerged wrapped in a towel. "You should wash up too," she encouraged. Jiang Lingyun, captivated by her voluptuous figure, radiant complexion, and alluring visage, swallowed hard, overwhelmed with desire. Yet, Jiang Sujia firmly pushed him away, insisting, "You must shower first." Resigned, he complied, finishing in just a few minutes. Upon his return, Jiang Sujia awaited him on the bed, handing him a small umbrella for safety. Though still slightly dazed, Jiang's youthful impulses took over, reducing him to mere instinct. The two engaged in their passionate escapades from shortly after 10 o'clock until past 1 in the morning, utilizing the umbrella 4 times throughout their fervent encounter. After 2 months of pent-up desire, Jiang Lingyun finally found release, while Jiang Sujia, satisfied, fell asleep in his arms. Exhausted from their exertions, Jiang too enjoyed a deep slumber. The following morning, as Jiang Sujia prepared to rise around 7, Jiang awoke as well. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? I need to open the milk tea shop by 8, she remarked. "Stay and chat with me." Jiang Lingyun, invigorated by youth, felt a surge of energy. "Let's exercise a bit first," he suggested. "Hurry up. I have to be at work by 8. Jiang Sujia gasped, once again confronting the tempest unleashed by Jiang Lingyun. As the storm subsided and the rain ceased, the two found themselves reclined upon the bed. "Do you think I'm too indiscreet?" she inquired. "Not at all. Everyone has their own way of living. There is nothing to criticize. I understand your thoughts. The moment you uttered a word, I was compelled to join you. You must think me rather frivolous, especially given my reputation. Many believe that if they present me with gifts or invite me to dine, I shall willingly share my bed with them. Yet, that is not the case. I have had a few boyfriends and have indeed been intimate with them, but I am not so easily swayed. Not just anyone can persuade me to step out. I have turned down many propositions, leading to a plethora of disparaging tales spun about me. Do you believe me?" Jiang Lingyun replied with unwavering certainty. "I trust you." In truth, Jiang Lingyun secretly wished that Jiang Sujia were a materialistic girl, for that would simplify matters for everyone involved. Discussing emotions without the mention of finances was not what Jiang Lingyun desired, nor could he afford it. "I must head to work now. I finish at 3 this afternoon. We shall converse further this evening." Chapter 59. Jiang Sujia. Jiang Lingyun felt a profound ache in his back and waist, lacking vitality during class. Historically, emperors in ancient times often met untimely ends, largely due to their indulgent lifestyles. Had they remained devoted to a single, unassuming partner, they might have enjoyed an additional 20 years of life. The tales of nocturnal escapades and affairs with numerous women are mere fabrications. Such excess could lead to one's demise. He pondered how those corrupt officials managed to satisfy dozens, if not hundreds, of mistresses. Perhaps their heads were already crowned with jealousy. As he contemplated Jiang Sujia, he recalled his earlier admonition against getting involved with those close to him, yet he ultimately succumbed to temptation. This lapse significantly increased the likelihood of Yi Wanqiu discovering their entanglement. He wondered how Jiang Sujia intended to navigate this predicament. If she sought a transparent relationship, that would be impossible. Jiang Lingyun would rather disavow the affair entirely, offering her a sum of money to sever ties than concede to her becoming his girlfriend. That position was reserved solely for Yi Wanqiu. He had no desire to sacrifice Yi Wanqiu for Jiang Sujia. Should she agree to be his casual companion, Jiang Lingyun would not treat her poorly, especially since she was not a paragon of virtue, having had several boyfriends in the past. At noon, he lunched with Yi Wanqiu and Su Wenjing, who now seemed inseparable from Yi Wanqiu. Shortly after they sat down, Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing arrived, confirming the rumors that Jiang Lingyun had a veritable harem. Jiang Lingyun shared news about Xingyun technology with Yi Wanqiu, omitting any mention of Rao Anna. You have established Qin Hui and Lingyun Entertainment, and now you're venturing into the gaming industry. Do you truly possess the time and energy for all this? Yuanqiu expressed her concerns. Fear not, Qin Hui is under your watch, and Lingyun Entertainment solely aims to elevate Ouyang Jing and her friends' profiles. Xingyun technology is where the real potential lies, Jiang Lingyun reassured her. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing had gained considerable fame. It was rumored that Jie Chou wanted to invite them as special guests for his concert. Lingyun, is it true? Xu Shiqin inquired with keen curiosity. I'm not certain. I didn't ask 2 days ago. Jie Chou's concert seems to be scheduled for next year, and many are eager to ride the coattails of their newfound popularity. I wouldn't dismiss the possibility that Bai Hui intentionally spread false information, considering Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing have only recently risen to prominence, merely half a month ago. They became an overnight sensation. Reflecting on Jie Chou, Jiang Lingyun contemplated whether to adapt some of his renowned songs. In his past life, he had been an ardent admirer of Jie Chou's music, and it would not be a challenging endeavor. However, with Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing possessing those 3 songs, it might suffice for their creative endeavors in the coming years. Releasing an excess of songs at once could be counterproductive. 1 or 2 quality tracks each year would suffice. After finishing lunch, Jiang Lingyun returned home for a brief nap, feeling fatigued from the previous night. In the afternoon, he messaged Zhang Sujia, inviting her to stroll around Times Square, where the likelihood of encountering acquaintances was considerably lower. They first enjoyed a meal together. And although Zhang Sujiao persistently insisted it was unnecessary, Jiang Lingyun discerned a glimmer of delight in her eyes. He realized that young women often cherish such delicate, refined experiences. Relishing the sense of occasion, he mused that there was little merit in Western cuisine compared to the sheer pleasure of barbecued delights and beer. After dinner, Jiang Lingyun took her to the mall, purchasing a bozzeting down jacket and a pair of shoes for her. Zhang Sujiao insisted that such expensive items were unnecessary. Yet Jiang Lingyun could discern her delight. There is an undeniable joy for women when men lavish money upon them. After their shopping spree, Zhang Sujia expressed a desire to watch a movie. Although Jiang Lingyun had little interest, having seen most of the renowned films, he did not oppose her wish. Zhang Sujia chose New Police Story, a film that Jiang Lingyun's dorm mates had already downloaded and viewed. He reminisced fondly about the days when movies, TV shows, and songs were readily available online without the need for subscriptions. Jiang Lingyun bought drinks and popcorn. The film had been online for over a month and was nearing its end of availability, resulting in a sparse audience. He led Zhang Sujia to a secluded corner at the back of the theater. The cinema was nearly empty, and Jiang Lingyun reached over to unfasten Zhang Sujia's bra. She gently leaned against him, shifting slightly to facilitate his movements. Zhang Sujia's figure was remarkably voluptuous. Jiang Lingyun recalled only one woman he had known who possessed such a shape, a girl he had shared an apartment with in a past life. He could not remember her name, as it had been over a decade since they last communicated. He had once asked her to pretend to be his girlfriend to break up with Xu Shiqin, and he had even contemplated pursuing her, though ultimately he failed. After they ceased living together, they lost touch. Zhang Sujiao blushed deeply, emboldened by the sparse audience, as only she and Jiang Lingyun occupied the last few rows. She proceeded to. Content omitted. Jiang Lingyun was taken aback by Zhang Sujia's audacity and quickly shielded himself with his clothing, yet he found the encounter exhilarating. Zhang Sujia, embracing Jiang Lingyun, whispered, "Do you like it?" "Thank you." Jiang Lingyun held her tighter, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement in this unprecedented experience. Zhang Sujia was indeed a rare beauty. Having finished the movie, it was already past 9. Should we go to a hotel? Before the film, Jiang Lingyun had been inclined to go, but after watching, he felt the need to be cautious regarding his health and avoid overexertion. "Let's head back. We can come again another time." Zhang Sujia nodded gently, not opposing his suggestion. Jiang Lingyun hailed a taxi, and they both returned to the school, with Zhang Sujia embracing him in silence. Once they exited the taxi, she cautiously asked, "Will you come to find me again?" "Of course, I have your phone number. I'll send you a message when I can. If you're busy, please let me know." "I have time. I'm always available," Zhang Sujia quickly replied. Jiang Lingyun turned to head back to school, while Zhang Sujia waited until he was out of sight before returning to her apartment. Halfway there, someone approached her from the roadside, blocking her path. If Jiang Lingyun had been present, he would have recognized him. They had met once before. This person was Su Zonghao, the one who had introduced Fang Jianzhong to Bai Yuyan. "Why are you here looking for me? You think I am a fool, willing to believe your deceitful words and earn money to spend on you," Zhang Sujia said with great disdain to Su Zonghao. Zhang Sujia's former boyfriend was Su Zonghao, who came from a wealthy family and initially won her over with his affluence. However, he could not sustain her extravagant lifestyle for long, and soon found himself borrowing money to get by. Once he fell into financial straits, Zhang Sujia began to distance herself from him. He attempted to persuade her to work at a club, claiming the wages were substantial. Though young, Zhang Sujia had been navigating the world since she was 16 and quickly perceived the insincerity of his intentions, ultimately deciding to leave. She confronted Su Zonghao, asserting her desire to end their relationship and requested that he refrain from contacting her again. Chapter 60. Zhang Sujia 3. Su Zonghao had spent a considerable sum of money on Zhang Sujia, accumulating a significant amount of debt in the process. Once his financial resources dwindled, Zhang Sujia began to distance herself from him. Naturally, Su was indignant. He knew a certain influential figure at a club who advised him to lure Zhang Sujia to the establishment. If she signed a contract, Su could pocket several thousand yuan as a commission, thereby alleviating his financial woes. Tempted by the prospect, Su invited Zhang Sujia to the club, intending to intoxicate her and procure her signature, while also capturing compromising photographs and videos. However, Zhang Sujia, possessing considerable life experience, sensed something amiss and claimed she needed to use the restroom. Taking advantage of the distraction, she triggered the fire alarm and escaped amidst the chaos. Not wishing to escalate the situation, she merely proposed a breakup to Su. To her surprise, he was undeterred and returned. Jia, what nonsense are you talking about? Last time I took you out, why did you leave on your own? How about we go out again today? I checked, and you have a night shift tomorrow. We can party all night. Su Zonghao was determined to try again, as he was deeply in debt and reluctant to ask his family for assistance. He hoped to recoup some funds from Zhang Sujia. Get lost. Before I lose my temper, keep your distance. Do you think I am an unsuspecting little girl just starting her career? Don't presume I am unaware of your intentions. You merely wish to sell me off to that club. Do you think I would fall for your tricks? Su's intentions were laid bare, and he felt a surge of anger. You ungrateful wretch. You've squandered so much of my money, and now that I am broke, you want to end things? If you wish to break up, fine, but return the money I spent on you, or else I want to hold back. Zhang Sujia retorted with a cold laugh. What do you intend to do? Strike me or abduct me? Go ahead. Do you think I am easily intimidated? If you dare lay a finger on me, I will report you for assault and expose your emotional manipulation at your school. ISNT your father a director? Let us see if he can protect you. Su Zonghao's face flushed crimson. He indeed contemplated striking her and dragging her back to the club, but he feared that Zhang Sujia would cause a scene, leading to his own downfall. She was the barefoot, fearless one, while he was the one in shoes. If the matter escalated to the school, even if he emerged unscathed, his reputation would be tarnished. You're something else, Su sneered, eyeing the bag containing Zhang Sujia's newly purchased clothes and shoes. Have you already found a new man? You're such a wretch, unable to live without a man for even a day. If your current partner cannot satisfy you, feel free to come to me. I can introduce you to some wealthy individuals for business. With a dark expression, Zhang Sujia shot back. Get lost. You're nothing but a pathetic creature. Your inadequacies are laughable. If this were ancient times, you wouldn't even need to be castrated. You'd be a eunuch by default, such a cowardly wretch. Su Zonghao yawned to retaliate, yet he feared he would be overpowered. He knew Zhang Sujia hailed from a rural background and had considerable strength from years of labor. Ultimately, he could only leave with a few harsh words. As Zhang Sujia watched Su depart, a wave of despair washed over her. Why was it that every man she encountered turned out to be of such low caliber? I hope Jiang Lingyun is not like those men. When Jiang Lingyun approached her, she readily accepted without any hesitation, even foregoing the opportunity for him to spend money on her. She had been watching Jiang Lingyun closely, though he might not have noticed. When he and his roommate visited her milk tea shop, while others cast lewd glances at her chest, Jiang Lingyun merely expressed surprise and then looked away. They conversed, and she revealed the scars on her right hand, remnants of childhood accidents with a knife. He inquired if she hailed from the countryside, to which Zhang Sujia responded curiously, asking how he deduced that. Jiang Lingyun explained that the scars must have been from farm work, and he noted her left-handedness, akin to his own. Sharing that he too bore similar scars from his youth, treated with cotton soaked in red flower oil which left them like this after healing. Zhang Sujia mentioned that her family used ash to staunch her wounds. Their brief exchange lingered in Zhang Sujia's thoughts. However, Jiang Lingyun's visits became infrequent while his roommate frequented the shop. She understood that Jiang Lingyun's family was quite impoverished, unable to splurge on $5 milk teas. She yearned for him to return, wishing to treat him to a drink. Thus, when he approached her, she unexpectedly accepted his invitation. Upon returning from a small motel, she felt a tinge of regret, fearing Jiang Lingyun might be the type who relied on others for support, reminiscent of her previous boyfriend who had been such a man. He had showered her with sweet words but refused to work, manipulating Zhang Sujia into financing his lifestyle. Initially, she believed she had found true love, only to later discover he was simultaneously involved with multiple women, all of whom supported him financially. After a year of relentless toil, she was left with nothing but debt, having spent every penny on her parasitic boyfriend. Resolutely, she severed ties with him. When others attempted to pursue her, she would turn away from those who seemed stingy. Haunted by the memory of her past experiences with such men, her reputation had suffered, as many assumed that wealth could easily win her over. She agreed to accompany Jiang Lingyun to Times Square, steeling herself beforehand, if he pressed her to buy this or that. She would only indulge him this once and not again. Nevertheless, Jiang Lingyun's demeanor pleased her. He treated her to an exquisite meal and bought her clothes and shoes. When she suggested going to the movies, he readily consented. Hence, she felt emboldened to be forward in the cinema, even asking him afterward if he wished to rent a room. Her disdain for Su Zonghao was palpable. She had initially been drawn to him for his wealth and generosity, compelling him to spend lavishly, thinking that once he was financially depleted, he would cease his pursuit. Little did she know that Su Zonghao was more unscrupulous than she had imagined, intending to exploit her by selling her to a club. She was aware of the manipulative tactics, contracts, promissory notes, photos, and videos to ensnare her. At that point, even calling the authorities would be futile. They are capable of managing all circumstances, whether soft or hard, black or white. Once ensnared, extricating oneself becomes exceedingly arduous. A friend of hers had previously experienced a similar fate, being sold to a club by her boyfriend. Ultimately, she emerged empty-handed and was too afraid to return home, as those individuals were aware of her residence. The friend recounted the events occurring within the establishment, leaving even the well-versed her greatly unsettled. Her animosity towards Su Zonghao deepened significantly. Chapter 61. Salary Distribution. As December arrived, it was once again time for salary disbursement. Jiang Lingyun issued salaries to the 3 full-time employees and summoned Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing into his office, handing each of them an envelope. This is your remuneration for your diligent work-study efforts. Xu Shiqin's intentions for being here were not entirely pure, while Qin Bing merely accompanied her. Nevertheless, their presence had greatly assisted Yi Wanxiu, and Jiang Lingyun felt it necessary to express his gratitude. He hesitated to give too much, ultimately providing each of them with 800 yuan, as the average salary for ordinary workers outside hovered around 1 to 2,000. Wow, Boss Jiang is so generous. It seems we must work hard to live up to this salary, Xu Shiqin exclaimed in a teasing tone. Speak properly. A worker must embody the spirit of a worker. Come, let me relieve your shoulders and massage your legs, Jiang Lingyun said nonchalantly, propping his feet on the desk. Xu Shiqin approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck in a playful manner, threatening, I'll take you down. Jiang Lingyun found his head resting against Xu Shiqin's chest, the softness enveloping him as a pleasant scent wafted into his nostrils. He mused to himself, has this girl developed further? I don't recall her being this well endowed. Xu Shiqin interrupted his thoughts. Do you still want my help with a leg massage? I'd rather put you in a chokehold. Struggling to breathe, Jiang Lingyun reached out towards Qin Bing, pleading, A Bing, save me. Xu Shiqin theatrically declared, A Bing, let us take him down. The clothing store will be ours. Haha. A Bing, you're still young. Do not be tempted to follow her down a path of crime. Qin Bing picked up Jiang Lingyun's cup and gently placed it before him, softly saying, My dear, it's time for your medication. Jiang Lingyun immediately broke into laughter, caught off guard by Qin Bing's unexpected wit. As she usually maintained an aloof demeanor, Xu Shiqin released him. I'll spare your life today, but next time, I won't hold back. Jiang Lingyun rotated his neck, gazing at Xu Shiqin's chest and remarked, all right, flaunting your A-cups, are we? Xu Shiqin, taken aback, protectively covered herself and retorted, Are you blind? This is a B cup, thank you very much. Qin Bing's are the real BS, yours is barely an A. Qin Bing blushed profusely, scolding. I refuse to converse with you two rascals. With that, she shielded herself and fled the scene. Before departing, Xu Shiqin shook her fist at Jiang Lingyun, threatening him not to harbor any thoughts about Qin Bing, lest he face her wrath. I harbor no such intentions toward her, nor would I ever toward you. Jiang Lingyun silently reassured himself. After calming his thoughts, he summoned Su Wenjing. Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing served as the mascots for Yapinui. As Xu Shiqin's grandfather had a student who was the vice dean of the law school at a prestigious university. With these two girls present, no one dared to challenge Yapinui. On the other hand, Su Wenjing genuinely assisted Yi Wanxiu, often displaying even more dedication than Yi herself. In a past life, Jiang Lingyun and Su Wenjing's destinies were intricately intertwined. Had it not been for his persuasion, she would not have married Qin Bin. As he was about to depart from the city of Shan, Su Wenjing was even willing to forsake her family to accompany him. How could she have been so blind at that time? To not cherish such a wonderful girl, to indulge in the daydream of entering a wealthy family. Otherwise, they could have long been living a blissful life together. Su Wenjing was initially a bit anxious. Every time she met Jiang Lingyun alone, she appeared timid and shy. Now, as she stood before him in silence, her nervousness intensified. Stealing a glance at him, she realized that Jiang Lingyun was lost in thought. Lingyun, did you call me for something? Oh, today is payday. Here is your share. Please check if it is correct. Jiang Lingyun handed Su Wenjing 2,000 yuan, which was quite a considerable amount. Though Shan was a first-tier city, the salary for an ordinary worker was typically around this figure, similar to that of 3 regular employees. This is too much. You need not give me so much. I haven't done much. 500 yuan will suffice. Su Wenjing exclaimed in trepidation. Previously, while working to support her studies, she earned only a few hundred yuan washing dishes and cleaning in a small restaurant. Now, assisting at Yapinui. She had never discussed monetary matters, solely wishing to help Jiang Lingyun in return for his kindness. Jiang Lingyun often treated them to meals, and occasionally gifted them clothes returned by customers if they fit. She felt it inappropriate to accept further wages. This is what you rightfully deserve. Take it. On occasions when clients placed large orders and the warehouse was overwhelmed, Su Wenjing would invite her dorm mates to lend a hand, treating them to dinner afterward. Although Jiang Lingyun said nothing, he took note of her efforts. I shall hold on to it for you. If you ever need money, do not hesitate to tell me, and I shall return it. Jiang Lingyun nodded in agreement, and only then did Su Wenjing accept the money and leave. When Yi Wanxiu entered, she inquired, "What have you done to those girls? They all appear flushed. Why does that sound somewhat awkward? If I were to do anything, it would be with you." Jiang Lingyun replied, pulling Yi Wanxiu closer and having her sit on his lap, deftly unfastening her bra with one hand. Initially bashful, she eventually allowed Jiang Lingyun's advances. Yet she steadfastly resisted his final move. "How are you so skilled? Practice makes perfect. How much did you give them?" After Jiang Lingyun revealed the amount, Yi Wanxiu frowned and remarked, "Why such a blatant disparity in treatment?" She had expected him to uniformly distribute 500 or 800 to the group, only to learn that Su Wenjing received 2,000. Wenjing is so diligent, and her family is quite struggling. Giving her a bit more is not unreasonable. Wenjing is a good girl. Do not harbor intentions toward her. What nonsense are you speaking? Am I that kind of person? Who can truly know you? One can recognize faces, but not hearts. After a few minutes, Jiang Lingyun reluctantly withdrew his hand from inside Yi Wanxiu's clothing. She adjusted her attire and, with a frown, warned Jiang Lingyun, "Do not entertain any notions about those girls. Otherwise, we will have a serious issue. I won't, rest assured, while I shall refrain from pursuing those girls. Surely I can entertain my thoughts about others?" Jiang Lingyun handed her an envelope, stating, "This is for you." Yi Wanxiu's brow furrowed as she opened it and inquired, "Why is there so much?" Jiang Lingyun presented her with 3,000 yuan. "This is what you deserve. Although Yapinui is profitable, there is no need to distribute such a sum to us. Aren't you planning to establish a gaming company? There are numerous expenses ahead. The profits from Yapinui exist to be spent on you. I initially proposed splitting the profits with you, yet you declined. It's not mine. I feel uneasy keeping it. What is mine is yours. Why delineate so distinctly? After marriage, what we possess becomes communal property. What we had before is personal." "Ah, you are already contemplating marriage." Yi Wanxiu's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully struck Jiang Lingyun, admonishing him not to speak so frivolously. Having said that, she exited the room. Chapter 62. The Unreliable Boss. Old Meng. Are you certain you haven't encountered a swindler? There are far too many con artists nowadays. You must exercise caution. Is it really possible to find such a benevolent landlord who offers a year's rent-free stay in exchange for just 3 months of deposit? Moreover, I specified a 200 square meter space. Yet this place must be at least 600 square meters. And the office furniture is all provided? A mere 20,000 a month? Are you sure you haven't fallen prey to a shady agent? Meng Fanxin rolled her eyes in exasperation. You are the one who has been deceived. Your entire family has been duped. The fact that I can secure 600 square meters of office space for 20,000 is a testament to my ability. This building belongs to a friend of my uncle, who made a call, and the landlord readily agreed to waive the rent, allowing us to use the space freely. Ming Fanxin was reluctant. While taking advantage of a deal is one thing, receiving it for free changes the nature of the arrangement entirely. Consequently, the landlord agreed to waive the rent for a year, and starting the second year, the rent would be 20,000 per month for a 5-year lease. She even provided an office that had recently been vacated, eliminating the need for renovation or purchasing office furniture. Jiang Lingyun meticulously reviewed the lease agreement and grew increasingly astonished. There are no punitive clauses present, meaning that after a year, should I choose not to renew, the 60,000 deposit will be refunded. Essentially, we would have utilized the space for an entire year without incurring any costs. Old Ming, is the landlord out of her mind to sign such a lease? Or did you charm her into a stupor to secure this contract? Meng Fanxin, incensed, smacked Jiang Lingyun a few times to quell her irritation. How could your mind be so base? The landlord is a woman. Perhaps you should sacrifice your allure to see if she would extend the rent exemption to 2 years? Jiang Lingyun's face lit up with excitement. Really? The fortune teller stated that my fate is to depend on the generosity of others. Why haven't you introduced me to any affluent women? Why bother running a company? I could simply let a wealthy benefactor support me. Meng Fanxin found herself laughing in disbelief. What kind of person are you? Do you even want to collaborate with someone like that? This individual appears exceedingly unreliable. Enough. Are you renting or not? If not, then so be it. I can't be bothered to discuss this further. Meng Fanxin was so agitated that she struggled to breathe. Her chest heaving, Jiang Lingyun glanced over, noting that there was indeed some merit to charm. All right, it was merely a jest. Old Meng, do not be upset. Given the landlord's earnest desire to lease this space to us, how could we possibly refuse? Jiang Lingyun scrutinized the contract thoroughly, ensuring there were no issues before signing it. Meng Fanxin had already taken the initiative to register the company. This time, she had learned to consult her uncle before proceeding with any actions. Her uncle advised her to affiliate the company with the university's Entrepreneurial Center, which would provide tax benefits if the company flourished. She acquiesced and positioned the venture as a student entrepreneurship project. Old Meng, you should first attend to a few tasks. Firstly, recruit 1 or 2 individuals to assist you with errands. Secondly, create a company sign and secure a corporate seal, as well as open a corporate bank account. Thirdly, hire a cleaning service to tidy up the office and purchase some greenery. Finally, have teachers accompany you to select appropriate computers and consider renting a server. Once these tasks are completed, you can begin hiring. Little Jiang, having accomplished all these tasks, what exactly are you doing? Meng Fanxin felt a surge of frustration rising within her, almost on the verge of eruption. As the chairman of Nebula Technology, my role is to steer the overall direction. You, as the CEO, are responsible for executing my decisions. We must unite our efforts, delineate our responsibilities, and strive to elevate Nebula Technology to greater heights. Jiang Lingyun shamelessly remarked, brazenly justifying his unwillingness to work. Now, with only the 2 of us present, you delegate all the tasks to me. Do you not find that excessive? Meng Fanxin gritted her teeth in anger, yearning to retaliate. Yet she restrained herself and engaged Jiang Lingyun in a civil discourse. Meng, those capable must shoulder more responsibilities. You need not attend any classes for now. Focus on managing the company. This will serve as excellent training for you. I still have classes to attend, and the company must rely on you. I have high hopes for you, so put in the effort. With that, Jiang Lingyun patted Meng Fanxin's shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. Standing at 1.75 meters, Jiang Lingyun towered over Meng Fanxin, who was only 1.6 meters tall. The height disparity left Meng Fanxin feeling powerless, her frustration simmering within as she chanted silently, I shall not be angry. I shall not be angry. It is not worth it. It is not worth it. I mustn't strike him, for it would harm my health. Meng Fanxin felt that managing to refrain from hitting Jiang Lingyun had depleted her 20 years of patience. Had it been in the past, she would have long since reduced Jiang Lingyun to a mere shadow. This was intolerable as a woman. Being treated like a man was one thing, but now it seemed he regarded her as a superhuman. Jiang Lingyun made a brief tour of the office building before departing, leaving Meng Fanxin alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. Later that evening, she called her father. Old Meng, I am unsure if I have encountered a fraud. Old Meng was taken aback. Had he really raised a prized daughter only for her to be led astray by a fool? In an instant, he conjured up dozens of methods to deal with this rogue. Merely mentioning a few would be enough to astonish anyone and shatter the image everyone held of old Ming. Unaware of her father's inner turmoil, Ming Fanqin elaborated on Jiang Lingyun's antics, embellishing the tale. Upon hearing the complete story, old Ming sighed in relief. As long as no one was deceiving his daughter regarding her emotions or well-being, it was manageable. Moreover, from what his daughter conveyed, it seemed her grievances were simply directed at Jiang Lingyun's lack of appreciation for her. Their conflict resembled the trivial squabbles of children playing house. And all she needed was an outlet for her pin-up frustrations. Do you know, old Ming, that Jiang Lingyun constantly refers to me as old Ming? Am I truly that old? I am a young and beautiful girl. How could he be so blind? Is it appropriate for him to call me old Ming? Old Ming proved to be an excellent listener, providing the perfect responses as he joined his daughter in critiquing this young man named Jiang Lingyun. After more than half an hour of venting, Ming Fanqin had recounted Jiang Lingyun's numerous transgressions and felt considerably lighter. She bid her father good night and ended the call. Old Ming hung up the phone, releasing a long breath. Raising a daughter was no easy feat. One careless moment, and she might have been led astray by that man. One must refrain from interfering in her affairs, otherwise, should she rebel, the situation could become far more troublesome. Lao Ming pondered for a moment before placing another call. Akuan, it's me. Nothing of particular importance. I appreciate your efforts regarding Xinxin's office lease. As you know, this girl is quite a handful. She is utterly inexperienced and yet aspires to run a company. I have my doubts about her success. She often calls me when faced with challenges. No need for concern. Let her navigate her own path. Please find someone experienced to offer her a bit of guidance, so she may avoid some missteps. After all, young people require both training and encouragement. Yes, that will suffice. Chapter 63. Obtaining certification. Qin Yuqin hung up the phone, lost in contemplation. So absorbed that he did not notice his wife, Meng Shuxian, entering the room. What could he be pondering so intently? Oh, it's nothing. Has Anan fallen asleep? Yes, he has. Your brother called just now. Is it again about Xinxin? Yes. My brother is quite something. Why would a girl study computer science? Does she truly aspire to become a programmer? She could study finance, economics, or management instead. What purpose does studying computer science serve? Xinxin wishes to pursue it. And old Ming cannot dissuade her. What is it this time? She wants our assistance to establish her company. We have so many small businesses. Providing her with one should suffice. Must she also go through the hassle of starting one herself? It is different. The experience of building something from the ground up contrasts starkly with receiving it without effort. Consider if there is anyone suitable in the company to assist her. Ideally, it should be a woman, someone well-versed in various aspects of the business to help Xinxin lay the foundation of her company. Let me think. Wang Xingyu from the Human Resources Department would be quite suitable. She has been with the company for 5 or 6 years, having emerged from humble beginnings, demonstrating resilience and capability. Currently, she serves as the manager of the compensation team, and I have contemplated promoting her to the position of Deputy Director of Human Resources in a year or two. She interned with us, and her loyalty is unquestionable. She has experience across several departments: front desk, certification officer, merchandise department, logistics department, warehouse center, and finance department. She would be an ideal fit to assist Xinxin. Why has she rotated through so many departments? Qin Yuqin furrowed his brow and inquired. The company is no longer the makeshift operation it once was. Every employee undergoes a comprehensive training process, rotating through each department before settling into a specific role. Why not ask Old Lin? Old Lin is the company's vice president, a veteran who fought alongside the Chun brothers in their early endeavors. Now, however, he is becoming outdated. The Chun brothers are not the kind to burn bridges. They have allowed him to retain the title of vice president while overseeing logistics and similar matters. Qin Yuqin could roughly guess what had transpired. Nothing serious happened, did it? No. Old Lin has been pursuing a young woman who is not interested. He attempted to have Guofeng transfer her position multiple times to pressure her into submission. Old Gua, unable to tolerate this, came to me for help. I moved her to the finance department and took her out shopping and dining, creating the impression that we shared a close relationship, which deterred Old Lin from further pursuing her. She is not studying finance, and later, I transferred her back to the Human Resources Department. Qin Yuqin sighed. Even among his own brothers, one must maintain decorum when interacting with Old Lin, as the journey of entrepreneurship was fraught with challenges. In the early days, they would procure goods from Guangdong to sell here, and the Chun brothers, along with Old Lin and a large group, truly scraped by on the edge of survival. As the saying goes, One must not forget those who shared in their fortunes. As long as old Lin has not committed any illegal acts, the brothers cannot neglect those who stood by them. Otherwise, they would be subject to criticism. In 2 years, he will reach retirement age, at which point it will be appropriate to let him retire without further discussion. Just a little longer to endure. Meng Shuxian, aware of their past, refrained from further comment. Should I have Wang Xingyu assist her? How long should she do so? We must provide her with a time frame, after all. It is unwise to embark on employment there without clarity. Who can ascertain the longevity of Xin's company? Her previous CAF venture suffered losses for 2 consecutive years. Yet she remains obstinately defiant. Perhaps you could send that Wang fellow there for a year. The salary here would continue uninterrupted, and upon her return after a year, she would be promoted, providing her with some hope. Should Xin's enterprise fold within a year, she could return at any time, and a promotion would await her. Meng Shuxian chuckled lightly. Are you so doubtful of Xin's company? Entrepreneurship is far from easy. Back in the day, we battled with the Wenzhou crowd for territory. I wielded 2 kitchen knives, traversing from one end of the street to the other. If we had shown the slightest weakness then, we would still be on the streets selling shoes today. All right. You are indeed the most formidable, Meng Shuxian praised her husband with a smile. That evening, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and vitality. Jiang Lingyun had arranged matters, leaving him with little to do, and he returned to a state of languor. The most significant event in recent days was obtaining his driver's license. As an experienced driver, passing the test was hardly a challenge. Yet he felt it prudent to bribe the examiner with 2 packs of cigarettes. This gesture earned him considerable courtesy from the examiner, and he acquired his license with ease. To celebrate his newfound status as a licensed driver, Jiang Lingyun treated his dormitory mates to a meal. They decided on barbecue, and Li Song urged Jiang Lingyun to invite Qin Bing as well. However, Jiang Lingyun was not so naive. His relationship with Qin Bing was one of gentlemanly detachment, and he was well aware of her family's complexities, thus refraining from playing the role of the villain. The group gathered at the barbecue restaurant, indulging in drinks and banter. They were aware of Jiang Lingyun's fashionable attire, and no one felt the need to hold back. Enjoying lavish meals was not a source of guilt. I say, you single fellows, why order so many kidneys and oysters? Don't you know it's harmful to overindulge? Old 4, I spent all my money this week on gear, and I haven't had meat in days. Please be understanding. No worries, boss. I know you well. Order whatever you desire. He then turned to Zhang Zhenghui, who was greedily devouring his food, and remarked, It's all your fault, you rotund fellow, with your incessant private screenings in the dormitory. Can't you exercise some restraint? If the student council catches wind of this, you're finished. Zhang Zhenghui, caught in the crossfire of accusations, protested, I'm not the only one. Those rascals come in and take over my computer. What can I do? The hefty man continued to defend himself. You just happen to have more movies on your laptop, corrupting countless innocent young men. The group nearly erupted in laughter. Jiang Lingyun, emboldened, teased Zhang Zhenghui. If you dare, don't look. Zhang Zhenghui refused to indulge him. Suddenly, Jiang Lingyun spotted a familiar figure outside and hurried over to Zhang Zhenghui. Fatty, that rumored boyfriend of Bai Shuejue is outside. Should we go teach him a lesson? Zhang Zhenghui glanced outside and saw Fang Jianzhong along with another man. Let us not. If the school catches us, we could be expelled. Besides, we are all about fair competition. What's with the shouting and fighting? Really not going to confront him? Once this opportunity passes, it may never come again. Are you harboring ill intentions? I must inform you that your current actions have already incited the ire of many who wish to confront you. Cease your pursuit of Bai Yuyan. Zhang Zhenghui wore an expression of vigilance. After all, Jiang Lingyun was not only more handsome than him, but also considerably wealthier. If he were to pursue Bai Yuyan, Zhang would stand no chance whatsoever. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? After saying this, he added mysteriously, how about I invite him in for you to have a deeper conversation and understanding? Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Do you know him? Zhang Zhenghui asked, perplexed. Of course, Jiang Lingyun replied with a mischievous smile. Chapter 64. Buying milk tea. Fang Jianzhong and Su Zonghao were strolling down the street when they heard someone calling out to them at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant. Upon turning around, they discovered it was Jiang Lingyun. Jianzhong, come over and join us for a late-night snack. Jiang Lingyun greeted Fang Jianzhong with warmth. Ah, Senior Jiang. We were also heading out for a late-night snack. Let us share a table, Fang Jianzhong replied, visibly pleased to see Jiang Lingyun. He introduced Su Zonghao to Jiang Lingyun, who had only met Su Zonghao once before. thus marking their formal introduction. Su Zhonghao's eyes lit up upon learning that Jiang Lingyun was the owner of a clothing brand. Recently, he had been under pressure to repay debts and had even contemplated selling his Passat, but he was at a loss on how to explain that to his family. He had invited Fang Jinzhong out for a late-night snack with the hope of borrowing some money from him. Now, upon discovering Jiang Lingyun's status, he wondered if he could cultivate a rapport with him to potentially secure some financial assistance. Jiang Lingyun regarded Su Zhonghao with indifference, primarily wishing to facilitate a closer bond between him and Fang Jinzhong, hoping to divert Su Zhonghao from his servile tendencies and prevent him from becoming too fixated on a single pursuit. As they dined and conversed, Jiang Lingyun posed numerous questions to Fang Jinzhong, inquiring about his adaptation to school life, his thoughts on the cafeteria meals, whether he had pulled all-nighters with his roommates, and if he was keeping up with his studies, akin to an older brother showing concern for a younger sibling. Zhang Jinghui watched Jiang Lingyun with a glum expression, convinced that he was a traitor. Fang Jinzhong, however, responded obediently to Jiang Lingyun's inquiries, answering each one diligently. Jiang Lingyun couldn't help but think, this lad is indeed teachable. Su Zhonghao remained mostly silent, unfamiliar with Jiang Lingyun and keen to observe his character. Jinzhong, have you been hanging out with Senior Bai and the others lately? Jiang Lingyun asked. Since your trip to the botanical garden, you haven't gone out much. But I hear you often dine together. Senior Tang frequently mentions you, claiming you don't reach out to her. Jiang Lingyun chuckled. That Tang Duo truly has a persistent heart. Am I someone she could hope for? After finishing their late-night snack, Jiang Lingyun and Fang Jinzhong both rushed to settle the bill. Ultimately, Jiang Lingyun paid. When Fang Jinzhong offered to reimburse him, Jiang Lingyun declined, insisting on treating him. They engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the payment until Jiang Lingyun finally suggested that Fang Jinzhong could treat him next time, leading Fang Jinzhong to relent. Chen Bin and his companions decided to head out for an all-nighter on the internet, while Fang Jinzhong returned to the dormitory and the two groups parted ways. Jiang Lingyun, have you turned traitor? Zhang Jinghui fumed once they were alone. Traitor? What do you mean? Jiang Lingyun feigned ignorance. How come you're so familiar with that Fang Jinzhong? Is it wrong for me to show concern for a junior? Did you already know about his pursuit of Yu Yin? Don't be overly suspicious. They aren't officially dating yet. You still have a chance. Really? Absolutely. With your thick skin, haven't you heard the saying? Those who lack shame are invincible. I have high hopes for you. Get lost. You can't expect wisdom from a fool. You're the shameless one. Zhang Jinghui's eyes darted mischievously. What is going on between you and Tang Duo? Have you hooked up with another one? The overweight individual admonished. Do not speak carelessly. What would happen if I inadvertently let something slip to Wanxiu or Shiqin? This is an outright threat. It is likely that Yu Wanxiu would remain silent. But Shu Shiqin would surely become irate. How about I invite Jianzhong and Sister Bai out for a day of leisure this Saturday? What do you think? What do you intend to do? Is it wrong for me to show Fang Shuidi around since he just started school? Let's see if Chen Laodao's car is available. Traitor. Came the retort. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Brother Zhuangji, you know me. I would never betray you. Indeed. Quite commendable. A teachable spirit. I have plans this Saturday, so I will not be going out. Zhang Jinghui was furious, yet helpless, unable to outmatch this shameless scoundrel. A group of them ventured to the snack street, where Jiang Haisheng proposed they buy milk tea, a suggestion met with unanimous agreement. Acquiring milk tea was merely incidental. The true objective was to gaze upon the lovely maidens. Rumor has it that the milk tea she sure is currently single, prompting many suitors to flock to the tea shop to vie for her attention. Jiang Lingyun was taken aback to discover that the milk tea shop had a queue. It was indeed a spectacle. While most patrons at other tea shops were female, this one boasted a balanced mix of both genders. Jiang Lingyun and his companions patiently stood in line, observing the men fervently grasping for conversation with Zhang Sujia, who responded with polite smiles yet remained largely indifferent. As Jiang Lingyun stood in line, he was suddenly pinched, causing a sharp pain at the corner of his mouth. Turning around, he found it was Tang Duo and Bai Yuyan. Lingyun, treat us to some milk tea, Tang Duo said in a sweet and teasing tone. Jiang Lingyun felt a wave of goosebumps rise and swatted her hand away. With so many people around, Tang Shuejia should maintain some decorum. So, does that mean it's acceptable to pinch when no one is around? Tang Duo replied excitedly. Chen Bin and the others exchanged bewildered glances upon seeing Tang Duo and Bai Yuyan. Yuyan, let me treat you to milk tea, exclaimed the ever-enthusiastic Zhang Jinghui. Tang Duo would not entertain his offer. You may treat Yuyan, but Lingyun, you shall buy me milk tea. If you want some, you'll have to queue like everyone else. Jiang Lingyun retorted, unwilling to indulge her whims. Tang Duoduo clung to Jiang Lingyun's arm, persistently declaring, I want milk tea, I want milk tea. The crowd stared in astonishment. And Jiang Lingyun was taken aback as well. Tang Duoduo's antics were becoming increasingly outrageous. Time and again, she provoked him, seemingly unafraid of the repercussions. The surrounding young men felt their hearts shatter in envy, lamenting, what kind of person is this? He won't even buy his girlfriend a cup of milk tea. Beautiful lady, why are you with such a fellow? Choose me, and I will treat you to milk tea every day. The nearby women looked down upon Jiang Lingyun, scoffing at his reluctance to buy a cup of milk tea for his girlfriend. Only Bai Yuyan remained silent with a smile, while Zhang Sujia briefly observed Jiang Lingyun and Tang Duoduo before swiftly regaining her composure. This is outrageous. Tang Duoduo, you are tarnishing my reputation. If I cannot find a girlfriend in the future, I will hold you responsible. Tang Duoduo's tears flowed freely. Lingyun, do you still refuse to acknowledge me? Jiang Lingyun felt a headache coming on, pondering where he had offended this dramatic individual. It would be troublesome if Wanqiao misconstrued the situation. Let us proceed with matters already set in motion. With that, he lifted Tang Duoduo effortlessly, declaring, to the hotel we go. Tang Duoduo gasped in surprise, exclaiming, put me down, put me down. I'm done playing, I was wrong. Lingyun. Jiang Lingyun released her, smirking, oh, you think this will be the end of it? Tang Duoduo, slightly flustered, regained her footing and playfully swatted Jiang Lingyun a few times. Her cheeks flushed as she pouted, every day, you just know how to bully me. Her tone was endearingly sultry, soft and sweet, captivating the nearby boys, leaving them utterly enchanted. Jiang Lingyun stepped back, realizing her talent for theatrics overshadowed his own. He felt utterly outmatched. The boys nearby were inundated with affection, their hearts full without the need for bubble tea. How could such a stunning young woman be with a man who appeared reluctant? Jiang Lingyun lamented inwardly, I am more wrong than Doi. Chapter 65. The substitute. When Jiang Lingyun went to buy milk tea, he inquired of Tang Duoduo and Bai Yuyan, what flavors would you like, Senior Tang and Senior Bai? He had resolved that if they politely declined, he would simply procure his own portion, as there was still the eager Zhang Zhenghui ready to fawn over them. Zhang Sujia cast a somewhat melancholic glance at Jiang Lingyun, but refrained from voicing any objections. Jasmine milk green, warm, please. And red bean pudding, also warm. I was merely being polite. Why take me seriously? Why not take advantage of that willing Zhang Zhenghui instead? However, having spoken, he could not retract his words. And thus Jiang Lingyun found himself obliged to purchase the milk tea for them. Thank you, Boss Jiang. The two beautiful ladies were quite sweet-tongued. Jiang Lingyun harbored serious doubts about whether Bai Yuyan might lead Tang Duoduo astray. The surrounding boys envied Jiang Lingyun for his ability to treat two stunning beauties to milk tea. After a brief chat with Jiang Lingyun, Bai Yuyan and Tang Duoduo departed. The obedient Bai Yuyan would never frequent an internet CAF. It was a tradition for the six of them to go online together. Although Jiang Lingyun was not particularly fond of internet CAFs, he felt it necessary to participate in such communal activities. Even if it meant watching a movie for a while and then sleeping until dawn, it was acceptable. To refuse such gatherings would be to sever ties with the group, making it awkward for others to invite him to join in future outings. Jiang Lingyun, feeling rather bored, scoured game information, hoping to uncover some inspiration, particularly from board games, which could be revamped without any accusations of plagiarism. Around 10 o'clock, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he found a text message. The sender was not saved in his contacts, but the phone number was familiar. Lingyun, I'm off work now. I'm coming to find you. Seeing that Chen Bin and the others were engrossed in their game, Jiang Lingyun didn't wish to disturb them and informed Yao Wei long before departing. At the entrance of the milk tea shop, Zhang Sujia awaited him. Since their date at Times Square, Jiang Lingyun had not reached out to her for several days. He was not the type to communicate daily. The previous indulgence had been due to pent-up emotions, and he knew he could not maintain that pace. Have you been waiting long? Not at all, just a little while. Shall we go for a late-night snack? No, I'm not hungry. Zhang Sujia hesitated, but eventually mustered the courage to ask, is that girl your girlfriend? Jiang Lingyun understood she was referring to Tang Duoduo, and indeed, they had been rather close that evening. He wondered if the news would reach Wanqiao, potentially leading to misunderstandings. As for Xu Shiqin, she could be disregarded. She was not his girlfriend and held no grounds for jealousy. No, she and I are just ordinary friends. She enjoys joking around and being playful. While Tang Duoduo had a higher aesthetic appeal, Zhang Sujia possessed a better physique. However, Tang Duoduo was a student at a prestigious university, and given Zhang Sujia's discernment and experience, she likely remained a maiden. In contrast, Zhang Sujia had left school before completing her middle school education and had already had several boyfriends. In the presence of Tang Duoduo, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Lingyun, if you ever find a better girlfriend, please do let me know. Rest assured, I will not cling to you. Zhang Sujia spoke with sincerity, her voice tinged with a touch of vulnerability. Jiang Lingyun felt a wave of emotion. From the very beginning, he had no intention of a lasting relationship with her. He had always worried about whether she would react adversely upon discovering Yi Wanxiu's existence. Now, hearing her words, he hoped there would be no upheaval. Perhaps he could simply offer her more in terms of a breakup settlement. Jiang Lingyun embraced Zhang Sujia, his tone gentle as he said, "Let us not speak of such foolishness. Shall we head to the hotel?" Zhang Sujia pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why don't you come to my place?" Jiang Lingyun hesitated. He preferred to spend money on a hotel. Going to Zhang Sujia's home would imply a closer relationship, akin to cohabitation. Yet, to refuse might hurt her feelings, as if he were dismissive of her. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately agreed to go to Zhang Sujia's residence. "Are you really not hungry? Would you like to eat something?" Jiang Lingyun inquired. "No, I don't want a late-night snack. I might gain weight," she replied. Jiang Lingyun glanced at her figure, thinking that she was just fine as she was. Any further weight gain would be excessive. Zhang Sujia lived in an older apartment complex near the school, 2 bedrooms and a living room. Upon entering, she offered him a pair of slippers. "These are new," she said. Jiang Lingyun noted how tidy and well-kept her home was, and he felt a sense of appreciation. "Do you live here alone?" he asked. "Not quite. I rent out the adjacent room to a girl to help share the rent," she explained. "Lingyun, would you like to take a shower first?" "I've already showered," Jiang Lingyun replied. He had a daily bathing habit that his friend Li Song, a northeastern man, found incomprehensible. Why would a grown man shower every day, especially in winter? Isn't it a hassle? Jiang Lingyun couldn't be bothered to debate such matters with someone accustomed to the frigid climate. After all, it was merely a personal habit. Even if Li Song went a month without bathing, he wouldn't comment. Yet Jiang Lingyun felt compelled to maintain his cleanliness, regardless of the temperature. Li Song's month-long abstinence from bathing made Jiang Lingyun wonder how Tao Shiyu had tolerated it. It could only be said that the power of love is truly remarkable. "I'll shower first. Just wait for me inside," he said as he entered Zhang Sujia's room. The space contained a bed, a wardrobe, and a vanity, nothing excessive. Yet everything was neatly arranged. Zhang Sujia fetched some clothes and went to shower, and Jiang Lingyun observed that there were no signs of any male presence in the room. He found it peculiar. Zhang Sujia had previously had a boyfriend, yet it seemed they had never cohabited. When Zhang Sujia emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her skin was smooth and radiant, reminiscent of a freshly bloomed lotus. Jiang Lingyun felt a surge of desire after a few days apart. It was as though they were newlyweds. He swept Zhang Sujia onto the bed, pulling away her towel, and succumbed to passion as she responded breathlessly to his fervent advances. After a half-hour of indulgence, Jiang Lingyun lay contentedly on the bed. Zhang Sujia took a moment to regain her energy before washing up and returning with water to assist Jiang Lingyun. A sense of admiration welled within him. She was indeed quite devoted. Alas, the two of them were not meant to be. Perhaps in the future, he would offer her greater compensation. The union of two individuals is indeed a matter of fate. Zhang Sujia returned to embrace Jiang Lingyun as they slumbered, teasing him once more. Jiang Lingyun, wishing to avoid indulgence, gently suggested, "Let us retire early." Zhang Sujia gradually nestled deeper into the blankets, and after a while, the covers rose and fell rhythmically. Jiang Lingyun mused to himself that Zhang Sujia was truly a natural beauty. It was a pity that she had not been molded by his own hands. He wondered if Wanxiu would ever be like this. If they were to marry, he would be left to live a life solely with her. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Lingyun sought to distract himself, hoping to prolong this moment of enjoyment. After their encounter, Zhang Sujia assisted him with a quick cleanup before heading off to brush her teeth. Upon her return, she nestled comfortably against Jiang Lingyun, content in her simple belief that if she satisfied him, he would not seek companionship elsewhere. Little did she know, from the very beginning, she had merely been a substitute. Chapter 66. Su Yin. The following morning, Jiang Lingyun awoke to find Zhang Sujia absent from the bed. He felt a pressing need to relieve himself, and, upon opening the bathroom door, was taken aback. A young girl, tall, fair, and unclothed, stood before him, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, the girl let out a shriek, prompting Jiang Lingyun to hastily shut the door. Seated in the living room, he awaited her emergence. After a short interval, the girl reappeared. Now dressed. Are you Judge's boyfriend? She inquired. Yes, I apologize for the awkwardness. It was unintentional. No worries. Please go ahead if you need to use the restroom. She replied. Jiang Lingyun, indeed desperate, rushed back inside to relieve himself. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Turning his head, he discovered a freshly discarded set of lingerie lying there. It must belong to the girl he had just encountered. A wave of impulse surged within him, tempting him to touch or even smell the garment. Yet he restrained himself, deeming such thoughts inappropriate. Upon finishing his business, he hurriedly exited, fearing he might lose control. Just as he stepped out, the girl, her face flushed, entered the bathroom, likely recalling her lingerie left behind. After dressing, Jiang Lingyun prepared to leave when the front door swung open, revealing Zhang Sujia, who entered laden with an array of breakfast items, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Lingyun, have breakfast before you leave. I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I bought a variety, she said. Su Yin, come join us for breakfast. Su Yin emerged from her room. All right, just a moment, she responded. I can't eat yet. I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face, Jiang Lingyun interjected. Wishing to retreat. I have a new toothbrush and fresh towels here, Zhang Sujia quickly offered, retrieving the items. After Jiang Lingyun had finished his morning routine, he joined them for breakfast. Zhang Sujia introduced them, and it was at this moment that Jiang Lingyun had the opportunity to truly appreciate Su Yin's appearance. Previously, he had perceived her as merely tall. Now he realized she stood at least 1.75 meters tall. Both were in slippers, and to his surprise, their heights were comparable. While her beauty did not surpass Qin Bing's, she was certainly on par with Bai Yuyin and Yi Wanqiu, perhaps due to her recent shower. Her skin glowed with a rosy radiance, and her long hair was casually held up with a clip. She appeared to be in her 20s, some might appear youthful, but her dewy skin was unmistakably filled with collagen, an undeniable sign of vitality. Shanghai, as a first-tier city, truly seemed to be a magnet for stunning women. Jiang Lingyun felt a twinge of awkwardness, having inadvertently seen the girl in such a vulnerable state, and sought a topic of conversation to alleviate the tension. Su Yin, do you work the night shift? Su Yin glanced at Zhang Sujia, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. I work at a bar, usually until 2. Jiang Lingyun responded with a simple "oh," feeling even more awkward. What compelled him to inquire about such matters? It was likely that she returned home exhausted after her late shift, collapsing into bed without a moment's pause, only to awaken and shower in the morning. The thought of Su Yin working in a bar diminished Jiang Lingyun's interest in her. It was not that he looked down upon those employed in such establishments, rather. The temptations inherent to such environments were overwhelming, and few could resist their allure. Once one succumbed to such depths, escape became an elusive dream. Zhang Sujia, fearing that Jiang Lingyun might misunderstand Su Yin as an improper girl, hastily defended her, explaining that Su Yin performed at a bar from 8 in the evening until 2 in the morning. This bar was legitimate, not one of those disreputable places. Su Yin was a graduate of the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Jiang Lingyun was astonished. Although he was not entrenched in the music or entertainment industries, he was aware of the esteemed reputation of the Beijing Conservatory, and a graduate should have no trouble finding employment. Even the least fortunate could secure a position as a music teacher in a high school. How, then, had she descended to performing in a bar? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yin revealed that she had not actually graduated. A leader at the academy had suggested she could pursue graduate studies, promising to facilitate her continued education if she met with him to discuss her prospects. However, he had made unwelcome advances, insisting that if she became his mistress, he would ensure her future was secure. She had refused, and when he attempted to impose himself further, she struck him with an ashtray, resulting in her expulsion from the institution. Jiang Lingyun realized that such incidents were not isolated. They occurred across various professions. Some women, driven by the allure of benefits, endure humiliation or even throw themselves into compromising situations. Those like Su Yin, who refuse to submit, often become victims. Nodding in understanding, Jiang Lingyun engaged in conversation with Zhang Sujia and Su Yin. Su Yin shared some of her experiences at the bar, and Jiang Lingyun learned more about her circumstances. Had she not been expelled, Su Yin would currently be in her 4th year, as she had been dismissed midway through the academic year. She had not dared to inform her family of her expulsion and had fled to Xinjiang in search of opportunities, hoping to establish herself before revealing the truth to them. However, aside from studying instruments and vocal techniques, she possessed little else in terms of skills, leading her to seek a singing job. On her first day at the bar, she had been drugged, and had it not been for her encounter with Jiang Lingyun, she shuddered to think of what might have transpired. Jiang Lingyun had offered her another room and assisted her in finding a more reputable bar to work at. "Do you often visit bars?" Jiang Lingyun inquired with a smile. Jiang Lingyun appeared flustered, insisting, No, I went that day to find a friend and happened to run into Su Yin." Jiang Lingyun remained silent. Whether Jiang Lingyun frequented bars was of little consequence to him. "Jia rarely goes to bars, and you are the first boy she has brought home." Su Yin interjected in defense of Jiang Lingyun. Jiang Lingyun merely smiled and refrained from commenting. After finishing breakfast, the clock approached 8. "Don't you have to work?" he asked. "No, I'm off today," she replied. "Then I shall take you out shopping." "No need. I'm not particularly fond of shopping. Since you don't have classes today, let us just stay at home. Later, we can go buy groceries and cook." Jiang Lingyun preferred a different arrangement. He would rather engage in a fair exchange. After a night of passion, he would take Jiang Lingyun out to dine and shop, ensuring that neither party owed the other anything, thus avoiding emotional entanglements and facilitating a potential breakup. Yet, he found it difficult to counter her wishes and ultimately acquiesced. Su Yin expressed her desire to accompany them to the market, and the three of them set off after breakfast. Jiang Lingyun purchased a substantial amount of groceries, and when Jiang Lingyun attempted to pay, she insisted he refrain from doing so. Jiang Lingyun haggled over vegetables while Jiang Lingyun and Su Yin assisted her by carrying the produce. The trio engaged in casual conversation as they strolled. Upon returning home, Jiang Lingyun set about preparing lunch, but when Jiang Lingyun offered to lend a hand, she declined, suggesting instead that Jiang Lingyun watch some television. In the living room, Jiang Lingyun and Su Yin chatted amiably while watching a show, and soon, Jiang Lingyun emerged with the completed dishes to join them in their leisurely banter. Jiang Lingyun mused that such days were quite pleasant, and it would be even better if Yu Wanqiu could replace either Jiang Lingyun or Su Yin. As lunchtime approached, Jiang Lingyun took to the kitchen. While Su Yin was completely inept at cooking, Jiang Lingyun had some culinary skills. Jiang Lingyun's culinary prowess, however, was exceptional, earning her unanimous praise from both Jiang Lingyun and Su Yin. Chapter 67. Su Yin 2. In the afternoon, Jiang Lingyun intended to take Jiang Lingyun shopping. Although Jiang Lingyun was initially reluctant, she eventually acquiesced to Jiang Lingyun's insistence and invited Su Yin to join them. Su Yin, wishing to avoid being a third wheel, felt compelled to accompany them after Jiang Lingyun's repeated requests. As the trio strolled through the shopping district, the two young women naturally became the focal point, relegating Jiang Lingyun to a mere follower. After an afternoon of browsing, they had not purchased much. Jiang Lingyun expressed a desire to buy clothes for Jiang Lingyun, who adamantly refused his offer. Instead, Jiang Lingyun bought 2 outfits for Jiang Lingyun, including undergarments and stockings. When Jiang Lingyun attempted to pay, she insisted on handling the bill herself. Noticing that they still had ample time, Jiang Lingyun suggested they catch a movie. Jiang Lingyun was reluctant. While two could engage in affectionate gestures, a trio would complicate matters. Nevertheless, Jiang Lingyun was insistent, and he ultimately agreed. He went to buy tickets while Jiang Lingyun and Su Yin procured snacks and drinks. This time, they opted for seats in the middle of the theater rather than the back row. The two girls were engrossed in the film, but Jiang Lingyun felt disinterested, having seen it in a previous life. Observing his lack of enthusiasm, Jiang Lingyun placed his hand on her thigh, which stirred some excitement within him. Dressed in a skirt, she tilted her body slightly to allow him easier access. Su Yin, noticing Jiang Lingyun's peculiar sounds, cast a discreet glance at their posture. Upon realizing their intimate position, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she internally chastised them for their audacity. After the film, they proceeded to dine. Jiang Lingyun suggested sushi, but Jiang Lingyun proposed hot pot, deeming it fitting for the weather. During their meal, Jiang Lingyun remarked, "Lingyun, later we should accompany Su Yin to the bar to hear her sing, shall we?" Jiang Lingyun agreed. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Su Yin, is your income substantial from your job there?" "It's decent, better than working elsewhere, but lacks significant prospects. I aspire to write songs. If I can craft a good one, I might achieve fame overnight like the Bun Girls," she replied, referring to Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing, the duo's chosen name after considering several alternatives. Jiang Lingyun's interest was piqued. He felt inclined to assist, contingent upon whether Su Yin was deserving of his support. Are you aware of the Bun Girls? I hear they are students at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and have recently risen to prominence after someone wrote a few songs for them. Their tracks have dominated the music charts, and their performance fees have skyrocketed to 200,000. If only Sardine could help me with lyrics and composition, she lamented. Jiang Lingyun nearly laughed aloud, contemplating the possibility of attributing the composition to Li Shuchuan. However, the esteemed teacher, with his scholarly integrity, would never accept credit at the expense of a junior. Succumbing to a mischievous whim, Jiang Lingyun decided to attribute both the lyrics and composition to Sardine. I believe you will succeed, Jiang Lingyun stated earnestly. The outcome hinged solely on whether he was willing to extend his assistance. After 3 individuals concluded their meal, they strolled for a while, engaging in light conversation. Jiang Lingyun subtly inquired about the circumstances surrounding her withdrawal from school. He felt compelled to investigate the matter, unwilling to rely solely on Su Yan's account. Should Su Yan prove to possess commendable character, he would extend her assistance. Otherwise, he had no inclination to intervene. The trio ventured to the bar where Su Yan performed, a venue Jiang Lingyun had yet to visit, but which appeared to be thriving. Su Yan garnered considerable popularity there, undoubtedly due to her beauty. Patrons wishing to hear specific songs would send drinks to the singer, who would graciously acknowledge their support from the stage. The performer also engaged with the audience, inviting guests to join her in song or to duet. Jiang Lingyun observed that the bar maintained a respectable atmosphere, though a few lecherous middle-aged men persistently sent drinks to Su Yan, seeking interaction. He pondered whether, should a wealthy patron arrive and shower her with money, Su Yan might falter. He, too, sent a few drinks her way and selected several challenging songs to assess her vocal prowess. To his untrained ears, her performance was quite commendable. During a lull in her set, Su Yan approached Jiang Lingyun and his companions for a brief chat. Those gentlemen have been quite supportive, he remarked, gesturing towards the middle-aged men continually sending her drinks. Indeed, they often suggest taking me out for late-night snacks, Su Yan replied, having grown wise to the intentions of such men since her earlier, more naive days. Stay strong. I believe you will soon achieve great success, he encouraged. Thank you for your kind words, Su Yan responded, her smile tinged with a hint of bitterness, as innocence had long since faded. She soon returned to the stage. Would you like to partake in something exhilarating? Zhang Sujiao whispered conspiratorially in Jiang Lingyun's ear. Oh, what do you have in mind? Jiang Lingyun's curiosity was piqued. Follow me. Zhang Sujiao beckoned, leading him to the restroom, which was unisex and featured 3 stalls. When the coast was clear, she guided him to the innermost stall, lowered the toilet seat, and suggested he take a seat. Jiang Lingyun understood her intentions, feeling a rush of excitement for this experience, which was entirely new to him. As they occupied the stall, patrons of both genders entered and exited nearby, heightening the thrill of the moment. They both stifled their laughter. Meanwhile, Su Yan continued her performance on stage, unaware that Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Sujia had not departed as she had assumed. After some time, she noticed their return. Both appeared invigorated, their faces flushed. They resumed their seats, indulging in drinks and sending a few more to Su Yan before ultimately deciding to leave. Zhang Sujia suggested that Jiang Lingyun stay at her place again, but he hesitated, having already been missing for a day and a night. Further absence would certainly raise alarms with Yi Wanqiu and the others. Zhang Sujia proposed taking Jiang Lingyun's clothes home to wash, ensuring he would have a fresh change for his next visit. Feeling indifferent, he acquiesced. Jiang Lingyun returned to the dormitory just before the door locked, and as expected, he found only Yao Weilong present. The others were out gaming all night. Where were you last night? Yao Weilong inquired. On a date, Jiang Lingyun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yao Weilong was filled with excitement. Could it be a date with senior sister Tang? Third brother remarked that you are always flirting around, inevitably leading to senior sister Tang being charmed away. Fifth brother, you are a sincere child. Do not let that rotund fellow lead you astray. He is not a good person, with a mind steeped in depravity, perpetually indulging in immoral thoughts. Keep your distance from him. Oh, third brother has said the same about you. This scoundrel dares to tarnish my reputation. I shall show him how to handle such insolence. Fourth brother, it seems your reputation is rather questionable. Daily, there are people criticizing you on the campus network. Jiang Lingyun. Fifth brother, must you be so candid? Can we not engage in a pleasant conversation? Chapter 68. Scandal. Jiang Lingyun utilized his laptop to scour forums and similar platforms for information regarding Su Yan. Given that the incident occurred this year and that the capital's music academy is a prestigious institution, It was only natural that such occurrences would find their way onto the internet. Jiang Lingyun discovered several articles, presumably penned by students, recounting events that aligned closely with Su Yan's narrative. Some individuals even divulged details about others who had secured research positions through dubious means, with rumors suggesting that some had compromised themselves to curry favor with the authorities. The leader who had inflicted injury upon Su Yan was notorious for his poor reputation, having been embroiled in several incidents as a central figure. Upon visiting the official website of the Music Academy, Jiang Lingyun was astonished to find a formal announcement regarding the matter. It stated that Su Yan had exhibited a decline in moral character, disrespected her superiors, and neglected her studies, leading to her expulsion. Notably absent was any mention of the violent altercation. However, the information gleaned online revealed that Su Yan had consistently secured scholarships each semester and had received several significant accolades, contradicting the official statement entirely. Jiang Lingyun surmised that Su Yan was still too young. Had he been in her position, he would have promptly reported the incident to the authorities, confessing to the assault. He would then contact a television station to explain that his actions were impulsive, inviting them for an interview. Regardless of the leader's influential connections, persuading law enforcement would not be an insurmountable task, especially with the presence of a formidable ally, the uncrowned king, who could sway public opinion. This approach, at the very least, might prevent her expulsion. Determined to gain further insight, Jiang Lingyun resolved to consult insiders, particularly in the music circle, where he was only acquainted with Li Shuchuan and Bai Hui. He believed that Li Shuchuan might possess more knowledge about the academic environment, and he planned to inquire the following day before shutting down his computer and retiring for the night. The next morning, after Yu Weilong rose, Jiang Lingyun followed suit. The two ventured out for breakfast, after which Yao Weilong headed to the library, while Jiang Lingyun intended to explore the fashion hub. He felt a strong urge to advise Yu Weilong that merely excelling in academics was futile. Once one steps into society without connections, even the finest education holds little value. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that aside from studying, there were few superior methods to enhance one's character. Not everyone could boast 2 decades of prophetic insight as he did. Upon arriving at the fashion hub, he was greeted by Su Wenjing and Qin Bing, who acknowledged him before returning to their tasks. Xu Shiqin, however, huffed dismissively and turned her back to him. Jiang Lingyun retreated to his small office, reminding himself that she was not his girlfriend and he had no obligation to placate her. After a while, Yi Wanqiu returned from the warehouse, her handling of matters now remarkably efficient. "What brings you back? Aren't you supposed to be with Senior Tang?" she teased upon entering. "Is that truly the impression I give? Do you not trust me?" He replied. "You should tone it down. Words can be as damaging as poison, and your reputation is fast approaching that of Luo Yang." She warned. "How can you compare me to him? Senior Luo is remarkable, managing to woo numerous girlfriends into his bed, while I have yet to succeed with even one. It's a blessing," Jiang Lingyun quipped. Yi Wanqiu blushed, playfully pinching his waist, prompting him to feign a yelp. She then presented him with the recent sales reports, and Jiang Lingyun inquired if there were any issues she could not manage. She assured him there were none. Jiang Lingyun embraced Yi Wanqiu tenderly, indulging in a moment of warmth and intimacy. "Xiaoqin's behavior has become increasingly conspicuous," he remarked. Yi Wanqiu whispered her sorrows into Jiang Lingyun's ear. Initially, everyone could see the affection Xu Shiqin harbored for Jiang Lingyun, yet none dared to voice it. Jiang Lingyun and Yi Wanqiu believed she would eventually withdraw, especially since Jiang was currently with Yi. However, Xu Shiqin's demeanor led some to believe she was Jiang Lingyun's legitimate girlfriend. "You should talk to a Bing when you have a moment." "No, it wouldn't be right since Xiaoqin hasn't said or done anything. Bringing it to light might only complicate matters. How about I lend you 20,000 to resolve your home issues first? Perhaps we can address this during the winter break. It would be better to clarify things face to face. After the new semester begins, let us invite everyone to dinner and officially announce our relationship. That should help Xiaoqin move on." Jiang Lingyun found this approach preferable. To be frank, he did not wish to hurt Xu Shiqin. Unlike others who might revel in the attention of an attractive admirer, Jiang Lingyun was not that type. In his previous life, he had never taken the final step with Xu Shiqin, recognizing her as a good girl. He believed that if he could not offer her a lasting commitment, he should refrain from causing her pain. He took 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 packs of Huazi before leaving, noticing Xu Shiqin's gaze filled with sorrow. He arrived at Li Shuchuan's recording studio at the agreed time. Upon seeing Jiang with gifts, Li Shuchuan politely insisted they were unnecessary, though inwardly he felt quite pleased. As an ordinary university lecturer without power or influence, he rarely received such generous offerings. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Lingyun broached the topic of Su Yan, inquiring if Li Shuchuan had any contacts at the Beijing Conservatory of Music who could assist in gathering information about her. Coincidentally, Li Shuchuan had a classmate there serving as an associate professor, and he did not hesitate to call him in Jiang Lingyun's presence. Once connected, they engaged in casual conversation and shared some banter before Li Shuchuan inquired about Su Yan, putting the phone on speaker. The associate professor was cautious, aware that the leader in question was also his superior, and he had to maintain a good relationship for his livelihood. Boldly, tell me honestly, why are you inquiring about this? We've known each other for over 20 years. You wouldn't want to deceive me, would you? Given our long-standing friendship, would I? To be frank, Su Yan is performing at a bar. A friend of mine who runs a talent agency noticed her impressive voice and appealing image and expressed interest in nurturing her. Upon learning she was from your school but hadn't graduated, my friend became concerned about her circumstances and asked me to find out more. We've been friends for years, so please share her situation candidly, or else our friendship might be in jeopardy. The associate professor sighed. I thought the disciplinary committee had sent you to probe me, and it frightened me. If I had connections, I wouldn't still be waiting to become an associate professor. Don't be upset, oldly. This matter had caused quite a stir. The disciplinary committee nearly got involved, but was eventually quelled. The college leadership issued a directive that nobody could mention it, nor could it be discussed outside. So when you asked, it startled me. Does that mean there is nothing more to discuss? For so many years, we have been friends, and yet you refuse to lend a hand for such a trivial matter. Do you not recall the times when I assisted you in your courtship endeavors, even taking the blame for you on 2 occasions? Now, when I seek your aid, you offer nothing but excuses. It is truly exasperating to deal with someone like you. The associate professor stands over there, laughing heartily. As you continue to dwell on matters from years past, I refrain from discussing others, but what do we share? Have I ever concealed anything from you? This situation is nothing short of a scandal, a farce, and it is unfortunate for Su Yan, that girl who has attended my lectures and is considered a renowned beauty at our institution, now reduced to being the object of that brute's affection. Chapter 69. Scandal 2. According to a friend of Li Shuchuan, Su Yan was an exemplary student, distinguished by both her academic excellence and a lack of scandalous rumors during her time at school. Initially, the institution intended to grant her direct admission for postgraduate studies. However, a certain leader within the school suppressed the announcement of the list, claiming it needed further deliberation. Sensing something amiss, Su Yan's academic advisor suggested that she deliver a small gift to this leader. Concerned, the advisor accompanied her but waited outside, understanding that such matters are best kept discreet. It is rumored that the leader sought to coerce Su Yan into becoming his mistress, promising her postgraduate admission and a position at the school thereafter. Su Yan firmly stated that if such achievements required compromising her integrity, she would rather forfeit them. As she attempted to leave, the leader, emboldened by the solitude of their environment, attempted to assault her. Standing at a height of less than 1.7 meters, he was overshadowed by Su Yan, who stood at 1.75 meters. Allegedly, he assaulted her, and in self-defense, she struck him with an ashtray, resulting in a serious injury to his head. Outside, her advisor was frantically knocking on the door, inquiring if everything was all right and whether the authorities should be notified. After Su Yan emerged, she recounted the ordeal. The following day, the leader arrived at the institution with his head bandaged, accusing Su Yan of attempting to bribe him for her postgraduate qualifications. He claimed that when he refused, she had assaulted him with the ashtray. The severity of the situation he presented led him to propose her expulsion. Some suggested that Su Yan be summoned to clarify the circumstances before any action was taken. However, the leader vehemently opposed this, insisting on her immediate dismissal. Nonetheless, the others did not acquiesce to his demands and called Su Yan in. The leader threatened her, warning her against speaking out, implying grave consequences for others, such as potential unemployment for certain advisors. To protect her advisor from dismissal, Su Yan felt compelled to remain silent. When questioned about whether she had brought something to him in pursuit of her postgraduate qualifications, she affirmed it. When asked if she was the one who had injured him, she again confirmed. When pressed for her reasons behind her actions, she could not muster a defense. The leader insisted on her expulsion, and despite her tearful pleas for leniency, he remained resolute. Ultimately, the school acquiesced to his demands. Thus, Su Yan's expulsion was, in essence, a sacrifice for her advisor. Had she chosen to protest more vigorously, The outcome may have been different. It is said that inquiries were made regarding the incident later on, but they ultimately led nowhere. The school also issued a gag order, forbidding any discussion of the matter. Li Shuchuan conversed with his friend for quite some time, and after hearing the entirety of the story, he inquired about her parents. Did they not come to the school to protest? Such matters, if mishandled, could severely tarnish the institution's reputation. It was revealed that her parents had divorced long ago. Her father had never taken an interest in her, and her mother had moved abroad several years prior. She was raised by her grandparents, who lived in Baishan province and were both ordinary factory workers, having lost their jobs over a decade ago. Life was reportedly quite difficult for them. Su Yin attended school with the aid of poverty alleviation grants and student loans. It was precisely her challenging background that made her an object of exploitation by that vile individual. Had her circumstances been more favorable, he would not have dared to act so brazenly in expelling her. Li Shuchuan glanced at Jiang Lingyun, who nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few more words with his friend, Li Shuchuan ended the call. Thank you, Teacher Li. How about I treat you to lunch today? No. It was merely a small effort. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Lingyun took his leave. It seemed that Su Yin was quite a commendable individual, worthy of cultivation. As he walked, his thoughts lingered on Su Yin. He made his way to Feiyun Entertainment, whereby Hui had taken Ouyang Jing to attend a performance, returning only later that night. Noticing Bai Hui's absence, Jiang Lingyun decided to leave early. On Monday morning, he texted Bai Hui to inquire about her availability that evening. She replied that she was free, as Ouyang and the others had classes. Did the boss come to the company yesterday for something? She asked. Bai, the senior, mentioned she would be at a bar that evening, suggesting that he meet her there at 8 o'clock. Jiang Lingyun sent her the address. Upon receiving the message, Bai Hui felt a jolt of anxiety. Did the boss intend to exploit her? Having witnessed too much darkness in the industry, she was all too familiar with the prevalence of such schemes. Promising mutual benefit, those who consented often thrived, while those who refused faced myriad repercussions from their superiors. Bai Hui's mind raced with various tactics Jiang Lingyun could employ against her. She felt utterly powerless. Realizing that the simplest way for him to deal with her would be to terminate her employment, she could only vent her frustrations, but it would ultimately change nothing. With Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing's rising reputations, numerous individuals would eagerly step in as their agents, often with more resources than she possessed. The thought of her 30 years of virtue being squandered was unbearable. Bai Hui felt a sense of bitterness at the prospect of her hard work benefiting others. Yet, she concluded that resistance was futile and accepted her fate with a mere moment of hesitation before replying to Jiang Lingyun. All right. She was perplexed as to why he had not taken action against Ouyang Jing and the others. If he feared jeopardizing their careers, the two newly hired assistants, both youthful and attractive, would surely be eager to assist him if he merely hinted at his intentions. Perhaps he had a peculiar preference for older companions. Regardless, Jiang Lingyun was quite handsome, and she did not consider herself at a disadvantage. Perhaps this could lead to a lasting position for her. If he desired her assistance in starting a family, Feiyun Entertainment might eventually belong to her. In preparation for their evening rendezvous, Bai Hui indulged in beauty treatments, styled her hair, enjoyed a rose petal bath, and selected a particularly alluring set of lingerie. However, she donned a professional outfit with black stockings. Having previously noticed that Jiang Lingyun would steal glances at her when she wore such attire. Though Feiyun Entertainment was a modest company, the presence of Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing had propelled it into the limelight of the entertainment industry. Were it not for Jiang Lingyun's requests, Ouyang Jing and the others would have fully booked schedules each day. Currently, they could only arrange activities for them on weekends, as the girls possessed an exceptional ability to generate revenue. Bai Hui had even turned down a lucrative offer from a coal magnate who wished to pay $1 million for a night with them. She firmly believed that should she or Ouyang Jing agree, it would lead to Jiang Lingyun sidelining them. Arriving at the bar before 8, Bai Hui was pleased to find it quite respectable. After waiting for a while, she finally spotted Jiang Lingyun approaching. Upon seeing Bai Hui's meticulously crafted makeup and her tailored blazer, he was momentarily taken aback. She bears a striking resemblance to a more mature Su Wenjing. Their facial features, heights, and physiques are quite similar, and with makeup, the likeness is even more pronounced. When Su Wenjing first entered the workforce, she was an innocent young girl, and now Jiang Lingyun observes her transformation into a polished professional, a formidable female CEO. Whenever she encounters Bai Hui, Jiang Lingyun cannot help but envision the future version of Su Wenjing. Reminiscing about the myriad of moments they shared in the past, the fates of the two have diverged completely from their previous lives. What awaits them in the future remains uncertain. Chapter 70. Recruitment. Jiang Lingyun ordered a drink and led Bai Hui to a secluded corner. Bai Hui thought to herself, could he possibly intend to make his move here? She nervously followed him and sat down. Jiang Lingyun remained oblivious to Bai Hui's unease, and after a while, Su Yan took the stage to sing. Jiang Lingyun encouraged Bai Hui to pay attention to Su Yan. Bai Hui observed Su Yan's striking beauty, tall stature, and melodious voice. She pondered whether her boss had taken a liking to this girl, wishing for Bai Hui to facilitate her signing with the company, only to later pursue her. She was taken aback by the realization that her boss's interest was not in her, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment, though she couldn't quite determine which emotion prevailed. After a few songs, Jiang Lingyun leaned closer to Bai Hui's ear and inquired, what do you think of her? The warmth of his breath tickled her ear, stirring her thoughts. Her appearance is commendable, her voice is delightful, her complexion fair, and her height impressive. She possesses the potential to become a star. Bai Hui steadied herself and offered a balanced assessment. Jiang Lingyun then whispered to her about Su Yan's prospects. Bai Hui remained motionless, her ear tingling, her heart fluttering, struggling to suppress the urge to lean in closer. Maintain your composure. Do not allow others to look down upon you, she reminded herself. Upon concluding his remarks about Su Yan, Jiang Lingyun instructed, you should sign her. Feel free to extend the contract duration. Bai Hui's eyes brightened. How long? What about the profit sharing? Jiang Lingyun contemplated for a moment. 15 or even 20 years would be acceptable. You can determine the profit sharing based on the market conditions. Will you assist her in songwriting, boss? Bai Hui asked with anticipation, believing that if Jiang Lingyun could write for Su Yan, she would surely achieve overnight fame. Indeed. You are well connected in the film industry. You can help her explore opportunities in that arena as well. Bai Hui had previously worked with Ying Wei, who gained fame through numerous television dramas, sometimes filming many in a year. Though she had participated in films, none had garnered significant attention. If singing were her sole focus, opportunities would be limited. Acting in films and dramas could elevate her status, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. In contrast, if Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were to pursue only singing, they would encounter fewer dark aspects of the industry, but their development would be constrained. Understood. For now, do not disclose my identity as your boss. Simply claim you discovered her. What could this mean? Did the boss know her and intend to surprise her? Bai Hui's mind wandered, inadvertently arriving at the truth. Very well, boss. I shall take my leave now. Please approach her later. Jiang Lingyun discreetly slipped away while Su Yan was on a break. Su Yan felt she had glimpsed a familiar silhouette, but upon closer inspection, it vanished. The boss is insufferable. I spent so much on beauty treatments, hairstyling, and even donned seductive lingerie for this date, only for it to go to waste. That insensible man. Utterly lacking in romance. After regaining her composure, she listened to a few more songs from Su Yan and seized the opportunity to approach her during the intermission. As Zhang Suji arose from her slumber around 7 o'clock, her eyes still heavy with sleep, she ventured out to the bathroom. Upon opening her door, she was startled to find Su Yan seated on the living room sofa, her face flushed and her demeanor restless. Yan, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Has something happened? Has someone bullied you? Or perhaps drugged you? It was Su Yan's first experience singing at a bar, feeling apprehensive about consuming alcohol. She opted for a soft drink. To her dismay, in the brief moment she turned away, her beverage had been tampered with, leaving her in a state of confusion. Zhang Sujia, who had been present at that moment, intervened, claiming that Su Yan's friend was there to take her home. However, 2 men obstructed her path, refusing to let her leave. Without hesitation, Zhang Sujia contacted the authorities, prompting the men to retreat. Zhang Sujia brought Su Yan back home, allowing her to sleep for an entire day and night before she finally awakened. Jia, someone approached me last night, expressing interest in signing me and making me a star. Su Yan exclaimed, her voice a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Zhang Sujia was taken aback. Yan, you cannot be so gullible. In a bar, few individuals can be trusted. You haven't been lured into a compromising situation, have you? Su Yan playfully nudged Zhang Sujia. Can't you wish me some good fortune? Am I really that indiscriminate? Your skepticism is rather unwarranted. This opportunity is unequivocally genuine. Do you know who this person is? Someone who seeks to seduce you? It's a woman, the owner of the Bun Girls, the very one who propelled them to fame. Su Yan continued. I initially intended to relax with a drink at the bar, but after hearing me sing and noticing my appeal, she asked if I aspired to become a star. She wants me to meet her today. Yet, Su Yan still harbored doubts. She has invited me to her company today. Jia, Would you accompany me? It wouldn't be safe for just the two of us. Perhaps I should ask Lingyun to join us? Su Yin pondered. That might not be necessary. He has classes to attend. The company is called Feiyun Cultural Entertainment Company. Limited. Jiang Sujia remained unconvinced. I still feel uneasy about this. There is no cause for concern, Jejia. What shift do you have today? Sujia replied, the morning shift, but I could swap with someone. Did you manage to sleep last night? Su Yin inquired. Not much, Jiang Sujia admitted. I'll just rest a bit more. Please wake me at 10. Our appointment is at 11. Why so late? Su Yin questioned. To assure me of her credibility. She wants me to meet one of the Bund girls. That seems more trustworthy. Jiang Sujia decided to rest for a while. Though Su Yin had been exhilarated throughout the night, fatigue soon overwhelmed her. After chatting with Jiang Sujia, her emotions settled, and she returned to her room, falling into a deep slumber almost immediately. Jiang Sujia, still somewhat apprehensive, sent a text to Jiang Lingyun, detailing Su Yin's situation and querying whether this might be a deceitful scheme. Jiang Lingyun replied that it would be prudent to investigate, advising them to leave if anything felt amiss and to exercise caution. Upon reading Jiang Lingyun's response, Jiang Sujia felt a sense of reassurance. As if she had found a solid anchor, she promptly called a colleague to arrange a shift swap before heading out to purchase breakfast. By 11 o'clock, Su Yin and Jiang Sujia arrived at Feiyun Entertainment Company, conveniently located near the Music Academy. Jiang Lingyun's company was affiliated with the university's Entrepreneurial Center, with the guiding mentor being Li Shuchuan. Jiang Lingyun holds a commanding 98 share, while Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing each possess a mere one. This arrangement offers certain tax advantages. The cultural entertainment industry aligns harmoniously with the Music Academy. The company, though modest in size, spans just over 100 square meters. Upon entering, Su Yin and Jiang Sujia were greeted by a charming receptionist. Are you Miss Su Yin? She inquired. Indeed, I am, Su Yin replied. Our General Bai has been expecting you. Please, follow me. Su Yin and Jiang Sujia cautiously trailed the receptionist. Their curiosity piqued as they observed their surroundings. The company was not extensive, with a small number of employees, all of whom were female, providing a slight sense of ease for the two. Upon entering Bai Hui's office, their trepidation dissipated upon seeing the three individuals present, including Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing. Chapter 71. The contract. After Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing achieved overnight fame, they found themselves in a bittersweet predicament. They swiftly became celebrities within the Music Academy, admired not only by their junior peers but also attracting considerable attention from seniors in their second, third, and fourth years. As they traversed the campus, many approached them for photographs and autographs. Initially exhilarated, they gradually grew somewhat desensitized. Yet they felt compelled to greet the enthusiasm of others with warm smiles. Being a star is no easy feat. Consequently, they retreated to their dormitory whenever possible, even relying on classmates to fetch their meals. The cafeteria, too, became a site of unwelcome attention, even within the confines of their dorm. They often encountered visitors who found excuses to drop by, simply to catch a glimpse of them and exchange a few words. In classes, numerous students flocked to be near them, particularly during large lectures, which were almost always at full capacity. The bewildered instructors wondered when their courses had grown so popular. Overall, Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing relished the attention that came with their newfound fame. Why was Senior Bai in such a rush to summon them? It seemed she had discovered another promising talent and wanted them to make an appearance to lend credibility. Surely, as stars, they should not be bothered by such trivialities. In Bai's eyes, they were merely ordinary staff, tools for generating profit. Curious to know who this new talent might be, they speculated that if the boss were to write songs for them, another sensation could emerge. Initially, Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing directly referred to Jiang Lingyun by name. But soon, like Bai Hui, they began to address him as the boss. It was evident that the boss would not allocate all resources to them, as Bai had mentioned. He typically nurtured several talents, distributing resources based on compliance to foster internal competition and mitigate risk. What risk? For instance, if they were to switch agencies. If they did, they would lose the rights to perform their songs, even relinquishing the name Bund Girls. Was it truly that exploitative? According to Bai, ownership belonged to a company registered by the boss, who authorized Feiyun Entertainment, which in turn granted them rights. Thus, the boss was merely a heartless capitalist, relentlessly exploiting these unfortunate little stars. As they conversed and critiqued Jiang Lingyun, they frequently encountered acquaintances who greeted them, compelling them to smile in return. After a brief walk, they finally arrived at their company. After exchanging pleasantries with the receptionist, they proceeded to Bai Hui's office. "Here come the two major stars," Bai remarked, her head down as she organized contracts. "Senior Bai, is the new recruit male or female? Will the boss write songs for her?" Ouyang Jing's foremost concern was this, as she worried about potential competition for attention. "She is female, more beautiful than you both, taller, fairer, and possesses a superior voice. You'll see when she arrives." After a brief pause, Bai Hui continued, "This individual has been unearthed by the boss, but he has instructed us not to disclose that this company is under his ownership. Hence, please keep your lips sealed and refrain from speaking indiscreetly." What is her relationship with the boss?" Li Chuqing inquired, astonished. "I am not certain for now. In any case, she is connected to the boss, which means you can no longer expect his exclusive favor," Bai Hui replied. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing exchanged glances, wondering if their honeymoon period had come to an abrupt end. Bai Hui had previously hinted to her two junior sisters to cultivate a better rapport with Jiang Lingyun. In this industry, having someone to champion you can propel you to stardom, while the absence of such support can lead to a swift descent into obscurity. Regrettably, the two young women misinterpreted her words, taking them at face value. In truth, Bai Hui intended for them to forge a relationship beyond mere friendship with Jiang Lingyun, thereby solidifying their standing within the company. However, she could not be too explicit in her advice. Now, with the arrival of Su Yin, and surely more to follow, Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing would find it increasingly difficult to reclaim their privileged status. After a while, Su Yin and Zhang Sujia knocked and entered the room. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were taken aback by Su Yan's beauty. Though they were confident in their own appearances, there remained a palpable disparity among the beauties. As Zhang Sujia entered, all eyes momentarily fixated on her figure, then quickly shifted back to themselves. They mused on the evident differences among women. Bai Hui rose to greet Su Yin, inviting her and Zhang Sujia to take a seat on the sofa. The assistant entered with tea, and Bai Hui began an engaging conversation with Su Yin. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing also joined in, gradually easing the wariness of Su Yin and Zhang Sujia. Bai Hui elaborated on Su Yan's career trajectory, painting a promising picture for her future. Unlike Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing, who still had classes to attend, Su Yan's prospects appeared brighter. Of course, this hinged on her ability to achieve fame. Nevertheless, Bai Hui was unperturbed by the challenges that lay ahead. Confident in Jiang Lingyun's creative prowess, after crafting 3 chart-topping songs, composing another would pose no great difficulty. However, the contract Bai Hui offered Su Yin was not as generous as the ones extended to Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing. The profit sharing for the first year was set at 20/80, transitioning to 30/70 after 1 year, and eventually to 40/60 after 3 years, with subsequent divisions to be renegotiated. The initial contract term Bai Hui proposed was 25 years, which startled Su Yin, prompting her to cautiously inquire if a shorter duration might be possible. Bai Hui informed her that the minimum would be 20 years. After a quiet exchange between Su Yin and Zhang Sujia, they deemed it acceptable and consented. Bai Hui had encountered countless ingrates in her career. Often, those who started with nothing, lacking fame and resources, would express profound gratitude upon signing. Yet, after achieving success through the company's substantial investment, they would turn against it, claiming exploitation, arguing that they earned substantial profits while receiving only a meager share. Some even resorted to legal action against the company, tarnishing its reputation. Bai Hui supported Jiang Lingyun's decision to cultivate Su Yin as a star, believing that one should not place all their eggs in a single basket. Diversifying investments was essential to mitigate risk. Bai Hui advised Su Yin to attend to her personal matters first and to formally commence her duties 3 days later, while also imparting a plethora of precautions. For instance, she must refrain from romantic entanglements, avoid scandals, exercise discretion in public discourse, and shun establishments such as bars and KTV. Negative press must be reported to the company immediately, which would assist in mitigating any fallout. Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were disheartened despite their equal profit-sharing arrangement with the company, as they discerned that Su Yin possessed a markedly superior overall quality. Should Jiang Lingyun also assist her in songwriting, it was undoubtedly a matter of time before Su Yin surpassed them. The rapidity with which the boss shifted affections was astounding. How swiftly he found a new muse, leaving us, the veterans, in uncertainty. Chapter 72. Inebriation. Jiang Lingyun received a text message from Zhang Sujia, informing him that Su Yin had signed a contract, and they planned to celebrate in the evening, inviting him to join them for dinner. Zhang Sujia cautiously navigated her relationship with Jiang Lingyun. He had requested that she refrain from calling him during class hours, and instead communicate via text. As a result, Jiang Sujia only sent him messages, hesitant to disturb him with phone calls. Her affection for him felt rather humble. After their first outing together, she anxiously visited the hospital for a checkup, fearing she might have contracted an STD and inadvertently transmit it to Jiang Lingyun. Fortunately, despite having had a few boyfriends, she had always been diligent about precautions. Aside from one boyfriend who was rather unsteady in character, the others were not promiscuous, and she remained in good health. Jiang Lingyun replied to her message, affirming his attendance for the evening. Following his afternoon classes, he made his way to Jiang Sujia's home, where the two girls eagerly awaited his arrival, their excitement palpable. "Don't you have to work?" Jiang Lingyun inquired, slightly puzzled. "I swapped shifts with a colleague. Such a joyous occasion for Ian certainly warrants my presence for the celebration," she replied. Turning to Su Yan, Jiang Lingyun offered his congratulations. "Congratulations on achieving your wish." Su Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she expressed her gratitude, attributing her good fortune to his kind words. Jiang Sujia had prepared a hot pot dinner, with everything set and only Jiang Lingyun's arrival pending. She also stocked up on beverages, offering a choice between beer and baijiu. "Lingyun, would you prefer baijiu or beer?" Jiang Lingyun's capacity for alcohol was less than commendable. He would easily succumb to drunkenness after just a few bottles of beer, and a mere couple of ounces of baijiu would suffice to intoxicate him. "Perhaps just some beer. My tolerance is quite limited. A little will do," he admitted, knowing his own limits and wishing to avoid any embarrassing displays. As the three of them dined together, it was evident that Jiang Sujia and Su Yan were in high spirits, engaged in lively conversation while consuming their drinks. Jiang Lingyun observed them with trepidation. These two women possessed remarkable stamina for alcohol. Should they choose to challenge him in drinking, he would surely be at a disadvantage. However, having declared his low tolerance from the outset, the two girls refrained from targeting him, focusing instead on their own revelry. Jiang Lingyun held great admiration for those with a high tolerance for alcohol, like his dorm mate Li Song, who could consume vast quantities without showing any signs of intoxication. There was a time when Jiang Lingyun's dormitory hosted a drinking game with another dorm. Li Song managed to outdrink two opponents without losing his composure, leaving them no choice but to concede. Li Song remarked that if one more person joined, he would surely be defeated, emphasizing that drinking not only required capacity, but also an element of bluster to triumph without conflict. Jiang Sujia and Su Yan drank baijiu, downing 2 ounces in a single gulp. Their reactions, however, differed significantly. Jiang Sujia remained composed, while Su Yan's cheeks glowed with warmth, enhancing her allure. By the time they neared the end of their meal, the two had polished off 3 bottles of baijiu, showing no signs of inebriation. 2 individuals desired to open another bottle, but Jiang Lingyun hastily intervened, cautioning that further indulgence would surely lead to intoxication. Although they were at home and drunkenness posed no significant concern, such excess was unnecessary. "It's about time to stop. Drunkenness loses its charm," Jiang Lingyun advised. The atmosphere was celebratory, and there was an inclination to revel in the moment, yet Su Yan, typically gentle and demure, was uncharacteristically boisterous. "Lingyun, it's fine. We're at home. Should we become intoxicated, we can simply sleep it off, and all will be well," Jiang Sujia chimed in, already feeling the effects of the alcohol. Seeing that her friends were unyielding, Jiang Lingyun refrained from further admonishment, recognizing the futility of reasoning with those inebriated, for they were often impervious to logic and could easily spiral into drunken antics. "Let it be. We're at home. After all, nothing untoward will occur." The two girls consumed the last of the bottle, and as they grew tipsy, their inhibitions faded. "Ian, I envy you. You finally reached the end of your struggles. Unlike me, who seems destined to remain in this state forever. You have Lingyun, and I envy that as well. Would you like him? If so, I shall gladly relinquish him to you." Jiang Sujia laughed heartily, only to be overcome by tears moments later. She collapsed into Jiang Lingyun's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Leaving Su Yan bewildered, her face flushed, at a loss as to how she had inadvertently caused Jiang Sujia's tears. "What's the matter? Why are you crying?" Jiang Lingyun gently consoled her, acknowledging that intoxicated individuals often oscillated between laughter and tears. "Lingyun, please don't leave me," she implored. "I promise I won't leave you," he replied. "But I know that one day you will, and you must be clear with me about it. Otherwise, I shall wait for you indefinitely." Jiang Lingyun was taken aback. He and Jiang Sujia had not yet reached such a level of devotion. To be candid, his interest was purely physical. In the realm of adulthood, mutual gratification was the norm, making proclamations of everlasting love seem rather inappropriate. Rest assured, I will not abandon you. Regardless of what the future holds, I will pacify her for now. Zhang Sujia, nestled in Jiang Lingyun's arms, soon drifted into slumber. He carefully carried her back to her room. Once he had settled her comfortably, he emerged to find Su Yin asleep at the table, contemplating waking her. He ultimately decided against it, opting instead to carry her to her room. This was his first time in Su Yin's bedroom, which was considerably smaller than Zhang Sujia's. With a neatly made bed measuring just 1.2 meters, he gently laid Su Yin on the bed, tucked her in, and positioned the trash bin beside her. Noticing her flushed cheeks, he prepared some warm water, using her towel to gently wash her face, then dried it after wringing it out. He placed a glass of warm water on her bedside table before repeating the process in Zhang Sujia's room. Fortunately, neither girl exhibited signs of drunken chaos or excessive vomiting, which would have been quite the ordeal. Jiang Lingyun began to tidy up the dishes and, having finished, checked on the two girls. Thankfully, they were both peacefully asleep, with Su Yin having already consumed the water he had left for her. Understanding that those under the influence often felt parched, he filled another glass with warm water and set it on her nightstand. Gazing at Su Yin, who lay asleep on the bed, radiant and enchanting, an ineffable beauty, Jiang Lingyun felt his heart race. He couldn't help but recall that fateful morning when he had caught a glimpse of Su Yin bathing, leaving him parched and feverish. However, he did not take advantage of the situation. He was incapable of such base actions. Instead, he retreated to Zhang Sujia's room, where she was already slumbering. Jiang Lingyun nestled beneath the covers, reminding himself that he already had a girlfriend and need not covet what was not his. Before long, Zhang Sujia began to emit soft moans, filling the room with an atmosphere of burgeoning desire. Chapter 73, Game Development. Jiang Lingyun returned to Xingyun Technology, where Ming Fanxin had already transferred the funds to the company's account. Jiang Lingyun, however, hesitated and managed to transfer 300,000 over as well. In truth, he harbored little confidence in the company's potential for success and felt deeply apprehensive. After all, he was somewhat of an outsider in the gaming industry. Having played a few games in his previous life, he simply wished to enlist others' assistance in determining whether a viable product could be developed. Should the venture flourish, he could earn a substantial profit even if he were to sell the company in the future. As the years passed and capitalism reigned supreme, possessing a brilliant idea would become exponentially more challenging to transform into a thriving business. For instance, if you were to create a game that piqued the interest of a major player like Penguin, who wished to acquire or invest in it, and you believed you could scale it independently, you might dismiss their overtures. Penguin would then suggest, sell it to us or accept our terms, and you might secure a relocation fee. Otherwise, you can forget about making a profit. Should you persist in your ambitions, within a couple of months, Penguin could launch a game strikingly similar to yours, which could undoubtedly be labeled as plagiarism. If you chose to sue, you would soon realize why they were dubbed Nanshan Pizza Hut. Winning a lawsuit against them would be a naive endeavor, for by the time you faced bankruptcy, the legal proceedings might still be pending. Penguin thrives on litigation and, as for plagiarism, once your original concept falters, theirs would be deemed authentic without question. Do you dare to contest? Who fears whom? Penguin's imitative prowess is unparalleled and unyielding. Upon arriving at Xingyun Technology, Jiang Lingyun found the company to be quite presentable, having even hired an attractive receptionist. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? The receptionist inquired politely. I am looking for Ming Fanxin. Is she available? Please hold on. I will call President Ming, she replied. Shortly after, Ming Fanxin emerged. Oh my, isn't this our Chairman Jiang? Gracing us with your presence to inspect operations? Welcome, welcome. Ming Fanxin greeted him with a playful tone. Indeed, Lao Meng, you have done well. It appears the company has taken shape in just a few days, Jiang Lingyun remarked. Ming Fanxin, with a hint of pride, replied, of course. Do you not know who I am? Unlike some individuals who merely delegate responsibilities. She then turned to the receptionist. Ollie, this is our company's owner. Do not impede his access, lest he makes things difficult for you. Ollie nodded with a smile, refraining from further comment. Jiang Lingyun couldn't help but acknowledge the commendable quality of Ming Fanxin as hires. Ming Fanxin proceeded to introduce Jiang Lingyun to the new employees she had recruited during this period: an assistant, an administrator, a receptionist, an accountant, and a programming expert recommended by Masters in Qingwei. Jiang Lingyun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ming Fanxin's assistant. How could she be here? In his previous life, he had known Wang Xingyu, who frequented bars in search of romantic encounters. Among the women he had met, she was undoubtedly the most exceptional. At that time, Wang Xingyu was likely in her mid-30s, serving as the vice president of administration in a foreign enterprise. The two had gone on several dates, but their communication dwindled after Wang Xingyu went abroad on a business trip. Later, Jiang Lingyun returned to her hometown, and they lost all contact. Jiang Lingyun could only glance at her social media posts and occasionally like them. Up until her rebirth, Jiang Lingyun had not married. Jiang Lingyun began conversing with Quang Ming, who had been introduced by Zheng Qingwei. She first inquired about his work experience and the projects he had participated in. Lacking expertise in professional matters, Jiang Lingyun could only assess his capabilities based on his work history. It appeared that Zheng Qingwei had not misled them. Quang Ming's skills were indeed commendable. In his 30s, Quang Ming had worked at Baidu for several years before leaving with Zheng Qingwei to join a gaming company in Shenzhen, where he developed games. He was a genuine technical expert. However, he was introverted and preferred not to engage in conversation, struggling to navigate relationships with colleagues. In his previous company, he worked tirelessly. Yet all the credit went to the project leader, resulting in no promotion or salary increase for him, while his workload only intensified. New hires were earning more than he was, and he continued to toil, effectively carrying the burden of several people's work. Changing jobs was not his own decision. During a gathering, Zheng Qingwei inquired about his situation, and Quang Ming shared his frustrations. Zheng Qingwei was infuriated, having never witnessed such blatant mistreatment of an honest person. When Zheng Qingwei left Baidu, Quang Ming had stood by him out of brotherly loyalty, a gesture Zheng Qingwei deeply appreciated. Otherwise, with his technical prowess, he could have remained at Baidu and achieved financial freedom long ago. Zheng Qingwei's introduction of Quang Ming to Jiang Lingyun was not born of high expectations for their company. Rather, it was meant to provide Quang Ming with a transitional opportunity, allowing him to negotiate a higher salary in future job searches. Jiang Lingyun presented her recent game design document to Quang Ming, who meticulously reviewed it, narrowing his eyes in concentration. Crafting this game proposal had required immense effort from Jiang Lingyun, involving the search for templates and resources, as well as enlisting the help of the gaming expert Chen Bin to refine the content. What do you think of this game, Brother Quang? It should be quite popular. Is there any difficulty in development? Quang Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head, indicating that there were no significant challenges, with a few individuals assisting. The development could likely be completed and tested within a month. Jiang Lingyun turned to Meng Fanxin beside her and said, Brother Quang needs certain technical personnel. You can either recruit or headhunt them. Please expedite the process, as we have already wasted considerable time. Meng Fanxin promptly agreed, recognizing the seriousness of the matter. Brother Quang, feel free to communicate any requirements directly with General Manager Meng. Our focus is solely on game development. Quang Ming readily concurred and conveyed his needs for technical personnel. Meng Fanxin, having studied computer science, was well acquainted with these matters and quickly agreed to assist. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Fanxin added, Brother Quang, many of my classmates are looking for internships. Some of the positions you're looking to fill could be suitable for them. Would you like me to have them come over for you to assess their skills? Certainly, please invite them. Certain positions merely require the ability to code. Jiang Lingyun wholeheartedly agrees, recognizing that interns represent the most economical labor force. As long as the tasks are accomplished effectively, frugality is paramount. Jiang Lingyun took the time to assess the company's circumstances, noting that such a small enterprise had little of significant consequence. In the evening, Jiang Lingyun treated the staff to dinner, painting grand visions of the future of the internet. Only a few young women retained some enthusiasm, willing to believe the lofty promises Jiang Lingyun articulated. Wang Xingyu and Quang Ming remained composed, having long since lost faith in such aspirations, driven solely by the pursuit of a paycheck. Alas, these seasoned professionals are not easily swayed. Chapter 74. Filming the MV. The most profound impression that Su Yin left on Jiang Lingyun was not from that morning when she bared herself before him, but rather the moment she gazed at him through drunken eyes, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. This fleeting glance ignited within him the desire to create a music video for her, not for any ulterior motive, but because it seemed a shame to squander her breathtaking beauty. Su Yin possessed an exquisite oval face, eyes brimming with emotion, luscious cherry lips, and a regal demeanor, embodying a rare combination of purity and charm. In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun dabbled in short videos during his spare time, though ultimately met with failure, leaving no mark whatsoever. Nevertheless, he had garnered some understanding of video production, editing, camera angles, and lighting. With the rise of live streaming a decade later, Su Yin's beauty alone would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers willing to lavish gifts upon her, for she was truly deserving of the phrase "a feast for the eyes." Jiang Lingyun transcribed 2 songs by Jay Chou for Su Yin, knowing that even 2 decades later, Jay Chou would still reign as a titan in the Chinese music scene, and his absence would hardly be felt. He borrowed Qin Yuqin's car to visit the conservatory, seeking assistance from teacher Li Shuchuan for composing music and securing filming equipment. Anxiously, Su Yin awaited the arrival of the company's president. When she laid eyes on Jiang Lingyun, her momentary surprise swiftly morphed into delight as she exclaimed, "Lingyun, I knew this company must be yours. You concealed it from us so well." "This company is merely a shell," Jiang Lingyun replied. "I feared that knowing it was mine might cloud your judgment." "Did Sister Bai brief you on the arrangements for the next few days?" "Yes," Su Yin responded with a smile. "Sister Bai informed me that you would be taking me to film the MV, and the new song wouldn't be released until after the new year. Our company is quite impoverished. The car and filming equipment are borrowed. As for me, I'm merely an amateur photographer. How disappointing is that?" Jiang Lingyun jested. "Not at all. I hope. Weren't the 3 songs from the Bun Girl project yours? As long as you can create 2 or 3 songs of that caliber, I am certain I will achieve fame, and then I can help you earn money." "All right, I look forward to you making enough to support me," he replied with a grin. Jiang Lingyun returned with several outfits suitable for Su Yin. "Has Sister Bai helped you find an assistant?" he inquired. "Yes." Su Yin called out to the adjacent room. "Awan, could you come here for a moment?" A girl responded and hurried over. Jiang Lingyun noted she was under 20. Of average looks, slightly plump, with a cheerful demeanor that radiated joy. "Su Yin, did you need something?" the girl asked. "This is our company's president. You should meet him." "Lingyun, this is Jiang Xiaowan, who just joined our company." Jiang Xiaowan, perceptive and eager, greeted, "Hello, President. Is there anything you need me to do?" "Once Su Yin changes into another outfit and applies light makeup, we shall head out. You will accompany us, and your primary responsibility will be to take care of Su Yin." "I understand. Sister Bai has informed me," she replied eagerly. Su Yin went to change her clothes, and once she was ready, Jiang Lingyun drove her and Jiang Xiaojun out. He brought them to the seaside. Although it was December and the weather was pleasant with sunshine, it still felt a bit chilly. Jiang Lingyun had prepared a dress for Su Yin and explained the key points of the shoot. "You will walk on the beach in this dress. There's no need for you to do anything special. Just keep your expression natural without any forced poses. Follow my instructions and bear with the cold for a bit. Ajuan, hold on to the down jacket beside you. If Su Yin gets cold, you can drape it over her." Originally, Su Yin was an ethereal beauty. But after singing in bars for over half a year, Jiang Lingyun was concerned that she might acquire an air of worldly experience. Thus, he aimed to establish her persona first, ensuring she could navigate the entertainment industry more successfully. The so-called worldly aura often clings to women who frequent bars and nightclubs. For instance, a seemingly innocent girl, if silent, could appear angelic. Yet, upon speaking, such phrases as "boss," "I'm in," or "handsome," "care to share a drink," would instantly shatter the illusion. Unlike Ouyang Jing, who debuted as a university student with a vibrant and innocent image, Su Yin's entry into the industry required Jiang Lingyun to craft her persona carefully. He wanted people to associate her name with her pure and transcendent beauty. As her fame grew, her past as a bar singer would inevitably resurface, and the greater her fame, the more damaging it could be. Thus, he aimed to establish her image now and later find a suitable opportunity to reveal her bar singing history, allowing her to control the narrative and mitigate any potential backlash. The shoot itself was straightforward, primarily focusing on Su Yin as she expressed various emotions and performed different poses, pouting, frowning, sticking out her tongue, and wrinkling her nose. Jiang Lingyun's approach was simple yet effective, capturing Su Yin's beauty from every angle, 360 degrees, without a blind spot. The beach, sea breeze, waves, and blue skies served as mere backdrops, as Su Yin's beauty could easily elevate such a music video. To find the best angles and evoke the most enchanting feelings, Su Yin spent several hours on the beach, shivering from the cold. Internally, she cursed this capitalist boss for being so callous and lacking in compassion. Initially, she thought he might have other intentions, but today made it clear he simply aimed to exploit her. It wasn't until dusk, as the sun set, that Jiang Lingyun finally captured the shots he deemed satisfactory. In the following days, Jiang Lingyun took Su Yin to various locations for shooting. But they did not return to the beach. Instead, they explored quaint alleys and old buildings from the Republican era. He also took her to several universities in Xinjiang, solely to find pleasing backdrops. These universities preserved many structures from the Republican period, with ancient trees over 100 years old, providing the perfect material for their shoot. To gain access, Jiang Lingyun bribed the security guards at the entrance with several packs of cigarettes, ensuring the filming proceeded smoothly. In recent days, Su Yin has been thoroughly exasperated by Jiang Lingyun, having changed into numerous outfits for the shoot. Many expressions and gestures were repeated ad nauseum. Even the usually mild-tempered Su Yin found it hard to contain her irritation. Oblivious Jiang Lingyun provocatively teased her, capturing the image of her stamping her foot in frustration. A beauty is still a beauty, and even in anger, she remains strikingly exquisite. Boss Jiang, shall we continue shooting tomorrow? Su Yin languidly reclined in the back seat, wholly unconcerned about her appearance. Jiang Shaoan was in a similar state. The two had accompanied Jiang Lingyun on his whirlwind of activities, ostensibly for the purpose of capturing material for a music video. They were both thoroughly exhausted. No need. We've gathered sufficient footage, though we still require one more shot, which can only be taken on a rainy day. We can reshoot in a few days when the rain arrives. Su Yin felt a twinge of annoyance, having never encountered such relentless demands before. Yet, considering he was her boss, she decided to let it slide. How unfortunate I am to have encountered such a merciless employer. Chapter 75. Filming the MV. Jiang Lingyun dedicated dozens of hours to capturing footage for Su Yin, subsequently immersing himself in the editing process within his office at Fei Yin Entertainment. Fortune favored him, as a rain shower graced the area shortly thereafter. In a flurry of urgency, Jiang Lingyun whisked Su Yin back to an old CAF where they had previously filmed, capturing the desired shots. He spent over an hour filming, and had the rain not ceased, he might have continued even longer. Su Yin was at her wit's end. Repeating a single shot ad nauseum seemed rather pointless. Fortunately, the CAF was relatively quiet that afternoon. Upon entering, Jiang Lingyun promptly declared that they would leave with 6 cups of coffee once filming concluded, lest they be evicted by the CAF staff. After several days of diligent work, he finally completed the editing of the 5-minute music video. Upon reviewing it multiple times, he deemed it flawless. If the ardent fans and aging admirers of Su Yin did not become enamored with her, he would change his surname. After all, the video was a meticulous assemblage of hours of footage. Yet, he refrained from releasing the MV, although the song had been recorded. Jiang Lingyun felt it still lacked the desired essence. He undertook numerous re-recordings, but the elusive feeling remained unattainable. This relentless pursuit of perfection had left Su Yin on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were enviously lamenting their fate. Jiang Lingyun had once provided them with 3 songs and subsequently neglected them, never investing the same level of care he bestowed upon Su Yin. This disparity stemmed from Jiang Lingyun's differing expectations. For Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing, he merely wished to help them realize their dreams of becoming singers, having signed them to an 8-year contract, 3 of which they were to spend studying. Once the contract expired, they were free to pursue any path they desired. And Jiang Lingyun would not utter a word of objection. In contrast, Su Yin possessed the potential to become a leading star, and given her challenging background, Jiang Lingyun would undoubtedly impose strict standards upon her. Only through rigorous demands could he hope to compensate for her past hardships, ensuring a smoother journey ahead. During this period, Jiang Lingyun remained preoccupied with Su Yin's affairs at Fei Yin Entertainment, his days filled with haste. Finally, he had the opportunity to return home early. He took Qin Bin's car for a wash and filled the tank. Upon returning, he returned the keys to Qin Bin. "Boss, thank you. I cleaned your car and filled it with gas. It's parked in the usual spot." He tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Qin Bin. In an instant, a rotund figure darted past him with remarkable speed, snatching a pack of cigarettes and fleeing. Zhang Jinghui stood at the dormitory entrance, a designated safe zone for a quick escape. "Qin, everyone gets a share. Fatty, what are you doing? If you want cigarettes, I've got plenty here. What else with the theft from Qin? Come over. I'll give you some." "Old Jiang, are you deceiving me? Why would I lie to you? Hurry over." Zhang Jinghui stepped out of his safe zone and ventured inside. Jiang Lingyun exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Bin, and together they pounced, dragging him onto the bed. "Stubborn fool, you're in for it this time. Ah, old Jiang, you can't betray your word. Help? Murder?" Zhang Jinghui found himself pinned down on the bed. Not only having his freshly acquired cigarette snatched away, but also losing his own cigarettes and lighter. Bandits, a nest of bandits, even robbing a lighter. Where is the law? Where is the justice? Zhang Jinghui cursed under his breath. Jiang Lingyun distributed Zhang Jinghui's cigarettes among everyone and lit one for herself. There was an undeniable difference in the enjoyment derived from cigarettes obtained through force. Jiang Lingyun did not have a strong craving for cigarettes, but she occasionally indulged in the habit for the sake of socializing. After all, to outright declare one's abstinence from smoking would stifle any potential conversation. Zhang Jinghui reached out to Jiang Lingyun, requesting a pack of cigarettes, and without waiting for her consent, rummaged through her backpack to extract 2 packs of huazi, pocketing them without shame. In the entire dormitory, only Zhang Jinghui was afforded such privileges. He could freely utilize Jiang Lingyun's belongings. Brother Zhuangji, I heard that Ouyang and her friend will be performing at the New Year's Eve gala. Do you know anything about it? He inquired. Jiang Lingyun could only respond with a nonchalant laugh. It was not the school's prestige at play, but rather Jiang Lingyun's presence that secured such recognition. It was evident that Kai University could not compare to Fudan or Shanghai Jiaotong University. Multiple universities had extended invitations to them for the New Year's Eve gala, and Bai Hui had chosen Kai University merely to curry favor with her boss. The galas at these universities were organized by the Student Union and the university's Youth League Committee, with limited funding for activities. They could not afford to pay the rising stars from the Bund to perform. Their appearances were merely acts of goodwill. The circumstances were similar across several universities, and Bai Hui naturally preferred Kai University, where her boss was located, hoping to impress him in the hopes of inspiring him to compose more songs. Bai Hui grew anxious for her 2 younger mates, observing Jiang Lingyun's attentive demeanor towards Su Yan while neglecting her own Prot GS. If those 2 girls did not make an effort, and Jiang Lingyun found another talented individual, they would inevitably be sidelined. How are Bai Shuejia and Fang Jianzhong faring? Jiang Lingyun had been preoccupied with Su Yan's matters, paying little attention to Zhang Jinghui's romantic entanglements. They often spent time together, yet had not formally begun dating. Fang Jianzhong was not particularly impressive. It puzzled her why Yu Yin seemed so close to him. It's because he has a wealthy father, she thought, though she refrained from voicing that opinion. Zhang Jinghui's parents were not particularly well off, but his uncle and aunt were quite successful, and in terms of political connections, they could rival Fang Jianzhong. However, such metrics were not always applicable. Bai Yuyan had never felt any attraction towards Zhang Jinghui and had repeatedly expressed her desire to remain just friends, yet he was unwilling to concede. A turtle gazes at a green bean. Perhaps they are simply infatuated, he mused. Fatty, don't hang yourself on a single tree. Isn't Ouyang your ideal? Get lost. Am I the type to be fickle? Zhang Jinghui declared with righteous indignation. Jiang Lingyun held a profound disdain for those who, despite their outward appearances of propriety, harbored inner contradictions. In a previous life, this individual only relinquished his affections after Bai Yuyan's marriage. Upon the return of Ouyang Jing from her wanderings, he approached her once more, yet Ouyang Jing resolutely declared that she would never harbor any feelings for him. It was only then that he resolved to abandon his pursuits, refraining from incessantly fawning over her. Did he truly believe that others could not perceive his ulterior motives? How unfortunate. Ouyang has frequently spoken of you during this time, reminiscing about the good qualities you possess after enduring so much together. Alas, however, since your interest in her has waned, I shall inform her next time to let go of you sooner. Lingyun, how can you utter such words so carelessly? If anyone should speak, it ought to be me. My affairs with Ouyang do not require your interference. Our bond is profound, and as an outsider, what business do you have meddling in our matters? Zhang Jinghui declared with an air of moral superiority. Chapter 76. New Year's Eve Gala. As the final day of 2004 arrived, the New Year's Eve Gala at the Finance University commenced with great splendor. This year, the event was particularly lavish due to the presence of the renowned Bund girls, prompting the school to allocate additional funds for an even grander celebration. Jiang Lingyun had little interest in such festivities. However, as the employer of performers at the event, it would be remiss of him not to pay a visit to his dedicated staff. Accompanied by Zhang Jinghui, he made his way to the grand auditorium, while Yu Wanqiu, Su Wenjing, and their dormitory companions attended together, leaving Jiang Lingyun to refrain from mingling among the group of young women. The two had arranged to celebrate the new year together after the gala. Before the show commenced, Jiang Lingyun and his companions sought to visit the backstage area to see Ouyang Jing and the others. However, they were promptly intercepted by members of the student council at the entrance. We know the Bund girls. Is it not permissible for us to meet them? Jiang argued. The The student council members, seasoned in their duties, had encountered numerous such ploys, with dozens claiming to be friends, classmates, or relatives of the Bund girls attempting to gain access that evening. There was no way they would be easily deceived. Entry is prohibited for non-performers, the student council member stated, clearly exasperated. We truly know Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing, Zhang Jinghui insisted, growing increasingly frustrated. Ah, impressive. You even know the real names of the Bund girls, the student council member retorted sarcastically. Zhang Jinghui's temper flared, and he felt the urge to lash out. Calm down, Jiang Lingyun said, patting his friend on the shoulder to prevent him from acting impulsively. He took out his phone, preparing to call Bai Hui. Let them in. Before Jiang Lingyun could make the call, voices emerged from within. He looked up to see Qin Sinan and Bai Yuyan, the former speaking, both dressed in elegant evening gowns. Presumably there to host the program. Upon seeing Bai Yuyan, Zhang Jinghui immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Ah, Yin, are you here to host again? Bai Yuyan nodded but offered no further response. Jiang Lingyun greeted her courteously. Hello, Senior Bai. She smiled back at him without speaking. The student council member appeared distressed, explaining that they were not permitted to enter. Has my word lost its weight? Qin Sinan replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. The student council member, feeling awkward, stammered, No, please, you may enter. Jiang Lingyun and his companion proceeded inside. Even if you enter, there is no guarantee you will meet the Bund girls. They do not welcome just anyone, Qin Sinan remarked with warmth. No need. I genuinely know Ouyang Jing and the others, Zhang Jinghui replied, a touch of pride in his tone. The four of them made their way to the Bund girls' dressing room, although no compensation was involved. Arranging for a private dressing area for them was feasible. Outside the dressing room, a considerable crowd had gathered, comprising both men and women, all fans of the Bund girls. Jiang Xiaojun and another girl stood guard at the entrance, refusing to allow anyone inside regardless of their pleas. See, these individuals are merely leveraging connections to gain entry. Even if they get in, they want to meet anyone, Qin Sinan said with a hint of schadenfreude. Jiang Lingyun smiled quietly, following Zhang Jinghui as he squeezed inside. Demonstrating the value of his bulk, Zhang Jinghui, quite robust, quickly made his way in. Jiang Xiaowan and her companion remained indifferent upon seeing him, as Zhang Jinghui intended to ask them to inform Ouyang Jing of his arrival. Jiang Lingyun emerged from behind Zhang Jinghui, and upon seeing him, Jiang Xiaojuan's face lit up with surprise, nearly letting slip the word boss. Jiang Lingyun raised a finger to his lips, signaling them to be silent, and the two girls refrained from calling out. Entering the dressing room alongside Zhang Jinghui, the onlookers outside were left bewildered. Who were these two? Why were they allowed entry while others were not? Such blatant double standards. Qin Sinan and Bai Yuyan shared the same look of confusion. Once Jiang Lingyun entered, a wave of cheers erupted from within. However, when Zhang Jinghui followed, a voice of rebuke echoed. You fatso, what are you doing here? Zhang Jinghui was taken aback. Hadn't she claimed to often think of him? Hadn't she said she remembered him fondly? Why the disdainful demeanor? Was Jiang Lingyun deceiving him? As Jiang Lingyun stepped into the dressing room, Ouyang Jing embraced him, and he reveled in the softness against his chest. Quite satisfactory indeed. Just as he released Ouyang Jing, Li Chuqing hesitated before also embracing him. However, this was insufficient. She needed to consume more papaya. Yet, her height of 1.7 meters and long legs somewhat compensated for the shortfall. After Li Chuqing, Bai Hui also embraced Jiang Lingyun, and he found this quite agreeable. Unbeknownst to him, she possessed significant allure. However, compared to Zhang Sujia, it paled in comparison. Zhang Sujia puffed out her chest, declaring, in comparison to me, you all are mere trifles. Jiang Lingyun's mind was filled with these conflicting thoughts. Zhang Jinghui desired an embrace too, but Ouyang Jing disdainfully stepped away. Li Chuqing and Bai Hui didn't even spare him a glance. The hefty fellow felt 1,000 cuts of emotional injury. Jiang Lingyun engaged them in conversation, offering words of encouragement. It is a fundamental skill for a boss to inspire their employees with grand visions. Otherwise, who would toil for you? Upon hearing Jiang Lingyun mention that after the new year, the company would provide them with cars if profits soared, Ouyang Jing and Li Chuqing were not particularly thrilled. This unscrupulous capitalist could have dreamt bigger. What sort of car? A Jetta or a Santana? Did he think they were mere children? Boss, when will you write songs for us? Ouyang Jing asked, her expression one of innocent longing. Write songs? Those 3 songs will suffice to catapult you to fame for several years. No need for new releases just yet. You should focus on your studies first, Jiang Lingyun replied. Sister Su Yin still has a song that hasn't been released. Could you give us that one? Ouyang Jing inquired cautiously. Jiang Lingyun remained silent, feeling somewhat displeased that they would make such a request. The two songs he had for Su Yin were both composed by Jay Cho, one titled Secret That Cannot Be Told, accompanied by a stunning music video, set for release on New Year's Day, designed to make Su Yin an overnight internet sensation. After 2 or 3 months, once the initial buzz subsided, he would release another song titled Blue and White Porcelain, which would solidify Su Yan's standing in the music industry. Both songs have been perfectly arranged, and Ouyang Jing is well aware of their value. Jiang Lingyun has always treated Ouyang Jing and her companions kindly, as they share a bond from their past lives, akin to that of friends, imbued with a sense of affectionate connection. However, this does not imply that he will indulge them without limits. What I bestow upon you is rightfully yours. What I withhold, you cannot claim. Upon noticing Jiang Lingyun's somber expression, Bai Hui understood that he was angered, and she inwardly blamed Ouyang Jing for her recklessness. If you had a more intimate relationship with the boss, whispering sweet nothings, acquiring this song would be a simple matter. Yet, to bring up such a request out of the blue is rather audacious. It would be surprising if the boss agreed. Nevertheless, since Ouyang Jing is her junior, she felt compelled to speak up on her behalf. Ouyang, Bai Hui asserted, the boss has stated that what is written for Su Yin belongs to her. When did it become your place to meddle? Ouyang Jing felt somewhat aggrieved and turned to Bai Hui for support. Bai Hui shot her a glare, prompting her to quickly add, I was merely joking, boss. Please do not take it to heart. Jiang Lingyun offered a faint smile, shifting the conversation to other matters and allowing the incident to fade away. Chapter 77. New Year's Eve Party 2. After Jiang Lingyun emerged, her anger dissipated. Ouyang Jing was still engrossed in her studies, untouched by the harsh realities of society, which allowed her to speak without restraint. Jiang Lingyun held no great expectations for them. Her sole desire was to assist them in attaining fame. Now that they had achieved recognition, her responsibility was fulfilled, and the bond from her past life was settled. Their future development was beyond her control. As the two stepped out, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of admirers. Could you have the Bun girls take a photo with me? I am their fan. Could they provide me with an autographed picture? How did you come to know them? Which academy are you from? Let us get acquainted. Jiang Lingyun and her companion exerted considerable effort to break through the crowd. Upon emerging, Zhang Zhengwei sought out Bai Yuyan, while Jiang Lingyun prepared to leave, only to unexpectedly encounter Xu Shiqin and Qin Bing. Xu Shiqin was elated to see Jiang Lingyun. Lingyun, are you here to watch us? Jiang Lingyun, maintaining her composure, fabricated a response. Indeed. I heard you had a performance, so I came to see. Why aren't you singing anymore? Your last duet with Wanqiu was beautiful. No matter how I sing, it cannot compare to your professionalism. Are you feeling nervous? Now that you are here, I want to be nervous, Xu Shiqin replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Lingyun feigned ignorance to her implication. Well then, you both perform well. I shall take my leave. Xu Shiqin stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Jiang Lingyun, and he felt a soft warmth that stirred his senses. Both girls donned evening gowns without undergarments, intensifying the sensation. This tactic was familiar. In a previous life, when she had upset Jiang Lingyun, she would cling to his arm and nuzzle against him, and now she resorted to the same approach. Please don't go. Chat with us for a while, or I'll get nervous. Jiang Lingyun, left with no choice, engaged in conversation before subtly extricating his arm. It was only when someone called for Xu Shiqin and the others to get ready that Jiang Lingyun managed to escape. If you dare to pull such stunts again, I shall have no qualms about dealing with you. Do you truly believe I wouldn't? Upon stepping outside, Jiang Lingyun stretched, only to be met by a cold voice. Aren't you tired of being surrounded by admirers and running off to bars for encounters? Sinan, don't speak carelessly, or I shall accuse you of defamation. The two had seen little of each other since their last encounter at the bar. Chen Sinan had frequented various bars in hopes of seeing Jiang Lingyun again, but to no avail. She was somewhat irritated with him, not because of infatuation, but due to his disregard for her. Chen Sinan attracted many suitors, yet Jiang Haixing's constant presence deterred most. Frustrated, she found Jiang Haixing's clinginess akin to a stubborn gum, and she felt powerless to address it. After all, their families were acquainted, and he hadn't overstepped any boundaries. Thus, she endured the situation. Jiang Lingyun is a young man who piques her interest. Otherwise, she would not have shared so many heartfelt confessions during their encounter at the bar. She assumed Jiang Lingyun would certainly seek her out afterward. leading to a flirtatious exchange that might unravel into a captivating story. To her astonishment, he completely disregarded her. Did he not fear that she might reveal his bar-hopping escapades to the public? Yet, upon reflection, given his lackluster reputation, he has long been the subject of disdain among his male peers. An additional allegation of frequenting bars would hardly matter. After all, a multitude of accusations tends to diminish their impact. Moreover, others might not readily believe the claims, as skepticism often breeds suspicion of slander. Now he denies seeking romantic encounters at the bar? Without evidence, one ought to refrain from making baseless assertions. When did I ever go? Do you have proof? Qin Yuqin felt utterly defeated by his shamelessness. But enough of that, how did you come to know the girl from the bond? Ouyang Jing is merely a high school classmate of the overweight boy. It is quite normal for me to know her. Isn't it? I never claimed otherwise. Why do you seem so defensive? Which of your eyes perceived my defensiveness? And don't think I didn't notice you cozying up to Shushu am I? I truly cannot fathom why Wanqiu is attracted to a scoundrel like you. Now that is a personal attack. I have never treated a girl poorly. To label me a scoundrel is rather excessive. What scoundrel would ever admit to being one? Your actions are plain for all to see. The eyes of the public are exceedingly discerning. Spare us your attempts at justification. Jiang Lingyun was left speechless. I have not wronged you. Does this conversation hold any merit? I'm leaving, no more to say. Humph. Feeling guilty, are we? I can't be bothered to engage with you further. Qin Yuqin, frustrated, stamped her foot as Jiang Lingyun's figure receded into the distance, letting out a huff before retreating backstage. Jiang Lingyun had initially intended to join Yi Wanqiu for the show but reconsidered, finding it lacking in allure. Reflecting on his solitude, he wandered aimlessly through the expansive campus. He could not fathom why fortune and romance seemed to favor him so abundantly. In his past life, he had nothing, yet now, endowed with financial capability, he likely attracts even more girls like moths to a flame. However, dating is one matter, and marriage is another entirely. Presently, Jiang Lingyun can captivate many young women. Yet the prospect of marriage would likely drive them away. Such is the curse of a troubled upbringing. He walked alone, reminiscing about the events of his past and present. Lingyun? Suddenly, he heard someone call his name and was startled. Upon focusing, he realized it was Tao Shuyu. Class monitor, what brings you here? As he approached, he noticed her hair was somewhat disheveled, her eyes puffy, and she was carrying a bag that, judging by its shape and weight, likely contained canned beer. Have you had a quarrel with Li Song? They have been bickering and reconciling over the past few months, and Jiang Lingyun was at a loss for words. We've officially broken up. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Lingyun replied, I'm not here to defend Xiao Lu, but I can assure you that nothing untoward ever transpired between him and Qin Bing. He can at most be considered to have strayed mentally. Why must it escalate to the point of a breakup? I would prefer if he had been unfaithful physically rather than emotionally. Are you returning to the dormitory now? I seek a secluded place to drown my sorrows in alcohol. Given the frigid weather, it is better to return to the dormitory. I do not wish for them to witness me in this state. Jiang Lingyun understands that Tao Shuyu is strong-willed and does not want others to see her in a position of failure. In truth, heartbreak is not so dire. A night of intoxication followed by sleep can erase much of the pain by morning. However, with the weather being so cold, Jiang Lingyun cannot help but worry about Tao Shuyu getting drunk outside. Although she knows her friend has a good tolerance for alcohol, she fears for her well-being in the chill. How about we go to the clothing exchange? It is warmer there, and it would be all right to indulge. After a moment of contemplation, Tao Shuyu nodded and followed Jiang Lingyun. She still trusts Jiang Lingyun wholeheartedly. Chapter 78. Entertaining guests. As Jiang Lingyun passed by a convenience store, he purchased an assortment of snacks, including peanuts and potato chips, believing that a light repast would temper the effects of alcohol. The two proceeded to Jiang Lingyun's modest office, where he activated the heater, quickly warming the space. Tao Shuyu opened a can of beer and downed it in one go. Slow down, there's no need to rush, Jiang Lingyun cautioned, as he opened the bags of peanuts and chips, cracking open his own can of beer for a small sip, followed by a handful of peanuts. Who drinks with such decorum as you? A man ought to drink with boldness. When you visit us, it won't take 3 minutes before you're knocked out. Tao Shuyu teased. Drinking to the point of slight inebriation is best. Being completely drunk is rather uninteresting, Jiang Lingyun remarked, noting that Tao Shuyu had already consumed 4 or 5 cans while he had barely made a dent in his own. Did you know? She continued, her voice animated. The first time I saw Li Song was during a basketball game. I was utterly captivated, handsome, robust, exuding an aura of youthful vigor. That night, When our dormitory gathered for a celebration, we bumped into your group. He is remarkably skilled at drinking. In our circle, only men who can hold their liquor are considered real men. After that, I intentionally sought him out, engaging him in conversation and dropping hints, which led to his confession of feelings for me. Tao Shiyu rambled on about her relationship with Li Song, sharing both known and secret anecdotes. She continued to drink, swiftly finishing the 12 cans she had brought. Jiang Lingyun still had half of his beer remaining when Tao Shiyu snatched it away and gulped it down. Must you be so reckless? If you're not satisfied, let us go buy more, she suggested, her intoxication becoming apparent. Let us not. Once you finish these, that should suffice, Jiang Lingyun insisted, unwilling to see Tao Shiyu become completely inebriated. With her cheeks flushed and her gaze hazy, she declared, I'm not drunk. I could handle another 2 gin of white liquor without issue. All right, I acknowledge your prowess, but let us call it a night here. Shall I escort you back to the dormitory? I want to go back. I don't want them to see me like this. Very well. Would you prefer to rest here or venture outside to secure a room for the night? Jiang Lingyun offered, noting the sofa in his office where he occasionally napped. Jiang Lingyun, you're quite the rogue, suggesting we go to a hotel together, she jested. In that case, sleep here. It's futile to reason with someone who is drunk. It's best to acquiesce to her wishes. Going out for a room is fine. After all, you're not unpleasant company. Better to indulge you than to let someone else benefit, he mused. Do you truly think of me in such a manner? Jiang Lingyun pondered, dismissing the thought, recognizing that reasoning with a drunken individual was futile. Then sleep here. I have a blanket, he said, rising to fetch one. Tao Shiyu removed her coat, revealing a snug sweater and jeans that accentuated her figure. As Jiang Lingyun returned with the blanket, she gazed at him with intoxicated eyes, and as he laid it on the sofa, she suddenly embraced him. Jiang Lingyun attempted to extricate himself, only to find her surprisingly strong grip held him fast. Surely she doesn't intend to force herself upon me? He wondered. Jiang Lingyun found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Today, several girls had already embraced him, igniting a fire within him, and he pondered whether he would ultimately regard Tao Shiyu as merely an outlet for his surging emotions. After some contemplation, he shook his head. Certain boundaries remained sacrosanct, such as the principle of not trespassing upon a brother's wife. Even though Tao Shiyu and Li Song had parted ways, Jiang Lingyun was reluctant to engage in any relationship with her, especially since his own rapport with Li Song was not particularly intimate. Thus, he held Tao Shiyu quietly in his arms, and she merely clung to him without any further actions. He inhaled the intoxicating blend of her fragrance, laced with the scent of alcohol, and savored the softness of her form, devoid of any improper thoughts, as he gently patted her back. After a while, Tao Shiyu gradually loosened her grip, prompting Jiang Lingyun to lay her down on the sofa and cover her with a blanket. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she had not engaged in any indiscreet behavior, such as kissing him or disrobing. Otherwise, he might have lost his composure. To be candid, Tao Shiyu possessed all the qualities befitting a wife: high intelligence, emotional maturity, capability, and a pleasant demeanor. Li Song's failure to take their relationship to its conclusion was indeed a loss on his part. After tidying up and disposing of the trash, Jiang Lingyun quietly exited the room. Once he departed, a sigh escaped from the sofa. As the New Year's Eve party approached its conclusion, Jiang Lingyun waited outside the grand auditorium for Yi Wanqiu. During this period, he had been preoccupied with assisting Su Yin in filming a music video, inadvertently neglecting Yi Wanqiu. Eventually, Yi Wanqiu emerged alongside Su Wenjing, whose roommates either had boyfriends or other engagements, and left promptly, leaving her to accompany Yi Wanqiu. Since Yi Wanqiu's roommates were all single, they latched onto her company. Consequently, Jiang Lingyun found himself leading a small group of girls to partake in a late-night snack. What would you like to eat? Is today not a treat from Boss Jiang? Yang Jingyi inquired. Such a question was hardly necessary. Wherever Boss Jiang was present, it was assured that he would foot the bill. Isn't that right, Boss Jiang? Fan Min added with a smile. Jiang Lingyun shook his head. These two girls were of average appearance, but possessed clever minds, playfully putting him on the spot for merely a late-night meal. I'll treat you. What do you wish to eat? He offered. The girls then chattered animatedly about their cravings, ultimately deciding to indulge in a feast of barbecued delicacies and beer. Emulating the boys, Jiang Lingyun led them to their usual haunt. With New Year's Day approaching, they anticipated the festivities that would commence after midnight. The barbecue restaurant was bustling with patrons, and they had to wait a while for a table. After settling in, They ordered an array of barbecued items and a case of beer. Upon seeing the alcohol, Jiang Lingyun felt a twinge of apprehension. Can you all finish this? Oh, please. With just this case of beer, Wanqiu could handle it all by herself. Do you underestimate us girls? Fan Min teased with a smile. Jiang Lingyun gazed at Wanqiu in bewilderment. Is your tolerance really that impressive? It's just average. Don't listen to their exaggerations, Wanqiu replied. Her cheeks flushing as she playfully smacked Fan Min for her loose tongue. You shouldn't speak so carelessly and ruin my refined image. Jiang Lingyun recalled vividly that upon his graduation in his previous life, Wanqiu had invited him for a late-night meal, during which they ordered 4 bottles of beer. Jiang Lingyun consumed merely 1 bottle, while Wanqiu indulged in 3, becoming utterly intoxicated. Consequently, he had to secure a room for the night. Women are inherently skilled performers. Jiang Lingyun, measuring others by his own capacity for alcohol, assumed that Wanqiu possessed a similar tolerance, only to discover that she could handle far more. Suddenly, he pondered whether Tao Shiyu would also feign inebriation that evening, considering that the individuals from her circle were all adept drinkers. Those who could not hold their liquor were deemed anomalies. As this realization struck him, cold sweat began to bead on Jiang Lingyun's forehead. None of these women were to be underestimated. Chapter 79. Entertaining guests too. Just as Jiang Lingyun began to indulge in drinks with Wanqiu and her companions, Bai Hui called, informing them of their impending departure and inquiring if Jiang Lingyun wished to join them for a late-night meal. Jiang Lingyun politely declined, suggesting they dine together another time. As Wanqiu was about to inquire about the caller's identity, her own phone rang. Yes, we're at Fat Brother Barbecue. Are you coming over? All right, do come. Who was that? She asked. Who do you think? Wanqiu rolled her eyes dramatically. Jiang Lingyun could only chuckle, knowing it was undoubtedly the other two from the financial department. He felt a sense of injustice, while others assumed he was basking in the joys of companionship. Little did they know he hadn't even secured the affections of those closest to him. The others were treated well, yet he hadn't even touched their fingers. What companionship was there? It felt more like a pitfall, a deep abyss that tarnished his reputation. This time, along with Shu Shiqin, there was an additional tag-along Li Song. The narrative unfolded much like in his previous life. Upon seeing Qin Bing, Yang Jingyi and Fan Min felt a pang of inadequacy, while Cheng Lu remained a silent observer. Unperturbed, they revealed their inherent attraction towards Li Song, yet they were acutely aware of their own unworthiness, merely relishing the sight. Wanqiu introduced them to one another, and Li Song brazenly took a seat. Jiang Lingyun ordered a plethora of barbecued delicacies, but just as he settled down, a call from Zhang Zhengwei interrupted. Brother, where are you? What is going on? Speak quickly. How about joining us for a late-night snack? I'm already eating. All right, where are you? We'll come find you. Why come to find me when you can enjoy your meal? It's more lively with more people. Go find your own fun. Jiang Lingyun retorted, ending the call abruptly. Did they all think him a gullible fool? They could enjoy their merriment elsewhere. Moments later, Zhang Zhengwei and his entourage arrived, and Jiang Lingyun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It was one thing for Bai Yuyan, Chen Xinan, and Tang Duo to accompany Zhang Zhengwei for a late-night feast, but following them was Fang Jinzhong. Shouldn't Zhang Zhengwei be engaged in a duel with him? How could they coexist so amicably? Moreover, what was the purpose of bringing Chen Xinan along? Jiang Lingyun thought, what a pesky follower you are, Jiang Er. You finally found a big boss to treat us to a late-night meal. Zhang Zhengwei exclaimed with glee. Jiang Lingyun was left speechless. A table had just become available, so he requested the owner to combine it to accommodate the group. As Tang Duo arrived, she was met with a hostile glance, but upon recognizing Shu Shiqin, she brushed it off. She had also worked as a model at Yiping Hui on several occasions and was familiar with some of the girls around Jiang Lingyun. You're merely a backup lover, just like the rest of us. Why should backup lovers make things difficult for each other? Jiang Lingyun made the introductions, and Wanqiu and her friends quickly became acquainted with by Yuyan and the others. Only Cheng Lu was newly introduced, but soon the girls were engaged in lively conversation. Fang Jinzhong was not well acquainted with the others, and Jiang Lingyun, not wishing to neglect him, sought a topic of conversation to engage him. Unlike the overly dramatic youths in the dormitory, Fang Jinzhong, though younger, exhibited a maturity surpassing that of Zhang Zhengwei and his companions. Suddenly, Jiang Lingyun recalled that Yao Weilong must still be in the dormitory, while everyone else had ventured out. It seemed rather cruel for him to remain alone. Is that Fatso, the chubby one, still in the dorm? Zhang Zhengwei, his mouth full, remarked he should be. That fellow has nowhere else to go. Let us call him to join us for a late-night snack. Should we invite Chen Lauda? He's at home enjoying family time. Why would you want him here? Zhang Jingwei, upon finishing his thought, dialed the number for the dormitory, knowing that Yao Weilong was the only one without a mobile phone. As a group, they indulged in food and conversation. At that moment, someone nearby whistled, calling out, "Hey, beautiful, come over and share a drink with your older brother." Laughter erupted from his tablemates, echoing his advances. In the warmer months, Brother Pang's barbecue was held outdoors, while in winter, it was sheltered beneath 4 tents, offering a modicum of protection against the biting wind. The presence of 5 stunningly beautiful girls among Jiang Lingyun's group was unsurprising, drawing the attention of others. He glanced over at the 6 individuals who approached, all too evidently troublemakers, with the one making the lewd remarks sporting bleached hair. Jiang Lingyun assessed the situation. Noting that his group consisted of merely 5 men, with only Li Song possessing any semblance of combat prowess, the rest were rather feeble. Moreover, having recently acquired some wealth, Jiang Lingyun valued his life too much to stoop to the level of these ruffians. All eyes turned toward him, and he shook his head, signaling for restraint and urging everyone not to engage. It was astonishing how such miscreants dared to brazenly display their antics near the university, seemingly unafraid of consequences. However, their forbearance was met with further taunts. Whistles and vulgarities continued unabated, leaving his group seething in silence. Unable to contain herself any longer, Chen Sinan slammed her palm against the table and stood up. "You lot better watch your mouths, or I won't hesitate to be impolite." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Lingyun leaned in and whispered urgently to Zhang Jinghui, "We might be in trouble. Zhu Qingwei and the others are probably at the internet cafe. Go fetch them, or we might find ourselves at a disadvantage." Zhang Jinghui set aside his food and rushed out. Zhu Qingwei, from the neighboring dormitory, often spent time gaming, smoking, and drinking with them, and was an avid enthusiast of Japanese adult films, frequently visiting Jiang Lingyun's dorm to enjoy the performances of the Japanese actresses. While others might struggle to rally their friends, Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Jinghui had no such issues. The chubby one often pulled all-nighters with them, sometimes treating them to late-night snacks or breakfast. Jiang Lingyun frequently offered cigarettes to those who came to his dorm to watch films, luring these promising young men into a life of debauchery, an act that was both reviled and irresistible. "What do you lot intend to do?" Jiang Haixing finally spoke up, his patience wearing thin. If he remained silent any longer, he would be unable to face Chen Sinan again. "You think you can play the hero? Who do you think you are? Get lost." The young man with yellow hair displayed no intimidation towards Jiang Haixing. Upon noticing him, it was evident that Jiang was merely a university student, inexperienced in the ways of the world. Beside him, Li Song also rose to his feet. Standing at a height of 188 meters, he possessed a certain imposing presence. The group accompanying the young man with yellow hair all stood as well. "Let us converse amicably. There is no need for such hostility." Li Song had no desire to offend those who dwelt in the underbelly of society. Jiang Lingyun shook his head, apprehensive about the unfolding situation. He mused that should Li Song adopt a more assertive stance, the matter could potentially be resolved, especially since there were several other young men present who could not allow such unruliness to persist. These ruffians were known to prey upon the weak. If Li Song were to exhibit a readiness for confrontation, they might very well retreat. Conversely, engaging them in polite discourse could lead them to overstep their bounds. Chapter 80. Hosting guest 3 Fang Jianzhong was about to rise to offer assistance when Jiang Lingyun restrained him with a gentle shake of his head, signaling that the moment was not yet ripe for intervention. Nonetheless, he held a profound admiration for Fang Jianzhong. In the event of a brawl on campus, severe repercussions could lead to expulsion. Although Fang Jianzhong was not well acquainted with Jiang Haixing and his companions, their shared late-night meals had forged a bond. His unwavering desire to step in demonstrated his commendable sense of responsibility. A group of young ruffians surrounded Jiang Haixing and Li Song, yet they refrained from physical violence, opting instead for verbal provocations. Jiang Lingyun had encountered many such impulsive and brash individuals in his past life, representing the lower echelons of society. He was determined to distance himself from their ilk. After all, how could porcelain contend with mere tiles? However, Chen Sinan refused to grant him the luxury of inaction. "Jiang Lingyun, will you not utter a word?" she challenged. Jiang Lingyun sensed that she was deliberately placing him in a precarious position, provoking those ruffians. Though he had no concrete evidence, her words left him no choice but to abandon his retreat. Rising to his feet, he casually grasped a beer bottle, with Fang Jianzhong mirroring his actions as they approached. Looking for a fight, are we? Then let it come. The ruffians were taken aback by Jiang Lingyun's sudden audacity, causing them to step back slightly. He aligned himself with Jiang Haixing and the others, contemplating the imminent arrival of his heavier-set friend. With a sharp whistle, he called out, "Is it too much to ask for a few more people to join the fray?" At that moment, Ye Weilong strolled in, instantly grasping the situation and positioning himself alongside Jiang Lingyun and his companions. The numbers now stood at 6 against 5, with the ruffians lacking any significant advantage. Oh dear. That whistle was off. Just a moment. Jiang Lingyun whistled again. To everyone's astonishment, his friend, the hefty one, burst through the door, flanked by 7 or 8 burly men, promptly surrounding the ruffians. The leader of the ruffians, upon seeing the shift in circumstances, quickly shed his earlier aggression, adopting a disarming smile. "Misunderstanding, my friends. We are all brothers under the sky. Our meeting is fate. There is no need for violence. I offer you a chance. You call for reinforcements, and I will do the same. Let us convene in half an hour for a friendly match, shall we?" Jiang Lingyun said, his smile betraying a hint of insincerity. The ruffian's expression shifted, realizing that he had only 2 loyal friends among his late-night companions willing to assist him in a fight, while the others would merely cheer him on. As a lowly thug, what reinforcements could he possibly muster? Moreover, being adjacent to a university, if he were to summon others for a brawl, it would certainly exceed the bounds of public order regulations. "Brother, there is no need for this. It was merely a misunderstanding," he stammered, now acutely aware of his precarious position. Jiang Haixing, emboldened by the newfound strength of their group after previously suffering indignities, urged, "Old four, stop wasting breath and give them a proper beating." Jiang Lingyun shot him a stern glare, prompting Jiang Haixing to promptly silence himself, aware of the consequences. Is fighting truly enjoyable? Winning leads to the police station, while losing lands you in the hospital. If the school catches wind of this, a disciplinary action is inevitable. Jiang Lingyun, unconcerned about familial connections, called out towards the entrance, "Fat brother, this is your territory. Do share a few words." Fat brother had been running the barbecue establishment for many years, and even during Jiang Lingyun's previous life in Xinjiang, this restaurant remained operational. He often reminisced about his youthful days, indulging in barbecues and beer with Chen Bin and Zhang Zhangwei. Such establishments, strategically located and thriving, could hardly survive without some underhanded connections. A stout middle-aged man approached, sporting a buzz cut and a fierce gaze. He was indeed the proprietor of the barbecue joint. Huang Mao scram. "You're not welcome here anymore," Fat brother declared coldly. Huang Mao shuddered, hastily agreeing, all right, I'm leaving now." And he retreated towards the entrance with his companions. The onlookers turned their attention to Jiang Lingyun, who subtly gestured for them to depart. Just as Huang Mao and his entourage were nearing the exit, a voice interrupted, "Did I grant you permission to leave?" The speaker was none other than Qin Yuqin. Before anyone could react, she parted the crowd and confronted Huang Mao, delivering a sidekick aimed at his chest. Huang Mao, caught off guard, instinctively raised his arms to block the impending strike, absorbing the blow head-on. He was of similar height to Jiang Lingyun, but weighed about 20 pounds more than Qin Yuqin. The so-called martial arts techniques often proved futile. In combat, sheer strength reigned supreme, hence the adage that one strong blow can topple 10. Huang Mao, dismissive of Qin Yuqin's kick, thought it a minor inconvenience, believing it would soon pass, attributing his predicament to his own foolishness in taunting her. However, to everyone's astonishment, he felt an overwhelming force that disrupted his balance, sending him crashing backward, colliding with those behind him, and they all tumbled to the ground. In that fleeting moment, a thought flashed through Huang Mao's mind. This girl has trained. His companions stood in shock, as Qin Yuqin's display of ferocity transformed the perception of her among the onlookers. They were astounded that the vibrant school beauty possessed such fighting prowess. "If you're unsatisfied, summon someone. I shall face whatever challenge you present," Qin Yuqin declared coldly. Jiang Lingyun quickly reacted, rushing to assist Huang Mao. "Brother Huang, how careless of you to fall. Are you all right? Do you need to visit a hospital for a checkup?" Huang Mao, regaining composure, replied, "I'm fine. Just a minor tumble. I'll be on my way. Let us grab a meal together sometime." With that, he and his companions swiftly departed. Such individuals ought to be taught a lesson. Do they truly believe themselves formidable? Qin Yuqin remarked, still fuming. "Qin Shaohua, mind your image," Jiang Lingyun cautioned. Qin Yuqin, who had always been perceived as youthful, graceful, and gentle, was taken aback by the revelation of her more violent side. Realizing her carefully crafted persona was crumbling, she lowered her head, returning to her seat. Jiang Lingyun noticed that the individuals brought by the chubby fellow included not only those from Zhu Qinghui's dormitory but also two from the neighboring class, with whom he often enjoyed camaraderie. The robust brother assisted us in arranging another table and transporting a few boxes of beer. Old Zhu, please take a seat. Let us indulge in some late-night snacks together. Fatty, do order more barbecue, he urged. Zhu Qinghui and his companions felt a tad awkward, as they had not contributed much to the gathering, yet Jiang Lingyun insisted they stay, and thus, they reluctantly joined the group for the feast. With Zhu Qinghui's arrival, the atmosphere grew even more vibrant. Jiang Lingyun reintroduced everyone, and they engaged in lively conversation, boasting and sharing opinions, gradually becoming more familiar with one another. Chapter 81. Su Zonghao. As everyone was nearing the end of their meal, Fang Jianzhong whispered to Jiang Lingyun, Senior Jiang, Su Zonghao wishes to speak with you. When would you be available? Jiang Lingyun paused for a moment, recalling who Su Zonghao was. He had been preoccupied with assisting Su Yin in shooting her music video recently, scarcely spending time at school aside from attending classes. Now that the music video was completed, he found himself with ample free time. I have no pressing matters at the moment. He can reach out whenever he likes. After a brief pause, he inquired, what does he wish to discuss? It seems to be related to your fashion sense, Fang Jianzhong replied. Oh, in that case, it's fine, Jiang Lingyun responded, dismissively. After finishing their late-night snack, Jiang Lingyun proceeded to settle the bill, only to find the portly Zhang Jinghui stealthily following him. Upon witnessing Jiang Lingyun produce several red bills, he couldn't help but chuckle rather unkindly. Brother, this scene reminds me of an age-old saying. You, a mere drunkard and glutton, can hardly remember any profound sayings. Do not underestimate others. Listen closely, Zhang Jinghui insisted. See if this fits the occasion. When the wind blows, the eggshells scatter. Wealth brings peace to the people. Jiang Lingyun, infuriated, lifted his foot to kick him, but Zhang Jinghui had already anticipated the move, deftly dodging Jiang Lingyun's strike. Zhu Qinghui and the others planned to stay up all night surfing the internet, and Zhang Jinghui decided to tag along. Only Jiang Lingyun, Yao Weilong, and Fang Jianzhong opted to stay behind, responsible for escorting the girls back to their dormitory. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Lingyun noticed that it was already past midnight. The year had now turned to 2005. He opened his laptop and searched for Su Yan's music video. Although it had only been uploaded online for a short while, it had already garnered a significant number of views, and many netizens seemed more captivated by the stunning Su Yan than by the song itself. Jiang Lingyun perused numerous comments, most of which were from young men who were online all night. The moment I laid eyes on the female lead of the music video, I realized I had fallen in love. I've even thought of names for my future grandchildren. She's breathtaking. I've never encountered such beauty before. I intend to replay this music video until dawn. I declare that this female lead is my girlfriend. All you pathetic otaku should keep your distance. To the one above me, draw your sword. For the sake of my beloved, I shall duel you to the death. None of you may harbor any designs on my girlfriend. The consequences will be yours to bear. All you lonely otaku, step aside. I'm going to drool over the screen. The music video had been online for just over an hour, and the comments had already amassed into the hundreds. It seemed that Su Yan's rise to fame was all but assured. Jiang Lingyun held tremendous expectations for her. Part of him was driven by her somewhat pitiable circumstances. Without his assistance, she would undoubtedly sink into obscurity. Moreover, Su Yan was exceptionally talented and beautiful. In his past life, she had remained inconspicuous, and Jiang Lingyun was eager to witness the extent of the butterfly effect his rebirth could have on her fate. However, he pondered whether one could truly attain fame and to what extent, as success was not solely a product of effort. The most renowned figure is a certain actress who, after a few years, became a luminary in the entertainment industry, possessing an unparalleled wealth of resources. From her debut, she was immersed in grand productions, with notable figures such as Hong Lei, Cheng Dege, and Run Fa all taking on supporting roles. In the end, even the esteemed Zhang Guoshi and Hollywood star Matt Damon came to lend their support, yet she remained unable to ascend to the ranks of first-tier celebrities. Subsequently, she starred in a web series that perfectly showcased her talent, aligning seamlessly with her persona, leading to her meteoric rise in popularity. Thus, it becomes evident that achieving fame requires a confluence of timing, opportunity, and personal connections. Mere forceful promotion cannot guarantee success. Furthermore, Jiang Lingyun found herself devoid of resources within the entertainment realm, possessing only a few prophetic insights into which films and dramas would succeed, allowing Su Yan a chance to test her luck. However, it remains uncertain whether she would find success, as there are numerous instances where a song may soar while the artist remains in obscurity, or a drama may captivate audiences while its actors fade into the background. Jiang Lingyun could only do her utmost and leave the rest to fate. The following morning, after rising, Jiang Lingyun searched for Su Yan's music video again, noting that the comments had already reached several thousand. While many praised Su Yan's beauty, others began to comment on the song itself. The fact that both the lyrics and music were crafted by Sardine heightened anticipation, especially since he was also the creative force behind the 3 songs of the Bund Girl. However, Sardine was shrouded in mystery, his peculiar name only adding to the intrigue, and numerous record and entertainment companies were inquiring about his identity. Yet, Feiyun Entertainment remained tight-lipped. And to this day, no one knows even the slightest detail about him, including whether he is male or female. Jiang Lingyun paid little heed to the comments. After finishing breakfast, she proceeded to meet Su Zonghao. Fang Jianzhong had sent a message early that morning, indicating that Su Zonghao had invited him to meet at a CAF near the school. Su Zonghao had been going through tough times lately. His relationship with Zhang Sujia had depleted his savings and left him with significant debts. Some payments could afford to be delayed, but others required punctuality, and he dared not default. He was left with no choice but to shuffle funds around, even contemplating selling his aging Passat, yet the car's condition rendered it nearly worthless. Moreover, selling it would raise questions at home. Later, he encountered Jiang Lingyun, aware of her ownership of a clothing brand, and sought to cultivate a relationship with her in hopes of obtaining some financial assistance. However, Jiang Lingyun had been preoccupied, making it difficult for them to meet. Eventually, he ran into a distant relative, whom he had to address as uncle, who owned a leather factory primarily focused on exports. This year, however, business was lackluster, with numerous orders being cancelled after placement, resulting in substantial financial loss. Su Zonghao's father held the position of a bureau chief in their city, and Su Zonghao contemplated whether his father could offer assistance. Upon learning of the situation, Su Zonghao visited his uncle's factory, perceiving it as an opportunity to foster goodwill with Jiang Lingyun. At the CAF, Jiang Lingyun met with Fang Jianzhong and Su Zonghao. She ordered a latte, and the 3 engaged in conversation. As Jiang Lingyun was not well acquainted with Su Zonghao, Fang Jianzhong acted as a bridge, facilitating their interaction. However, the camaraderie between the young men blossomed rapidly as they discussed topics such as football, economic conditions, women, and school gossip, leading to a swift familiarity. After conversing for a while, Su Zonghao finally spoke. Lingyun, I actually wish to introduce a business opportunity to you. I am uncertain if you would be interested. What kind of business do you have in mind, Senior Su? Well, a relative of mine operates a leather goods factory primarily focused on exports. As you may know, the export business has been quite dismal lately. Several orders he secured have ultimately been cancelled, and he has incurred substantial losses. Currently, his factory is burdened with a surplus of unsold goods, and he is deeply in debt. If he cannot sell these items soon, he may find himself in dire straits. Given that you sell clothing online, I was wondering if you might also assist in selling shoes? Su Zonghao candidly laid out the situation without reservation. Chapter 82. Su Zonghao 2.0. Where's his factory? Would Senior Su be kind enough to take me to see it? To be honest, Jiang Lingyun found this information quite intriguing. Currently, he sources his clothing from wholesale markets, where transactions are made on the spot, and unsold items can only be sold at discounted prices, with no option for returns. The wholesalers also take their cut in the process. If he could procure goods directly from the manufacturer, bypassing intermediaries, his profit margins would undoubtedly soar. Sure, it's a holiday today. How about I take you there? Su Zonghao hesitated for a moment before unable to restrain himself from adding, if this works out, could Junior Jiang provide me with a finder's fee? Beside them, Fang Jianzhong was taken aback, not expecting Su Zonghao to ask Jiang Lingyun for a fee. After all, they were still students and not accustomed to discussing money matters. Jiang Lingyun, however, was unfazed. His mentality had matured to that of a man nearing 40. Finder's fees, commissions, rebates, these were commonplace in the adult world and hardly worth mentioning. How much of a finder's fee does Senior Su desire? Su Zonghao pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and replied, 10,000. Fang Jianzhong instinctively wanted to protest, but Jiang Lingyun promptly pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. With a belly full of words, Fang Jianzhong swallowed them back down. All right, if this works out, I'll grant you a finder's fee of 10,000. Jiang Lingyun readily agreed. The three of them climbed into Su Zhonghao's Passat, ready to depart. Just as they reached the school gate, they were halted by someone. Jiang Lingyun and Fang Jinzhong, seated in the back, looked up to find it was Tang Duo stopping their car, with Bai Yuyan standing by the roadside, graceful and elegant like a serene flower. Jiang Lingyun rolled down the window and leaned out, inquiring, "Senior Tang, why are you stopping our car? Where are you all going? You must take us along. Don't be silly. We have serious matters to attend to, not a day out for leisure. I don't care, wherever you're going. You must take us with you." With that, she squeezed into the back seat beside Jiang Lingyun. He had no choice but to shift further in, or else Tang Duo would have encroached upon him. Bai Yuyan naturally took the front passenger seat. "Why are you two tagging along? Aren't you planning to go out for New Year's?" Jiang Lingyun said, feeling quite exasperated. After Su Zonghao and Fang Jinzhong greeted them, they resumed their journey. "Lingyun, which girl beside you is the main one? That little brat, Shu Shiqin, is keeping a close eye on you." Tang Duo was still brooding over the glare Shu Shiqin had given her the previous night. Jiang Lingyun felt a surge of blood nearly erupting from his mouth. "What do you mean? Are you implying my affairs aren't chaotic enough? Senior Tang, please refrain from making baseless accusations. Otherwise, I shall sue you for defamation." "Huh, go ahead and try. I'm studying law. I wouldn't even need to hire a lawyer." Jiang Lingyun realized that he and Tang Duo were undoubtedly incompatible, their personalities clashing as if dictated by the stars. How else could he explain the palpable tension every time they met? And the fact that he always ended up at a disadvantage when dealing with her? This woman was clearly not one to be trifled with. There was no issue with three individuals seated in the back row, yet Tang Duo deliberately nestled closer to Jiang Lingyun. The enchanting fragrance of her body and the scent of shampoo from her hair stirred something within Jiang Lingyun, prompting him to ponder a conversation about life with Zhang Sujia that evening, as it was evident that this captivating creature was intentionally enticing him. Moreover, "Do not refer to me as senior, as it feels too distant. You may call me Xiao Duo or simply Duo. Do you understand?" "Oh, understood, Tang Xuejue. Additionally, do not think you can evade me. Throughout my life, anything I desire will inevitably be within my grasp. Avoidance is futile." With that, she attempted to pinch Jiang Lingyun's cheek to assert her dominance. Anticipating her move, Jiang Lingyun deftly evaded her playful grasp and firmly held her hand to prevent further mischief. "If you grasp my hand, does that mean we are officially announcing our relationship?" he teased. "Let me be clear. I will not permit any of those charming vixens by your side, particularly Shu Shiqin, whose audacity to vie for my affection at such a tender age I find intolerable." Jiang Lingyun was taken aback by Tang Duo's eloquence, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Tang Xuejia, please cease your antics. Encountering a rogue like you leaves me utterly helpless." "Then enlighten me. What did you all do today?" Jiang Lingyun proceeded to recount their visit to Su Zhonghao's relative's leather factory. "Oh, there are numerous factories in the Tsiupu area primarily engaged in export business, and it seems many foreign trade orders have been cancelled recently. Su Xuezhong, your relative must be situated in Tsiupu district?" "Indeed," Su Zonghao replied, a hint of panic evident in his voice, fearing that Tang Duo might meddle in his affairs and jeopardize his profits. Jiang Lingyun found it peculiar. "How do you know all this, Tang Xuejia? If you call me Xiao Duo or Duo, I shall divulge the information. If you choose not to share, so be it. It is of little consequence." Tang Duo laughed joyfully and resumed, teasing Jiang Lingyun. "Considering your earnestness, I shall accompany you to discuss business. Moreover, why do you persist in holding my hand? Do you dare to accuse me of harassment?" Her hand was soft and warm, a delightful sensation that Jiang Lingyun couldn't resist holding on to. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Lingyun awkwardly released her hand. "Next time, I shall tell Shu Shiqin that you held my hand, which will surely infuriate her, that little minx." Tang Duo held a disdain for Shu Shiqin, but bore no ill will towards Yi Wanqiu and the others. Jiang Lingyun was startled. "Tang Xuejia, please do not create unnecessary trouble for me. I have nothing with them. Do not misunderstand. If nothing has transpired between you and them, why not spend some time together to see how it goes?" With that, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Lingyun's, playfully brushing against him with her softness. Jiang Lingyun was taken aback once more. Such antics in the confined space of the car left him with nowhere to escape. "Enough of this play. Should you continue? I might take it seriously. Come on, show me if you're serious." Tang Duo remained unperturbed by Jiang Lingyun's feigned threat. In response, Jiang Lingyun pretended to embrace her. causing Tang Duo to flinch and quickly evade him. Humph, so inexperienced yet so playful. Jiang Lingyun let out a triumphant laugh, finally turning the tide in his favor. Tang Duo, feeling irate, realized she had inadvertently provoked him and now faced significant repercussions. She reached out to pinch the flesh at his waist, eliciting a startled cry from Jiang Lingyun. "Why are you being so forceful?" he exclaimed. "Humph, if you dare to tease me, just know that I will cling to you. Just wait and see how your admirers will react. Do refrain from such antics. A young lady should maintain a sense of decorum." Jiang Lingyun could only grasp Tang Duo's mischievous hands, preventing her from further mischief. "Isn't it quite delightful to hold my hand? I merely consider you a brother, and I regard you as a sister." Along their journey, Jiang Lingyun and Tang Duo engaged in a lively exchange of banter, ensuring that their travel was anything but dull. Chapter 83. Su Hongguang, Jiang Lingyun, and a few others arrived in Qi district. In her previous life, Jiang Lingyun had never ventured into this area. She was astonished to discover that, aside from the towering skyscrapers and the modern urban landscape of Xinjiang, there existed industrial zones as well. This particular area was replete with garment factories, toy manufacturers, and leather goods workshops. Originally, these factories were situated closer to the city center, but over time, they gradually relocated here. In a few years, they might even migrate further to Suzhou. Tang Duo was providing an overview of the local situation. Jiang Lingyun cast a sidelong glance at her, pondering whether her predictions were astute or merely the result of a fortunate guess. Why would they move to Suzhou? Isn't it sufficient here in Xinjiang? Jiang Lingyun decided to engage her in a bit of banter. TCH, someone in charge of such a significant business should know better. Capital always seeks profit. The rental costs for factories in Suzhou are considerably lower than here, and the cost of living is also more affordable. Those factories will undoubtedly migrate to reduce expenses. Moreover, Xinjiang, being the national financial center, does not prioritize industries with minimal technological input. If these factories relocate to Suzhou, they will receive entirely different treatment. They are bound to shift their operations there, Tang Duo remarked with a hint of disdain. Jiang Lingyun, undeterred by Tang Duo's condescension, found her insights rather impressive. Su Zonghao took them to his relative's leather goods factory, which was modest in size, accommodating no more than 200 to 300 workers. However, the factory was currently devoid of laborers, with only a lethargic security guard in his 50s watching the entrance. Upon their arrival, Su Zonghao made a phone call to his relative, and shortly thereafter, a man rushed out to greet them. "Ah, how you've come. It must have been a tiring journey." The man, appearing to be in his 40s, stood under 5 feet 7 inches, slightly portly, and wore a smile that exuded an inexplicable charm. Su Zonghao introduced him. "This is my uncle, Su Hongguang, the director of this Hongguang leather goods factory. Uncle Guang, this is my classmate Jiang Lingyun, who runs an online store that could assist you with selling leather shoes." Su Hongguang responded with a warm smile. "Welcome, Jiang. It's impressive that you've embarked on your entrepreneurial journey at such a young age. Director Su runs such a large factory. That is truly commendable." "We merely operate a small business," Jiang Lingyun replied modestly, and the two exchanged pleasantries for a while before Su Hongguang ushered them into the factory. Jiang Lingyun observed closely, noticing that the factory had not been operational for at least a month. They proceeded to Su Hongguang's office, where he brewed tea and engaged in casual conversation. Inquiring about Jiang Lingyun's situation, Jiang Lingyun responded with a mix of sincerity and pretense while also probing into the conditions of nearby factories. "Our factories were previously located near Jinhui, but as rental prices soared, we gradually relocated here. Most of the factories in this area are engaged in export trade. Business was thriving over a decade ago, and it was during that time that I gathered a few individuals to establish a small workshop, which has since evolved into our current scale. However, in recent years, business has become increasingly challenging. Previously, we would receive half the payment as a deposit, with the remaining balance payable upon completion of the products. Now, those foreigners have become quite adept, learning to compare prices and bargaining with us, insisting on paying only 10 to 30 as a deposit while expecting us to cover the rest. If we refuse, there are plenty eager to take the job. Thus, we have no choice but to comply." "How much inventory does factory director Su currently have?" "Over 10,000 pairs of leather shoes, and more than 5,000 items including belts, bags, and wallets." "Are you manufacturing for other brands or your own?" "We have registered our own brand, but it is not sold domestically. All products are exported." "May we visit your warehouse to inspect your products?" "Certainly." Su Hongguang happily led them to the warehouse. Upon arrival, Jiang Lingyun and his companions were met with towering stacks of goods, and it became evident why this factory had ceased operations. Su Hongguang's entire fortune seemed to have transformed into this backlog of inventory. Jiang Lingyun examined the shoes, noting both men's and women's styles, all contemporary and of excellent quality, with similar observations regarding the bags, belts, and wallets, all beautifully packaged. After inquiring about the prices, Jiang Lingyun maintained a composed exterior but felt a surge of joy within. Even without negotiating, these prices promised greater profits than selling clothing. However, capitalists seek to maximize profits, and Jiang Lingyun was no exception. Gradually, he began to negotiate with Su Hongguang, probing for his lowest price. He also requested small items like belts and wallets as complimentary gifts. Both displayed their exceptional negotiation skills. One insisted that the price was utterly unacceptable, barely covering costs, while the other countered that if it was unfeasible, then he would simply focus on selling clothing. Having never sold shoes and uncertain of their marketability, one suggested that prices could indeed be negotiated, while the other insisted on receiving complimentary belts and wallets. One asked for at least the cost price, to which the other replied that business was tough, and without complimentary items, no one would buy online. If that was not possible, they could walk away. One finally conceded, albeit unable to offer as many. Jiang Lingyun even contemplated taking the goods first and settling the payment a month later, but Su Hongguang firmly rejected this, as he was nearing a desperate situation. Waiting another month for payment could jeopardize his survival. He would rather concede on price than agree to that. Jiang Lingyun reluctantly, yet cheerfully acquiesced. For the first batch, Jiang Lingyun only ordered 500 pairs of shoes, both men's and women's, in 200 bags. As he had never sold these before, he decided to test the waters. They agreed on the delivery time and location. It was nearing noon, and Su Hongguang insisted on treating Jiang Lingyun and his friends to a meal. Although Jiang Lingyun initially hesitated to impose, recognizing Su Hongguang's difficult circumstances, he felt unable to refuse Su's warm invitation. Furthermore, in this country, sharing a meal fosters deeper connections, and most business deals are often struck over a dining table. Su Hongguang took them to a local eatery, ordering a table full of traditional dishes. After a couple of drinks, Su's face flushed, and he opened up, chatting animatedly about various topics. With tears streaming down his face, he recounted his tragic experiences to several younger individuals. Tang Duo and the others felt that Jiang Lingyun's haggling with Su Hongguang was exceedingly unreasonable, given the man's unfortunate circumstances. It was utterly disgraceful to take advantage of him. Everyone remained sober, and after the meal, Su Hongguang called out to the owner of the rustic restaurant, "Boss Lai, please keep a tab for me. I shall settle the bill in a couple of days." Boss Lai furrowed his brow, seemingly about to voice his thoughts. Yet he restrained himself. "Very well, Su boss. Take care, and we look forward to your next visit." Chapter 84. Su Hongguang too on their return journey. Jiang Lingyun swiftly occupied the passenger seat, leaving Tang Duo fuming and stamping her feet, yet she felt powerless to change the situation. In the back seat, Bai Yuyan sat in the middle, while Tang Duo took her place behind Jiang Lingyun. As the vehicle set in motion, Jiang Lingyun gazed thoughtfully at the surrounding factories. This was an opportunity, not only to earn more money, but perhaps also to facilitate a transformation for Yapinui. "Boss Jiang, knowing how miserable Su Chungalang is, how can you bear to drive the prices down so ruthlessly? Doesn't tea your conscience ache?" Tang Duo remarked sarcastically. "Old Tang, if a man weeps profusely before you, he is either attempting to swindle your money or your affections. Those who emerged from the rugged era must have engaged in fierce territorial battles. Otherwise, they would feel embarrassed to claim to be from that time. I once heard a business tycoon recount how he fought for territory, wielding 2 kitchen knives from one end of the street to the other. When he ventured to Nanyue for supplies, he encountered highway robbers, and with a handful of companions, he fought valiantly to protect his goods. What Su Hongguang has faced pales in comparison. He merely seeks sympathy." Jiang Lingyun dismissed his words, believing not a single punctuation mark of them. "Speak plainly to people, and to ghosts when necessary. That is merely a basic quality of a businessman. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you possess no empathy at all?" With that, she attempted to pinch his face, but Jiang Lingyun was prepared, seizing her hand. When she reached out with her other hand to pinch him again, he captured that one too. "Release me. If you don't, I shall become angry. Promise me you won't retaliate, and I shall let you go. You must let go first. You must promise first." Su Zonghao, who had maintained a low profile, could no longer hold back. "You two should cease this flirtation," Shall I find a hotel for you? Jiang Lingyun, feeling embarrassed, released Tang Duoduo's hand. However, she had no intention of letting him off easily. She pinched Jiang Lingyun's cheek playfully before retracting her hands with satisfaction. Do you not think Su Chungalong is pitiable? Tang Duoduo inquired. Jiang Lingyun glanced at Su Zonghao beside him and replied, Su Chungalong is merely experiencing temporary cash flow difficulties. Once he sells off his accumulated inventory, he will swiftly return to a life of indulgence and leisure, surrounded by glamorous models at upscale venues. Your sympathy for him would be better directed towards me. Is it easy for me to run a small business? I am constantly subjected to your bullying. Clarify how I have bullied you. You claim there is no evidence. Yet look at how you've left my face swollen. Haha. You are merely indulging in gluttony and gaining weight. Do not blame me for your own condition. You just pinched me and refused to acknowledge it. Have you no shame? You are the one lacking in shame. Believe it or not, I will hit you. You speak as though you possess great strength. I cannot be bothered to engage with you. Tang Duo, huffing in indignation, refrained from any further physical antics. Lingyun, do you truly believe that what Su Chungalong conveyed was entirely false? Bai Yuyan, intrigued, noted that Su Hongguang had shared his experiences and misfortunes while inebriated, garnering the sympathy of those present. 9 parts falsehood and 1 part truth. The line between reality and deception is so intricately woven that one cannot discern the difference. However, one truth remains undeniable. Despite his current struggles in his career, he lives a life far superior to ours. He has experienced the company of the most beautiful women and savored the finest wines. Director Su is undoubtedly a winner in life, and there is no need for our sympathy. Su Zonghao chimed in, recalling how Uncle Guang would return home for the new year in luxury cars, accompanied by different stunning women each year, all possessing exquisite figures. He indulged in fine cigars and drank Moutai. Truly impressive. Look at that. He is a role model for us men. The 3 men in the car shared an undignified laugh. Isn't Director Su married? Tang Duo inquired curiously. That is a sorrowful tale. In his early days, Uncle Guang was indeed married, but poverty drove his wife away to seek a man in Pingqing from their village. It was this heartbreak that led him to work in Xinqing. Eventually, he carved out a respectable life for himself, yet he no longer trusts women. The women he brought home were all his mistresses, replaced every couple of years. Jiang Lingyun couldn't help but think of Meng Tong. Perhaps she, too, sought wealthy men like Su Hongguang. Thus, we must strive harder. The 3 boys laughed again, their laughter rather unscrupulous, akin to a den of thieves. Tang Duo scoffed. You are all a disgrace. Are you still sympathetic towards Director Su? Jiang Lingyun teased her. With a cold huff, Tang Duo turned away in silence. Jiang Lingyun felt compelled to share his insights, having experience from a past life. Such petty tricks would not deceive him. However, Tang Duo and her friends lacked such wisdom and could easily be swept away by their sympathy, ultimately being exploited. Director Su spoke of his entrepreneurial hardships, which were likely genuine. Starting a business is indeed challenging, a sentiment I can relate to deeply. Yet, when he claimed that clients reneged on contracts, costing him a fortune, and that he mortgaged his house and car, leaving him in dire debt, that seemed exaggerated. His goods could still be sold, with a willingness to incur losses. They would move quickly. Once sold, his capital could be restored, and his business could regain its footing, contrary to his bleak narrative. Although I had been negotiating with him, he would still profit in the end. He would not incur losses. If he encountered a ruthless buyer, he would have to sell at a loss. His sob stories were merely a ploy to evoke sympathy and create an illusion of us gaining an advantage. Such tactics are commonplace in business. You must remain vigilant around such individuals. It is all too easy to fall victim to their deceit. You speak as if you possess vast experience, Tang Duo retorted, acknowledging Jiang Lingyun's wisdom yet unwilling to concede verbally. Haha. Jiang Lingyun chuckled awkwardly, allowing them to absorb his words at their own pace. As they traveled, Jiang Lingyun went to withdraw money and mentioned he had business to attend to at Yupinui in the afternoon. He asked Su Zonghao if he wished to join him for tea. Su Zonghao, understanding his implication, eagerly expressed his desire to visit Yupinui. Fang Jinzhong felt he could offer little assistance and decided to return to the dormitory, telling Jiang Lingyun to call on him anytime he needed help. If you say that, I will take you seriously, Jiang Lingyun jested. Unexpectedly, Fang Jinzhong earnestly remarked, if Senior Jiang requires my assistance, he need only call upon me. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards Bai Yuyan and Tang Duo, with particular focus on the latter. Tang Duo appeared somewhat flustered, stating, this afternoon, a yin, and I have prior engagements. Would you care to accompany us to our clothing store for some guidance, Senior Tang? Jiang Lingyun teased her. Do you think I lack the courage to go? Tang Duo replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. Then shall we embark together to inspect the operations? What is there to behold in such a small, inconsequential company? I shan't go, not even if I were carried on a grand sedan. In a fit of vexation, Tang Duo seized Bai Yin's hand and departed from the school. Chapter 85. The infatuated one Su Zonghao did not visit the clothing store. The two of them arrived at a secluded location where Jiang Lingyun handed him the money. After receiving it, he departed. The two shared no significant connection and had little to converse about at the clothing store. Upon Jiang Lingyun's arrival, the staff, busy with their tasks, did not greet him warmly. He wore a forced smile, feeling somewhat guilty. Everyone, pause your work for a moment. I have an announcement. Tomorrow, a shipment of shoes and bags will arrive at the warehouse. We must diversify our product offerings. Once the goods arrive, let us promptly display them and expedite sales. Are we not a clothing store? Selling shoes and bags seems somewhat out of our domain. Yi Wanqiu was the first to voice her concern. We can create a separate Taobao account specifically for selling shoes and bags, Jiang Lingyun suggested. Does that not imply we will be busier? Shu Shiqin inquired. Indeed. I anticipate hiring an additional person for the warehouse and another for customer service. During peak times, we could enlist students from the school for part-time work. That seems reasonable. Wanqiu, Wenjing, do you have your identification with you? We will need it to register the Taobao account, he added. Shu Shiqin's brow furrowed. She was taken aback to discover that Jiang Lingyun placed more trust in Su Wenjing than in her. Next time, we may need to use your and Bing's IDs to register an account, Jiang Lingyun quickly added, noticing Shu Shiqin's displeasure. The group swiftly resumed their tasks. As they were familiar with these processes, Jiang Lingyun returned to his small office, recalling that he had shared drinks with Tao Shuyu there the previous night. She must have left early, as the office had been tidied up. Yi Wanqiu followed him inside. Did you come to the office last night? Jiang Lingyun nearly panicked, fearing she had uncovered something. I noticed the office was tidied up. It must have been you who did it, she remarked. Indeed. I found the New Year's Eve party rather dull and decided to come here to surf the internet. Had anything intimate occurred between him and Tao Shuyu? Yi Wanqiu would surely have detected the slightest clue. Fortunately, she did not pursue the matter further and instead handed Jiang Lingyun the previous month's business report. Here are last month's figures. Take a look. Jiang Lingyun observed the beaming expression on Yi Wanqiu's face, as if she were eager for praise. He glanced at the report, astonished by the revenue. How could it be so substantial? Impressive, isn't it? Yi Wanqiu's demeanor was a blend of pride and smugness. Did we happen to receive a shipment of popular items? Jiang Lingyun questioned, perplexed. Last month, Bing suggested that, given the cold winter, we should stock up on down jackets. We visited the wholesale market and were surprised by the high prices. Our profits would be minimal. Wenjing meticulously noted the brands and manufacturers of those down jackets, returning to seek out their information one by one, calling the factories to inquire if they could supply us. However, they all responded that they already had provincial and municipal agents, making it impossible to provide us with goods. Eventually, it was Xiaoqin who reached out to her relative, who made a call on her behalf, allowing us to procure goods from a down jacket manufacturer at factory prices. Although there were numerous restrictions, such as maintaining market prices and prohibiting below-cost sales, we offered free shipping, a discount of 20% for following the store, and an additional 20% for leaving a positive review. Consequently, last month's business thrived, yielding considerable profits. Remarkable, isn't it? Jiang Lingyun could only smile wryly and commend her, thinking to himself how he would repay this favor. Although he was unaware of which relative of Shu Shiqin had pulled strings, Jiang Lingyun knew he must remember this kindness. Otherwise, it would be a grave oversight. Yi Wanqiu and the others regarded it merely as a phone call, oblivious to the significant debt of gratitude incurred. The second and third generations excelled at leveraging connections to reap profits, acquiring goods at factory prices and selling them to wholesalers for a margin, a practice in which they thrived. Yet Jiang Lingyun lacked the confidence to engage in such dealings, as he was not part of that circle. Thus, he resolved to repay this favor as best as he could. Jiang Lingyun spent the afternoon busy at Yiping Hui and invited several girls to dinner in the evening. As Shu Shiqin gnawed on pig trotters, she remarked, Lingyun, you treat us to dinner so often. I've gained several pounds. Aren't you worried we might eat you into bankruptcy? Su Wenjing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Lingyun, you should refrain from dining out with us next time. It's too extravagant. With that, she scooped a shrimp into her mouth. Their concerns were quite different. One fretted about gaining weight, while the other worried about financial waste. Oh, what's the harm in spending a little on meals? Are you trying to turn us into chubby girls so that no one will pursue us? Shu Shurqin continued to speak her mind unabashedly, as she always did. How unjust. Is it fair to malign someone who regularly treats you to meals? Don't you have any conscience? However, upon glancing at Yuanqiu and Su Wenjing, he indeed noticed they had gained some weight. Their faces were rounder and more flushed. In contrast, Shu Shurqin remained petite and had not gained an ounce. Nor had Qin Bing. Jiang Lingyun suspected they must be on a diet. Otherwise, how could they remain so slender? He inquired of Shu Shurqin, whose connections had facilitated their acquisition of the down jackets. Shu Shurqin dismissed it nonchalantly. It's my cousin. I mentioned this matter to him, and he said he knows someone who would make a call for me. Then that manufacturer contacted us to sign the contract and collect the goods. Please extend my gratitude to him. Is he in Xinjiang? Perhaps I could invite him to dinner sometime. All right, I'll ask him when I have the chance. After dinner, Jiang Lingyun escorted the girls back to their dormitory, receiving envious and jealous glances along the way. If looks could kill, he felt certain he would have been left in tatters. The reputation of Jiang Lingyun, known for his ability to manage 4 individuals simultaneously, came about in this manner, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. They all diligently assisted him in his tasks. What could he do? He had to speak with utmost gentleness, for within this small circle, his status was the lowest. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Li Song was waiting outside. Bing, Li Song is waiting for you. Qin Bing remained silent, while Shu Shurqin, somewhat annoyed, remarked, every day, he behaves like a persistent leech. What is that all about? Upon noticing Jiang Lingyun and the others, Li Song hurried over, carrying a bag of fruit. Bing, I bought you some fruit. Please take it home and enjoy. Qin Bing shook her head, refusing to accept the fruit. No, I don't like to eat it. Li Song placed the fruit on the ground and said, you can take it back. I must be on my way. With that, he hurriedly departed. Chapter 86. The infatuated one. Jiang Lingyun glanced down at the bag of fruit, filled with cherries and strawberries, exorbitantly priced delicacies, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was the beginning of the month, and Xiao Liuji was indeed affluent, willing to splurge on such costly fruits. Shu Shurqin tugged at Qin Bing, urging her to leave. Ignore him. Let's go. Aren't you taking the fruit home? Such expensive fruit would go to waste. You can take it if you want. We don't need it, Shu Shurqin retorted angrily. Jiang Lingyun turned to Yuanqiu and Su Wenjing, who both shook their heads in unison. Such items were not to be taken lightly. After they ascended the stairs, Jiang Lingyun sighed as he looked at the bag of fruit on the ground. Even with wealth, one should not be so wasteful. He decided to carry the fruit back to the dormitory. In his previous life, although Qin Bing had never accepted Li Song's affections, she had always been relatively polite to him. She had even gone out with Jiang Lingyun, Shu Shurqin, and the 4 of them together. When Li Song gifted fruit and snacks to Qin Bing, she would graciously accept them. In this lifetime, however, Qin Bing had consistently treated him with disdain, refusing any gifts and dismissing any invitations to go out. Jiang Lingyun understood that a significant reason for this was himself. In his past life, Shu Shurqin's pursuit of him was spurred by his companionship with Li Song in seeking out Qin Bing, which led Shu Shurqin to fall for him at first sight. Initially, Shu Shurqin had used Qin Bing and Li Song as intermediaries to maintain a semblance of friendship between them. Now, Jiang Lingyun was avoiding Shu Shurqin at all costs, while Shu Shurqin boldly approached Yuanqiu and the others. Consequently, Li Song's role had become negligible, and Qin Bing showed him no kindness whatsoever. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Lingyun handed the fruit to Li Song, who sighed, you all can have it. The eager onlookers swiftly converged, dividing the fruit with remarkable speed. 4th brother, do you think I still have hope? Li Song asked pitifully. None. 4th brother, could you not offer me a word of comfort? Stop daydreaming and focus on getting Shu Yu back. The class monitor is a wonderful girl. Cherish her. Qin Bing is not someone you can covet. I merely wish to befriend her, much like you do. Do not involve me. I am not even her friend. She is merely friends with Shu Shurqin and Yuanqiu. You must understand, I am not her friend. Yet you often dine and converse with her? We may share meals frequently, but our conversations are scarce. So do not presume that we are friends. Pursuing girls is exhausting. Jiang Lingyun mused that in the next semester, he would transform into a charismatic figure at the university, pursuing girls indiscriminately, embracing every opportunity, and swiftly moving on when faced with rejection, a true role model for his peers. Ugh, how could I harbor such base thoughts? In his previous life, Jiang Lingyun indeed envied Li Song's ability to engage with numerous romantic interests. Yet his perspective had dramatically shifted. He now looked down upon Li Song's promiscuity, recalling how many girls, despite their average looks, had ultimately succumbed to his charms simply because they expressed their admiration. Romantic entanglements typically last no more than 2 or 3 months, often culminating in an unceremonious end. If the individuals involved are of a more carefree disposition, seeking mutual gratification, then so be it. However, many are earnest and principled, and it is lamentable when someone like Li Song exploits them. After taking someone's virginity, one ought to bear some responsibility, shouldn't they? Engaging so recklessly, one must not fear the repercussions. Jiang Lingyun, an avowed atheist, has little interest in the doctrines of karma, yet he possesses his own moral boundaries. For instance, last night with Tao Shuyu, many might have succumbed to temptation, yet Jiang Lingyun refrained, not out of nobility, but from a desire to avoid being irresponsible. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he realizes he is not much better than Li Song, as he still intends to pursue Zhang Sujia later that night. He is hardly a paragon of virtue himself. By 9 o'clock, Jiang Lingyun departed. He arrived at the bubble tea shop where Zhang Sujia worked, but refrained from entering, wary of encountering acquaintances. Instead, he waited outside, only to spot a familiar face conversing with Zhang Sujia, Su Zonghao, whom he had parted ways with earlier in the afternoon. Jiang Lingyun stood at a distance, unable to hear their exchange, but the scene suggested Su Zonghao was persistently speaking to Zhang Sujia, who remained unresponsive. Su Zonghao, undeterred, appeared to be pleading. Observing for a while, Jiang Lingyun began to piece together the nature of their relationship. A twinge of self-deprecation washed over him as he realized he had unwittingly taken on Su Zonghao's role. His feelings for Zhang Sujia weren't particularly profound, yet he was not devoid of emotion. In fact, he wished she were a more materialistic girl, someone who would accept his financial support and satisfy his desires, allowing for a clean break devoid of lingering attachments. However, after more than a month of courtship, he discovered the rumors he had previously dismissed were unfounded. Zhang Sujia was not inclined to spend his money. In fact, he found himself spending more on her. She had purchased numerous articles of clothing for him, and each visit to her home saw her preparing meals. Though he had reciprocated with gifts and groceries, his contributions paled in comparison to hers. Jiang Lingyun felt conflicted. Their entangled relationship would only complicate any future separation. Now, seeing Su Zonghao at the bubble tea shop, he was uncertain of his own emotions, perhaps a spectator's curiosity. If Zhang Sujia were to rekindle her romance with Su Zonghao, he would not be angered. He would merely wish them well and perhaps feel relieved that he would not have to initiate a breakup himself. Thus, he lingered outside, refraining from entering. After a short while, Zhang Sujia finished her shift, with Su Zonghao trailing closely behind her. Jiang Lingyun concealed himself in the shadows, choosing silence. "Please stop following me. I can never be with you. You should give up on this," Zhang Sujia asserted. "Jia, I have money now. Let us go out for a late-night snack or rent a room. What do you say?" "I can give you the money," Su Zonghao replied, growing increasingly explicit, brandishing a stack of cash, his commission from Jiang Lingyun earlier that day. Zhang Sujia, incensed, struck him with her bag. Su Zonghao dodged. Aware of the public setting and his inability to resort to force, he eventually backed away. As she walked, she berated, "What are you pretending for? If you're selling yourself, just admit it. What purity do you still possess?" Zhang Sujia crouched on the ground, cradling her head in anguish. It was only after Jiang Lingyun noticed Su Zonghao had walked away that he emerged. He gently patted Zhang Sujia's shoulder, and through tear-filled eyes, she looked up at him. Upon recognizing Jiang Lingyun, she quickly rose, wiped her tears, and smiled as she said, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Jiang Lingyun embraced her and softly replied, "I'm sorry for not coming out to protect you earlier." Unable to contain her tears once more, Zhang Sujia wept again. After offering her some comfort, they both made their way back to Zhang Sujia's rented apartment. Chapter 87. Flattery and fawning in the relationship between Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Sujia. It is Zhang Sujia who occupies the position of servitude. Jiang Lingyun seldom shares his personal matters with her, nor does he introduce her to his friends or classmates. Yet, Zhang Sujia offers her unwavering devotion to him. Although she is acutely aware of the vast disparity between them and the uncertainty of their future together, she remains unrepentant in her affections. Jiang Lingyun eventually finds himself regretting his entanglement with her. Had she been a materialistic girl, their relationship could have been a mere transaction, with no debts owed to one another, culminating perhaps in a simple severance payment. However, with a girl who pours her heart, and soul into him. Jiang Lingyun doubts his ability to voice a separation when the time comes. Indeed, the most challenging aspect of receiving the favor of a beauty is that ancient wisdom does not deceive. Upon returning to her rented apartment, Zhang Sujia, having composed herself, finds Su Yin in the living room, engrossed in television, oblivious to her inner turmoil. They sit together, sharing the experience. How does it feel to be famous now? Jiang Lingyun inquires. I truly did not expect the music video you created to turn out so splendidly, capturing my beauty so exquisitely. This morning, as I went out to buy groceries, several people recognized me, asking for photographs and autographs. It nearly frightened me to death, Su Yin exclaims, her excitement palpable. Jiang Lingyun beams with pride, acknowledging Su Yan's undeniable beauty. Among the girls he knows, only Qin Bing rivals her in attractiveness. At such elevated levels of beauty, preferences are subjective, making it difficult to distinguish superiority. The music video he produced showcases her most stunning attributes, portraying her as enchanting in every expression, captivating in every smile. For those who have witnessed the video, a poetic description of Su Yan's beauty comes to mind, reminiscent of a Tang poem. In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she captivates cities. With a second, she enchants nations. Jiang Lingyun has indeed rendered her beauty in all its glory, achieving his intended purpose. You must wear a mask, hat, and sunglasses when you go out from now on. It is advisable not to venture out alone, as it may pose dangers. Your fame will only grow, and you can no longer live as an ordinary person, Jiang Lingyun admonishes earnestly. I understand. Sister Bai Hui mentioned arranging for me to have an assistant. She replies. Yes, take your time. You will adapt, he reassures her. Sister Bai Hui also said she would find me an apartment, as this place is quite unsafe and prone to privacy breaches. Follow Sister Bai's arrangements, Jiang Lingyun advises. He seldom involves himself in the affairs of Feiyun Entertainment, leaving it to Bai Hui, as he lacks familiarity with the entertainment industry and its resources. It is better to let professionals manage professional matters. Su Yin, now that you are leaving, I am left all alone here. I will miss you. Zhang Sujia coos playfully. Really? If I leave, isn't that what you wished for? You can shout as loud as you like, Su Yin replies, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. Zhang Sujia blushes, giving Su Yin a playful swat. Aware of her role as an intruder, Su Yin exchanges a few more words before retreating to her room. Zhang Sujia heads for the shower, while Jiang Lingyun changes into his sleepwear in his room. After a while, Zhang Sujia emerged, and the two of them turned off the lights and lay down on the bed. Zhang Sujia contemplated loosening her clothing, but Jiang Lingyun halted her. They began to converse. That Su Zonghao is my ex-boyfriend. I had no idea he would come back to find me, Zhang Sujia confessed hurriedly. Why hasn't he come here to look for you? He doesn't know I live here. Have you never brought him back? Never. You can ask Su Yin. She has lived here for quite some time and knows. You are the first man I have brought back. Why does he cling to you so persistently? When we were together, I spent a considerable amount of his money. After we broke up, he wanted me to repay him. I refused, and he threatened to sell me to a club. Fortunately, I managed to escape. Zhang Sujia recounted the incident when Su Zonghao deceived her into going to the club to Jiang Lingyun. The more Jiang Lingyun listened, the more astonished he became. Initially, he believed Su Zonghao was merely greedy, but he was taken aback by his despicable character. He knew a little about the illicit dealings of those shady clubs. It was exceedingly difficult for the girls who entered to leave unscathed. They would not release anyone until they had extracted every last ounce of value. Only those whose bodies had deteriorated and were ill could be freed. This was especially true for the beautiful top-tier girls. It was said that when these lovely women needed medical attention, they were escorted by several burly men, who monitored their every move, even when they went to the restroom. These girls could generate immense value for them, and losing even one would result in significant losses. If Zhang Sujia were to enter such a place, she would undoubtedly become a top-tier girl, and escaping would be nearly impossible. Su Zonghao, for the sake of money, was willing to betray someone he once held dear. It was akin to a living hell. His character was truly reprehensible. Jiang Lingyun noted Su Zonghao in his mental notebook, determined to protect his woman and resolve the issue decisively. Today he came again, claiming he has money and wants to take me out for a late-night snack and a movie. I ignored him, but he refused to leave. I assure you, Lingyun, there is nothing between us anymore. I believe you, Jiang Lingyun replied. Zhang Sujia felt a surge of happiness, knowing that Jiang Lingyun's visit was driven by need. She again contemplated loosening her attire, but Jiang Lingyun grasped her hand and said, Not tonight. Let's just sleep. Zhang Sujia was anxious. feeling that there was little she could do for Jiang Lingyun. If she couldn't even assist him in this, could they truly be together? She slipped further under the covers. Jiang Lingyun, who had initially felt disinterested, now found himself stirred with excitement. Zhang Sujia truly was a rare gem. Faced with Zhang Sujia's subtle advances, Jiang Lingyun felt a sense of helplessness. He understood her intentions, which made him feel even less worthy. Why provoke these good girls when he could not provide them with what they desired? What distinguished him from those scoundrels? As Zhang Sujia continued her movements, Jiang Lingyun could no longer resist and pinned her beneath him, and a tempest of passion ensued. Su Yin returned to her room, tossing and turning in an attempt to find slumber. Since meeting Jiang Lingyun, her fate had undergone a profound transformation. Particularly, their first encounter filled her with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. However, an unspoken understanding lingered between them, and they never broached the subject again. As she lay in bed, she was struck by the absence of those mortifying sounds from next door. Ordinarily, she found such noises detestable. The poor soundproofing of the rental only heightened her feelings of shame. Yet now, deprived of those sounds, she found herself unable to sleep, pondering whether she was somehow perverse. After what felt like an eternity, the familiar oscillating voice of Zhang Sujia finally broke the silence, and Su Yin exhaled in relief. At last, the sounds she had previously abhorred returned, and she gradually surrendered to sleep amidst Zhang Sujia's muted cries. Chapter 88. Excursion. The following day, Jiang Lingyun awoke feeling invigorated. The little Lingyun beneath stirred restlessly, prompting him to engage in a morning exercise with Zhang Sujia once more. After a refreshing shower, Su Yin, donning a mask, ventured out to procure some soybean milk and fried dough sticks. Upon encountering Jiang Lingyun, she flushed slightly. After enjoying his breakfast, Jiang Lingyun departed, citing a busy schedule over the next couple of days, thus not returning. Zhang Sujia quickly replied, "All right," refraining from inquiring about his tasks or offering assistance. "Do you know what he is busy with?" Su Yin asked. "I do not," came the response. "Aren't you curious to ask? If he wished to share, he would do so himself. Aren't you worried he might seek the company of other girls?" Zhang Sujia remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Su Yin sighed, realizing that even if Jiang Lingyun were to engage with other women, Zhang Sujia would feign ignorance. The disparity in their positions was stark. Indeed, Jiang Lingyun had been quite occupied these past few days, having launched 2 new stores on Tibao, featuring Su Hongwan's footwear and handbags, which had registered brands both domestically and internationally. The shoes were named Lapes, while the bags were branded Cartel. They were unknown in the domestic market, as they had never been sold there, but abroad, they were considered a low-tier brand, available in large supermarkets, known for their affordability and durability. Listening to various opinions, Jiang Lingyun signed an exclusive domestic agency agreement with Su Hongwan. Su Hongwan, unsure of the agreement's implications, felt it posed no disadvantage to him and thus signed. Consequently, the new stores were named Lapes Flagship Store and Cartel Flagship Store. The pricing was set at a moderate level if sales proved successful. The profits would be at least double that of the clothing line at Yupinui. Familiar with the requisite tactics, Jiang Lingyun engaged in various promotional activities, showcasing the brand as a popular choice in Europe and America, claiming it was making its debut in the Middle Kingdom, appealing to the youth with online sales, and emphasizing the importance of staying current with trends. He employed all available means of persuasion, as boasting was not a crime. Cunningly, he captured screenshots from old American television shows, utilizing photo editing skills to craft several images for his online store, proclaiming the establishment's authentic lineage as a genuine American product. Jiang Lingyun distributed salaries of 2,000 to Su Wenjing and Xu Shiqin, while Yuanqiu received 5,000. Although Yuanqiu initially considered the sum excessive, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, reflecting on the wealth Jiang Lingyun was amassing. "Are you pleased with the salary disbursement today? Shall we dine out and catch a movie tonight?" Jiang Lingyun proposed, eyeing her with intent. Yuanqiu, narrowing her enchanting phoenix eyes, inquired with a smile. "Should I bring my identification?" "Indeed. When one is out and about, it is prudent to carry one's ID, just in case it is needed." Jiang Lingyun replied earnestly. "How naive. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions?" "Stop dreaming," she retorted before exiting. Jiang Lingyun sighed, recognizing that second-year students were no longer easily deceived. They had shed the innocence characteristic of their first year. They had grown wise to the world, yet the first-year students retained their charming naivety. On that day, after class, Tao Shuyu announced the convening of a class meeting, requesting everyone to stay behind. Jiang Lingyun observed with delight that Tao Shuyu had returned to her former self. In Jiang Lingyun's class, there were significantly more girls than boys, with over a dozen girls, which was one of the reasons Tao Shuyu had been elected class president. The boys, lacking any capable contenders, had no choice but to accept her leadership. Although the number of girls in the class was high, aside from Tao Shuyu, only Zhao Li possessed remarkable beauty. The rest could be considered merely above average. Zhao Li was a unique presence in the class, rarely mingling with her peers, making her the most enigmatic figure among them. Aside from her close relationships with her dormitory mates, her connections with others were rather mediocre. Jiang Lingyun recalled that in his previous life, he never seemed to have conversed with her, or perhaps just exchanged casual greetings. His impression of her was that of a stunningly aloof girl, who attracted many admirers yet remained unresponsive to their advances. This semester, the class had yet to engage in any collective activities. The class committee convened and decided to organize a team-building outing to a farmhouse in the suburbs on Saturday. After Tao Shuyu called for order, she asked for a show of hands from those in agreement. "Can we bring family?" inquired a boy from the neighboring dormitory. "Zhang Tao, do you have a girlfriend?" The room erupted in laughter. "There's still time. Who knows, I might find one," Zhang Tao retorted. Zhu Qingwei added, "Jiang Lingyun can bring 4. Wouldn't that be quite a deal for him?" The laughter crescendoed, as everyone was aware of the legendary tale of Jiang Lingyun's 4 companions. Tao Shuyu glanced at Jiang Lingyun and stated firmly, "No family members allowed. Each person must contribute 50 yuan, which will be collected by the Life Committee. Please raise your hand if you wish to participate." Everyone raised their hands, for to abstain from such an event would be exceedingly unsociable. Initially, there were several impoverished students like Jiang Lingyun in the class, but after he enhanced his fashion sense, he encouraged them to engage in work-study programs. They took on roles such as warehouse packing and part-time customer service, earning higher wages than those available elsewhere, providing significant improvements to their lives. Yuan Qiu and Su Wenjing had acquaintances who also participated, as they believed in sharing the wealth among their own. Tao Shuyu then outlined some important points before allowing those with funds to pay up front. "Lingyun, I didn't bring any money. Could you help me cover it?" Zhang Jinghui shamelessly asked. "Scram. Should I help you or not? The further away, the better." "You're pushing me," Zhang Jinghui exclaimed loudly. "Classmates, Jiang Boss has generously offered to sponsor the entire cost of this event, so no one needs to pay." The room erupted in excitement. "Is that true? Jiang Boss is so generous. Please, don't make a fuss. If you want me to cover your costs, the boys must call me father, and the girls must call me husband." Jiang Lingyun had entirely underestimated the audacity of the contemporary youth. No sooner had he finished speaking than cries of father and husband rang out in chorus, leaving him utterly stunned. Jiang Lingyun nearly spat blood. Was it really worth sacrificing one's dignity for a mere 50 yuan? He overheard a female classmate saying, "Darling, am I the 5th or 6th concubine? Darling, will you cover my living expenses in the future? Darling, please top up my meal card. Darling, buy me a bag. Am I attending a fraudulent university? How can these people be even more brazen than I am? Aren't we all supposed to be exemplary youths of the new era? A little backbone would be appreciated, wouldn't it?" Jiang Lingyun was questioning his existence, while Tao Shuyu had already taken control of the situation. Tao Shuyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Lingyun, are you really going to pay for them? Those willing to contribute can, and I'll cover the rest. These rascals are infuriating." Spotting the instigator, Zhang Jinghui, grinning foolishly. Jiang Lingyun's frustration escalated. "I'm talking about you, you fatso. Damn it." Zhang Jinghui was not one to indulge him. "Fork over the money, my dear father." Chapter 89. Excursion 2. The classmates of Jiang Lingyun spoke boastfully and clamored loudly, yet most of them honestly paid their dues. Only those with truly thick skins, like the gluttonous fatty, refrained from payment, ultimately relying on Jiang Lingyun to cover their expenses. This incident restored Jiang Lingyun's confidence in his university peers, though exceptions like Zhang Jinghui remained. As Jiang Lingyun and Zhang Jinghui were dining, Tao Shuyu hurried after them. Li Song suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. However, Tao Shuyu was not seeking him, but rather Jiang Lingyun. Li Song exhaled in relief, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. Perhaps an indication of how one learns to cherish what is lost. "What does the class monitor want with me?" Jiang Lingyun inquired. "Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to thank you for taking care of me the other day when I got drunk at Yupinui," she replied. "It's no trouble. Just try to drink less in the future. It's easy for girls to find themselves in precarious situations when intoxicated." "Understood," she acknowledged, though inwardly she mused that she had yet to encounter a man capable of getting her drunk. I noticed you've been frequenting Yupinyui lately. Is business particularly good these days? I've opened 2 online stores, so I've been a bit busier, but it will settle down once I find my footing. Should you need any assistance, just let me know. Sure. The two continued their conversation about academics and life until they reached the cafeteria, where they parted ways. When Jiang Lingyun sought out Zhang Zhenghui and the others for a meal, he noticed their peculiar expressions as they gazed at him. What are you all up to? Brother Zhuangji, you haven't been encroaching on our class, have you? At least leave some room for us. Can your kidneys handle monopolizing so many girls? Jiang Lingyun felt an urge to strangle Zhang Zhenghui. Which of your eyes saw me flirting with the girls in our class? None. Everyone has seen it. Just a moment ago, you were charming them in class. And what about your playful banter with the class monitor? Li Song interjected hastily. I've already ended things with Shuyu. If you all like her, feel free to pursue her. I want to mind. How could you not mind? If someone from the dorm or a classmate truly pursued Tao Shuyu, you would undoubtedly sever ties and refuse to ever speak to them again. Jiang Lingyun, who would continue to share a dorm with him for another 2 to 3 years, was not keen on seeing their living situation devolve into factions. I've been skipping a few classes recently, and the class monitor merely inquired if something was amiss. She didn't say anything else. Don't overthink it. Among the girls in our class, Zhao Li is decent, but she's not my type. Jiang Lingyun, who had always possessed good looks, had improved his appearance over the past few months, becoming less frail than in his previous life and dressing more elegantly. After all, one's appearance is often enhanced by attire. In terms of looks, he was no longer inferior to others. Furthermore, he had the added advantage of financial capability. If he truly decided to pursue any of the girls in class, it was likely that few could resist his charm. Should he set his sights on a classmate, it would leave little room for the other boys to compete. However, Jiang Lingyun is now surrounded by beautiful girls, which has significantly elevated his standards. Among the girls in his class, only Tao Shuyu and Zhao Li managed to catch his eye. The others are rather unremarkable. Over the past few days, whenever he has free time, Jiang Lingyun frequents Yupinyui, enlisting the help of his friends, including Zhang Zhenghui, to assist with the myriad of trivial tasks at hand. Initially, Zhang Zhenghui and the others were somewhat reluctant, but upon discovering that the dormitory of Yi Wantiu and Su Wenjing was filled with girls, their enthusiasm surged, and they became exceptionally diligent in their efforts. Once the 2 flagship stores launched, business proved to be quite promising. Although it could not rival Yupinyui, the profits were substantial, and being an exclusive venture, the earnings were comparable. By Saturday, Tao Shuyu chartered a large bus that comfortably accommodated the entire class. Given the long journey ahead, they set off early. Once aboard, fatigue overwhelmed them, and most succumbed to sleep almost immediately. They arrived at the reservoir before 9 o'clock, where Tao Shuyu granted everyone some freedom to explore, though she advised against wandering off alone for safety reasons, instructing them to regroup at 11. After outlining these precautions, the students dispersed in small clusters to enjoy their surroundings. Jiang Lingyun recalled a similar trip during his sophomore year, when the class had visited the site and praised its scenic beauty, expressing a desire to return. However, even after spending 5 or 6 years in Shunqing post-graduation, he had not revisited the location, primarily due to a lack of time and a dearth of interest. Jiang Lingyun, accompanied by Zhu Qinghui's dormitory mates, strolled and engaged in light banter. They encountered other tourists along the way, but fortunately, the crowds had yet to become overwhelming. When they crossed paths with Zhao Li and her group, Jiang Lingyun's gaze met hers, and he acknowledged her with a nod and a smile. Some members from Zhu Qinghui's dormitory were familiar with Zhao Li's group, leading to a mingling of the 2 parties. The presence of girls infused a vibrant energy into the atmosphere. Jiang Lingyun, opting for silence, refrained from overshadowing the socially awkward boys. While they were enjoying a particular scenic spot, someone suddenly called out from behind, Jiang Lingyun, Jiang Lingyun. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Meng Fanxin, accompanied by several classmates. He had not anticipated encountering her here, and after a moment of surprise, he inquired, "Is the company so leisurely? What brings you here?" Initially delighted to see Jiang Lingyun, Meng Fanxin's joy quickly turned to irritation at his bluntness. "You dare chide me? What about you? I hardly ever see you. And here I am, working myself to the bone, taking a moment to enjoy myself. What's wrong with that?" Seeing her anger, Jiang Lingyun immediately donned a cheerful demeanor. "Oh Meng, please don't be upset. I'm merely concerned for you. It's essential to balance work and relaxation. Work hard, and I'll ensure you receive a raise." "I don't trust a word you say," she retorted. "How could you say that, Meng? Am I the type to deceive?" "Yes, you are," she shot back. You've truly wounded my heart, Ming. You owe me compensation for my emotional distress. Look at you. Just a few sentences in, and your true colors are already showing. Two individuals engaged in playful banter reminiscent of a young couple, leaving their classmates nearby in a state of astonishment. One of Jiang Lingyun's male classmates mused to himself. Old Jiang is quite the catch. Where has he found this enchanting beauty? Is she the fifth or sixth concubine? Truly, old Jiang is a paragon for our generation. Only Zhao Li noticed Ming Fanxin, her face betraying a hint of surprise. Ming Fanxin was accompanied by a group of 3 boys and 4 girls, all of whom were her close friends from class. They had decided to enjoy a Saturday outing, as many had already begun their internships, leaving fewer opportunities to meet in the future. Ming Fanxin, renowned as the belle of her college, was the object of admiration for numerous boys. However, she maintained a polite demeanor towards them, exuding an air of distance. This was the first occasion they had witnessed her engaging in playful laughter with a boy, and even displaying a touch of girl-like charm. The hearts of the boys shattered at the sight. Oh, Goddess Ming, where has your aloofness disappeared to? Chapter 90. Outing 3. After a brief conversation, Jiang Lingyun and Ming Fanxin introduced each other's classmates, merging their groups. When Ming Fanxin's classmates learned that Jiang Lingyun and her friends were only sophomores, their expressions turned somewhat peculiar. Ming Fanxin's roommate and close friend, Tang Jing, whispered to her. Xin, so you prefer the older men? Huh? At such a tender age, could he possibly still be a novice? Having spent 4 years together, they were well acquainted, and various teasing remarks flowed freely. As a naive young woman, Ming Fanxin was unaccustomed to such banter and blushed as she retorted. We are merely collaborating on a business venture. There is nothing more. However, the absence of feelings now does not guarantee a lack of them in the future. As the saying goes, time nurtures affection, and the key element here is time. Without spending time together, how can one ascertain compatibility? One must first explore the dimensions. Flustered, Ming Fanxin's cheeks burned, and she reached out to pinch Tang Jing's waist, who swiftly evaded her grasp. Tang Jing, a seasoned veteran in their dormitory, had given her first time to her boyfriend shortly after their college entrance examinations. They had planned to attend the same university, but unfortunately, her boyfriend's scores fell short, leading him to enroll in a university in Jinling. Thus, they embarked on a bi-city relationship, alternating visits each week, indulging in a rather uninhibited lifestyle upon reunion. In the dormitory, Tang Jing transformed into a sage, imparting a plethora of eccentric and diverse knowledge to her roommates, providing them with an informal education. She often left the 3 innocent yet intelligent girls in a state of bewilderment. All of Ming Fanxin's knowledge regarding relationships stemmed from her. After some playful banter between the 2 girls, Jiang Lingyun seized the opportunity to discuss game development with Ming Fanxin. He presented the project proposal, and Quang Ming was to execute it accordingly. The company had recruited a dozen individuals, and the first version of the game was complete, currently undergoing debugging to rectify various issues. This inaugural game must be executed flawlessly. Only then can they generate revenue to develop a second game. If this endeavor fails, they would be forced to part ways, returning to their respective homes. I believe it will succeed. I played a bit and found it incredibly addictive. By the end, I was tempted to invest money to continue playing, Jiang Lingyun remarked. He nodded. I will bring a seasoned gamer tomorrow to help us identify any areas for improvement. Quang Ge mentioned that your game plan is already quite exceptional. Could there truly be room for enhancement? Haha, when you believe a game is utterly flawless, that is precisely when it requires improvement. As they conversed discreetly, others assumed they were exchanging sweet nothings, wearing expressions of understanding. Once they concluded their discussion, Jiang Lingyun inquired, where will you all be dining for lunch? We'll just find a local farmhouse for a meal. How about you? It seems we've reserved a farmhouse and will be preparing our own food. All right then, let us reconvene tomorrow. After an extended period of exploration, as they prepared to return to their meeting point, Ming Fanxin and her group followed suit. Suddenly, a girl's voice echoed from behind, calling out, Jiang Lingyun, Jiang Lingyun. The crowd turned their peculiar gazes towards Jiang Lingyun, with some teasingly asking how many girls he had attracted. The university can hardly contain you. Must you venture out to indulge further? Jiang Lingyun, somewhat bewildered, recognized the voice but could not immediately place it. Turning around, he discovered it was Ming Tong. It had been quite some time since he last saw her. Ming Tong often texted or chatted with him on QQ, but he had only occasionally responded. And whenever she invited him to hang out, he had declined. He hadn't anticipated encountering her here by chance. Ming Tong, what a coincidence. Are you here with classmates? Ming Tong was accompanied by several girls, presumably her classmates. The beauty of Shida was undeniable among the 6 girls in Ming Tong's group. 3 were even more striking than Meng Fanxin and Zhao Li, while the remaining 3 were of commendable attractiveness. Indeed, with graduation approaching, we thought we should gather, she replied. Are they all your classmates? Meng Tong's gaze was fixed on Meng Fanxin, who eyed her with a hint of hostility and deliberately inched closer to Jiang Lingyun upon seeing her. Oh, these few are from Shanghai Jiaotong University. They are my classmates, but I shan't introduce them individually. Their appearances suffice to indicate they are not of good character. Upon spotting such a multitude of beautiful girls, Jiang Lingyun's male classmates exhibited overt admiration, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Meng Tong stifled a laugh, her grace and poise captivating, her laughter melodious and enchanting, rendering Jiang Lingyun's friends utterly mesmerized. Among the girls Jiang Lingyun knew, Meng Tong was not the most beautiful. Yet she possessed a talent for adornment and showcasing her attractive qualities, every gesture exuding charm. In comparison, Qin Bing and Su Yin seemed rather juvenile. Meng Tong, with charming confidence, greeted them. Hello, I am Lingyun's friend. My name is Meng Tong. Zhang Zhengwei, Zhu Qingwei, and others eagerly introduced themselves, creating a delightful chaos of names among the group. After their introductions subsided, Jiang Lingyun formally presented Meng Fanxin to Meng Tong. This is my friend Meng Fanxin from Shanghai Jiaotong University. Fanxin, this is my friend Meng Tong from Shida. You both share the same surname. Perhaps you are distantly related. The 2 girls exchanged courteous greetings and soon engaged in an animated conversation, leaving Jiang Lingyun somewhat neglected. He often found the dynamics of female friendships perplexing. Despite their evident dislike for one another, they could swiftly adopt an appearance of deep camaraderie, effortlessly building a friendship and discussing an array of topics without pause. Jiang Lingyun chose to disregard their subtle machinations. After all, neither of them was his girlfriend, so it mattered little to him. As the group made their way back, nearing their meeting point, Meng Tong suddenly inquired, Lingyun, would you care to join us for a meal? Jiang Lingyun shook his head, replying, we are a class group out for fun. Let us dine together another time. Very well. What about you, Fanxin? Would you like to join us for a meal? Meng Fanxin turned to her classmates for their opinion, and upon their consensus for a livelier gathering, she agreed. At the gathering point, a multitude of individuals awaited, and upon the arrival of Jiang Lingyun and his entourage, they were accompanied by numerous unfamiliar faces, including many striking young women, all adorned with expressions of curiosity. The crowd soon diverged, exchanging farewells with enthusiastic gestures. Once Jiang Lingyun's group reached the assembly point, fellow classmates flocked to them, inquiring about the unfolding events. Several male students embellished Jiang Lingyun's illustrious exploits with vivid detail, recounting tales that elicited envy from their peers. Had they known they would encounter such an array of beautiful women, they too would have wished to accompany Jiang Lingyun. Chapter 91. Excursion for the rural homestay invites city dwellers to partake in the delightful tasks of slaughtering chickens and fish, as well as preparing meals, thereby showcasing the joys of rural life. Jiang Lingyun, having originated from the countryside, finds little interest in such activities, yet the others are quite enthralled. During the grouping, due to the imbalance of genders, typically 3 boys are paired with 5 girls. The inhabitants of Jiang Lingyun's dormitory wish to align with her, as they are all lethargic and utterly inept in domestic chores. Even Yao Weilong has never engaged in household tasks, and the others are no different. They would undoubtedly face disdain if grouped with anyone else, but with Jiang Lingyun, they feel at ease, as she is one of their own. Lingyun, you may choose 2 individuals. Tao Shuyu, with no other recourse, relinquished the decision to Jiang Lingyun. Reluctantly, Jiang Lingyun selected the 2 laziest individuals, Chun Bin and Zhang Zhengwei. Can you 2 gentlemen lend a hand? She inquired. Our primary roles will be to oversee and guide. The rest is up to you. The younger ones shall busy themselves, and if either of you gentlemen have any requests, do let me know. I assure you of your satisfaction. Tao Shiyu also joined Jiang Lingyun's group, and they began to divide their tasks. Jiang Lingyun swiftly caught chickens and fish, dispatching them with efficiency, while several girls washed pots and vegetables, boiled water, and cooked, thoroughly engrossed in the work. Chun Bin and Zhang Zhengwei merely observed, unable to contribute. However, their good-natured demeanor and flattery toward the others' efforts mitigated any potential annoyance. Hui, I can't believe you dare to kill fish. That's impressive. Class monitor, your knife skills are remarkable. You clearly embody the qualities of a virtuous wife. One unfortunate soul, blind to his fortune, deserves his perpetual singlehood. Indeed, these two indolent gentlemen shamelessly flattered everyone to secure their meals. In contrast, the boys from other groups faced disdain if they were inactive. Jiang Lingyun took the lead, preparing two main dishes, while Tao Shuyu contributed a stir-fried pork with black fungus, and the other girls presented 3 additional dishes. In no time, they had prepared 6 dishes and a soup, and everyone gathered to dine. Meanwhile, members of other groups were still frantically washing vegetables and cooking, while Jiang Lingyun's table was the first to be ready. During the meal, inquiries abounded regarding Jiang Lingyun's culinary prowess. Back in the countryside, my parents worked in the fields, so I had to handle household chores and care for my younger sister from a young age. Practice naturally leads to proficiency. Whoever marries you will be fortunate. A female classmate remarked enviously. Jiang Lingyun smiled but remained silent. In the realm of romantic pursuits, culinary skills and domestic capabilities are hardly regarded as advantageous traits. Possessing a house, a car, savings, and familial influence are what truly matter. The university students, still somewhat naive, are yet to grasp this reality. Jiang Lingyun turned to Qin Bin. Brother Qin, do you have any plans for tomorrow? What do you need? I require your assistance for an errand tomorrow, and I would like to borrow your car. Sure. No problem. Lingyun, how could you abandon me? I have always been the one to assist you in the past. Why the change now? Zhang Jingwei, with a look of grievance, lamented. What do you expect me to do? I excel at nothing but eating. What use do I have for you? A mere glutton? You don't intend to take me out, do you? Then do not blame me for being unkind. Do you believe I won't inform Wanqiu about your flirtations with 2 girls today? What if you do? Wanqiu won't believe you anyway. Fine, you leave me no choice. I shall inform Shuqin about those 2 girls, one from the public security university and the other from the normal university, both with names and reputations. Let us see how you will defend yourself. Jiang Lingyun immediately donned a cheerful facade. Oh, it's merely a night out. Very well, I shall take you along tomorrow. Humph. You force my hand. The chubby Zhang boasted. Tao Shuyu and her female classmates remained silent, exchanging glances instead. It seemed that Jiang Lingyun's ability to charm 4 at once was not without merit. There must be secrets among them that others were unaware of. Lingyun, it is evident to a discerning eye that Shuqin has feelings for you. Why not invite her out, intoxicate her, and make her yours? You need not fear her then. Zhang Jingwei, in a moment of exuberance, suggested a rather dubious idea. Zhang Jingwei, you scoundrel! How could you utter such disgraceful words? Jiang Lingyun rebuked him sternly, kicking Qin Bin lightly. You are the shame of our dormitory, lowering our moral standards, you scum. Qin Bin quickly echoed, condemning Zhang Jinghui's sordid thoughts. Zhang Jinghui was left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What heinous act have I committed? It was only when he noticed the disapproving glares from the female classmates at the table that he realized his blunder. How could he say such things in front of girls? If this became known and incited their wrath, his social life would be over. I was wrong, utterly wrong. My thoughts were filthy and despicable. Zhang Jinghui, adept at gauging the atmosphere, immediately engaged in a deep self-critique, his sincerity disarming the girls, who felt compelled to say nothing further. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow. Lingyun, are you quite close with that Shuqin from the freshman class? Tao Shuyu could not help but inquire. Not at all. Our relationship is rather ordinary. She is closer to Wanqiu. Jiang Lingyun was adamant in denying any closeness with Shuqin. Though many could see that he treated Shuqin with undue politeness and respect, at times, words from others fell on deaf ears, while Shuqin's commands were followed without question. This was likely a habit formed in a past life, where he had always acquiesced to her whims during their relationship, with her making decisions on trivial matters, save for a few principled issues. However, Jiang Lingyun had never entertained any ulterior motives towards Shuqin. As Zhang Jinghui suggested, were he to take Shuqin to a hotel, she might not refuse. Yet, Jiang Lingyun lacked the audacity to act thus. To ruin another's daughter irresponsibly would invite severe consequences. How could he dare engage in such perilous endeavors? After the meal, Qin Bin and Zhang Jinghui still wished to indulge in leisure, but Tao Shuyu was not inclined to indulge them. A vote was cast, and the honorable task of washing the dishes and pots was assigned to the 2 of them. The 2, on the verge of tears, gazed helplessly at Jiang Lingyun, who, indifferent to their plight, chose to ignore them and walked away. While he was willing to cook, he harbored a strong aversion to washing dishes. With no other options, Qin Bin and Zhang Jinghui had no choice but to obediently attend to the task of cleaning. Alas, their earlier flattery had proven futile. Chapter 92. Excursion 5. The afternoon activities were left to everyone's discretion. One could pick fruit, row a boat, fish, and so forth. Jiang Lingyun opted to fish, as he was truly too lazy to move. Not long after he settled down, Meng Tong approached him. What draws you to fishing? Isn't it an activity favored by the elderly? Perhaps my mindset has become aged, he replied. You're merely being lazy, seeking excuses. What about your classmates? They went to pick strawberries. Why didn't you join them? It seemed rather dull. I preferred to come and chat with you. Meng Tong found a small stool and sat beside Jiang Lingyun. How have you been lately? Just the same. Classroom, cafeteria, dormitory, an unchanging routine. What about you? Are you nervous about becoming a teacher after the new year? I want to be interning at Si Shao after the new year. What? Jiang Lingyun was taken aback. Wasn't he at all arranged? Meng Tong smiled wryly. The cost is too high. I don't wish to squander 3 more years. Jiang Lingyun fell silent, as he surmised the underlying reasons. What about your internship arrangements? Perhaps the school will handle it. If not, I might return to my hometown. Maybe I can teach at a middle school. Jiang Lingyun noticed a hint of melancholy on her face. What about your house? I've returned it to someone else. It was never in my name to begin with. We had agreed that after 2 years of companionship, it would be mine. But I no longer wish to stay with him. Meng Tong gazed intently at him. Would you like to know why? Jiang Lingyun hesitated to engage further. I know you recognized my true character the first time we met. You neither despised me nor sought to take advantage of me. Even when I suggested going to the movies, you declined, which made me realize you found me unworthy. Our family was once quite well off. But my father was lured into gambling and squandered the family fortune. No matter how my mother pleaded, he refused to listen and even resorted to violence against her. Eventually, she took the remaining money and left, never to return. My father, burdened with debt, fled as well. I was just starting middle school at the time and later lived with my grandparents. They were kind, and the creditors were mostly neighbors who didn't pressure them for repayment. Still, my grandparents worked hard to help my father settle his debts. Have you ever experienced the jarring shift from a life of comfort, where you could acquire anything you desired, to that of poverty? Unable to afford even a new piece of clothing? I have, and it was utterly stifling. After entering middle school, I wore hand-me-downs from relatives. Clothes I once donated to others. Do you understand how humiliating that is? I never intended to attend a teacher's college, but with our financial situation, it became my only option. I yearned to work my way through school and earn my own money, but it was too arduous, and I earned very little. After a month, I still couldn't afford a dress I liked. Eventually, I deliberately sought out places frequented by the wealthy, and I did indeed find a rich man. I thought trading 5 years of my youth for a house and a stable job was not a bad deal, until I encountered you. Meng Tong smiled somewhat desolately. That evening, you stirred my heart, and I could no longer endure that way of life. Thus, I severed my agreement with him. Perhaps it can be considered a graceful parting. Meng Tong spoke these words with remarkable candor, yet Jiang Lingyun remained composed, asking with a cool demeanor. I've always harbored a question. What were you doing at the bar that night? That is a different tale altogether. The person who supported me also supported my close friend, which enlightened me. Hence, I sought to take revenge on him, which is why I dressed so provocatively for the bar. Meng Tong replied with an untroubled expression. Jiang Lingyun was taken aback. This woman was quite formidable, harboring such a strong desire for vengeance. He fell silent, focusing on his fishing. After a prolonged wait, Meng Tong could no longer contain herself and inquired, Is there any possibility for us? I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend, he replied. Is it the girlfriend from the exchange? Jiang Lingyun paused, suddenly recalling his nominal girlfriend at the exchange, Rao Anna. Meng Fanjin, that gossip, must have shared his private matters with Meng Tong. Yes, Jiang Lingyun conceded, reluctantly accepting the misunderstanding. Meng Tong's expression dimmed slightly. Jiang Lingyun could not help but say, Actually, it may be for the best that you extricate yourself now. You can live the life you desire. If you remain ensnared, you may never escape. Since the dawn of the new century, young people have cast aside their infatuation with certain ideals, though exceptions certainly exist. Whether Meng Tong stays here or returns home, as long as she remains cautious and maintains a good reputation, she could still marry someone of decent standing. After all, her beauty is undeniable. If all else fails, there is always the possibility of reconstructive surgery. Meng Tong offered a bitter smile, wishing him happiness before departing. Just as Jiang Lingyun sighed in relief, a voice behind him interjected with feigned innocence. Did I disrupt your romantic pursuits? Why must you spread my affairs to others? He retorted. Are you not concerned that an unsuspecting girl might fall into your snare? To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. It is an act of immeasurable virtue, and I shall certainly do it. Humph. Jiang Lingyun chose to ignore her. Ming Fanjin settled onto the small stool where Ming Tong had previously sat, accompanying Jiang Lingyun in fishing. After a considerable duration without a single bite, Ming Fanjin grew impatient. Have the fish eaten their fill? Why aren't they biting? You're scaring them away, he replied. What does that have to do with me? Are you blaming me for your lack of success? Your chatter is frightening them off. Humph. What is so enjoyable about fishing? My father also loves it. Perhaps you should accompany him next time. Really? We haven't even held hands, and you want me to meet your parents? Isn't that a bit too soon? I'm still young and not of legal marriage age. Ming Fanjin's face flushed with anger, and she struck him a few times before calming down. What is the status between you and Tong Tong? What status? Jiang Lingyun feigned ignorance. I just saw her leave, looking quite heartbroken. Did you say something to upset her? I mentioned that we were betrothed since childhood, and upon reaching marriageable age, you would be mine. Then she walked away. Jiang Lingyun babbled nonsensically, feeling no loss at all. Ming Fanjin's previously calmed emotions surged once more. Her face flushed crimson. I will certainly teach you a lesson, you little rascal, always toying with me. This time, Ming Fanjin could no longer hold back, especially with no one around to witness her outburst. Jiang Lingyun shielded his head, allowing her to punch and kick him. After a while, Ming Fanjin, panting heavily, finally relented. Jiang Lingyun sprawled on the ground and declared, I assure you, I will not rise without a sum of at least 80 or 100,000 today. Ming Fanjin retorted with a cold laugh. Or should I toss you overboard to feed the fish? Jiang Lingyun promptly sprang up, exclaiming, Beware, for the most venomous hearts belong to women. Do you believe I would bring you home and bear 10 or 8 children? Ha ha ha. Do you believe I would help you bear 10 or 8 children, making you toil for me your entire life? After their playful banter, both felt a strange discomfort, as if the threats exchanged were rooted in a singular notion. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward,